As the supreme deity, he was destined to descend to the mortal realm for training. The Heavenly Dao unceremoniously thrust him into the myriad small worlds, compelling him to experience an array of diverse lives. To his utter astonishment, his first task proved to be quite the challenge. Wait a moment. As the male lead, how could you cast such a gaze upon me? Direct it towards the female lead instead. The aloof intellectual. Are you devoid of feeling? Do you not sense my affection for you? The young heir of the capital. You slept with me and then ran off? What do you take me for? The young wolfdog brother. I desire nothing but you. Chapter 1. The obsequious intellectual from the era novel. Lu Jinbai. Could you refrain from this behavior? I do not want your eggs, nor do I wish to date you. Please stop this from now on. That weren't you sufficiently beaten by Xie Jiqing last time? Lu Jinbai rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly vexed as he listened to the girl opposite him, who was sporting two twisted braids, deliver her barrage of words. He glanced down at the two eggs still clutched in his hand. Not only did the girl dress peculiarly, but he too was an odd sight, with his short hair standing out. What was the Heavenly Dao trying to accomplish with him? Oh, Lu Jinbai replied dismissively, then turned to leave. Su Qing was somewhat taken aback by his abrupt departure. He left just like that? Wasn't he supposed to cling to her for a considerable time? What was going on this time? Was he plotting something again? In a secluded area, Lu Jinbai began to survey his surroundings. The village consisted of earthen houses, with roofs that were in disrepair. Most homes were encircled by fences, within which grew vegetables for personal consumption. The ground beneath him was a dirt path. Xiao Jiao, come out and catch some fresh air. At that moment, a playful and adorable childlike voice echoed in his mind. Greetings, Master Deity. Welcome to Huaxia, 1977. He was a system ranked 9th among the myriad worlds in the divine realm, specially selected by the Heavenly Dao to accompany the supreme deity on his training journey. Huh, so this is one of the myriad small worlds? Indeed, Master Deity, you are quite astute. Lu Jinbai responded with silence. Provide me with his memories. Xiao Jiao promptly replied, Understood. I have sent them to your mind. Lu Jinbai felt as though his head was splitting, pain coursing through him, turning his face pale. It hurts. Was that intentional? Are you attempting to kill this Master Deity to seize power? Xiao Jiao replied, feeling wronged. No. It will be over soon. At that moment, a young man approached, clad in a faded blue tunic with sleeves rolled up to his forearms, his skin tanned from the sun. His pant cuffs were muddied, and he held a sickle in his hand. Strands of short hair clung to his forehead, damp with sweat. His eyes radiated a cool intensity, and he was strikingly handsome. Without pausing, he strode past Lu Jinbai, casting him a fleeting glance. Lu Jinbai, with a pale complexion, leaned against a tree, revealing a patch of smooth skin at his waist. How could a man have such fair skin? Initially, he had no intention of acknowledging Lu Jinbai. They had always been at odds, and he had dealt with him quite thoroughly last time. He found Lu Jinbai bothersome, shirking work and spreading slander behind his back, that he secretly held disdain for Lu Jinbai. Just as he was about to walk away, his steps inexplicably drew him closer. Are you all right? Master, he is Xie, the male lead of this world. The girl earlier was the female lead. How fortunate you are to encounter the leads right upon your arrival. Lu Jinbai, no need, I'm fine. You go about your business. I just need a moment to recuperate. Seeing that he was unhurt, Xie paid him no further mind and continued on his way. Once Xie was gone, Lu Jinbai stood up. He had absorbed the original owner's memories. The original owner was named Lu Jinbai, 22 years old, the third son of Lu Minsheng from Dalian village. Lu Minsheng had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and Lu Jinbai was the youngest. Lu Jinbai had a poor reputation in the village, known for his laziness and indulgence in a life of petty delinquency. He had been pursuing Su Qing, hoping to leverage her to escape the village for the city. Su Qing was a fellow educated youth sent to the countryside alongside Xie. Master, your task is to rectify this world that I in your previous life. You were the villainous male supporting character who oppressed the female lead, leading to the male lead's dark transformation and the world's destruction. In this life, you must unite the two, prevent him from turning dark and causing ruin to the world. All I need to do is refrain from pursuing Su Qing, right? Is it necessary to bring them together? Currently, the male lead harbors no feelings for the female lead. To be safe, it's wise to plan ahead. What will happen if I fail the task? You will die. You cannot afford to break character, master. Understood, understood, enough with the nagging. Lu Jinbai strode towards the home from his memories. A few minutes later, he arrived at a mud house. Pushing open the wooden door, he stepped inside. The courtyard was surrounded by vegetable patches, and in the eastern corner, there was a chicken coop and a woodshed. In the yard, Lu's mother and two brothers were squatting and eating, grease lingering at the corners of their mouths. What are you eating? Is there any for me? Lu Jinbai reached for the chicken near Lu Yuanan. What are you eating? You won't starve to death. Lu's mother hurriedly covered the food with a cloth. Lu Jinbai looked at them with a cold smile, realizing none of them regarded the original owner as family. He had grown up enduring scolding and hunger. Though the original owner was a bit of a rogue, he still yearned for familial affection, enduring the verbal assaults from Lu's mother. He had even resorted to stealing to support them. Where have you been all morning? How did I end up with a son like you, a ruffian? Third son, if you choose not to work, it's fine. A few days ago, you helped an old lady. She sent a letter this morning asking you to meet her at the Danyang Grand Hotel. I'll tell you, if she gives you money, you must give it all to our mother. Lu's mother huffed. If you don't give it to me, I'll kick him out tomorrow. Lu Jinbai. Enough is enough. Xiao Jiu sensed the master deity was on the verge of a breakdown. Master, the character. What do you care? As long as I complete the task, that's what matters. Enough with the chatter. He waved his hand dismissively, and Xiao Jiu fell silent. Let's discuss it later. I need to lie down for a while. Call me when a meal is ready. You want my money? Dream on. Lu's mother gave a puzzled glance at the eldest and second sons. What was up with the third son today? Normally, he would be begging her. He would even vow to hand over all his money to her for safekeeping. At lunchtime, Lu's family had no intention of calling him. As Lu Jinbai emerged from the room, he saw them already dining. Without hesitation, he sat beside his little sister, Lu Xiangyao, and began to eat heartily. After just a couple of bites, he spat out the food, wrinkling his nose. What is this? It's so awful. Lu Xiangyao glared at him indignantly. Third brother, this is wild vegetable porridge. You're being wasteful. Not only do you shirk work, but you also waste food. That Lu Jinbai smacked her on the head. How do you speak? You have no manners whatsoever. That hurts. Mom, look at what third brother did. Lu Xiangyao yelled, clutching her forehead. Lu Minsheng, who had been silent, slammed his hand on the table. If you don't want to eat, get out. Lu Jinbai pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? Lu Yuanan looked at him with disdain. Of course Dad is talking about you. Just look at yourself. Apologize to Xiangyao, or Mom will really kick you out. Do you think I want to stay here? I live in the woodshed, not a golden nest. I'm done serving you. With that, Lu Jinbai strode out in a huff. Chapter 2. The affectionate youth of the era Lu Goen observed as someone truly departed, a wave of doubt washing over him. He could not help but voice his concern. If he goes to the restaurant this afternoon and they offer him money, will he keep it all for himself? How dare he? Lu's mother exclaimed sharply, her slanted eyes glaring fiercely. Just wait and see. By evening, won't he come back, tail between his legs, begging us again? It's always the same. Lu Jinbai did not respond. He strode straight out of the village. After walking for about 10 minutes, he suddenly found himself in a peculiar farm. He came to a halt, scanning the surroundings with caution. My lord, here is your new gift package, the farm space. The voice of Xiao Jiu echoed in his mind. Farm space? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. Indeed, my lord. Just step inside, and you will see. Xiao Jiu's words barely finished before he found himself standing in a unique clearing. Before him lay several squares, each marked with words. Farm, garden, orchard, pasture, fish pond, factory. With the top options being check-in backpack. Lu Jinbai extended his hand and tapped on the farm option, and the scenery shifted dramatically. He now stood on a small patch of land, flanked by vast tracts of uncultivated black soil, labeled awaiting cultivation. My lord, here you can grow various vegetables. After harvesting, you can either consume them or exchange them for money in your backpack. Lu Jinbai understood and decided to explore the seed shop at the bottom. A row of seed icons appeared, the first being cabbage seeds, followed by bok choy and chives. However, apart from the first icon, the rest were dimmed, indicating they were not yet available for use. He tapped the cabbage seed icon multiple times, but the interface remained unresponsive. Dear host, you have no gold coins. "So you cannot make a purchase," came the voice again. Lu Jinbai sighed, realizing he was only allowed to observe without the means to buy. "My lord, you should check in. You can earn gold coins from checking in, and with those coins, you can buy seeds. The subsequent seeds will unlock gradually as you level up." Lu Jinbai exited the farm interface and tapped on the check-in option at the top. A flash of gold appeared, and he received 2 gold coins. Immediately, he exchanged one for a cabbage seed, burying it in the patch of land. Xiao Jiu's adorable voice chimed in, "Harvest countdown, 10 minutes. 3 cabbages will be obtained upon maturity." He then inspected the other sections, only to find them locked, with a prompt indicating that one must reach level 5 to unlock them. As he exited the space, he could not suppress a sigh. Without his powers, he felt constrained in every endeavor. To think that he, once a grand deity, had now become a mere mortal, utterly powerless, such a thought was almost shameful to utter. Shaking off his discontent, he resolved to complete his tasks swiftly in order to return to the divine realm. With renewed determination, he quickened his pace toward the town. Upon arriving in the town, Lu Jinbai entered a restaurant named training.The. As he stepped inside, a middle-aged man swiftly approached him, a warm smile gracing his face. "Little brother Lu, you finally made it. I've ordered a few dishes. Let's dine and converse." This man, Chao Yinghua, possessed a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Yet when he looked at Lu Jinbai, genuine gratitude radiated from him. This young man before him was indeed the savior of his mother. Not long ago, were it not for Lu Jinbai's timely intervention at the riverbank, where he rescued an elderly woman who had fallen into the water, he would have become a child without a mother. Although it later emerged that this young man was notorious in the village for his unruly behavior, Chao Yinghua was unfazed. What being a ruffian? In his youth, he too was a well-known street tough in the town, and now he successfully managed a flourishing state-run restaurant. As Lu Jinbai settled down, his mind raced through the events of the original owner's heroic act. The original owner had noticed the elderly woman adorned with a large gold bracelet and had intended to save her first before claiming the bracelet as his own. However, the original owner, lacking swimming skills, managed to drag her ashore but succumbed to the water himself, losing consciousness. "What did you order?" Lu Jinbai inquired, peering eagerly, his stomach growling with hunger. Having been here for several hours, he had yet to enjoy a proper meal. Chao Yinghua smiled and listed the dishes: stewed cabbage with vermicelli, braised pork, stir-fried shredded meat with green peppers, and a plate of spicy tofu. "If that is insufficient, I can have the kitchen prepare more." "That's plenty." Lu Jinbai swallowed hard. His stomach was entirely empty. Now that he had become an ordinary person, the pangs of hunger were truly uncomfortable. An hour later, Lu Jinbai rubbed his round belly, feeling utterly satisfied after the meal. Chao Yinghua produced 20 yuan and offered it as a token of gratitude. But Lu Jinbai promptly pushed it back. He desired not this meager sum, but rather a lasting arrangement. Since Chao Yinghua ran a state-owned restaurant, the vegetables from his own farm could be conveniently supplied. In these times, filling one's belly is of utmost importance, yet earning a living must keep pace as well. After all, the gold coins exchanged in the space could not be converted into real-world currency. They could only procure seeds and items within that realm. "I did not save her for money. You underestimate me." Lu Jinbai feigned a serious expression, pretending to be insulted. "Brother Lu, I truly did not mean that. My mother frequently remarks that you are struggling financially and insists I offer you some financial assistance. How about this? Come work at my restaurant. I can pay you 35 yuan a month. What do you think?" Lu Jinbai shook his head and lowered his voice. "I have some vegetables. Do you accept them here?" Chao Yinghua paused, seeming reluctant to accept money or offer employment, possibly not wishing to be controlled by others. As for the vegetables he mentioned, they must be from his own land. "We accept everything. Any kind of vegetable." Lu Jinbai nodded in agreement. "I will bring them to you for inspection tomorrow at this time." "Agreed. I will await your arrival." Chao Yinghua responded readily. In the health station, Xiaoyu, having spent 2 years in the hospital before coming to the countryside, found himself assigned to work at the local clinic, which was in need of a doctor. His work points at the health station were 5 less than those earned from laboring in the fields. Yet he often ventured into the fields during his free time to harvest crops and pull weeds, leaving no agricultural task undone. By this reckoning, His work point surpassed all the other educated youth. Furthermore, with his handsome appearance and composed demeanor, he naturally became the object of quiet admiration among the village's young women and female educated youth. After sending off an elderly gentleman who had come for a consultation, Seiyu finally took a moment to rest. The hell station was modest in size, merely a few square meters. It sufficed to cater to the medical needs of both the villagers and those from the neighboring village. As he rested, Su Qing entered, holding a lunchbox, her face adorned with a bright smile. She quickly approached Seiyu and said, "Xie Jiqing, this is the meal I prepared for you." Seiyu turned his head to glance at her, his tone nonchalant. "Thank you. Are you not too busy today?" Su Qing inquired again. "It's manageable," he replied. She pushed the lunchbox closer to him and, with a hint of hesitation, asked, "Could you accompany me to the town tomorrow?" Seiyu raised his gaze, awaiting further elaboration. With her eyes cast downward, Su Qing lowered her voice slightly. "I need to visit the supply and marketing cooperative in town tomorrow. You know how the third son of the Liu family keeps pestering me? I feel a bit intimidated by him. He was following me this morning. You should speak to the village head about this." Seiyu interrupted, "I won't be available tomorrow." Su Qing's smile faltered, her expression turning to one of surprise. The last time he saw Liu Jinbai harassing her, he had even intervened on her behalf, leading her to believe that Seiyu harbored some affection for her. Had her mention of Liu Jinbai displeased him? She quickly clarified, "Xie Jiqing, I truly dislike Liu Jinbai. I find him exceedingly detestable. He is always loitering around, relentlessly pursuing me." Seiyu remained silent, rising to look out the window, his brow furrowing. "It looks like it's going to rain. You should head back." He issued a gentle dismissal, then added, "I need to send a letter tomorrow." Su Qing's eyes brightened, her earlier disappointment vanishing like mist. She quickly replied, "Great. I'll wait for you at the village entrance." With that, she joyfully dashed out. Seiyu turned back and opened the lunchbox on the table. Inside lay white rice, topped with a portion of chicken legs. He glanced at it but made no move to eat, pushing the lunchbox aside. Liu Jinbai dashed through the torrential rain towards the village entrance, repulsed by the faces of the Liu family. He did not wish to linger for even a moment longer. The dilapidated thatch cottage at the edge of the village suddenly crossed his mind. He recalled visiting it a few times in his childhood. Though it was somewhat worn, it could at least provide shelter from the rain. But as he arrived, drenched to the bone, he was taken aback. The thatched cottage had become a mere skeleton, with the roof's thatch scattered and soaked by the rain. Water was slanting into the interior and puddles collected on the floor. He huddled in a corner, the damp fabric clinging to his skin, a chill penetrating to his bones. "Damn it, Xiaojio, why is it so cold?" He gritted his teeth. "My esteemed host, it is already September. How could you not be cold in such a state?" Xiaojio's voice responded. Liu Jinbai, vexed, gritted his teeth. "I meant, why should I fear the cold? My esteemed host, you are currently an ordinary mortal." Xiaojio's voice grew faint. "I shall take my leave now." Fearing the wrath of the master, Xiaojio departed hastily. With his eyes closed, Liu Jinbai focused his thoughts and entered the space. He harvested the fully matured cabbage, his backpack magically filling with several plump cabbages. He promptly sold all 3, and 30 gold coins jingled into his account. Additionally, he purchased new seeds, planting them. This crop would mature in 10 minutes, allowing him to gather enough to experiment with the Chowinghuas tomorrow. Stepping outside, he observed the relentless downpour, which showed no signs of abating, leaving him in a state of disarray. Clutching his drenched clothing, his fingers grew numb from the cold, making life feel unbearable. "What are you doing here?" A crisp voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. Liu Jinbai jerked his head up to find Seiyu standing before him, holding an umbrella of dark fabric. Droplets cascaded from the brim, trickling down his pristine sleeves. Seiyu had spotted the figure huddled in this dilapidated shelter upon leaving the infirmary, and as he approached, he recognized Liu Jinbai. Before he could comprehend his own actions, his feet had stopped involuntarily in front of him. Liu Jinbai's lips were tinged with a shade of violet, his face as pale as parchment. Upon seeing Seiyu, a spark ignited in his eyes. "Seiyu, I've been cast out by my family." Observing his woeful demeanor, Seiyu felt an inexplicable tug at his heart. He frowned inwardly, finding the situation quite peculiar. "Oh," he replied curtly, turning to leave. In a flurry, Lu Jinbai stood up and grasped Xieyu's sleeve. "You can't just stand by and do nothing. You are a doctor, after all." Xieyou glanced back at him, his brows arching slightly. "What do you expect me to do? Take you back? I would rather die than return to that home." Lu Jinbai shook his head vigorously. Then a cunning smile crept onto his face. "Don't you live alone? Can I possibly—" "No," Xieyou interrupted decisively. "I do not prefer to share living quarters with anyone." "Please," Lu Jinbai exclaimed urgently. "I can pay you. I promise I won't stay during the day. Just let me rest there at night. How about $1 for a night?" He tilted his face upward, his eyes brimming with hope. Water droplets clung to his lashes, rendering him somewhat pitiable. Xieyou felt his heart skip a beat. "Do you have any money?" "I don't. True. We come from entirely different worlds." "Forget it then. If you're unwilling, I'll just go ask Su Qing. There are plenty of people at the educated youth dormitory. Surely I can find a place to stay." "Come back," Xieyou uttered, turning to walk away into the rain. Lu Jinbai hesitated for a moment before breaking into a wide smile and hurriedly following after him. He knew that Xieyou must harbor some feelings for the female lead, even if he was oblivious to them. Staying at his place would also protect him from other girls trying to get close. It was imperative to untangle the threads between him and the female lead. However, upon bringing Lu Jinbai back to his residence, Xieyou felt a pang of regret. Had his mind been caught in the door? How had he ended up bringing Lu Jinbai home? Usually, whenever they met, it was either harsh words exchanged or clandestine schemes against one another. Lu Jinbai trembled from the cold, too preoccupied to appraise Xieyu's living space. "Hurry and find me some dry clothes. I'm freezing." With a furrowed brow, Xieyou turned and retreated into the inner room, rummaging through his wardrobe to retrieve a set of his own clothes to hand over. Just as he was about to suggest changing in the back room, the second half of his sentence lodged in his throat. The sight before him left him momentarily stunned. Lu Jinbai was unabashedly shedding his shirt right in front of him. How could skin be so tender? A country boy with skin so fair it was almost blinding. The blush of embarrassment radiated from Xieyu's face, turning it a deep crimson. Even his earlobes felt feverishly warm. He stammered indignantly. "How could you change clothes in front of me?" Lu Jinbai waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to fear? We are all men. It doesn't bother me." As he spoke, he donned his shirt and reached to unfasten his trousers. Xieyou abruptly turned away, his steps faltering as he retreated, slamming the door with a resounding thud that made the doorframe tremble. Lu Jinbai stared at the door in bewilderment. Does he think he sullied my eyes? What a strange fellow. I have yet to complain about his shabby attire, which is quite bothersome. He muttered softly. At that moment, the cheerful voice of Xiao Jiu echoed in his mind. "My lord, not everyone is as unconcerned as you." Lu Jinbai retorted irritably. "Stay quiet unless I summon you." Instantly, Xiao Jiu fell silent. Chapter 4. The lovesick intellectual of a bygone era. It was only then that Lu Jinbai took stock of the modest room, which contained merely a bed and a wardrobe. The outer area featured a dining table and a study desk. It was said that Xieyou had funded the purchase of this house for the village chief, as he preferred solitude over sharing living quarters, moving here on the very first day of his rural assignment. Having changed his clothes, Lu Jinbai exited with his damp garments and found Xieyou standing in the corridor. He casually remarked, "Your underwear seems a bit large." Xieyou lifted his gaze, responding, "It's you who is small." "Who are you calling small?" Lu Jinbai erupted in indignation. Seeing his irritation, Xieyou merely smirked. "What? Didn't you just say the underwear was too large?" Lu Jinbai bit his tongue, swallowing his retort, and lifted his shirt to show him. "And your clothes are oversized and coarse, chafing my skin," exposing a significant portion of his abdomen. Xieyu's expression darkened. Indeed, Lu Jinbai's belly, arms, and back bore noticeable redness. "Such sensitivity," Xieyou remarked. Lu Jinbai tugged at the wet clothes in his grasp. "Where shall I wash these?" "By the river outside. Just leave them for now. We'll wash them tomorrow if it doesn't rain." "Then I'll leave them here. When you wash yours tomorrow, you might as well wash mine too." "Thank you. It's so cold. I'll head back inside to rest." Xieyou watched as Lu Jinbai placed the damp garments on a nearby rack, then inexplicably walked over to relocate the pile to a drier spot to avoid mud from the rain. Once back in the inner room, Lu Jinbai closed his eyes and entered his space, harvesting mature cabbages into his backpack and swiftly sowing new seeds. After 10 minutes, he was pleased to see the increasing quantity of cabbages in his bag. Just then, the door creaked open. Xiaoyu entered, holding a box of ointment, and without uttering a word, tossed it toward him. What is this? Lu Jinbai caught it and glanced down. Ointment, Xiaoyu stated flatly. Why are you giving me ointment? Lu Jinbai looked up at him, captivated by the beauty of his eyes, which sparkled like starlight bathed in moonlight, piercing straight to the heart. Xiaoyu's gaze flickered slightly. Responding succinctly, "You're red all over. Apply this." Lu Jinbai carelessly tossed the ointment onto the bedside, feigning nonchalance. "I'm a grown man. I'm not so delicate." Xiaoyu said nothing further, casting a glance at him. "Not delicate? Your skin is as tender as if it were made of water." A vivid image unexpectedly flashed through his mind at the moment he had lifted his shirt, revealing a significant portion of his waist and abdomen. The red marks on his fair skin strikingly prominent. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Lu Jinbai, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, his gaze instinctively drifting elsewhere. Lu Jinbai, unaware of his unease, shifted slightly and patted the empty space beside him on the bed. "This bed is quite spacious. We can manage to fit," he said. Xiaoyu thought to himself. Did he really have to share a bed with Lu Jinbai? He cast a glance at the bed, which was approximately 1.5 meters wide, and felt his heart race as if it had been struck by something, beating rapidly and warming his ears to a flush. "Don't worry, I won't mind sharing," Lu Jinbai added. This remark elicited a scoff from Xiaoyu. "You mind me? Don't forget whose bed this is." He paused, his tone growing firmer. "You can sleep here. I'll make do with the floor outside." Still clinging to that old mentality? How can you have such a low awareness? Lu Jinbai sat up on the bed, cross-legged, arguing with him. "We are both grown men. What is there to be shy about?" He then softened his tone. "I admit I was wrong before for speaking ill of you behind your back because of Su Qing. I'll change. Let us get along well from now on, shall we?" Xiaoyu remained silent, turning to retrieve a blanket from the cupboard. "I don't like sharing with others. I'll sleep outside for the night, and you can leave from here tomorrow." An inexplicable feeling of discomfort washed over him. Today, Lu Jinbai's demeanor unsettled him. It seemed wiser to keep his distance. Watching Xiaoyu carry the blanket out to the living room, Lu Jinbai couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. "Fine, I'll be leaving tomorrow anyway. Who would want to stay here and endure this?" The next morning, Lu Jinbai awoke and glanced outside. The sun was already bright, heralding a splendid day. With a thought, he entered his own space. Perhaps he had been too tired the previous night, tending to the harvest and inadvertently dozing off. He first collected the ripe cabbage into his backpack, discovering he had amassed 100 heads. He listed 60 on the trading interface for 6,000 gold coins, planning to deliver the remaining 40 to the Danyang Grand Hotel in the afternoon. Just as he finished, a notification popped up in the farming interface, indicating he could upgrade to level 2 for 1,000 gold coins. Lu Jinbai spent the coins on the upgrade and received a reward of 10 heads of cabbage. His farm now had a new plot of land, and the second slot in the seed store was also unlocked, displaying cabbage seeds at 10 coins each, maturing in 2 hours with a yield of 50 heads per seed. He decided to purchase 2 seeds for 20 coins and planted them. After completing these tasks, he signed in for the day, receiving a reward of 2 pounds of pork. Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. This was quite a profitable venture. He stored the pork in his backpack before exiting the space. As he stepped out, he heard Xiaoyu's voice from outside the door. "I went to the infirmary. There's food on the table." As Lu Jinbai dressed, he walked out to find Xiaoyu standing at the door, his gaze lingering on Lu Jinbai's face for a moment. The man who had just awakened bore little resemblance to the one from yesterday. His hair was tousled and stood on end, his eyes repeatedly darting toward the dining table. Upon spotting a large bowl of noodles, a glimmer lit up his eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, a moment of joy he didn't even realize he was displaying. "Rest assured, I shall leave after my meal. Even if I must sleep at the village entrance tonight, I will not disturb you," he said with a hint of irritation. Xiaoyu's tone turned icy, and his voice hardened slightly. "Are you a drifter? Do you have no home? Must you always seek trouble? Suit yourself. Just remember to take your clothes when you finish." he added before turning and exiting, leaving Lu Jinbai sitting at the dining table, silently shaking his fist at Xieyu's retreating figure. He murmured under his breath, "When have I ever endured such indignities? If it weren't for the fact that you are the male lead, I wouldn't be here at all. I shall eat and be off." As he lowered his head and devoured the noodles, he discovered 2 poached eggs nestled at the bottom of the bowl. Lu Jinbai stared at the eggs for a while, his tone softening. Perhaps this person isn't so bad after all. "Xiaoju, come fort." "Master, what is your command?" Xiao Jiu asked in a childlike voice. To what stage have Xiaoyu and Su Qing progressed? According to past events, Su Qing should have already been pursuing Xiaoyu. Yet it seemed the male lead remained oblivious to his feelings for the female lead. Was his reaction time truly so prolonged? The female lead was beautiful, intelligent, and spoke with such gentleness. How could he not have realized it? "Master, she is not the only one who admires the male lead. The young girls in this village and the educated youths all have feelings for him." Lu Jinbai scoffed, his tone filled with disbelief. Is he truly that remarkable? Does he deserve the affection of so many girls? Xiao Jiu immediately responded with flattery. "Master is 100 times better than Xiaoyu. The original owner had a poor reputation. That is why those girls lack discernment. Now that you have arrived, they will surely take a liking to you. You are handsome and possess a good temperament." Internally, he silently criticized, the Master's temperament is anything but good. He can be quite irritable. "Are you trying to flatter me with handsome?" Lu Jinbai exclaimed. "What part of me deserves that description? Are you incapable of speaking properly? Go away." He truly possessed a countenance that could be described as handsome. Was there truly no other suitable term? Xiao Jiu will take his leave. Xiao Jiu quickly agreed, immediately silencing himself. After finishing his meal, Lu Jinbai carried the empty bowl to the kitchen in the courtyard, washing it clean. Upon exiting the kitchen, he intended to retrieve his clothes. The fabric of the original owner's garments was soft, far more comfortable than what he currently wore. Although the original owner was poor, he was unwilling to suffer. His clothes were all made of soft material. In this regard, they were quite similar. After searching for a while, he finally discovered his clothes hanging on a bamboo pole in the corridor, surprisingly already washed. Xiaoyu displayed a certain thoughtfulness, even taking the time to wash his clothes. However, as they still bore the dampness of washing, he decided to let them dry for now and would collect them later in the afternoon. Lu Jinbai turned and exited Xiaoyu's home, strolling toward the village. Along the way, he encountered several elderly villagers, all greeting him with cheerful smiles. "Second uncle, out for a stroll? Aunt San, have you eaten yet? Aunt San, what lovely weather. Isn't it pleasant to sit here in the sun?" Everyone seemed relaxed today, gathered to chat about daily life. He conversed effortlessly with those he met along the way. The elderly villagers and young wives behind him looked on in astonishment. What has come over the third child of the Lu family? Today feels as though a different person has emerged. Indeed, just a while ago, he was laughing cheerfully with us. Who doesn't he know that Lu Jinbai, ever since childhood, has looked down upon others, and as he grew older, his arrogance only intensified, rendering him disdainful of conversing with the villagers. What has come over him today to greet them voluntarily? At the health center, Xiaoyu is currently attending to 2 patients, one from this village and the other from the neighboring one. The 2 elderly women, after collecting their medication, lingered to engage in gossip. The woman in the blue coat leaned in closer and, with a face full of intrigue, whispered to the other, "Are you aware of the Lu family in our village? Of course, is it about their third son causing trouble again?" Xiaoyu, who had been engrossed in writing, halted his pen at the mention of the Lu family's third son and listened intently. "Last night, as I sat outside to cool off, I heard their house in utter chaos." What was the commotion about? Lu Minxing's wife scolded Jin Bai for half the night, insinuating that he took the money and never returned home, even calling him an ungrateful wolf. Oh dear, such harsh words, I hesitate to repeat them. The other woman lowered her voice. Did Lu's third son steal money? No way. Initially, I thought so, but after hearing their family's uproar for half the night, it became clear. A few days ago, he saved an elderly lady, and I heard her family wanted to thank him with a reward. But yesterday, Lu's third son fell out with his family and ran away, prompting Lu Minxing's wife to yell after him, telling him not to come back. With his back to them, Xiaoyu felt a sudden pang in his heart, recalling Lu Jinbai in the torrential rain last night, with reddened eyes, claiming he had been cast out by his family. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. This morning, he had urged him to return, and recalling the boy's indignant expression, he realized the depth of his grievances. A sense of regret surged within Xiaoyu, lamenting the words he had spoken that compelled Lu Jinbai to leave. Meanwhile, the two women continued to chatter. In truth, one cannot entirely blame that boy. I have watched him grow. His family has never favored him, meting out only beatings and scoldings. He nearly starved at home if I hadn't given him a bun back then. Indeed, how can one treat their own child so poorly? The eldest and second sons have never faced such reprimands, and the old couple dotes on their youngest daughter. Just the other day, I saw them buy her several large meat buns. Xie Jiqing, a voice called from outside, and Su Qing knocked on the window frame, beaming as she stood there. Are you done? Xiaoyu glanced back at her, his tone nonchalant, yes. He then began to tidy the table. The two elderly women perked up, their eyes darting between the pair, brimming with curiosity. Are you heading out? One of them asked with a grin. Sui nodded, smiling. I'm going to town with Xie Jiqing. Indeed, Xie Jiqing and Su Jiqing make quite the match. If only Lu's third son could amend his reckless ways, he would also be a suitable match. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow at this comment, casting another glance at Su Qing. Is she truly that remarkable? So much so that Lu Jinbai is pursuing her? The two elderly women, medication in hand, exchanged playful banter before departing the health center. I borrowed a bicycle. Suina non sith. With that, they set off. Xiaoyu locked the door of the clinic and maneuvered the bicycle parked in the corner. Su Qing was aware of his possession but felt too shy to ask for a ride, so she borrowed another one instead. She could discern that Xiaoyu hailed from a well-off family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have moved to the outskirts of the village alone shortly after arriving. Let's go, he said as he mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards the village entrance, with Su Qing following closely behind. Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai made his way to the town on foot. He entered an alley, retrieved a cabbage from his backpack, and placed it into an empty basket he had borrowed from Xiaoyu's house. Then, he trudged towards Danyang restaurant. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Chao Inghua waiting for him. As Lu Jinbai approached, Chao greeted him with a broad smile. Brother Lu, you've arrived. He glanced at the heavy basket Lu Jinbai was carrying and remarked on the effort it seemed to require. Let me help you, Chao Inghua offered, taking the basket from Lu Jinbai's back. Let's go inside and chat. Lu Jinbai stepped in first, with Chao following closely behind, clutching the basket. Once inside the restaurant, Chao instructed the kitchen staff to prepare some food. There's no need for that. I didn't come here to eat. Let's discuss business first, Lu Jinbai replied, pulling back the cloth covering the basket to reveal the vibrant green cabbages. Chao Inghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that cabbage? Indeed. Take a look and let me know if you want to buy, Lu Jinbai said. Oh my, the quality is exceptional. I can already smell the freshness, Chao Inghua remarked, his excitement palpable. The produce from a space farm was truly not something ordinary people could cultivate. I'll buy as many as you have. Each cabbage was notably large, weighing over a pound individually. No wonder Lu Jinbai found it somewhat burdensome to carry. With a smile, he nodded. I have 30 cabbages here. In a few days, I'll bring you more, all of the same quality. Chao Inghua eagerly nodded. From now on, I'll purchase any vegetables you have. He then cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Jinbai and inquired, but these vegetables aren't grown by your family, are they? After all, he had never encountered any produce that could compare to what Lu Jinbai had delivered. The cabbages appeared exceptionally plump and exuded freshness. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own sources, Lu Jinbai replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Recognizing the implication, Chao Inghua refrained from pressing further and remarked, Brother Lu, I must admit I underestimated you. After pondering for a moment, he proposed a price. I'll pay you by weight, 50 cents per pound. How's that sound? Lu Jinbai calculated in his mind and realized that 50 cents a pound was indeed a lucrative price these days. He promptly replied, that works for me. Chao Inghua immediately called for the kitchen staff to come and weigh the cabbages. The 30 cabbages totaled 35 pounds, amounting to a total of 17.5 yuan. Holding the money in his hand, Lu Jinbai felt a sense of joy. He hadn't expected to earn his first income so quickly after arriving. "I'll come back in a couple of days with more vegetables," he said, waving the money with a smile. "Great. I'll be here waiting," Chao Inghua replied cheerfully. After Lu Jinbai departed, the head chef could no longer restrain himself and approached, expressing a hint of concern. "Chao Ge, charging 17 yuan and 50 cents for these few heads of cabbage seems rather unwise, doesn't it?" Chao Inghua cast him a sidelong glance and gestured toward the basket of cabbages. "These vegetables are not of ordinary quality. Take a closer whiff." The chef complied, leaning in to inhale the fragrance, and his eyes immediately lit up with delight. A refreshing aroma wafted forth, and upon further inspection, he discerned a subtle sweetness. "Indeed, the appearance is splendid," Chao Inghua continued. "Select one to prepare a stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli, complemented by some stir-fried pork. Let us savor the flavor." "I shall do so right away." The chef eagerly picked a cabbage and hurried into the kitchen. After sending his letter at the post office, Xiaoyu emerged and, passing by a tailor's shop, inexplicably paused and, as if guided by fate, stepped inside. Upon exiting, he found himself clutching a bulging package. He could hardly articulate what had compelled him to enter. He had chosen 2 sets of outer garments, along with 2 sets of undergarments, all selected in accordance with Lu Jinbai's measurements. The fabrics were pure cotton, chosen for their comfort against Lu Jinbai's tender skin, soft and gentle. "Xie Jiqing, I have completed my task," Su Qing called out, hastening to catch up with him, handing him a glass jar and softly saying, "This is a canned treat I just purchased. Do give it a try." Xiaoyu promptly shook his head in refusal. "No need. Just head back," he replied coolly, pushing his bicycle forward. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at Su Qing, his tone distant, by the way. "Refrain from bringing meals to the health center in the future." Su Qing's eyes instantly glistened with tears as she looked at his retreating figure, biting her lip and silently following him. A half-hour later, the two walked through the village, bicycles in tow. At that moment, several village women rushed ahead, exclaiming, "Hurry to the old Lu's house for some excitement. It must be the 3rd son of the Lu family causing another ruckus." Observing the departing figures, Su Qing turned to Xiaoyu. "I wonder what Lu Jinbai is up to now. He has always been so unpredictable." Xiaoyu cast her a fleeting glance, but remained silent, directing his bicycle toward the Lu family's direction. Not far ahead, they encountered a throng of villagers, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the Lu household. Su Qing swiftly squeezed beside Xiaoyu, following the gaze of the crowd. There, she beheld Lu Jinbai leisurely seated on a stone bench at the entrance, casually munching on sunflower seeds, seemingly indifferent. In stark contrast, the other members of the Lu family, Lu Minsheng and Lu Mu, wore scowls, glaring at him as if he were their adversary. Lu Mu, in particular, regarded him as a foe, her voice sharp as she cried, "Will you not produce it? Third brother, how can you treat mother this way upon your return? It is utterly excessive." Lu Xiangyao supported the trembling Lu Mu, casting a reproachful look at Lu Jinbai. Lu Jinbai scratched his ear, irritated by the noise, and replied nonchalantly, "As I have stated, I possess no money. You are speaking nonsense. Someone saw you enter the Donyang Grand Hotel yesterday. How could you possibly not have received any money?" Lu Yuanan interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at him and shouting, "You merely wish to keep it all for yourself." Lu Jinbai abruptly rose to his feet, raising his hand to strike down harshly upon the hand that was pointed at him. "Refrain from using your fingers on me," he exclaimed. "Ow!" Lu Yuanan yelped in pain, clutching his hand and stamping his feet, his face contorted in agony. Witnessing this, Lu Goen immediately widened his eyes in outrage, exclaiming, "How dare you strike your elder brother? Who instructed him to point at me?" Lu Jinbai retorted with a smile, though there was no warmth in his gaze. "What? Do you wish to try your hand at it too?" "Jinbai, let us discuss this civilly," the village head interjected, attempting to mediate. "They are your family, not your enemies. Why must it escalate to such a level?" "They do not regard me as family," Lu Jinbai remarked, tugging at the corners of his mouth with a hint of mockery. "Have you ever encountered a family that berates their own child as a bastard?" The village head turned to Lu Mu, exasperated. "You must understand, no matter how angry you are, such language is inappropriate for a child. It is utterly disgraceful. And what if I do? Lu Mu erupted like a firecracker, her voice rising sharply. He is nothing but a bastard, a mongrel, a worthless piece of trash. Why did he return to bother us? He should have perished outside. Her vitriolic words spewed forth like a torrent of filth, each one harsher than the last. Xiaoyu, standing at the back of the crowd, felt his expression darken. He had never fathomed that Lu Jinbai had grown up in such a household. The Lu family, in front of so many outsiders, could utter such words. One could only imagine the torment he endured in private. A pang of concern tightened in his chest as he instinctively glanced at the figure turned away from him, his eyes betraying a subtle compassion. Beside him, Su Qing murmured, "The Lu family is truly bizarre. Their eyes said a decent person among them." Just as her words escaped her lips, she met Xiaoyu's piercing gaze. His eyes were as cold as ice, imbued with a chilling intensity that made her heart skip a beat. The latter part of her statement lodged painfully in her throat, leaving her at a loss for words. Chapter 7. The sycophantic youth in historical novels Lu Jinbai let out a few cold laughs, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers among the villagers. His voice low yet laced with frost. "Have you all witnessed this? This is the life I lead in the Lu household." The villagers erupted in a flurry of murmurs, expressing their disbelief. The old Lu family has taken it too far. How could they treat a child this way? No matter what, he is their own flesh and blood. How can one curse their own child to perish outside? Such cruelty is unfathomable. They never speak to the eldest, second, or fourth in such a manner. They are excessively biased against the third. Indeed, one must be out of their wits. Lu Mu, unable to maintain her composure, snapped back. "What I do with my son is of no concern to you. Mind your own business, and I'll tear your mouths apart." Lu Minsheng, who had been silent, glared menacingly at Lu Jinan. "Aren't you coming back? You are bringing disgrace upon us." Lu Jinbai scoffed. "Return? So you can secretly ensure my demise in the dead of night? Very well." Fuming, Lu Minsheng trembled with rage. "If you refuse to return, then never set foot in this house again. I will act as though you are no longer my son. Dad, please say no more." Lu Goen hurriedly stepped forward to counsel Lu Jinan. Third brother quickly apologized to Dad. He is merely upset. Don't take his words to heart. Having reached this point in the conversation, what purpose does my return serve? Lu Jin's eyes glimmered with disdain. I shall never cross the threshold of the Lu family again. It is filthy. Enraged, Lu's mother clutched her chest and gasped for breath, turning abruptly to storm into the house. Moments later, she emerged, arms laden with garments, which she hurled to the ground with a fierce shout. "Leave? Depart at once." Lu Jin's gaze fixated on the scattered clothes, his expression growing increasingly cold. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Enough was enough. Xiao Jiao, in a state of sheer panic, urged him within his mind. "My lord, this cannot be. Have you forgotten the purpose of your visit?" Silence. Lu Jin strode defiantly into the Lu family's courtyard. Lu Xiangyao, standing nearby, scoffed with a sharp, biting mockery. "Did you not vow to never darken this doorstep again? What act is this?" Before her words could fully dissipate, an explosive cacophony erupted from within the house, accompanied by the jarring sound of shattering objects. The faces of Lu's mother and others paled dramatically as they rushed into the courtyard. There stood Lu Jin in the center, amidst a scene of utter chaos. Pots and pans lay in shattered fragments around him, while a pot of rice porridge mingled with shards of porcelain splattered everywhere. "My beloved iron pot, that was newly forged." Lu's mother let out a heart-wrenching wail. "Mother, third brother has smashed all the bowls." Lu Xiangyao shrieked, seeking refuge behind Lu Minsheng. "You wretched spawn!" Lu Minsheng trembled with fury. Lu Yuanan and Lu Goen seized sticks from the courtyard, aiming to strike him. In that moment, Xiaoyu intervened, pulling Lu Jin aside and delivering a kick to the two assailants. The force was significant, leaving them writhing in pain on the ground. Lu Jin stared at Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected defense. Lu Xiangyao, with a quivering voice, accused, "Xie Jiqing, how can you side with him?" Xiaoyu replied coldly, "Is this trivial matter of your family to be overlooked by others?" With that, he grasped Lu Jin's hand and led him away, stopping to collect the scattered garments one by one. Lu Jin was utterly perplexed as to why Xie Yu would come to his aid. Seeing Xie Yu assist Lu Jin, Su Qing hurried over to join in the effort. Soon after, the three departed from the Lu family home. Lu's mother, in tears, clutched the village chief's arm, lamenting, "Chief, you must intervene. That ungrateful wretch has destroyed my home. How can we continue living like this? He seeks my life. This matter is beyond my control." The village chief waved his hand, dispersing the onlookers. Before long, only Lu's immediate family remained at the front of their home. Lu's mother sank to the ground, pounding her thighs and crying out, "Alas, life as we know it cannot endure. I cannot go on." Lu Xiangyao stomped her feet in frustration. How could third brother do this, reducing our home to ruins? In a fit of rage, Lu's mother turned sharply to Lu's father, her words tumbling out in a torrent. "You should have suffocated him at birth. Lu Minsheng, you wretched man, what kind of spawn did you bring home?" Lu Minsheng's expression darkened, and he quickly crouched down to cover her mouth, hissing, "Be silent. What nonsense are you spouting here?" Lu Xiangyao, startled by his outburst, glanced between her mother on the ground and her father, who appeared flustered. A wave of suspicion washed over her. "Father, mother, what do you mean by this? Is third brother not your own flesh and blood?" Lu Jinbai was led forward by Xie Yu, while Su Qing silently trailed behind them. He glanced down at the warm hand on his wrist and gently pulled away. "Where are you taking me?" Xie Yu halted and turned to look at him, his tone indifferent. "Don't you have nowhere to stay? What does that have to do with you?" Lu Jinbai averted his gaze and muttered softly, "Did you not just drive me away?" Although the words were light, Xie Yu heard them clearly. Su Qing stepped forward, casting a protective glance at Lu Jinbai. Her tone assertive. "Xie Jijing clearly helped you just now. You should be grateful." Yes, it's my fault for being ungrateful," Lu Jinbai replied, pulling at the corners of his mouth, deliberately emphasizing his words. "You two are so noble and upright. You clearly make the perfect pair." He aimed to show Xie Yu that Su Qing was standing up for him. Xie Yu looked at him, his brow slightly furrowing. Did he truly have such fondness for Su Qing? Was he inciting his own irritation with such remarks? Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at Lu Jinbai. "Lu Jinbai, stop talking nonsense." However, Xie Yu did not respond. He took hold of Lu Jinbai's wrist again and continued walking forward, addressing Su Qing without looking back. "You should head back." Su Qing stood still, watching the two retreating figures, a bit taken aback. When did their relationship become so close? Xie Yu did not release his hold until they reached his residence. "From now on, you will stay here." Lu Jinbai feigned reluctance. "That would be rather awkward." "If you don't want to, then forget it," Xie Yu said, pushing open the door. Just as he spoke, Lu Jinbai had already ducked under his arm and slipped inside. His voice was filled with excitement. I do." Xie Yu smirked as he closed the door and followed him into the courtyard. In the kitchen, Xie Yu was preparing dinner when Lu Jinbai entered, carrying 2 pounds of pork. "Let's add to the meal," he said, raising the meat in his hand. Xie Yu glanced up briefly. "Where did that come from?" "Of course I bought it." "From the town?" Xie Yu inquired further. Lu Jinbai nodded, teasingly responding, "What else? Can I conjure out of thin air?" In truth, he could indeed conjure it, as the 2 pounds of pork had been retrieved from his spatial backpack. Considering he was borrowing from someone else's home, he felt it necessary to contribute. Xie Yu observed him for a moment before slowly stating, "I don't recall you bringing any pork." "Oh, I made a trip to the town this afternoon. I found a hidden spot to stash it upon returning, so no one could find it. I just made a special trip to retrieve it." Since Xie Yu had indeed seen him leave, he did not press further, merely remarking, "Aren't you worried about wild dogs taking it?" Lu Jinbai chuckled awkwardly, shifting the topic. "What delicious dishes can be made with this meat? I was planning to make noodles for dinner." "No way," Lu Jinbai interrupted, expressing his disinterest in noodles. Xie Yu silently scoffed at his pickiness. "How about dumplings?" Lu Jinbai's eyes lit up instantly, nodding eagerly. "Yes, let us have dumplings. I'll help out." In his memories, the original owner had seldom eaten dumplings. They were only made during the New Year at the Lu family, where he could only watch longingly, never tasting a single bite. Hearing that dumplings were ready, he felt an overwhelming joy. Xie Yu's heart skipped a beat under the gaze of his remarkably bright eyes, as if lightly struck by something. throwing his rhythm off for a moment. He quickly averted his gaze and accepted the pork, saying, "No need, you should go back inside. I can manage on my own." "Are you really going back inside then?" Lu Jinbai asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "You mustn't say behind my back that I only eat and do no work." "Of course not," Xie Yu replied. With that, Lu Jinbai felt reassured and cheerfully exited the kitchen, his steps light as he made his way into the inner room. It wasn't until nightfall that Lu Jinbai heard Xie Yu calling him for dinner from outside. He climbed out of bed, slipped on his shoes, and hurried out, just in time to see Xie Yu approaching with a plate of dumplings, a small bowl of vinegar set on the table. "Wash your hands before eating," Xie Yu remarked. Glancing at him, Lu Jinbai complied, washing his hands before returning to sit at the table, directly opposite Xie Yu. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and without a second thought, popped it into his mouth. Just as Xie Yu was about to caution him about the heat, Lu Jinbai cried out, "Hot, hot, hot!" He quickly covered his mouth. "Spit it out," Xie Yu urged, grabbing his wrist with a sense of urgency. Lu Jinbai shook his head vigorously, mumbling, "No need, no need." He stubbornly swallowed the dumpling, tilting his head back and opening his mouth, asking, "Can you see if it's burned inside?" Xie Yu's gaze fell upon his slightly parted lips, the tiny tongue glistening with a soft sheen. His expression darkened. Upon inspecting his mouth, he noted a small burn on the inside of his lower lip. "Just out of the pot. Why were you in such a hurry?" Xie Yu chided. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Jinbai pouted, grabbing another dumpling and blowing on it. Xie Yu found himself inadvertently fixated on him. Watching Lu Jinbai puff out his cheeks gently, he felt an unexpected fondness. "What is wrong with you? Why do you keep staring at me?" "I can't eat," Lu Jinbai joked, noticing Xie Yu's lingering gaze. The words "I can't eat" echoed in Xie Yu's mind, seemingly light as a feather, but scratching at his heart. Did he not realize how alluring he appeared in that moment? Xie Yu silently scolded himself for his inappropriate thoughts. Lu Jinbai was a man, sharing the same gender. So why did he find everything about him so pleasing, even yearning to be a little closer? Was he ill? It seemed a trip to the hospital was in order for tomorrow. "Just eat your food and stop talking so much." Xie Yu suppressed his strange feelings and focused on his meal. His eating was consistently graceful, standing in stark contrast to Lu Jinbai, who devoured his food ravenously. As Lu Jinbai relished his meal, Xie Yu, observing his satisfaction, found himself indulging in an extra plate. When it came time to sleep, Xie Yu faced another dilemma. He stood at the edge of the bed, watching Lu Jinbai reclined comfortably. "You can't possibly spend another night outside, can you?" Lu Jinbai asked, lifting his gaze. Xie Yu lowered his eyelids, remaining silent, as he lifted a corner of the blanket and lay down on the outer side. "Sleep well," he said softly. Lu Jinbai glanced at him and lay down as well, turning to his side and saying, "That's right. We are two grown men, nothing to be shy about. I sleep quite soundly, so you need not worry." He paused, his gaze falling on Xie Yu's back, and added, "You don't snore, do you?" Xie Yu, eyes closed, distinctly felt the warmth of the other's breath brushing against his back, a strange flutter beginning to spread within him, leading to an embarrassing reaction. When he spoke, his tone was icy. "If you don't want to sleep, just go outside." Lu Jinbai was momentarily taken aback by his attitude, turning away from him and muttering, "What's your problem?" Xie Yu curled up, feeling his mind tangled in chaos, making sleep impossible. Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai seemed unaffected. He collected cabbage in his space farm and planted new seeds before drifting into a hazy sleep. Listening to the even breaths behind him, Xie Yu quietly rose and went to the yard, taking a cold shower to quell the heat rising within him. Upon returning to the room, he found Lu Jinbai sprawled across the bed, even encroaching on his side. Xie Yu's lips twitched. Was this what Lu Jinbai meant by sleeping soundly? He approached and roughly shoved Lu Jinbai, pushing him further into the bed, then lay down on his side, facing him. To his surprise, as soon as he settled in, Lu Jinbai mumbled something and rolled over, wrapping himself around Xie Yu like an octopus. Xie Yu's expression changed abruptly. He pushed him away forcefully, resulting in a loud thud as Lu Jinbai's head collided with the nightstand. Rubbing his head, Lu Jinbai sat up groggily, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Who pushed me?" Xie Yu stood at the side of the bed, his expression grim, contemplating how to respond. After sitting for a moment, Lu Jinbai succumbed to sleep once more. Xiaoyu cursed under his breath, turning away as he lay down, tossing and turning throughout the night. In the middle of the night, Xiaoyu woke from the heat, only to find Lu Jinbai once again entangled around him like an octopus. He was at a loss for words. The heavy drowsiness overcame him, and he lazily wrapped an arm around Lu Jinbai, drifting back into a deep sleep. The following morning, when Lu Jinbai awoke, Xiaoyu had already vanished. At this hour, he was likely at the health station for work. Lu Jinbai thought about the cabbages in his space, his consciousness flickering into that realm. He quickly harvested the vegetables and checked his backpack, discovering he had accumulated 500 cabbages. He kept 100 and sold the remaining 400 in the trading bar, instantly amassing 40,000 coins. To upgrade to level 3, he needed 50,000 coins, leaving him 8,000 short. It seemed he would need to plant a few more batches of cabbage to gather enough coins for the upgrade. Lu Jinbai swiftly sowed the next batch before exiting the space. As he got up, he noticed 2 sets of clothing by the bedside, including an outer coat, inner garments, and even underwear. He picked them up and examined them. Had Xiaoyu purchased these for him? He chose a dark green outer coat that fit perfectly. It appeared that Xiaoyu truly had bought them for him. He was, after all, quite a decent fellow. As Lu Jinbai donned his attire and stepped out of the inner room, he noticed his breakfast laid out on the dining table, steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables, and in the center, a bowl of porridge covered with a plate. A warmth enveloped his heart as he joyfully took a seat and began to savor a bun leisurely. At the county hospital, Xiaoyu Tian had risen before dawn. After preparing breakfast, he mounted his bicycle and hastened towards the town. Upon arrival, he procured a ticket to the county city. By 8 o'clock, shortly after the outpatient clinic opened, he found himself seated in the waiting room. He genuinely felt that he might be unwell. This morning, when he awoke, Lu Jinbai was curled up in his embrace, his gentle breath brushing against Xiaoyu's neck. His heart raced uncontrollably, accompanied by an unfamiliar ache in his body. What seems to be troubling you? The male doctor in the clinic regarded the blank medical record Xiaoyu presented, then scrutinized him closely. Xiaoyu opened his mouth, but remained speechless for a while. Take your time, there's no rush, the doctor encouraged patiently. Clearing his throat, Xiaoyu began, in recent days, whenever I see a certain person, I feel something is amiss. In what way? The doctor inquired. For instance, when I converse with him, my heart races fiercely. My eyes seem to have a mind of their own, irresistibly drawn to him. Everything he does, the expressions he wears while speaking, all appear charming and delightful. And whenever he touches me, Xiaoyu faltered. His ears flushed crimson, too embarrassed to continue. The doctor chuckled softly, tapping his pen against the medical record. You are perfectly healthy. This is entirely normal. Xiaoyu abruptly lifted his gaze. I'm not sick? Just a few days ago I was fine. Ha ha ha. Young man, your passions are simply ablaze, which is quite natural. The doctor replied, his tone imbued with the understanding of experience. When one harbors affection for someone, it is inevitable to feel flustered. You should confess your feelings promptly and arrange for your happiness to unfold in a proper manner. Xiaoyu stood there, momentarily speechless, before asking, Are you suggesting that I have feelings for him? Indeed, it is clear as day, the doctor said matter-of-factly. Only for someone you admire would you experience such disarray. Rest assured, you are perfectly well. The phrase, only for someone you admire, reverberated in Xiaoyu's mind, akin to a stone cast into water, creating ripples that expanded outward. He liked Lu Jinbai. This realization ignited warmth throughout his being, dispelling the previous confusion. Exiting the consultation room, Xiaoyu felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He had finally unraveled the source of his peculiar feelings towards Lu Jinbai. So this is what it meant to like someone, even if they were of the same sex. His eyes brimmed with a tumult of emotions, which gradually settled into tranquility. What did it matter? His affection was solely for Lu Jinbai. At that moment, a sudden cry for help pierced through the corridor. Xiaoyu halted, stepping forward to peer into the crowd. There lay an elderly man, over 50, clutching his throat and collapsing to the ground, his face flushed, chest heaving violently with no breath to draw. Panic ensued among the onlookers, some urgently calling for a doctor, while others attempted to assist him. Don't move him. Xiaoyu hastily rushed over and crouched down to swiftly assess the elder's condition. The few individuals present were momentarily quelled by his imposing demeanor, rendering them motionless. Soon, several doctors hurriedly arrived, parting the crowd as they inquired, "What has transpired?" "Doctor, please take a look. That old gentleman is on the brink. He can hardly breathe. We need to act quickly." One doctor, noticing Xiaoyu squatting on the ground, furrowed his brow and admonished, "Step aside. What are you doing here?" Xiaoyu glanced up at him briefly, uttering no more than necessary, before extracting a pen from the doctor's white coat pocket. With unwavering resolve, he aimed for the elder's throat and decisively punctured it. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, splattering him from head to toe. "Oh no, he's killed him." The onlookers recoiled in fear. Has he just fatally wounded that man? How dare he act so brazenly in broad daylight? Call the police and apprehend him. Several doctors rushed forward to examine the situation, their initial terror swiftly transforming into incredulous shock. "Press down here," Xiaoyu instructed, signaling for the doctor beside him to apply pressure to the elder's wound. "Just hold it for a moment." "Oh, understood." The doctor promptly complied. "Wait, we can't let him just leave." As Xiaoyu turned to depart, someone stepped forward to obstruct him. "Don't jump to conclusions." The doctor who had acted earlier hastily clarified, if it weren't for this young man's timely intervention, the elder would have surely perished. He is suffering from acute respiratory obstruction and could suffocate to death. The crowd then grasped the gravity of the situation, parting ways with expressions of remorse as they offered apologies to Xiaoyu. "My apologies, we misjudged the situation." Xiaoyu cast a glance at them, saying nothing as he strode away. The other doctors could not suppress their whispers among themselves. This individual possesses considerable skill, does he not? Surely, he must be a doctor as well, considering his adept technique. Not far off, the doctor who had previously diagnosed Xiaoyu observed the entire scene unfold. So he is a peer? But what ailment was he examining? Does he not know if he himself has any health issues? Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai pushed a cart laden with 100 cabbages to the Danyang Grand Hotel. This cart had been specifically rented from the town, for carrying such a volume of vegetables single-handedly was simply impractical, and he could not conjure them out of thin air. If caught by someone, they might mistakenly perceive him as a creature of folklore and attempt to capture him for study. It was prudent to exercise caution. Gao Xinghua, upon seeing the cart brimming with robust and plump cabbages, drew closer, inhaling the sweet fragrance reminiscent of fresh cabbage. "I will offer you 6 jiao per gene for these cabbages." Lu Jinbai smiled and nodded in agreement. "That sounds good." Chao Yinghua then called over the head chef to weigh the produce. The chef, having set aside his previous reservations, approached with enthusiasm. Last night, a table of guests had ordered dishes featuring cabbage and vermicelli, sautéed cabbage with pork, and spicy stir-fried cabbage, praising the delectable taste that complemented their meal. He had even taken 2 extra plates home. With such profitable ventures, how could he not be eager? Noticing the entire cart of cabbages that Lu Jinbai had brought, both visually appealing and fragrant, he thought of the multitude of dishes that could be crafted from this ingredient. "Brother Chow, do you think you can manage all these vegetables?" Lu Jinbai inquired. "Is it too much? Perhaps I could deliver more every 2 or 3 days. Chapter 10. The Affectionate Youth in the Era of Literature. Many thanks to you, Brother Lu, Chao Yinghua replied with a smile. "To be honest, I can consume quite a bit daily, but I'm concerned that if I accumulate too much, it might lose its freshness. My friend's restaurant is opening next month. I will introduce you to him then." "Thank you, Brother Chow," Lu Jinbai responded with genuine warmth. "All set," the master chef announced as he weighed the cabbage. A total of 700 jin, costing 420 kwai. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Jinbai's eyes brightened. Just yesterday, he had earned 17 kwai, and today he had multiplied that amount significantly. Chao Yinghua counted out 420 kwai and handed it over, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Lu." "Not at all, not at all." Lu Jinbai joyfully accepted the money, counting it again before tucking it away. "I'll return in 3 days?" "Sure, no problem," Chao Yinghua replied with a smile. After departing from the Danyang Grand Hotel, Lu Jinbai made his way directly to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Currently residing at Xiaoyu's home, he intended to purchase some items to take back, as it would be rather impolite otherwise. He was quite the polite individual at heart. Upon reaching the cooperative, Lu Jinbai selected several jars of canned goods, some white rabbit milk candies, and malted milk powder, along with a bar of soap. His gaze swept over the shelves, landing on men's shoes. He decided to pick out 2 pairs, one for himself and the other for Xiaoyu, as his size was a couple of sizes larger than his own. After browsing around, he also purchased some cooking oil, flour, and rice. The staff at the cooperative, noticing the quantity he had bought, offered him a backpack for convenience. As Lu Jinbai stepped out of the cooperative, he unexpectedly encountered Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's gaze held a burning intensity as he asked, "What brings you to town?" Noticing the backpack on his back, he inquired further, "What did you buy?" Lu Jinbai quickly turned the backpack towards him, exclaiming, "Quick, take it. It's heavy." Xiaoyu promptly took it onto his own back. When his eyes fell upon the distinct red mark on Lu Jinbai's shoulder, his expression darkened. Gently, he reached out to touch it, noting it's quite red. Startled by Xiaoyu's touch, Lu Jinbai recoiled slightly, questioning, "What are you doing?" Xiaoyu glanced at his fingers, then murmured while stroking them, "Your shoulder is all red." "It's nothing. My skin is just sensitive. A mere touch does this," Lu Jinbai replied, continuing to walk ahead while glancing around at the scenery. Xiaoyu followed closely behind, repeatedly reflecting on Lu Jinbai's remark about his sensitive skin. As they passed by a pork stall, Xiaoyu bought a few jin of pork belly, intending to prepare braised pork for Lu Jinbai, knowing he had particular tastes. He also picked up some ribs and pig trotters, totaling 6 kwai, and handed over several meat coupons. Lu Jinbai had been watching him intently and couldn't help but ask, "What were those tickets you gave earlier?" "They're meat coupons. Didn't you know? You need them for your purchases." Lu Jinbai scratched his nose, recalling that items did require tickets for purchase. "I didn't use any coupons earlier. I paid extra." Xiaoyu, gazing at him with a gentle demeanor, remarked, "We have plenty of coupons at home, of various kinds. In the future, if you wish to buy something, just take it." With a skeptical expression, Lu Jinbai looked at him and asked, "Are you really that kind-hearted?" He paused for a moment, inching closer, wondering if he harbored any ill intentions towards me. Being so near, I could discern the fine hairs on his face, causing my breath to falter. "Harm me? Is there an unspoken implication in your tone?" I retorted. "Isn't it rather generous of you?" Lu Jinbai queried defiantly. Xiaoyu halted, casting a glance at him before dismissively uttering 2 words and departing for home. "Hey, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" Lu Jinbai hastily pursued him. Upon hearing the call from behind, Xiaoyu slowed his pace, his bicycle parked ahead. "Did you ride here?" Lu Jinbai's eyes brightened, followed by another question, "By the way, is it easy to learn how to ride? Teach me sometime, and once I master it, I'll buy one for myself." He continued to chatter beside Xiaoyu, listening intently. A faint smile graced Xiaoyu's lips as he turned his head to glance at him and replied, "All right." By the time they returned home, it was well past noon. Xiaoyu prepared the leftover dumplings from the previous day. They each took a bowl to share, Lu Jinbai with a small bowl, while Xiaoyu held a larger one. After their meal, Xiaoyu noticed a pile of items Lu Jinbai had purchased and asked, "Where did you get the money for all this?" Lu Jinbai, beaming, fished out a few 10-yuan bills from his pocket and waved them playfully, "I have money." He then pulled out 2 20-yuan bills and offered them. "Consider this my contribution to living at your place. If it isn't enough, just ask for more." Xiaoyu, gripping the 2 bills, raised his eyes in inquiry. "Where exactly did your money come from?" Lu Jinbai casually draped an arm over his shoulder, their bodies drawing perilously close, foreheads nearly touching. Xiaoyu felt a warmth spreading from his ears to his neck, the air around them infused with the refreshing scent of Lu Jinbai, akin to a natural fragrance. Just as he intended to lean in closer to savor the aroma, Lu Jinbai playfully pushed him away. "I've been talking to you for ages. Where have you wandered off to?" "What did you say?" Xiaoyu finally regained focus. Lu Jinbai, exasperated, responded, "So I've been parched and chattering away while you were entirely oblivious?" He turned his face away, exclaiming, "Forget it, I'm dying of thirst." Xiaoyu chuckled softly and leaned closer. "Shall I brew a cup of honey water for you? Would you like some?" Lu Jinbai's lips curled into a smile as he feigned indifference. "Make sure to add 2 extra spoonfuls." Moments later, Xiaoyu returned with a bowl of lukewarm honey water. "It's not hot anymore. Go ahead and drink." Lu Jinbai accepted the bowl, sipping delicately. Xiaoyu watched his slightly parted lips, feeling an involuntary movement in his throat. A hint of jealousy blossomed within him as he observed that bowl being enjoyed. After Lu Jinbai finished, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, the remnants of moisture rendering his lips even more luscious, reminiscent of a ripe cherry, tightening Xiaoyu's heart. Watching him dash back inside, he soon emerged with 2 pairs of shoes. Xiaoyu, look what I bought. This pair is for you. Try them on to see if they fit. Xiaoyu accepted the grass-green canvas shoes, slipping them on instantly. They fit perfectly. How do they feel? Very comfortable, he replied. Lu Jinbai quickly donned the other pair and bounced up and down. Observing their matching shoes, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming warmth fill his heart. How much did this shirt of mine cost? Let me pay you back. No need, it was hardly expensive. Xiaoyu shook his head. Lu Jinbai was not one to hold back. All right, next time I'll buy it for you. Just make sure to remember the size. I can stretch it out longer than you, Xiaoyu, he said, casting a pointed glance at his lower body. Lu Jinbai instantly flared up. Damn it. Xiaoyu, who are you messing with? Stop pretending to be tough. Are you really bigger than me? Come on, let us compare right now. He stubbornly held his ground. Chapter 11. The infatuated youth in the era of literature. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and leisurely suggested, how about we go inside and compare? Lu Jinbai was momentarily taken aback. When did Xiaoyu become so irreverent? Over the past few days, Xiaoyu had been diligently working at the health station, even rushing back at noon to cook. Lu Jinbai was currently lounging in the house. He had just explored his upgraded space, now at level 4. He had planted tomato seeds, costing 20 coins each, spending 80 coins to buy 4. Upon harvest, each plot yielded 50 tomatoes. Xiaoyu's kitchen was nearly overflowing with his produce, with dozens of cabbages and Chinese cabbages piled up. Initially, Xiaoyu had inquired about where he bought them, but soon ceased to ask further. Having grown weary of lying down, Lu Jinbai got up and stepped outside to bask in the sun. In a daze, the front door swung open, and Xiaoyu walked in carrying 2 fish. Did you fall asleep? Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of concern. Why aren't you sleeping inside? Lu Jinbai rubbed his eyes and stood up. Where did these 2 fish come from? Xiaoyu chuckled. From the riverbank. Everyone was catching them, so I caught a couple too. How about steamed fish for lunch? Lu Jinbai looked at him with admiration. How come you could do everything? Well, I used to cook often at home, Xiaoyu replied. That's great. I really appreciate someone who can cook. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener took it to heart. Xiaoyu's brows relaxed, and the laughter in his eyes was unmistakable. Wait here, I'll go prepare it. Lu Jinbai followed him into the kitchen, jesting, you know. Our life together feels like that of a young couple. You cook, I wait to eat, you go to work, and I wait for you to come home to cook. You really resemble a little housewife. Xiaoyu looked up at him, his tone as gentle as if it were steeped in water. Yes, it does seem so. Lu Jinbai was momentarily stunned, gazing at him in surprise. Xiaoyu had been acting strangely over the past few days, no matter what teasing remarks he made. Xiaoyu responded with a calm demeanor. No wonder he was the male lead. Even when Lu Jinbai jested, Xiaoyu remained composed. Such perseverance and patience were indeed not qualities possessed by ordinary individuals. Is Xiaoyu home? A loud voice from outside the courtyard interrupted their moment. Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Lu Jinbai, and they both walked outside. Village head, is there something you need? Lu Jinbai asked first. The village head glared at him several times, sternly saying, Look at you, instead of going home, you're loitering here at Xiaoju's place. What is the matter with your parents? They scold you a few times, and you take it to heart? It's just a little reprimand. Lu Jinbai scoffed, a hint of mockery in his tone. Well, they didn't scold you, did they? So of course you can stand there and talk big. The village head was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoyu quickly intervened, turning to the village head. Village head, did you need something? The village chief, somewhat flustered, took a moment to collect himself and announced, Tomorrow, the entire team will gather to harvest rice. We must convene at the threshing ground before 7:30. He then turned to Lu Jinbai, emphasizing his words, You must attend as well. Lu Jinbai, having never participated in rice harvesting before, found the prospect rather intriguing and readily replied, All right, I will definitely be there. Seeing his compliance, the village chief's expression softened slightly. However, just as he was about to depart, He was interrupted. Jinbai, I must speak with you for a moment. No, no, no. Lu Jinbai hurriedly urged him towards the exit. Please, go and inform the others. We cannot afford a delay. As soon as he finished his sentence, the door clicked shut. Xiaoyu glanced at him, his tone calm. No one is forcing you to return. You can stay here. Ah, it's not practical for me to remain here indefinitely. I live alone. Having company is far more lively. Lu Jinbai considered this. Once Xiaoyu and the female lead became a couple, would he still be able to linger here? He needed to make room for her. Wait, that thought sounded a bit off. After the village chief departed from the Lu family, Lu Xiangyao began to voice her grievances to her mother. Mom, I don't want to go tomorrow. If you don't wish to go, then don't. Have your third brother do your share of the work. Will he be willing? Lu mother shot her a glare. Does he dare refuse? He'll never set foot in this house again. At that moment, Lu Goen leaned closer to Lu mother and whispered, Mom, do you know whose child the third brother really is? Last time, Lu mother had let slip some information, and they had evaded Lu Mingxing's questions, only to discover that the third brother was not actually a biological member of the Lu family. Who knows? 22 years ago, your father returned home carrying a baby and brought back 100 yuan, Lu mother scoffed. Had it not been for that money, I would have ended that wretched child's life right then. Lu Goen pondered this. So, if the third brother's real family could afford 100 yuan back then, they must have been quite well off. Well off, and yet what of it? Lu mother snorted. He is still a good-for-nothing drifter now. In our village, those young women wouldn't even spare him a glance. She continued disdainfully. The only thing he is going for him is his looks. Good to behold, but utterly useless. Lu Xiangyao listened, realizing why her third brother stood out even more than herself. His skin remained fair regardless of the sun, and his features were quite handsome. It turned out he was not of Lu blood. This matter must remain a secret. He must never learn the truth. Lu mother asserted emphatically, her gaze filled with warning. Otherwise, he might uproot our entire household. Rest assured, mother. The three siblings quickly replied in unison. We are not foolish enough to speak of it. The next day, as Lu Jinbai slept soundly, he was awakened by Xiaoyu. His eyelids felt heavy with sleep, and Xiaoyu, noticing this, felt a pang of sympathy. He couldn't help but suggest, why don't you skip it? I can go on my own. We are paired for the rice harvesting. I can handle your share. You underestimate me, Lu Jinbai retorted, forcing his eyes open with a hint of defiance. I can manage. At that moment, the usually silent Xiao Jiu suddenly appeared. Host, Xiaoyu is right. You have never endured such hardship, and it is truly unbearable. Are you here to mock me? No, no, my lord. You are the most formidable under heaven. Just wait. I will make you all take a fresh look at me. Lu Jinbai swiftly donned his clothes, descended from the bed, and splashed his face with cold water in the courtyard, finally feeling thoroughly awake. Xiaoyu brought over breakfast, consisting of a bowl of thin porridge accompanied by a few boiled eggs. Lu Jinbai had little appetite, merely picking at his meal before setting down his bowl and chopsticks. You must eat more. You won't last through the morning otherwise, Xiaoyu urged with a furrowed brow. I have no appetite. I don't wish to eat. Lu Jinbai waved his hand dismissively. You eat for yourself. Chapter 12. The devoted youth in the era of literature, Xiaoyu silently finished his bowl of porridge, consumed 2 eggs, and tucked the remaining 3 into his pocket. When hunger struck at noon, he would have them to sustain him. The two of them set out together, heading towards the granary at the village entrance. Upon arrival, they found quite a gathering, with Su Qing among them. Upon spotting Xiaoyu, she immediately trotted over, smiling as she asked, Xie Jiqing, shall we team up later? Lu Jinbai glanced at Xiaoyu, then at Su Qing. It seemed a perfect pairing for the two, providing an opportunity to foster their relationship. Just as he pondered this, Jiangzhe from the youth group approached with a cheerful demeanor. Jinbai, shall we form a team? Before Lu Jinbai could respond, Xiaoyu pulled him close, his tone firm. No, we have already formed a team. Su Qing's smile faded, her eyes clouded with disappointment. Lu Jinbai gently nudged Xiaoyu with his elbow, lowering his voice. What is the matter with you? Leaving Su Qing alone like that makes her feel quite awkward. Xiaoyu's expression darkened, a sense of something blocking his heart, heavy and suffocating. Did he truly care so much for Su Qing? At that moment, Lu's mother spotted them from a distance and called out, Third son, come here. Lu Jinbai cast a glance at her, but ignored the call, standing still beside Xiaoyu. Lu Xiangyao hurried over, grasping his sleeve with a gentle tone. Third brother, please don't provoke mother any further. I have an idea that will surely get you home today. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly, his heart racing. He feared that Lu Jinbai might heed his family's soft words and turn back to the Lu household. He did not wish to be separated from him, not at all. Lu Jinbai scoffed, lifting his eyes to scrutinize her. Oh, pray tell, what is your idea? Lu Xiangyao's face lit up with delight, just as mother had said. Third brother still held family ties dear. A few soft words would coax him down the steps. You know, I have never been able to endure hardships in childhood. She lowered her gaze, her voice softening. I have hardly worked in the fields, and being a girl, how about we siblings team up? You can take care of my share of the work. How does that sound? Lu Jinbai's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes as he raised his voice to admonish her. Comrade Lu Xiangyao, how can your awareness be so low? Gender equality is advocated everywhere now. How can you shamelessly use being a girl as an excuse to shirk work? Third brother, how can you say such things to me? Lu Xiangyao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Third brother was no longer the same. He seemed like a completely different person. Since that incident when he smashed things at home, he had changed. He was never like this before. He would always comply with her wishes, but when had he ever spoken to her so sternly? What you said was mild. Lu Jinbai cast her a glance, his tone growing heavier. Look at Su Jiqing and the other female youth. They too are girls. They voluntarily came here to work in the countryside, engaging in harvesting and weeding. Has any of them ever complained? Instead of learning from them, you waste your days pondering trivial matters. Particularly Su Jiqing. Observe how she conducts herself. Then reflect on your own behavior. Stop lingering here. It's quite shameful. Xiaoyu listened from the side, feeling a knot form his chest as he heard Lu Jinbai's praises for Su Qing. Su Qing herself was taken aback by Lu Jinbai's public commendation. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, feeling a bit bashful. It's all for the construction of our nation. Laboring in the countryside is our duty, she murmured. The other female youth nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Su Jiqing speaks the truth. Lu Jinbai spread his hands, looking at Lu Xiangyao. Did you hear that? This is the awareness one should possess. Learn from it. Lu Xiangyao's face shifted between shades of red and white. Unable to contain herself any longer, she covered her mouth and burst into tears. Lu Yuanan, witnessing this, retorted angrily, as if you had ever worked hard before. Who doesn't know that you slacked off whenever it was time to work? And so what? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow, his tone unyielding. I have already turned over a new leaf. How could I let you all tread the same misguided path I once did? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Mind your own duties and refrain from engaging in trivial nonsense. These words struck like slaps across the faces of the Lu family members, turning their expressions a shade of grim. Their gazes towards Lu Jinbai were filled with hostility. Meanwhile, Su Qing and the other youth began to reassess Lu Jinbai. He was not so bad after all. His awareness was commendable. Nearby, Jiangzhi remarked to a few youth. I told you Lu Jinbai was quite decent. You all didn't believe me. Now we do believe. The other youth echoed. Jiangzhi looked at Lu Jinbai with a smile. He found him quite handsome, with fair skin, and felt an affinity towards him. Previously, Lu Jinbai had seemed aloof. A waste of such good looks. Now, with such a significant transformation, his words were sensible and devoid of any annoyance, making him feel like a younger brother. At that moment, the village chief approached with a loudspeaker, saying, Everyone, please quiet down. What Lu's third son just said was excellent. However, let us try to allocate less for the girls. Don't voice too many objections. Jiangzhi replied loudly, There will be no objections. We are more than willing to support the female comrades. Lu Jinbai leaned towards Xiaoyu and whispered, I will be in the same team as Jiangzhi later. You must perform well. Xiaoyu looked at him. Perform well in what? You work quickly and efficiently. Help Su Jiqing with her tasks so she could take more breaks. Do you remember? Xiaoyu reached out and grabbed Lu Jinbai, who was about to flee, firmly gripping the nape of his neck. Don't even think about it. Let him take care of Su Qing. How could he possibly strike at the very heart of his concerns? Meanwhile, the village head had already allocated the land. Xiaoyu and Lu Jinbai found themselves assigned to a plot farther from the village. The two walked in succession, with Lu Jinbai trailing behind, complaining to Xiao Jiu about Xieyu. What was wrong with Xieyu? I kindly created an opportunity for him and Su Qing, yet he is still angry. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jiu responded, "Did you inadvertently offend him with your words?" I said nothing. He is just overly sensitive. I suggested he do more work so that Su Qing could rest. What is wrong with that? How can a man of nearly 2 meters be so petty, reluctant to take on extra tasks? And then he throws a tantrum, ignoring me. It's truly childish. Xiao Jiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is excessively petty. Xieyu halted at the edge of the rice field, not glancing at Lu Jinbai or uttering a word, bending down to pick up a sickle and stepping into the rice stalks. Chapter 13. The infatuated youth of a bygone era. Lu Jinbai rolled his eyes at Xieyu's back, reluctantly following suit, positioning himself beside him to begin cutting. Initially, he found it somewhat novel, methodically wielding the sickle, but soon he could no longer endure it. His back felt as if it might break, and his palms were painfully chafed. Lu Jinbai gasped, squatting amidst the rice, his brow furrowed tightly. Xieyu had already distanced himself significantly, but upon catching sight of Lu Jinbai crouched, clutching his hand, he abruptly halted and turned back. What is wrong? Without waiting for a reply, he grasped Lu Jinbai's hand, revealing raw skin that was bleeding, causing a pang of alarm in his heart. If you can't bear it, just say so. Why endure this? Xieyu's tone was laced with ire, feeling a tightness in his chest from the reprimand. Lu Jinbai withdrew his hand and muttered, "Since you refuse to do more work, I must complete my share." Xieyu was tempted to pry open his head to see what thoughts occupied it. Was he truly unwilling to help? It was clear he simply did not wish to assist Su Qing. Suppressing a wave of inexplicable anger, Xieyu bent down and lifted Lu Jinbai off the ground, carrying him towards the large tree at the edge of the field. Startled, Lu Jinbai tensed, struggling with all his might. "Xieyu, what are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate me? Put me down." Xieyu initially held him securely, but as Lu Jinbai struggled, he stumbled, and they both tumbled towards the earthen bank. Just as Lu Jinbai was about to collide with the hard ground, Xieyu swiftly turned and braced himself beneath him. Lu Jinbai landed on top of him, his teeth striking Xieyu's nose, producing a muffled thud, and instantly a sweet metallic taste filled his mouth. Gasping, he covered his mouth. Xieyu's back felt as if it would split from the sharp stones, yet he disregarded the pain, pulling Lu Jinbai's hand down to inspect it. Lu Jinbai's lower lip was split open, blood trickling down, stark against his skin. "Xieyu, you're bleeding." Lu Jinbai pointed to the tip of Xieyu's nose, which was also bruised and bleeding. However, Xieyu seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated on Lu Jinbai's lips, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. He was overwhelmed with the urge to taste that striking crimson. Lu Jinbai scrambled off him, dusting off his clothes and covering his mouth, grumbled, "Why on earth did you carry me? I'm not a woman." Xieyu's gaze darkened slightly, and his voice became hoarse. "Does your mouth still hurt?" As he spoke, he lowered his hand and retrieved a clean handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping away the blood at the corners of Lu Jinbai's lips. Lu Jinbai felt uneasy under his scrutiny and waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a minor injury. I'm fine. Stay seated and don't move." Xieyu then produced 2 eggs and handed them to him. "Eat these. I'll take care of the rest." Lu Jinbai hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. What if someone sees? This area is secluded. No one will come here. Xieyu had arranged to secure this plot of land from the village chief early on, specifically so Lu Jinbai could rest. After saying this, he turned and returned to the rice fields. As Lu Jinbai watched his retreating figure, his heart softened. He realized that Xieyu was quite a decent person. Then why had he hesitated to team up with Su Qing earlier? He seemed to contribute far less than she did. Could it be that he was shy? Perhaps he had never interacted much with women and found it difficult to let go. Lu Jinbai had never engaged in such labor before. It left him exhausted and unwilling to move. Compared to the battles he had fought against the demon and monster tribes in the past, this was far more physically draining. Meanwhile, Xieyu returned to the rice fields and glanced back at Lu Jinbai under the big tree. Quietly, he pulled out the handkerchief from his pocket, which still bore faint traces of blood. He lowered his head and gently licked the spot of red. His blood was sweet. By midday, Xie had already harvested more than half of the rice field. When Lu Jinbai saw him approaching with a sickle, he immediately stood up to greet him. A smile spread across his face. Xie, you must be exhausted. I save an egg for you. It's freshly peeled, so hurry and eat. He held the peeled egg to Xie Yu's mouth, his eyes sparkling with joy. Xie Yu looked at the smiling face before him, his Adam's apple bobbing as he lowered his head and took a bite. Lu Jinbai glanced at the half-egg still in his hand and directly shoved it into Xie Yu's mouth. Finish it all. Don't leave any behind. Xie Yu found himself nearly choking as his mouth filled with egg. His cheeks puffed out, leaving him wide-eyed in surprise. Ha ha, you look quite adorable like that. Lu Jinbai laughed uncontrollably, patting him on the back. Xie Yu slowly swallowed the egg, raising an eyebrow in resignation. Is it really that amusing? Indeed it is. Just then, a voice called out from the distant ridge of the field. Xie Jiqing, Lu Jinbai, come over for lunch. The two male youth called out to them. Let's go. Let's go. I am starving. Lu Jinbai tugged on Xie Yu's arm, leading him towards the dining hall. Today, they were having a collective rice harvesting meal prepared by several aunties from the village. It had been a long time since the Lian village had opened the communal dining hall. It was only temporarily open for the rice harvest. As Xie Yu was pulled along, he followed at a leisurely pace. When they entered the dining hall, they spotted Su Qing waving at them. Over here, your food is ready. Xie Yu's brows knitted slightly as he noticed Lu Jinbai already running excitedly towards her, so he could only follow with a stoic expression. What are we having today? Lu Jinbai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixed on the dining table, his mind filled with thoughts of food. Su Qing had never seen him like this before. Previously, his gaze towards her had always been somewhat frivolous, which was rather uncomfortable. However, after spending the last few days together, she found him to be quite a pleasant person. We have noodles and corn cakes. She pointed to the food on the tray and replied softly. Su Qing pushed the bowl of rice towards Xie Yu, saying, Xie Jiqing, this is for you. Xie Yu murmured his thanks and sat down beside Lu Jinbai. Across the table sat Su Qing, Jiang Zhe, and several other youth. Lu Jinbai buried his head in a bowl of noodles, and as he swallowed a mouthful, a frown crossed his face, clearly indicating his discontent with the taste. He was about to voice his displeasure when he glanced up and noticed Xie Yu and the others enjoying their meals, prompting him to swallow his words and force the noodles down. Out of the corner of his eye, Xie Yu caught sight of Lu Jinbai's expression and glanced over, saying, If you can't finish, give it to me. Lu Jinbai's eyes lit up, and he quickly pushed his bowl of barely touched noodles towards Xie Yu. Here, take it. I've had enough. Xie Yu effortlessly poured the remaining noodles into his own bowl, leaving Su Qing astonished. Wasn't Xie Jiqing known for his fastidiousness? He typically avoided touching others' leftovers and preferred not to have anyone sit too close to him. Why was he making an exception for Lu Jinbai? Noticing Su Qing's gaze, Lu Jinbai leaned closer to Xie Yu and teased him in a low voice. Look at Su Jiqing. Her eyes are practically glued to you. Xie Jiqing certainly has its charm. Xie Yu shot him a sidelong glance, but chose to remain silent, focusing instead on his meal. Jiang Zhe broke the silence, asking Jinbai, Are you comfortable staying at Xie Jiqing's home? Very comfortable, Lu Jinbai replied readily. I don't have to wake up early or cook for myself. It's truly a life of ease, so much so that I hardly want to leave. Chapter 14. The sycophantic youth in the era of literature. Jiang Zhe continued. Staying at Xie Jiqing's house indefinitely isn't a long-term solution. There are vacant beds at the youth dormitory. Would you like to move over? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him and instinctively recoiled. Raising his eyes, he met Xie Yu's stern expression and quickly chuckled nervously. I was just asking. No need for that. Lu Jinbai waved his hand dismissively. I'm quite fine at Xie Yu's place. I have no desire to relocate. This remark caught the attention of Lu Minsheng, who happened to be passing by. He scoffed heavily, his tone dripping with disdain. You have a home, but choose to linger at Xie Jiqing's, causing trouble for others, and you dare say you're comfortable? He added, Had I known you would grow up to be such a disappointment, I should have put an end to it when you were a child. Lu Jinbai nonchalantly dug at his ear, retorting, Did you come here just to pick a fight? Fine, I'll go back tomorrow. But don't hide the good food when mealtime comes around. I can be quite the troublemaker. Have you bought new pots and pans? How durable are they? His words nearly left Lu Minsheng speechless, his face turning crimson with anger. Get lost before you blow a gasket here. Who will be responsible for the consequences? Suddenly, Xiaoyu stood up, his gaze icy as he directed it at Lu Minsheng. He can stay at my place for as long as he wants. You needn't concern yourself. Lu Minsheng shot them a fierce glare. Fine, let us see how long he can last. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Once he was out of earshot, Su Qing hesitantly spoke up. Jinbai, is this how you always interact with your family? It feels like you're enemies. The other youths looked on with curiosity. Lu Jinbai sighed deeply, deliberately slumping his shoulders and adopting a wounded demeanor. From the moment I could recall, my life diverged sharply from that of Lu Yuanin and the others. In my childhood, I lacked even a bed of my own, forced instead to slumber in the firewood shed. During festive occasions, when delectable treats were served, I could only stand by and watch them indulge. That woman, devoid of kindness, would either strike or scold, her words never clean. As the original owner's childhood was recounted, I found myself genuinely empathizing, my eyes unwittingly becoming moist with emotion. In my youth, witnessing Lu Xiangyao and the others don new garments, I too dared to express a desire for a peace, only to be met with lashes and punishment. I was merely 7 years old then, enduring punishment in the snow-laden yard during the harsh winter, nearly freezing to death. Had it not been for Uncle Zhang from next door, who discovered me while clearing snow from the roof, I would have long been lost. Su Qing and the others listened, aghast and seething with indignation. How could anyone treat their own child in such a manner? No wonder Lu Jinbai had behaved so recklessly in the past. They had whispered many ill words about him. Reflecting on it now, they felt profound regret. Beside them, Xiaoyu absorbed these words, his heart seemingly wrenched by an unseen force, filled with both bitterness and pain. Henceforth, no one would dare to bully him again. He vowed to dedicate his life to caring for and protecting him. Observing this, Lu Jinbai nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "It's all in the past. I am well now. I shall simply avoid them in the future." Su Qing nodded, gently patting his shoulder and softly reassuring him. "Indeed, that is behind us. Live well, and show them that you can thrive even without them." Xiaoyu took Lu Jinbai's hand and urged him onward. "Let us head to the rice fields. You all may resume your tasks." Jiangzhe craned his neck to observe the two retreating figures, muttering, when did they grow so close? They seemed like brothers. The current Lu Jinbai was a far cry from his former self. His amiable nature made Xie Jiqing's fondness for him entirely understandable. Su Qing remarked with a smile. Upon reaching the edge of the rice fields, Lu Jinbai freed his hand from Xieyu's grasp. "Could you refrain from pulling me along? I can walk by myself." Xiaoyu turned to him, his tone remarkably gentle. "Lu Jinbai, why not stay with me from now on? We can build a life together." Lu Jinbai's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. "You said it, so you cannot simply send me away in the future." "No, I wouldn't," Xiaoyu replied softly, unable to fathom the idea of parting from him. "I will assist you in harvesting the remaining rice. I have rested sufficiently." As Lu Jinbai bent to pick up the sickle from the ground, he was halted by Xiaoyu. "You hardly ate lunch. Are you not hungry?" "A little," he replied. Almost immediately, Xiaoyu produced an egg from his pocket and offered it to him. "Eat this to tide you over. I will try to harvest quickly so we can finish early." "There is no need to rush. I'm not very hungry," Lu Jinbai said. "You stay here and eat. I will go ahead and cut." Xiaoyu said nothing further, wielding the sickle as he turned to enter the rice field. Lu Jinbai sat at the edge of the field, peeling the egg and taking small bites, his gaze drifting to the figure in the distance, bowing to harvest the rice, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. When Xiaoyu and Lu Jinbai returned to their dwelling, the sky had yet to darken. They were among the earliest to finish their work in the team. As soon as Lu Jinbai entered the room, he clutched his waist and exclaimed his exhaustion, claiming he felt as if he might fall apart, and declared his need for a bath. Xiaoyu said little in response and turned to the kitchen to boil a large pot of hot water. Only after Lu Jinbai had bathed did he begin to prepare dinner. Once Lu Jinbai finished his bath, he collapsed onto the bed, adopting a motionless position, then closed his eyes and entered his spatial farm. The tomatoes he had planted previously had long been harvested, and he was currently cultivating corn, with a considerable stockpile accumulating in his backpack. He had amassed over 700 tomatoes and around 300 ears of corn. Just yesterday, he sold half of them in exchange for gold coins to upgrade his farm, which had now reached level 5. He then visited the ranch and opened the animal shop, where the first option was chickens, priced at 2,000 gold coins each, capable of producing 100 eggs every 24 hours. Lu Jinbai purchased 2 chickens and spent 500 gold coins on 10 bags of feed, settling everything before exiting the space. He contemplated making a trip to the town tomorrow to deliver these goods to the Dongyang Grand Hotel. He planned to retrieve some tomatoes and corn from a space, claiming he bought them from outside to avoid raising Xie Yu's suspicions. Dinner is ready. Xie Yu's voice came from the outer room, prompting Lu Jinbai to slowly rise, clutching his aching waist. Upon entering the outer room, he was greeted by a feast of braised pork, stir-fried meat, and a plate of cabbage stir-fried with vermicelli, instantly brightening his eyes and alleviating much of his fatigue. "Wow, you made so many delicious dishes," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in delight. Xie Yu handed him a bowl of steamed rice, urging him to eat. "Then I shall not be polite," Lu Jinbai declared as he picked up his chopsticks, eagerly shoveling pieces of braised pork into his mouth. Chewing, he gave Xie Yu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your culinary skills are exceptional. This is delectable." Suddenly, he sighed. "What will I do if I become accustomed to your cooking? Will I develop anorexia if I can't have it anymore?" Xie Yu looked at him, a hint of seriousness glimmering in his eyes. "I will cook for you every day from now on. You will eventually marry, won't you? Once you are married, I can't possibly linger here. That would be quite inconvenient," Lu Jinbai said casually, a grin spreading across his face. "Moreover, during your intimate moments with your spouse, I cannot just stand by like a wooden post, can I?" With each of his remarks, Xie Yu's expression darkened further. "And what about you?" Xie Yu suddenly asked. "Me?" Lu Jinbai was taken aback. "What about me? Will you marry in the future?" Without much thought, Lu Jinbai nodded. "I suppose so." He had come to this era for the sake of experience, intending to live through the cycle of life and death like the people here. Xie Yu's hand, hidden beneath the table, clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He should have realized that Lu Jinbai and he were never on the same path. Yet, when he turned his gaze back to Lu Jinbai, a shadow of gloom filled his eyes. What did it matter if they were not on the same path? Now that he had intruded into his heart, he would not be allowed to leave. Whether it was a slow simmering like a frog in warm water or a gradual approach, he possessed all the patience in the world. Once Lu Jinbai had eaten his fill, he sensibly began to clear the dishes. "I'll wash the dishes. You go take a shower," he suggested. Xie Yu's gaze dimmed slightly, and he nodded. "All right." When he returned from a shower, he found Lu Jinbai already lying on the bed. Upon his entrance, Lu Jinbai hastily beckoned him over, saying, "Come quickly. Please apply your medicinal liquor to my back and waist. I am so sore I can scarcely straighten up." With that, he lifted the covers, revealing his bare upper body. Xie Yu's gaze fell upon his back, and he swallowed hard. The skin was strikingly pale, delicate, and smooth, evoking an urge to touch. "Hurry up, I'll apply it to you afterward," Lu Jinbai urged. Xie Yu's voice was hoarse, just as Lu Jinbai turned to glance at him. Xie Yu pressed him down, insisting, "Stay still." In the next moment, a warm hand enveloped his back and abdomen, gradually applying pressure. The touch was too gentle. Lu Jinbai let out a soft sound, a little harder. The faint moans escaped his lips, laden with a hint of unbearable pleasure. "Ah, it feels so good." Xie Yu's mind buzzed. Those unintentional words, paired with his soft, melodic voice, were utterly intoxicating. A fire ignited within him, burning deep in his lower abdomen. And reason nearly snapped. All right, stop. That hurts," Lu Jinbai suddenly exclaimed. Xie Yu, in a hushed tone, replied, "I've just begun to ease it. I need to press a bit more." "I asked you to apply some strength, not to apply it like this," Lu Jinbai complained, "and your pace is far too swift. Can't you be gentler?" This remark shattered Xie Yu's composure. He abruptly stood up, staggering as he exited the room, his voice trembling. "I need to get some fresh air." As Lu Jinbai turned his face, he noticed Xie Yu's figure had already vanished from the doorway. Scratching his head, he wondered if he had spoken too much and inadvertently upset him. When Xiaoyu returned, Lu Jinbai was nearly dozing off, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. "Where did you go?" he mumbled, still half asleep. Xiaoyu observed him for a moment, letting out a faint sigh. What else could he do? He had been unable to withstand the allure of Lu Jinbai's earlier words, and had taken a cold shower to cool off. "I just went for a walk," he murmured. Lu Jinbai, with an air of exasperation, sat up and patted the space beside him. "Come, lie down. Let me help you." "No need, just sleep," Xiaoyu replied. Yet Lu Jinbai disregarded his refusal, pulling him down onto the bed. "Hurry, stop being coy." Xiaoyu exchanged a few glances with him before complying and lying down, lifting his shirt from behind. The next moment, Lu Jinbai gasped, "What happened to you? Your injuries are so severe." Xiaoyu's back was covered in dried marks, with a significant wound at his lower back, the flesh raw and exposed, a sight that was quite alarming. Xiaoyu's voice was heavy. "I was hurt by the hard stones on the ground during our fall." "Is that nothing?" Lu Jinbai's tone escalated. "Does it not hurt? I will fetch some ointment." Xiaoyu turned to see him rummaging through the cabinet for the salve, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lu Jinbai approached with the ointment, warming a portion in his palm before carefully applying it to the wound with his fingertips. As Xiaoyu felt the warmth of his touch and inhaled his faint, refreshing scent, a wave of uncontrollable heat surged through him once more. "Is it all applied?" he asked in a husky voice. "It's getting late. You should hurry and sleep," Lu Jinbai urged. If this continued, he feared he might truly lose control and act upon his desires. Lu Jinbai murmured in response, applying medicine to his wound while chiding. "You just took a bath, not fearing the wound might become infected. You must avoid water for the next few days." "All right," Xiaoyu replied, his tone infused with an unmistakable fondness. "You're supposed to be knowledgeable about medicine, yet you don't speak up when injured. Don't you realize that an infection could lead to serious consequences?" Lu Jinbai continued his gentle reprimands as he stepped out, washing his hands before eventually lying back down. Xiaoyu turned to face him, observing that the one who had been grumbling moments ago was now sound asleep, his breathing steady. It seemed today had truly exhausted him. From now on, he mustn't be allowed to take on so much work. His delicate skin could hardly withstand it. The following morning, when Lu Jinbai awakened, Xiaoyu remained deeply asleep. He glanced outside. Dawn had yet to break. At that moment, he felt a warm flush at his ears, a common morning reaction for men. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoyu was still asleep, he thought it best to slip out discreetly. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward. Just as he was about to rise, Xiaoyu opened his eyes, quietly observing him. "Awake so early?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Why not sleep a little longer?" Lu Jinbai stammered, pulling the blanket over himself. "I just can't seem to fall asleep. It's not light yet. You should continue to rest." Xiaoyu glanced at his actions and instantly understood, a low chuckle escaping his throat, causing Lu Jinbai's ears to burn. "What are you laughing at? Isn't this quite normal?" Lu Jinbai retorted defiantly. "You don't have this issue?" It's quite normal," Xiaoyu replied, yet his gaze bore heavily upon him. "But this kind of situation cannot be ignored. It's not good for your health." Lu Jinbai waved dismissively. "It's fine, no need to worry. I can." Xiaoyu suddenly leaned closer, his voice lowered to a whisper, laced with a hint of seduction. Lu Jinbai gazed back at him in bewilderment. Before he could finish his thought, his words were cut off by a firm grip. The protest that had been on Lu Jinbai's lips transformed into a soft hum of comfort. He had never experienced anything like this before. His cheeks flushed as he pulled the blanket over his head. Xiaoyu's breath lingered near his ear, softly asking, "Is it comfortable?" The only response was Lu Jinbai's suppressed moans. It was only when daylight fully emerged that Xiaoyu finally rose to head to the kitchen. Chapter 16. The devoted youth in the era of literature. Lu Jinbai peeked out from beneath the covers, exhaling a long sigh. What had they just been engaged in? Memories of Xiaoyu repeatedly lifting him to euphoric heights flooded his mind, a sensation so pleasurable that it rendered him completely empty of thought, even casting aside any sense of shame. This adult direction seems somewhat off. A sweet voice echoed in his mind, bewildered. What had it just witnessed? The male lead was indeed attending to their revered master. Lu Jinbai felt a surge of frustration with no outlet, angered enough to curse. "Master, in this era, this should still be considered normal, right? The voice attempted to console him, suggesting that mutual assistance among men might not be a significant matter. Lu Jinbai questioned skeptically, "Really?" The voice replied with uncertain conviction, "Yes, it should be true." As he contemplated in silence, a gentle knock sounded at the door, followed by Xiao's voice calling, "Come out for breakfast." At this moment, upon hearing that sound, Lu Jinbai felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He hastily donned his clothes, flung open the door, and dashed out without casting a glance at Xiao. "I have something to attend to today. I want to be going to the fields." Xiao watched his almost frantic retreat, his brow furrowed slightly. Was he truly frightened? Lu Jinbai hopped onto Xiao's bicycle and rode into town, securing the bike before veering into an empty alley. When he emerged, he was pushing a rented cart laden with 2 large baskets of tomatoes and a basket of corn, just enough to fill it perfectly. Arriving at the entrance of Donyang Hotel, he caught the eye of Chao Inghua, who hurried over, eagerly taking the cart handle. "Brother Lu, you finally come. It's been a while since you visited, and the stock in my kitchen is nearly depleted." Lu Jinbai smiled and replied, "I brought some tomatoes and corn today. Let us see if it meets your standards." "Absolutely," Chao Inghua exclaimed, patting his chest. "Anything you bring, I will gladly accept." He lifted the cloth covering the baskets, and his eyes lit up at the sight of the tomatoes. They were exceptionally vibrant, round, and fresh. "Try one. They're delightful even raw," Lu Jinbai offered, handing one to him. Chao Inghua accepted it, wiped it with his sleeve, and took a generous bite, nodding in approval. Tangy and sweet, delicious. This is the best tomato I've ever tasted, far superior to those exorbitantly priced apples." Lu Jinbai watched him with a smile, indicating that it was time to weigh the produce. The head chef had already approached with a scale, greeting Lu Jinbai before getting to work. This time, Lu Jinbai earned over 300 yuan. Calculating his earnings, he realized his assets had surpassed 1,000. Once his tasks were complete and he achieved the status of a 10,000 yuan household, he could buy a house to live alone. Perhaps Xiao regarded this morning's incident as trivial, yet he found it difficult to face the prospect of returning to the youth commune. Lost in thought, a voice called from behind, "Third brother." Turning around, Lu Jinbai saw Lu Xiangyao approaching with a woman in her 30s. "It really is you, third brother. What are you doing here?" Lu Xiangyao inquired. Lu Jinbai cast her a fleeting glance. "What does it concern you?" After speaking, he nodded at Chao Inghua. "I must take my leave." "All right, brother Lu, take care." Gao Xinghua zet ponde politi li. Seeing Chao Inghua's warm demeanor towards Lu Jinbai stirred something in Lu Xiangyao, prompting her to ask, "Boss Chao, what was my third brother doing here?" "Isn't he your brother? You should ask him yourself," Chao Inghua replied nonchalantly, turning to the chef beside him. "What are you waiting for? Get the goods into the kitchen and remember to return the cart." Lu Jinbai always had someone else return the cart he rented. The woman accompanying Lu Xiangyao pulled her away, a knowing smile on her face. "Was that really your third brother?" "Yes," Lu Xiangyao confirmed. "Is he married?" Lu Xiangyao looked at her and suddenly laughed. "No, Xiao Lu, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on my third brother, would you?" Zhao Xiaolu covered her mouth and laughed openly. "He is quite handsome. I do find him appealing." Shifting the topic, he looked at Lu Xiangyao and said, "Haven't you always desired to marry into our family? If you can persuade your third brother to marry me, I will take care of the matter between you and Ahong." Lu Xiangyao's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Really? Of course it's true," Zhao Xiaolu replied, raising an eyebrow. "But can you truly convince your brother?" "Rest assured, I will certainly handle this matter for you," Lu Xiangyao assured him, already envisioning her life after marrying Zhao Hong. The Zhao family was quite prominent in town, operating a factory and possessing substantial wealth. Zhao Xiaolu, the sister of Zhao Hong, was 32 years old and had been married 3 times, each time ending in divorce upon finding interest in another man, her reputation long tarnished. Such a woman seemed perfectly suited for Lu Jinbai. Upon returning to the Xie family home, Lu Jinbai retrieved tomatoes and corn from his backpack and arranged the other food items he had purchased: roast chicken, pastries, several large meat buns, along with 4 cans of food and a few bags of biscuits. After organizing everything, he stepped outside and walked towards the back mountain. In the distance, he spotted Su Qing cutting pigweed and hurried to lend a hand. "Are you here all alone?" he inquired. Su Qing nodded and looked up at him. Aren't you supposed to be resting today? Since I have some free time, I thought I'd help you, Lu Jinbai replied, bending down to fill her basket with the cut pigweed while casually asking, why aren't you with Xiaoyu? He took leave to go to the county. Su Qing answered, not pausing in her work. Surprised, Lu Jinbai straightened up. What does he need to go to the county for? Su Qing shook her head. I'm not quite sure. The two worked in perfect harmony, completing their task before nightfall. Let us head to the youth dormitory. Everyone is having an extra meal today, Su Qing said as she wiped her hands. Lu Jinbai smiled and replied, all right, I'll go back to grab a few things. After parting ways with Su Qing, he jogged back to the Xie family home. Initially concerned about encountering Xiaoyu, he was relieved to find the courtyard in darkness, indicating that he had not yet returned. He grabbed a roast chicken and took 10 tomatoes and 20 ears of corn from his backpack, placing them into a basket before heading towards the youth dormitory. Upon arriving, he was warmly greeted by everyone. Dinner is about to start. Jiangzhe is cooking today, a male youth cheerfully called out. Su Qing noticed the basket in his hands, glanced down, and couldn't he help but ask, why did you bring so much? Lu Jinbai set the basket on the table. I can't just come empty-handed to mooch off the meal. As the others caught sight of the contents of the basket, particularly the plump roast chicken, their eyes widened in astonishment. The vibrant tomatoes and corn further captivated them, momentarily rendering them speechless. Su Qing, observing him, hesitated and questioned. These couldn't have been taken from Xie Qing, could they? Is that really how you see me? Lu Jinbai feigned a look of grievance. Not at all, I'm sorry. Su Qing quickly apologized upon noticing his feigned sadness, silently chiding herself for her hasty words. Jiangzhe approached with a plate of dishes, laughingly exclaiming, did Jinbai bring roasted chicken today? It seems we are in for a treat. Oh, is that fresh corn? It's quite substantial. Where did you purchase it? Was it expensive? Lu Jinbai chuckled and shook his head. A friend gifted it to me. Has dinner begun? I am famished. Let's eat, Jiangzhe called out, then turned to Su Qing, offering her a bowl of soup with a gentle smile. Here, that's your favorite tofu soup, specially cooled. Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the bowl, saying, thank you. Lu Jinbai immediately cast a wary glance at the pair. Xiaoyu, your home is at risk of being stolen. Seeing Jiangzhe about to sit next to Su Qing, he quickly stood up, nudging Jiangzhe aside to take the seat first. Jiangzhe smiled helplessly and chose to sit beside Lu Jinbai instead. Just then, the village chief's voice echoed in the courtyard. Is everyone already eating? Lu Jinbai and the others looked up to see the chief strolling in with his hands clasped behind his back, followed by a young girl of about 18 or 19. Her long hair casually tied up, smiling brightly at them. Allow me to introduce, this is our new educated youth from Dalian village, the chief announced. She will be living in the educated youth dormitory with you all from now on. Su Qing, please take good care of her. Su Qing promptly stood and walked over. Linking arms with the girl, you must be exhausted from your journey. We were just about to eat. The girl replied with a warm smile. I had a meal with Brother Xie on the way here. Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. Brother Xie? Xiaoyu? No wonder I haven't seen him all day. He was off picking someone up. At that moment, Xiaoyu rushed in from outside, scanning the surroundings before his gaze landed precisely on Lu Jinbai, who quickly diverted his eyes elsewhere, feigning ignorance. My name is Huayu. You can call me Xiaohua from now on, she said. Suing, intrigued, inquired. Do you know Xie Jiqing? Yes, I've known him since childhood. My family knew he was here, which is why they sent me to join him. Lu Jinbai's internal alarm bells rang louder. This is bad. Su Qing has encountered a rival. The village chief chuckled. Xiaohua is also a teacher. She has even been featured in newspapers and has won awards for her writings. Su Qing gazed at Huiyu with admiration, exclaiming, You're truly impressive. Lu Jinbai quickly added, You are also remarkable, selflessly teaching the village's women and children to read. Such great love is not something everyone can achieve. Huiyu glanced at Lu Jinbai, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, followed by a hint of curiosity. She turned to Lu Jinbai and asked, What is your name? You're quite handsome. Lu Jinbai responded, but before he could continue, Xiaoyu stepped in, blocking Huiyu's gaze, saying, Aren't you tired? Why not head inside to rest and freshen up? However, Huiyu's attention remained fixed on Lu Jinbai, making him wonder if there was something on his face. The village chief glanced at Lu Jinbai and raised his voice. Lu Jinbai, why are you here? Don't you have a home to return to? Lu Jinbai stood up and headed outside. I'm going. Xiaoyu immediately followed him out. Su Qing assisted Huiyu with her luggage, warmly saying, let me take you upstairs to see the bed. If there's anything you need to add, feel free to tell me. Thank you, Sister Su, Huiyu replied softly. Jiangzhe, observing the two retreating into the house, called out, hurry up, I've left the food for you in the pot. Lu Jinbai walked briskly ahead, with Xiaoyu jogging a few steps to catch up, grabbing his arm. You're going the wrong way. I think the village chief is right. I should just go home. Lu Jinbai murmured. You're going back? Do you think the Lu family will let you off easily? Xiaoyu countered. As Lu Jinbai met his gaze, he found the intensity of those eyes astonishing, causing his heart to skip a beat. Is it just me, Xiao Jiao, or does he look at me strangely? Lu Jinbai urgently called out to Xiao Jiao. After a moment's consideration, Xiao Jiao replied, I don't see anything unusual. Normal? Sir, I truly see nothing amiss. Xiaoyu pulled him toward his home, but Lu Jinbai abruptly shook off his hand. Xiaoyu gazed down at his empty palm, feeling a disquieting weight in his heart. He disliked touching him. Did he truly despise himself? Xiaoyu, I have something to ask you. Lu Jinbai suddenly spoke. Go ahead. Who do you think is better? Su Qing or Huiyu? Xiaoyu looked directly at him. Why compare them? So you have a good relationship with Huiyu? Lu Jinbai inquired again. Does it matter to you? Xiaoyu shot back. Lu Jinbai frowned. What do I care? I'm asking you. Let's go home first. He diverted the topic. I bought your favorite sesame pancakes and cream cakes. Oh, Lu Jinbai replied reluctantly, yet his mind was in disarray. Su Qing and Xiaoyu had made little progress, and now Huiyu had emerged. Not to mention Jiangzhe, he felt overwhelmed. Third brother. Lu Jinbai looked up to see Lu Goen and Lu Xiangyao standing at the entrance of Xiaoyu's home. Upon seeing him, they rushed over, speaking urgently. Third brother, you need to go home and check on Mom. She fell this afternoon and is still lying down. Lu Goen chimed in. Yes, Mom has been calling your name. You should go see her. Lu Jinbai's tone was indifferent. Will my presence make her better? If she can't get up, call Xiaoyu. I can't treat her. Lu Xiangyao appeared anxious. I came to urge Xie Jiqing to go check on her. Third brother, you should join as well. Dad and Mom regret it. They miss you. Xiaoyu pulled Lu Jinbai closer, speaking solemnly. I'll go check on the situation first. You stay here. Lu Xiangyao glanced at Lu Jinbai, continuing to persuade. Third brother, she truly misses you. She has even made a deal with Zhao Xiaolu. As long as he agrees to marry her, she can enter the Zhao family. Then she will live a good life. Her excitement grew with each word. Although Lu Jinbai was reluctant to return, he understood their intentions were not pure. However, being with Xiaoyu felt peculiar at the moment. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Then I shall go and see, he resolved. Xiaoyu wore a solemn expression as he silently followed the Lu siblings toward the Lu residence. Upon arriving, he first entered the inner room to check on Lu's mother. Initially, he believed she was feigning her condition to lure Lu Jinbai back. However, upon witnessing her severely swollen foot, he was momentarily taken aback. Her entire foot was swollen to the point of glistening, with several abrasions on her toes. Lu's mother groaned in pain. Oh, it hurts terribly. Mother, Sange has come to see you. Lu Xiangyao leaned closer to the bedside and exchanged a knowing glance with her mother. Instantly, Lu's mother suppressed her reluctance, forcing a semblance of regret onto her face as she gazed at Lu Jinbai, saying, Jinbai, mother was wrong. You finally returned. Can you forgive me? Lu Jinbai stood at the door, refraining from entering, and replied in a nonchalant tone, You might want to let Xiaoyu take a look at your foot first. Xiaoyu applied the necessary ointment before handing her the box of medicine, stating, Your sprain is quite severe. You should refrain from getting out of bed for the next few days. Lu's mother nodded earnestly. Thank you, Xie Ziqing. I'm truly grateful for your care of my third child during this time. She sighed, her face etched with remorse. It's all my fault for being such a foolish mother. I promise to improve. Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of sarcasm as he remarked, just the day before. You seemed intent on devouring him, and now you've changed your tune. He turned to Lu Jinbai, his gaze heavy. Are you truly planning to stay? Lu Jinbai captivated by the depths of his eyes, felt an inexplicable stirring within her, and, quite unexpectedly, responded, "If I don't stay, I'll return with you." Instantly, the heaviness in Xie Yu's eyes dissipated, and his tone lightened. "Very well, let us return home now." Seeing this, Lu Xiangyao quickly interjected with a smile, "Sange, in a few days, Zhao Hong will come to our house to recognize the door. Will you come back to visit? You're my brother, and I wish for you to see the kind of person I plan to marry." Lu Jinbai casually nodded, "I understand." With that, she departed the Lu residence alongside Xie Yu. As they stepped outside, Lu's mother's cries of pain echoed from within. "I'm dying from the pain. Mother, please hold on." Lu Xiangyao hurriedly comforted her. "Once I marry into the Zhao family, our family will prosper." The thought of such a future seemed to alleviate her pain somewhat. Today, Lu Xiangyao shared that Zhao Xiaolu had taken a liking to Lu Jinbai, claiming that if Lu Jinbai agreed to marry her, she would allow Xiangyao to wed Zhao Hong. This was indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune, a most advantageous deal. To rekindle Lu Jinbai's affections and mend their mother-son bond, she had resolutely staged this performance. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that she would truly injure herself so severely during the fall. In the youth commune, Huiyu watched as Su Qing tidied her bedding and pulled out a large bag of cookies from her bag, presenting it to her. "Thank you, Sister Su. These are delicious. I brought them from the capital." Su Qing glanced at the exquisitely packaged cookies, recognizing their considerable value. So, he was Xie Yu from the capital. It was no wonder he looked down upon her. Someone as exceptional as he deserved to be with a lady of Huiyu's stature. "By the way, that handsome boy earlier, was he called Lu Jinbai?" Huiyu inquired. Su Qing nodded. "Yes, why do you ask? Is he also a youth worker?" "He's not a youth worker. He is from this village." Huiyu appeared slightly surprised. "He certainly doesn't seem like he is from around here." Su Qing smiled and remarked that his skin was so fair that no amount of sun could darken it, making him quite distinct from his two older brothers and sister. "Are there any other family members? Do they treat him well? Why are you so interested in him?" Su Qing couldn't help but ask. Huiyu, sitting on the edge of the bed, replied with a gentle smile, "I'm simply drawn to attractive people, regardless of gender. When I saw him, his striking appearance immediately caught my eye. In truth, the first time she laid eyes on Lu Jinbai, she was taken aback. He bore an uncanny resemblance to her grandfather. Her mother often kept a photo of her grandfather from his youth in a drawer and would frequently reminisce about how handsome he was in his younger days, adding that it was her grandmother who pursued him. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. A saying she often heard was that none of her sisters had inherited their grandfather's good looks. When she encountered Lu Jinbai today, she was astonished to find that he resembled her grandfather in the photograph by about 70%, and he was even more handsome than the image. Ever since she could remember, she knew that besides her eldest and second sisters, there had originally been a younger brother. However, he had disappeared from the hospital shortly after birth. Her mother had been in a coma for several days before she managed to recover. Over the past 20 years, their family had never given up searching for him. Could it be possible? Su Qing observed her contemplative expression and spoke. Lu Jinbai is the child from the Lu family on the west side of the village. He has two brothers and a sister. Huiyu nodded. "Oh, then he must be living quite well, as one can tell by his delicate skin. His family must cherish him. Otherwise, how could a country boy have such fair skin?" Su Qing whispered, "His family treats him very poorly." "How so?" Huiyu inquired. "He has never had a full meal since he was young. He is either beaten or scolded, especially his mother, who constantly berates him with harsh words. One might think Lu Jinbai is not her son." Huiyu fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Beside him, Xie Yu slept soundly, breathing evenly, which only fueled his inner frustration, making him increasingly agitated. He closed his eyes and entered his space. Having been too busy in the past couple of days to visit the farm, the chickens on the ranch were ready for harvest. He first went to the ranch, collected 200 eggs from the hens, and spent 500 coins on 50 bags of feed before heading to the farm. The tomatoes were ripe, and after harvesting them, he sold half from his backpack, just enough to reach level 6. Level 6 unlocked the ability to plant carrots, with each seed costing 200 coins, yielding 100 carrots upon maturity. During the upgrade, a new plot of land was also unlocked, bringing his total to 4 fields, all planted with carrots. At level 6, the ranch allowed him to purchase ducks, and he bought 2. Each duck cost 2,000 coins and could produce 100 duck intestines daily. Having completed the tasks in his space, Lu Jinbai exited and opened his eyes, summoning Xiao Jiao. It's infuriating. How can he sleep so soundly? Xiao Jiao replied in a cute voice, "At this hour, what else can you do but sleep? Sir, please rest. Staying up late is not good for you." Lu Jinbai, increasingly frustrated, muttered in retrospect, "You were absolutely right about how he treated me last time. What incident are you referring to?" Xiao Jiao was momentarily bewildered. "The matter from this morning," Lu Jinbai replied, his voice tinged with discomfort and a hint of annoyance. "He must have been secretly mocking me behind my back." Chapter 19. The obsequious youth in historical fiction Xiao Jiao, filled with confusion, asked, "What is there to laugh about?" "Of course. It's about how I made a fuss over nothing," Lu Jinbai retorted in a hushed tone. "It's perfectly normal among men. I was merely seeking a bit of relief. Yet here I am, feeling all shy. I can't allow him to laugh at me. Absolutely not." Observing his host's demeanor, Xiao Jiao sensed that he was up to something audacious and quickly interjected, "My lord, please do not act recklessly. I intend to show him that I am not at all timid." Lu Jinbai's tone carried an indomitable spirit. A man cannot concede defeat. Xiao Jiao watched in disbelief as Lu Jinbai slipped his hand beneath the covers. The scene was too shocking for Xiao Jiao to bear, and it promptly disconnected from the system. Lu Jinbai cast a glance at the inactive system, disregarding it entirely as his thoughts were consumed with restoring his dignity. Mimicking Xieyu's previous actions, he decided to follow suit. Xieyu had awakened from a certain action, and upon opening his eyes, he found Lu Jinbai bowing his head. His gaze fixated on him. For a moment, he was taken aback, then closed his eyes to absorb the sensations. Though not entirely conventional, Lu Jinbai's approach set him apart. A blush tinged Xieyu's cheeks, his gaze hazy as he stared at Lu Jinbai, his voice slightly hoarse. Lu Jinbai felt his ears flush with warmth. The room filled with Xieyu's labored breaths, making him uneasy. He lifted his gaze, forcing a somewhat stiff smile, and stated, "It would be impolite not to reciprocate. I am merely assisting you." As he spoke, he intentionally imitated Xieyu's tone from that morning, inquiring, "Is this acceptable?" Xieyu tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and murmured an affirmation, urging Lu Jinbai several times. Lu Jinbai's arms began to ache, yet he noticed that Xieyu showed no signs of wanting to reciprocate. He couldn't help but feel skeptical. "Is there something wrong with you?" Xieyu's complexion flushed, and he looked at him, asking, "What do you think? Last time, it was you who initiated." Lu Jinbai was stirred by this remark, inadvertently applying more pressure with his hands. Xieyu let out a soft grunt, his breath becoming slightly erratic. Lu Jinbai was taken aback and hurriedly leaned in to check. I'm sorry, let me see." Before he could finish, Xieyu suddenly rose, pinning him beneath him. His voice was hoarse and intense. Lu Jinbai. Lu Jinbai was momentarily stunned by this unexpected action. Gazing into Xieyu's expressive eyes, he felt a flutter of anxiety and quickly attempted to push him away. "You're too heavy, get off." His meager strength was no match for Xieyu, who effortlessly restrained his hands above his head. Then, Xieyu leaned down and gently kissed his forehead. Lu Jinbai's mind went completely blank, leaving him at a loss for how to react. Suddenly regaining his senses, he shoved the other person away and scrambled further inside, maintaining a considerable distance while glaring at him in indignation. "Are you out of your mind? Why did you kiss me?" Xieyu observed the disgusted expression on his face as he wiped his forehead, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Did he truly find himself repulsive? Would he perhaps ignore him from now on? The mere thought sent him into a frenzy. He stammered an explanation. I couldn't help myself just now. Sorry. Bye-bye. If you want, you can hit me a few times to let off some steam." With that, he knelt before him. "Stop. Don't say anything. I don't want to hear your voice," Lu Jinbai retorted, pulling the blanket over himself and burrowing in tightly. His muffled voice emanated from under the covers. "I'm going to sleep." Xieyu glanced at the door, then got up and exited the room. After a while, Lu Jinbai remained under the blanket, and upon hearing that the outside had gone quiet, he cautiously peered out from the corner of the quilt. Once he confirmed that Xiaoyu had indeed left, he let out a sigh of relief. He immediately called out to Xiao Jiu in his mind. What on earth just happened? Why did he kiss me? After a lengthy pause, Xiao Jiu finally replied, with the way you're toying with him, no normal man could resist. Sir, he's a normal man. You truly shouldn't provoke him like this. Lu Jinbai grew anxious. But I'm a man too. Why should he? Besides, which of your eyes saw me flirting with him? He's not even a girl. Am I insane to flirt with him? Xiao Jiu chuckled. If you say there was no flirting, then there wasn't. Who's to blame for him not daring to retort? This won't do. I must focus on completing the task and correct this misunderstanding, Lu Jinbai declared with unwavering determination. He absolutely could not allow him to stray from the right path. Xiao Jiu immediately echoed, Sir, you can definitely do it. The following morning, after breakfast, Lu Jinbai pulled Xiaoyu towards the youth commune. Xiaoyu, with a smile on his face, allowed himself to be led, thinking that Lu Jinbai would never acknowledge him again after yesterday's incident. Did he perhaps feel a slight shift in his sentiments towards him? This realization brought him joy, making his eyes twinkle with delight. Upon arriving at the commune, they found the residents busy repairing the roof. Lu Jinbai quickly rushed over and called out, Do you need any help? From the roof. Jiang appeared down and replied with a grin, That would be wonderful. Our roof has several leaks, and we must fix them while the weather is nice. Otherwise, when it rains heavily outside, it will rain lightly inside. Just then, Su Qing and Huayu strolled over, hand in hand. Xiaoyu glanced at them and turned to Huayu, asking, Are you settling in well? It's quite nice. Everyone is taking good care of me. Huayu responded softly. Well, if you find it uncomfortable, I can help you find another place, Xiaoyu said casually. Lu Jinbai, listening intently, felt a pang in his heart. What did Xiaoyu mean by that? Was he suggesting that Hua, the youth, move in with him? Huayu smiled brightly, no need. I actually quite like it here. Lu Jinbai quickly interjected, Hua, you have a high level of awareness and a pleasant disposition. Living with everyone is lively and perfectly suitable. He turned to Huayu and inquired, What Jiqing? Have you yet explored the village? Huayu shook her head and replied, Not yet. Shall I show you around? He offered. Sure, she agreed. Observing the warmth between Lu Jinbai and Huayu, Xiaoyu subtly furrowed his brow and interjected, I will join you. No need. Lu Jinbai gestured dismissively. You should assist them with the roof. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of Hua Jiqing. He then turned to Su Qing, saying, Su Jiqing, lend him a hand. Su Qing hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. At this, the smile faded completely from Xiaoyu's face. Does Lu Jinbai have feelings for Huayu? He watched the pair leave the youth center, his gaze heavy and unwavering. Chapter 20. The sycophantic youth in historical novels noticing Xiaoyu's demeanor, Su Qing softly reminded him, There's a ladder by the wall. No need for your help. I can manage. Xiaoyu declined, then moved to retrieve the ladder and ascended to the roof alone. Nearby, Jiang called out to Su Qing, Su Jiqing, Could you lend me a hand? Su Qing turned, smiling, Sure, what do you need? Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai led Huiyu towards the back mountain, engaging in casual conversation while subtly probing her background. Have you known Xiaoyu since childhood? What is your relationship like? Huiyu replied with a smile. He is significantly older than me. Our relationship is rather ordinary. Just as Lu Jinbai exhaled in relief, she continued, However, our families are betrothed. What? Betrothed? Lu Jinbai exclaimed, his tone shifting in surprise. Xiao Jiu had never mentioned that Xiaoyu had a fiancé. Xiao Jiu in his mind looked equally bewildered. Huayu is not even a character in the original text. You are his fiancé? Lu Jinbai pressed. Huayu giggled. Covering her mouth, not exactly. Although our families have an engagement, no specific person has been designated. I have 2 older sisters. Lu Jinbai was left speechless. So your families have an engagement, but Haven T determined the actual spouse? In this day and age, marriage freedom is advocated. Such engagements are no longer taken seriously. He quickly nodded in agreement. Right. It must not be taken seriously. Huayu leaned in slightly, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Now it's my turn to ask you some questions. Lu Jinbai nodded. Go ahead. I heard from the villagers that your relationship with your family isn't very good. Huayu gently inquired. Do they treat you poorly? Lu Jinbai settled onto a stone, idly tracing patterns in the dirt with a short stick, his tone indifferent. It's just that way. I've grown accustomed to it. At my age, I no longer rely solely on familial ties. In the future, I shall become a tycoon. Huiyu patted his back encouragingly, saying with a smile, Yes, yes, I support you. In a fleeting moment, when Lu Jinbai was unaware, she discreetly plucked several short strands of hair from his head. Startled, Lu Jinbai covered his head and looked at her. Why are you pulling my hair? There's a bug. Huiyu pointed earnestly at his hair. It was resting on those strands, quite a large one. Where? Where? Lu Jinbai immediately sprang up from the stone. He had a profound aversion to those soft, squishy insects. Everything is fine now. I've taken care of it. Lu Jinbai remarked. You certainly possess quite the audacity. Huiyu smiled with pride. Do not be deceived by my upbringing in the capital. My grandparents reside in the countryside. Every year, I return to spend some time there, and I have become quite familiar with these little creatures. Lu Jinbai merely curled the corners of his mouth and refrained from further comment. The two wandered a while longer before heading back. Upon reaching the entrance of the educated youth courtyard, Xiaoyu approached them, holding a bowl of sweet soup. Huiyu reached out to take it, only to see Xiaoyu present the bowl to Lu Jinbai's lips. Taste it. I added an extra 2 spoonfuls of sugar. Lu Jinbai, with a face of reluctance, took a sip. It's too sweet. Too much is detrimental to one's teeth. No worries. Just rinse your mouth afterward, Xiaoyu replied. Really? Yes, go ahead and drink. Xiaoyu stood there, holding the bowl, watching as Lu Jinbai took small sips. Huiyu, initially shocked and then astonished, was left with an expression of sheer disbelief. This was Xiaoyu, after all. From childhood to adulthood, he had been the darling of the crowd, a paragon of privilege. His grandfather was a military leader, his uncle the mayor of the capital, and even his aunt was a renowned journalist. His family background was illustrious. Yet, Xiaoyu had always been absorbed in his studies, preferring solitude and possessing a severe aversion to dirt. How could he possibly be so gentle and accommodating, especially towards a male? However, upon glancing at Lu Jinbai, who was exceptionally handsome, Huiyu found it somewhat understandable that Xiaoyu would be captivated by him. She quietly rummaged through her pocket for a few strands of Lu Jinbai's hair she had discreetly collected earlier, intending to send them to the military hospital for a paternity test. After Lu Jinbai finished the sweet soup, Xiaoyu promptly brought him a bowl of clean water for rinsing. This series of actions left Huiyu utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Su Qing and the others had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Huiyu led Xiaoyu to a secluded spot, ensuring no one was around before speaking. I have a favor to ask of you, Brother Xia. Xiaoyu inquired coolly, What is it? Your demeanor towards me is quite different from how you treat Brother Lu. She noted. Brother Lu? Xiaoyu regarded her with a hint of discontent. Huiyu chuckled. Your attentiveness towards him. Had I not witnessed it myself, who would believe you possessed such a nurturing side? You must not harbor feelings for him. Do not entertain any notions. Oh, so you like him? Huiyu probed, gazing intently into his eyes. Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety at her question, taking a long moment to collect his thoughts before responding. If you find me repulsive, do not treat him differently. He is unaware of this. It is my solitary affection. I am not so antiquated. I have seen relationships like yours with Lu Jinbai. Xiaoyu's gaze was heavy as he scrutinized her, his tone tinged with curiosity. You have seen such things? Yes, Huiyu nodded, reminiscing a few years ago. I traveled with my elder sister and encountered 2 young men who were quite intimate with one another. My sister remarked that they were a couple. It was then that I realized affection knows no gender. She smiled softly. In truth, as long as the feelings are genuine, why should one be constrained by societal norms? He then expressed his concern. However, it might be difficult to explain things to Grandpa Xia and Uncle Xia, right? The gloom in Xiaoyu's eyes dissipated, and he replied with unwavering certainty. My affairs have always been under my own control. Did you seek me out solely to discuss this matter? No. Huiyu shook her head, retrieving a small pouch from her pocket and handing it over. Could you accompany me to the county town tomorrow? Please send this to the military hospital in your name and urge them to handle it promptly. Xiaoyu cast a glance at the pouch, furrowing his brow as he inquired, What is inside? Lu Jinbai's hair. Xiaoyu snatched the pouch with a hint of wariness in his tone. What do you need his hair for? When did you even take his hair? Have you 2 grown that close already? Are you really jealous over a few strands of hair? You couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. Xiaoyu shot her a glance, pressing further. What do you need his hair for? I suspect he might be my long-lost brother. Yu's tone turned serious. Xiaoyu asked, what makes you think so? He belongs to the Lu family and has grown up in this village. Upon reflection, he recalled the Lu family's distant demeanor towards Lu Jinbai, which starkly contrasted with the warmth shown to siblings Lu Goen, Lu Xiangyao, and Lu Yuanan. Lu Jinbai bears a striking resemblance to a photograph of my grandfather in his youth, about 70% similar. Yu continued, I was taken aback when I first saw him. He looks remarkably like my grandfather. She turned to Xiaoyu and asked, do you think such a likeness is possible? Besides, she added, don't you want to uncover whether he truly belongs to the Lu family? Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment before nodding, cautioning, for now, do not mention this to Lu Jinbai. I won't say anything prematurely. This matter is still in its infancy, Yu assured him. Tomorrow morning, we shall head to the county town. I will wait for you at the village entrance. Yu nodded in agreement. All right. As soon as Xiaoyu arrived home, he was greeted by a cloud of thick smoke billowing from the kitchen, causing his heart to race as he hurried inside. Upon entering, he found Lu Jinbai wielding a spatula while cooking, his fair complexion smudged with dirt. The smoke had brought tears to his eyes, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Xiaoyu pulled him outside, coughing from the acrid air. Are you all right? Lu Jinbai scratched his head, glancing sheepishly at the kitchen. I just wanted to prepare a meal. I couldn't get the fire going. Once it finally ignited, it produced so much smoke. I mumbled, I'm suffocating here. Xiaoyu led him to the well, fetched some water, and offered him a cloth to wipe his face. Lu Jinbai awkwardly snatched the cloth from his hands. I'll do it myself. All right, you clean up. I will tend to the kitchen, Xiaoyu said, turning back towards the kitchen. Lu Jinbai squatted by the well, gradually washing the grime from his face. Before nightfall, Xiaoyu emerged from the kitchen with 3 dishes and a soup, calling Lu Jinbai over for dinner. Seated at the table, Lu Jinbai gazed at the spread with curiosity. How did you learn to cook? I find cooking to be incredibly challenging. Just lighting a fire is a monumental task. As Xiaoyu continuously served him dishes while gazing at him with a playful smile in his eyes, he remarked, you need not concern yourself with cooking. I shall handle that in the future. Your only responsibility is to eat. Lu Jinbai looked up at him and half-jokingly replied, so, does that mean I can just relax and let you take care of me? Indeed, I shall support you. Xiaoyu's gaze was fervent, unwaveringly fixed on him. Lu Jinbai felt his heart skip a beat under that intense stare, suddenly choking and coughing incessantly. What's wrong? Xiaoyu quickly poured a bowl of water and offered it to him. Drink some. Lu Jinbai took a few sips from his hand, hastily lowering his head to focus on his meal, his ears flushed with embarrassment. He mentally vented to Xiao Jiao. There is something peculiar about the way he looks at me. Xiao Jiao concurred. That gaze is typically reserved for the female lead, isn't it? See, I'm not overthinking this. Lu Jinbai felt increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Xiao Jiao suggested, why not test the waters by mentioning Su Qing? Let us see if he reacts with anger. If he does, it would indicate that his orientation is quite clear. Lu Jinbai's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoyu presented him with a square box. What is this? Lu Jinbai inquired, puzzled. Open it and see. Curiously, he examined the box for a moment before lifting the lid. Inside was filled to the brim with various tickets and coins. A quick glance revealed several hundred yuan. What does this mean? Xiaoyu looked at him, his eyes filled with affection. You can buy whatever you like to eat. Are you giving me money? Lu Jinbai began counting the cash. This wouldn't happen to be all your savings, would it? Xiaoyu continued to watch him, his heart and mind wholly captivated by Lu Jinbai's every word and action. After counting, Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow and nodded. Impressive. You've saved quite a sum. You keep this, Xiaoyu stated earnestly. From now on, any money I earn will go to you. Why suddenly entrust me with the finances? Lu Jinbai was perplexed. Then, with a sly wink, he leaned in closer. Is this your way of having me save up for a dowry? Xiaoyu's ears turned a bright red. After a fleeting glance at him, he nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed for the dowry. All right, I'll help you save it. Lu Jinbai replied with a smile. Rest assured, I won't spend your money. You may spend it as you wish, Xiaoyu gazed at him, his tone imbued with indulgence. I have my own funds. I don't need this, as I already have several thousand on hand. As he casually pushed the rice around in his bowl, he nonchalantly queried, What do you think of Su Jiqing? Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly as he replied in a subdued tone, She's all right, I suppose. What do you mean by all right? Lu Jinbai immediately interjected, his voice laced with feigned praise. Su Jiqing is quite attractive, possesses a pleasant demeanor, and is never late or leaves early from work. The village children adore her. He feigned a sigh. How could there be such a wonderful girl? Xiaoyu's previously cheerful expression gradually faded with his words. And what about me? He suddenly inquired. Lu Jinbai looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? How do you see me? Xiaoyu pressed. I would like to hear your thoughts. Lu Jinbai elongated his tone, then lightly dropped a phrase, It's fine, I suppose. Xiaoyu, displeased, thought to himself that Su Jiqing could articulate a lengthy string of praises, yet when it came to himself, it was reduced to merely It's fine. Observing the darkening expression on Xiaoyu's face, Lu Jinbai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Xiao Jiao, is he angry? Yes, definitely. Xiao Jiao exclaimed excitedly in his mind. From my observations, he is undoubtedly vexed by your recent praises for Su Jiqing. My lord, keep up the good work. Lu Jinbai blinked and continued to stoke the flames. What a long face. Do you think I shouldn't praise Su Jiqing? Xiaoyu took a deep breath, suppressing his inner gloom, and shook his head. No, let us eat. But you do, don't you? Lu Jinbai pressed on relentlessly. I say something nice about Su Jiqing, and you sulk, right? After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu admitted, Yes, I am displeased. Well, then strive to do better. Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow, deliberately provoking him. Look at how exceptional Su Jiqing is now. Take a good look at yourself. What do you have to show for? Aside from your handsome appearance, you seem as though your mouth is sealed shut, hardly able to speak. You ought to practice saying more pleasant things instead of wearing that perpetual cold expression. Suddenly, Xiaoyu leaned closer, his warm breath almost brushing against Lu Jinbai's face. If I make an effort, will you be happy? Will you be able to praise me as you do her? Lu Jinbai responded, No, no. This isn't unfolding as I had anticipated. Xiaoyu raised his hand and gently ruffled Lu Jinbai's short hair, his tone returning to a calm demeanor. Let us eat. I'll head to the kitchen. I bought a few apples today for you to try. Watching Xiaoyu turn and walk into the kitchen, Lu Jinbai slumped hopelessly onto the table. Xiao Jiao, what on earth is happening? Xiao Jiao was equally perplexed. I don't know. What good are you then? Lu Jinbai retorted. Lu Jinbai awoke naturally from his slumber, yawning as he emerged from the inner room, only to encounter Xiaoyu carrying breakfast from the kitchen. Bye-bye. I need to step out for a while. Is there anything you wish to buy? Xiaoyu inquired. Lu Jinbai shook his head. No, it's fine. Then eat first, and after you finish, just place the dishes in the kitchen. I'll wash them when I return. Oh, Lu Jinbai responded, impatiently adding, I got it. Xiaoyu chuckled at his demeanor and took a bun before heading out. Lu Jinbai listlessly stirred his porridge. With the rice harvest completed, there was little farming to be done in the village for the time being, so everyone flocked to the back mountain, busy foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms. He grabbed a basket and ventured up the mountain with Su Jiqing. So seeking. Why haven't I seen Hu Jiqing? Lu Jinbai casually asked. Su Jiqing replied with a smile. She left for the village entrance early this morning, saying she's going to the county with Xie Jiqing today. After a pause, she whispered, Do you think they're dating? Are they going on a date today? What? They're going on a date? Lu Jinbai instantly erupted, his face flushed with anger. Upon witnessing his intense reaction, Su Jiqing was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, what's wrong? I believe he and Hu Jiqing are quite a match. They both hail from big cities, and I've heard they are childhood sweethearts. Lu Jinbai shot her a frustrated glare, exclaiming, Are you really giving up so easily? Su Jiqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently shook her head. I don't think we are suited for each other. Please refrain from mentioning this again, she urged, feeling somewhat anxious about being overheard by Hu Jiqing. Lu Jinbai was left feeling exasperated by her nonchalant demeanor, which only exacerbated his frustration. He turned and began to walk down the mountain, prompting Su Jiqing to ask hurriedly, Where are you going? Back, he retorted curtly, continuing his stride without pausing. Jiangzhou approached briskly, extending his hand to take the basket from Su Qing, casually inquiring, "What is up with him?" "I'm not sure," Su Qing replied, shaking her head. It seems he became particularly upset upon hearing about Hua Jiqing and Xie Jiqing going to the county. "Forget him. Let us move ahead. There are plenty of mushrooms over there," Jiangzhe suggested with a smile. "We can have mushroom stew with bread for dinner." Su Qing felt her appetite piqued by the thought, nodding with a smile. "Sounds great. I'm already salivating." Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai stormed down the mountain, cursing Xie Yu in his mind repeatedly. This Xie Yu was truly outrageous, clearly fickle. With someone as wonderful as Su Qing by his side, he still yearned for Hua Yu. Did he aspire to have both? This was unacceptable. He could not simply sit back and let things unfold. He needed a plan. "Master, could this mission possibly fail?" Xiao Jiao expressed concern, noting that Hua Yu indeed had impressive qualities and seemed well matched with Xie Yu. "How could it possibly fail? I have never lost," Lu Jinbai retorted defiantly. He waited at the village entrance for quite some time, yet saw no sign of Xie Yu and Hua Yu returning. Finally, he decided to sit on a large stone at the village entrance, fixating on the only narrow path leading to town. As dusk approached, figures emerged in the distance. Xie Yu rode a bicycle back, with Hua Yu seated on the rear, carrying several items in her hands. Lu Jinbai abruptly stood, his expression darkening, radiating an aura of coldness. Xie Yu spotted him standing in the middle of the road and quickly halted the bicycle. Hua Yu jumped off the back seat and, upon seeing Lu Jinbai, greeted him with a cheerful, "Lu Xiaoge, what brings you here?" Xie Yu, pushing the bicycle, noticed the frosty expression on Lu Jinbai's face and felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. It was the first time he had seen Lu Jinbai display such an expression, devoid of his usual vibrancy, replaced instead with a chilling indifference akin to a sharp blade that pressed heavily on his heart. "What is wrong? Is something the matter?" Xie Yu asked softly. Lu Jinbai merely cast a cold glance in his direction before turning to walk into the village. Hua Yu, concerned, asked, "What has gotten into Lu Jinbai?" Xie Yu thrust the bicycle into Hua Yu's hands, instructing, "Help me push this back," before striding after Lu Jinbai. Lu Jinbai walked briskly, contemplating strategies in his mind with Xiao Jiao. "Master, I believe there is still room for salvage," Xiao Jiao quickly suggested. "How can we salvage this?" Lu Jinbai asked irritably. Xiao Jiao pondered for a moment and cautiously suggested, "Why not tell Xie Yu that you harbor feelings for Hua Yu? As the ancients say, one must not deceive a brother's wife. Perhaps he might relinquish his pursuit." Lu Jinbai replied, "I find your idea utterly implausible. My good sir, at present, this is the only course of action available." He continued, "Or do you possess a more ingenious plan?" "None," came the succinct response. Suddenly, Xie Yu rushed forward, seizing his wrist to prevent him from advancing further. Lu Jinbai turned to him, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Why did you accompany Hua Jiqing to the county today? Are you two courting?" Noticing Lu Jinbai's anger, Xie Yu hesitated and asked, "Were you upset because you thought I was dating her? Was I mistaken?" Lu Jinbai arched an eyebrow. "Why else would you venture out with her alone? Are you unaware that a solitary man and woman together often attract unwarranted gossip?" With each question, Xie Yu felt a flicker of joy in his heart. Was he truly angry? Did this imply that he cared? However, the subsequent revelation swiftly extinguished the smile from Xie Yu's face and dissolved his elation. "I shall be frank with you." Lu Jinbai inhaled deeply, steeling himself to confess. "I have developed an affection for Hua Jiqing. If you still consider me a brother, do not vie for her affection." He added, "Xie Yu, you wouldn't dare compete with me, would you?" The warmth in Xie Yu's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a sense of suffocating pain. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "You have feelings for her?" Lu Jinbai nodded, pressing further, "Speak. You will not contest with me, correct?" Xie Yu remained silent, gripping his wrist tightly as he turned and began to head home. Along the way, they encountered several villagers, all of whom regarded them with astonishment. Xie Jiqing's face was icy, pulling Lu Jinbai towards the edge of the village with an air that suggested an impending confrontation. "Oh dear, what trouble has Jinbai stirred up?" One wondered. Who knows? But given Xie Jiqing's expression, it appears quite ominous. Surely he wouldn't resort to violence, would he? They usually have such a cordial rapport. Xie Yu forcefully drew Lu Jinbai into the house, slamming the door shut behind them, before pinning him down onto the bed. Chapter 23. The infatuated youth of an era. Lu Jinbai pushed him away, propping himself up on his elbows, a look of wariness etched upon his features. "What do you intend to do?" he questioned. Xiao Jiao, could he possibly be contemplating something sinister? Lu Jinbai internally fretted. Xiao Jiao, equally apprehensive, replied, "Surely it can't be that severe?" Xiaoyu crouched by the bedside, his gaze filled with a tumult of emotions. With a voice laced with restrained pleading, he implored, "Please do not harbor feelings for her." Lu Jinbai looked down at him, sarcasm lacing his tone. "Are you suggesting I relinquish my feelings for you? That is out of the question. Even if you and Hua Jiqing have known each other since childhood, you have no authority to compel me to part ways with her." Xiaoyu gently grasped his hand, caressing the back with his fingertips, his voice low and earnest. "I have no interest in her, nor do I fancy Su Jiqing." Lu Jinbai was taken aback, then frowned. "What do you mean? Are you deceiving me?" Xiaoyu smiled helplessly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on the back of his hand, his tongue softly tracing the skin. Lu Jinbai flinched as if scalded, abruptly retracting his hand and retreating into the bed, instantly widening the distance between the two. "Damn it! Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? Is he insane? Why'd he kiss me? What should I do? Xiao Jiao, where are you?" Lu Jinbai desperately called out to Xiao Jiao in his mind. Xiao Jiao cleared his throat and replied, "I'm still processing this." Xiaoyu squatted by the bed, gazing at him with unusual seriousness. "Can't you feel it?" Lu Jinbai, with a look of confusion, asked, "Feel what?" "I dislike it when you mention Su Jiqing or Hua Jiqing. I only wish to be the sole person in your eyes and heart." Lu Jinbai hurriedly interrupted. "Stop, stop, stop." Xiaoyu stared at him intently, articulating each word. "Lu Jinbai, can't you see how I feel about you? Do you truly not perceive it at all? I told you I don't want to hear it." Lu Jinbai abruptly pulled the blanket over his head. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu sighed in resignation and asked, "Aren't you afraid of suffocating under there?" "All right, I won't say anything more. Are you hungry? Would you like a midnight snack?" From beneath the blanket came a muffled response, "I don't want to eat." Upon hearing the sound of Xiaoyu leaving the room, Lu Jinbai immediately began consulting with Xiao Jiao in his mind. What should we do? How did this mission turn into such a situation? Xiao Jiao replied with a tone of resignation. "My lord, are we really going to fail this mission? This is our very first task." Lu Jinbai anxiously inquired. "If we fail, will we die? Is it truly life or death?" "Indeed, my lord. If the mission fails, you will have to leave this world." Lu Jinbai felt a surge of frustration. Xiaoyu was clearly out of his mind. Fixating on him when the female lead, Su Qing, was not interested. "My lord, could it be that living in Xiaoyu's house has led him to develop these peculiar notions?" Xiao Jiao proposed his theory. Suddenly enlightened, Lu Jinbai realized that his constant presence under Xiaoyu's gaze must have muddled his thoughts. It was impossible for him to genuinely harbor such feelings for himself. After all, he was a man. Tomorrow, he must move out. The next day, Lu Jinbai pushed open the door to the inner room, ignoring Xiaoyu, who was waiting outside for breakfast, and stepped outside. "Hey, Lu Jinbai, wait up. Let's eat first. I made your favorite glutinous rice dumplings and sweet wine balls." Xiaoyu called after him. Lu Jinbai shook his head, his tone laced with detachment. "No need. You can eat by yourself." With that, he strode out. Xiaoyu watched his retreating figure, his gaze dimming as it fell upon the breakfast laid out on the table. Was he beginning to despise himself? Lu Jinbai originally intended to inquire at the youth academy about available lodgings, planning to move there for a while, but unexpectedly encountered Lu Goen on the way. Upon seeing him, Lu Goen dashed over with excitement. "Third brother, I was just about to find you. What do you need me for?" Lu Jinbai asked. "Someone from Xiangyao's family is here today. You need to go home. Weren't you the one who promised her you would come?" Lu Jinbai wore an expression of reluctance. "I do not wish to go," he declared, turning to leave, only to be caught by Lu Goen. "Please, third brother, if you choose not to attend, Xiangyao will have to come and fetch you herself. As brothers, we ought to support our sister, do we not?" Reluctantly, Lu Jinbai nodded. "Very well. I shall leave after the meal, but I have no time to linger." "Agreed. Just show your face after dinner," Lu Goen reassured him. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Mu greeted him with uncontainable joy. Jinbai, you have returned. Quickly, go change into something festive. Your sister has bought you a celebratory outfit. Lu Jinbai plopped down on a chair. I will not go. This attire is perfectly fine. Why should I fuss when her in-laws are visiting? Lu Minxing shook his head at Lu Mu, taking a seat opposite Lu Jinbai. Jinbai, you're not a child anymore. Are you? Lu Jinbai shot him a glance. What of it? Oh, nothing at all. Your father merely observes how you have grown so quickly. You used to follow me everywhere in your youth. That was no more than a blink of an eye, akin to a demon's growth, not that of a human. Lu Jinbai retorted mercilessly. I recall trailing behind you only to be kicked often. Spare me the recounting of my dismal childhood. At that moment, Lu Yuanan rushed in from outside, exclaiming, they have arrived. The Zhao family is here. Quick, let's go and greet them. Lu Jinbai watched as they scampered outside, his expression bemused. One might think Lu Xiangyao was to be crown queen. Your family certainly has a peculiar way of doing things, he remarked. Zhao Mu entered, pinching her nose, followed closely by a rather handsome young man, Zhao Hong. Zhao Xiaolu, adorned in a vibrant red coat with cascading waves of hair, cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Jinbai. As he drank water, he nearly choked, coughing violently. Zhao Mu continued her complaints. What is that smell? It is unbearable. Furthermore, my Xiaolu is our precious gem. How can she reside in such a place? Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lu Jinbai and cheerfully suggested, we could always purchase a house in town and live outside. Zhao Fu nodded in agreement. Yes, that is a possibility. Lu Goen and Lu Yuanan exchanged knowing glances. Zhao Xiaolu had several suitors outside. It seemed Lu Jinbai had struck an unexpected fortune. Lu Jinbai looked at his brothers and raised an eyebrow. Which of you intends to marry her? Lu Goen quickly waved his hands. We have no intention of marrying her. That honor belongs to you. Today marks a significant occasion for you and Xiangyao. Lu Mu sharply reprimanded Lu Goen. Silence. She then turned to Lu Jinbai, her face beaming with a smile. Quickly, bring Xiaolu inside to sit. Lunch will be ready shortly. Lu Jinbai glanced at Zhao Xiaolu, then at Lu Mu and the others, and solemnly stated, wait a moment. Let us clarify my role here today. At that moment, Lu Xiangyao dashed out from the house, taking Lu Jinbai's arm, and urged softly, third brother, this is a good thing. Not only can I marry into the Zhao family, but I can also find you a wealthy bride. Look how benevolent we are towards you. You must seize this opportunity. Lu Jinbai cast a cold glance at her, sneering, ah, so you were waiting for me here. Lu Minxing shot him a glare. Hurry inside. Standing in the courtyard like that is unbecoming. The Zhao parents, along with their entourage, were politely welcomed into the inner room by the Lu brothers. Yet Lu Jinbai turned on his heel to leave, only to be obstructed at the doorway by Lu Mu. Lu Jinbai, if you dare step out that door today, I will go outside and proclaim your filial disobedience. I will report you to the authorities. Report me? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. Do enlighten me. What are you planning to report? I will report your lack of filial piety. Let them arrest you. Lu Jinbai suddenly broke into a malicious grin. Very well. I shall stay, but don't regret it. Lu Mu, disregarding his latter words, beamed with delight. That's the spirit. I knew you would be the most obedient. Lu Jinbai returned to the inner room and observed Zhao Hong and Lu Xiangyao whispering together, completely unperturbed. The mannerisms of both families were rather unconventional, indeed, quite peculiar. Zhao Mu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiangyao, inquiring, we are not an ordinary family. How much dowry do you plan to offer? Lu Minxing with a forced smile countered, how much bride price do you intend to provide? What a joke. Zhao Mu raised her voice. Does our family need to provide a bride price? Do you think anyone can aspire to our Zhao family? Lu Xiangyao quickly gestured to Lu father, while Lu Minxing muttered, we could offer 10 yuan, along with 2 sets of bedding and 2 wash basins. Zhao Mu looked at him with disdain. Is that it? Lu Jinbai, munching on sunflower seeds, continued to speak without pause. Zhao Xiaolu found herself increasingly captivated. She had never encountered such a handsome man in her life. As both parties grew increasingly displeased over the bride price, Lu Jinbai spoke leisurely. Father, this is where you've erred. What purpose does the money serve if not to be spent? Hurry and bring it out. Lu Minxing glared at him, his face turning a shade darker. Shut your mouth. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Jinbai turned to Zhao Mu with utmost seriousness. Your son is quite the catch in town. Our family's meager bride price indeed lacks substance. 10 yuan is far too little. Isn't that an affront to my sister? Third brother. Lu Xiangyao hastily interrupted. You know our family situation. Eldest brother and second brother are still unmarried. How can they be more important than you? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. You are marrying into the Zhao family. Father, 10 yuan is truly an insult. After saying this, he casually grabbed a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and lamenting. This snack is utterly subpar, quite unappetizing. Lu Minsheng clutched his chest in anger, nearly overwhelmed by his vexation. The Lu brothers were equally incensed, itching to slap him. Zhao Mu let out a cold laugh. At least there is one sensible person in your family. 20. Lu Minsheng, suppressing his fury, declared, Our bride price is 20. Then what about your daughter? Lu Jinbai interjected again. Aunt Zhao, I must make it clear from the outset that I have no intention of marrying. Just look at my elder brother and second brother. They are far more suitable for your daughter. Would you care to choose one? The brothers Lu Yuanan had initially intended to refute the notion that they would ever marry a woman of such dubious character. Even if wealth were on the table, they would not consider taking a partner who might betray them at any moment. To their surprise, Zhao Xiaolu was even more incensed than they were. Are they worthy? Zhao Xiaolu scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. Look at them, all slouched and hideous, unworthy even to carry my shoes. The Lu brothers retorted, Do not harbor such intentions toward me. I shall not marry you, Lu Jinbai declared without a hint of politeness. You dare to reject my sister? Zhao only exclaimed, furiously pointing a finger at him. Inwardly, Xiao Jiu could not help but scoff. What a theatrical display. Is her sister truly a paragon of beauty? Do they think their family holds a royal title to be so presumptuous? Lu Jinbai coldly snorted, responding in his mind. They may be unattractive, yet their ideas are plentiful. So what if I refuse? What of it? He retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Zhao Xiaolu fixed her gaze on Lu Jinbai, a determined smile gracing her lips. Your parents have already consented to this marriage. Then you marry them. What concern is it of mine? Lu Jinbai replied, deliberately making a provocative expression. Zhao's father slammed the table with force. Once you wed Xiaolu, we shall see how she educates you. This is utterly disrespectful. Lu Jinbai exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Is it not a time of marital freedom? Do you still wish to impose an arranged marriage? What? Does the Zhao family aspire to the antiquated practices of landlords? We live in a new society, yet your thoughts remain so backward. Be careful. I might just report you, and do not claim I did not forewarn you. Zhao's father, fuming, struck the table once more. Marriage has always been a matter decided by parents. What? Is your father incapable of making decisions? Lu Mingsheng immediately interjected, his tone leaving no room for debate. He is. He must heed my words. Zhao Xiaolu, however, gazed at Lu Jinbai with a smile, softly asserting, I will treat you well in the future. At her words, Lu Jinbai shivered slightly, frowning as he shook his head. Look at you, so much older than I. How do you truly feel about this? What did you say? Zhao Xiaolu's smile instantly faltered. Are you displeased with my age? Is it not clear to you? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow, leisurely cracking sunflower seed from the table. Have I not been sufficiently clear? He glanced at Zhao Xiaolu, casually inquiring, Pray tell, what is it about me that has captured your attention? Am I to change for you? Zhao Xiaolu, flustered, felt her face flush red. Today is our engagement banquet. Whether you wish to or not, you shall marry me. After today, you shall not escape. At that moment, Lu Jinbai's consciousness was stirred by Xiao Jiu's endearing voice. I have uncovered some information. Oh, what did you find? Lu Jinbai responded inwardly. Xiao Jiu relayed the information in a rush. This Zhao Xiaolu, 3 years ago, was entangled with a married man and was caught in the act, nearly beaten to death by his family. Over the past 2 years, she has not been idle, having had unclear relationships with several masters at the factory. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinbai's expression grew more contemptuous, his gaze toward Zhao Xiaolu tinged with mockery. It seemed her appetites were rather grand indeed. Chapter 25. The devoted youth Lu Xiangyao approached Lu Jinbai and urged, Third brother, It is indeed a stroke of fortune that Xiao Lu can take a liking to you. Given our family's modest circumstances, her willingness to endure such a situation is nothing short of a tremendous blessing. With her by your side, will you ever worry about sustenance? Huh, do you think I'm pleased by this? Lu Jinbai scoffed. I'm not lacking in food or clothing at this moment. Enough of this. Let us discuss matters after we have dined. Lu Mu entered discreetly and exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Xiangyao. Understanding immediately, Lu Xiangyao pulled Lu Jinbai along, saying, Third brother, come on, let us go eat. Once seated, Lu Jinbai found himself deliberately placed beside Zhao Xiaolu. He scanned the table filled with guests, his gaze landing on the cup of water before him, inwardly querying Xiao Jiao. Is there something amiss with this? Xiao Jiao's voice simmered with indignation. Yes. It was Lu Xiangyao and her mother who tampered with it. Using that vile concoction, they intend for you and Zhao Xiaolu to consummate this arrangement. A chill swept over Lu Jinbai's face as he cast a cold glance at the Lu family, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did they truly believe he would remain a pawn in their game? If they dared to scheme against him, they had surely forgotten the ferocity of his temperament. Jinbai, quickly raise a toast to Xiaolu. You two should cherish your future together, Lu Minsheng urged. A broad smile plastered across his face. Lu Jinbai scrutinized him for a moment before erupting into laughter. I must say, you and she seem quite well matched. Why not marry her and have her be my stepmother? Your health seems as robust as ever, perhaps even more so than that of eldest brother and second brother. You insolent wretch, what are you saying? Lu Minsheng's face turned an alarming shade of green with rage. The Zhao family was seething, nearly hurling their dishes to the ground in fury. Lu Jinbai, how dare you insult my sister? I shall end you. Zhao Hong bellowed as he charged toward Lu Jinbai. In a swift motion, Lu Jinbai seized the edge of the table and violently upended it, sending plates and bowls crashing to the floor, the contents splattering everywhere, drenching both the Zhao and Lu families. Lu Mu shrieked, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Jinbai, cursing him, You wretched creature, how dare you overturn the table? Eldest brother, second brother, seize him, beat him to a pulp. Lu Goen and Lu Yuanan, the two brothers, immediately lunged at him. Lu Jinbai bent down, picked up a long stick from the ground, and without hesitation, swung it toward them, all the while hurling curses. Do you truly think I am easy to bully? Dare to set a trap for me, and I shall teach you a lesson. The brothers, struck and in pain, scrambled away, yelping, ouch. He is hitting us. We're going to die. And you. Lu Jinbai turned, delivering another blow to Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong cried out in anguish, while Zhao Mu, frantic, shrieked, Oh, my son. Meanwhile, Siyu arrived at the youth station seeking Lu Jinbai, only to learn he was not present. Su Qing glanced at him, puzzled, and asked, Did you have a quarrel? No, Siyu naive. Huayu leaned closer to Su Qing and whispered, They must have quarreled. Yesterday, when Siegu and I returned from the county, I noticed Lu Ji's expression was off. Surely, Siegu did something to upset him. Siyu, eager for insight, inquired, What can I do to placate him and alleviate his anger? Huayu rested her chin on her hand, contemplating, You should sincerely apologize to him and perhaps buy him some of his favorite things to placate him. But what if he remains unhappy? Then you should persistently cling to him, she replied. Su Qing looked doubtful. Will that really work? Of course it will, Huayu chuckled. It's a tactic my father often employs with my mother, and it proves effective. But aren't they unsuitable for each other? Quite the contrary. They are perfectly matched, Huayu asserted earnestly. Siyu silently noted Huayu's suggestions, intending to venture into the county to procure some delightful items to cheer someone up, when suddenly, Jiangzhe rushed in from outside, flustered. This is bad. Jinbai is fighting with someone at the Lu family's place. Sieyu's expression changed dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed outside. Huayu quickly followed, as did Su Qing and Jiangzhe. Throughout the journey, Sieyu was consumed with worry, fearing for Lu Jinbai's well-being and anticipating the possibility of injury. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, they found Lu Jinbai seated at the entrance, rubbing his wrist, while the village chief looked on in dismay at the chaotic scene before him. Lu Guan, Lu Yuanin, and Zhao Hong stood nearby, battered and bruised. Sieyu rushed to Lu Jinbai's side, examining him anxiously. "Are you all right?" "Let me check for injuries," he insisted, reaching out to inspect him. Lu Jinbai brushed his hand away. "I'm fine. My wrist just aches a bit from the fight." The village chief, overhearing this, twitched slightly but refrained from commenting. Xiaoyu immediately grasped his wrist, kneading it gently, his face etched with concern. "Does it feel better?" Lu Jinbai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, withdrew his hand. "I can manage myself." Just then, Huiyu, Su Qing, and Jiangzhe arrived, and upon seeing that Lu Jinbai was unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief. Zhao's mother glowered frostily at the village chief. "Are you the chief of the Lian village?" The village chief nodded hastily. "Yes, that is I." "Your son has beaten mine to a pulp." Zhao's mother pointed accusingly at the bruised Zhao. "This matter cannot go unresolved. I will report it to the police and have him imprisoned." Lu's mother echoed angrily. "I too will report him. He must face the law. Look at what he has done to my eldest and second sons. It pains my heart to see them like this." Lu Jinbai emitted a cold laugh, disdain evident on his face. Lu Minsheng, witnessing such arrogance, turned to Zhao's father. "This brat can be dealt with however you see fit. I will consider him as if he were no son of mine. Even if he were killed, our family would not extort you." Xiaoyu's expression darkened, his eyelids flickering as he coldly remarked, "Go ahead and try." The intensity of his gaze compelled Lu Minsheng to step back. Huiyu regarded the Lu family with skepticism. "You don't even understand why he fought, yet you are so quick to condemn him? Are you truly his family?" Lu's mother spat disdainfully. "We do not harbor such lowly scoundrels." "Try insulting him again." Xiaoyu stepped forward, locking eyes with her. Lu's mother hastily retreated a few steps, asserting that he should be arrested for his unprovoked violence. Lu Jinbai rose to his feet. "Unprovoked violence? Village chief, you should inquire why I fought. They tricked me into coming back, intending for me to substitute for their daughter in a marriage arrangement. When I refused, they even attempted to drug me. Given such treachery, was I not justified in defending myself?" Lu Jinbai possessed a temperament that dared anyone to scheme against him, for he believed that fate would reveal whose life was truly more resilient. Regardless, he had resigned himself to his destiny, prepared to face annihilation alongside his adversaries. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, grasping his hand, and said, "You are unlike them. They are despicable and unworthy of your fervent struggle." Lu Jinbai cast a glance at the hand that held his, and the previous gloom dissipated in an instant. The village head shouted at Lu Minsheng, "Are you a father? How could you barter your son's marriage? And to resort to drugs? Are you unaware that this is illegal? Utterly foolish." Chapter 26. The sycophantic youth in the era of literature seeing this, Lu's mother collapsed on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, I can no longer endure this. I painstakingly arranged a fine match for him, and he dares to slander me like this." Zhao's mother, furious, turned pale. "My family runs a factory in town. For him to marry my daughter is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. The onlookers began to murmur. They're from a well-off family that owns a factory in town. It seems the Lu couple has treated Jinbai rather well by finding him such a good match. Indeed, how can he be so ungrateful as to resort to violence?" Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiaolu, who had remained silent, and coldly remarked, "Compatibility extends beyond mere appearances." Lu Jinbai nodded in agreement. "Precisely." Thus, with a bit of inquiry, I uncovered the entire story. He then turned to Zhao Xiaolu. "I presume you would not wish for me to publicly disclose what I have learned." Zhao Xiaolu gazed at him with unyielding desire. "I truly like you. Do you not feel even a hint of affection for me?" Xiaoyu observed the deep longing in her eyes directed at Lu Jinbai and felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, jealousy gnawing at him almost to madness. Lu Jinbai shook his head, his tone distant. "Comrade Zhao Xiaolu, please adjust your expectations. I harbor no feelings for you. Do not squander your time on me." "Very well. I understand." Zhao Xiaolu bit her lip, turned to her parents. "Mom, Dad, we shall return home." Zhao Hong, covering his face, asked resentfully, "Am I to endure such humiliation without retaliation?" Zhao's mother glared at him. "Who told you to be so inept? Unable even to stand up to him." Zhao protested. "He wielded such a long stick. How could I possibly compete?" Lu Xiangyao, seeing the Zhao family prepare to leave, hurriedly grasped Zhao Hong's arm. Ahong. Our matters. Zhao's mother glanced back at her disdainfully. With someone like you, do you still think you can enter our Zhao family? Perhaps in your next life. She then turned to Zhao Hong. Let's go. Zhao Hong forcefully shook off Lu Xiangyao's grip. Let this be the end. No, irrafuza. Lu Xiangyao clung to him desperately. Lu's mother chased after them, imploring Zhao's mother-in-laws, can our Xiangyao and Ahong's engagement continue? We had all agreed, with your family as it is. I find it repulsive. Lu's mother and Lu Xiangyao watched helplessly as the Zhao family distanced themselves, their faces etched with despair. Lu Jinbai, you shameless wretch, I will end you. Suddenly, Lu's mother, in a frenzy, lunged at Lu Jinbai, but was intercepted by Xieyu, who pulled her aside. Unable to regain her footing, she fell to the ground, her face colliding with the doorframe. Two front teeth were shattered on the spot, and she clasped her bloodied mouth, wailing in agony. Mother, Lu Goen, along with his brothers Lu Yuanan and Lu Xiangyao, rushed over to his sister. Third brother, you are utterly unfilial. How dare you evade responsibility? Our mother has fallen to such a state because of you. She kindly arranged a marriage for you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you allow her to suffer like this. Huiyu could no longer contain herself and derisively addressed Lu Yuanan. Is this truly a family? It seems that everyone is united against the outside world, and that outside refers to Lu Jinbai, I presume? What an eye-opener. The villagers began to murmur and point fingers at the Lu family. The old couple of the Lu family are truly despicable. Just now, witnessing the Zhao family's evasiveness, it is evident that their daughter must have some issues. Our Jinbai is well-mannered and handsome. What kind of fine young lady would he not attract in the future? Why resort to such a disgraceful marriage exchange? Just because they have money, does that justify marrying a woman with issues and supporting her? Lu Jinbai turned to his brothers, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Eldest brother, second brother, you both insist that this marriage is beneficial, so why don't you take her? She seems to be of a similar age to you both. If you are unwilling, then perhaps you should marry her yourselves. Lu Goen erupted in anger, exclaiming, how could I possibly marry such a promiscuous woman? The moment the words left his mouth, he quickly covered his mouth in horror. The village chief, incensed, pointed an accusing finger at the Lu family, struggling to articulate his rage, before finally demanding, can you not treat Jinbai properly? He is also your child. What on earth are you thinking? I ask you, what are you thinking? Lu Minshang stammered, bowing his head in silence. Lu's mother, clutching her bleeding mouth, incoherently screeched. You should have drowned him in the water vat from the start. Such a waste of our family's grain. Lu Jinbai advanced towards her step by step, his gaze icy as he queried, have you ever treated me with kindness? Since I can remember, I have never had a full meal. In winter, I had to venture into the mountains for firewood and wild vegetables, spending nights in the woodshed. Even when I was so hungry that I knelt before you begging for food, I was met with a beating. You accuse me of wasting your grain. I ask you, what have I consumed of yours? The clothes I wore as a child were given to me by Uncle Zhang as family next door, as they could not bear to see my plight. What have you ever provided for me? His words pierced through Xieyu's heart like needles, causing him profound pain. He silently moved to Lu Jinbai's side, offering him silent support. Huiyu felt her eyes welling with tears, filled with both compassion and distress. Even if Lu Jinbai were not her elder brother, she would still be heartbroken for the suffering he endured in his childhood. If Lu Jinbai truly were her brother, then the Lu family deserved harsh condemnation. Her brother ought to have been cherished and led a life of affluence. Yet instead, he had been subjected to such cruelty. At that moment, an elderly man in his 60s squeezed through the crowd, pointing at the Lu family with a resonant voice. What Jinbai says is entirely true. Our two families are separated by a mere wall. Who does not know the truth? Their family has denied this child enough food to fill his belly, provided him with no warm clothing, and could not even bear to give him a proper bed. A mere 3- or 4-year-old child has been forced to sleep in a woodshed. His anger intensified with each word as he pointed at Mother Lu, exclaiming that the thin quilt covering Jinbai was a gift from his wife, who could not bear to see such a sight. Uncle Zhang's statement was immediately met with a chorus of agreement from those around. I too recalled how, at that time, Jinbai would ascend the mountain daily with a small basket to forage for wild vegetables, accompanying the adults to gather firewood despite his tender age. The eldest and second sons of the Liu family had never engaged in such labor. They wouldn't even help when a bottle fell. This elderly couple exhibited an outrageous bias, as if their hearts were made of stone. It was utterly inhumane. Was the third child not their own flesh and blood, resembling a wild child picked up from the roadside? How could one so demean their own offspring? Mother Liu, covering her bleeding mouth, glared at the villagers and shrieked, "As for my children, I shall raise them as I see fit. If you disapprove, why didn't you take him home to rear?" A group of inconsiderate individuals stood there speaking without understanding the pain. The village head pointed at Mother Liu, his hands trembling with rage, managing to stammer out, You woman, Lu Minsheng, you ought to manage this." Lu Minsheng, retracting his neck, replied, "We have many children at home, and life is tight. It's inevitable that there will be some unfairness among them, but we haven't broken any laws, have we?" At that moment, Lu Jinbai suddenly turned to Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, do me a favor." Without hesitation, Xiaoyu responded, "What is it?" "Ride your bike to the town and inform them that someone is using vile drugs to harm people. Ask them to come here." "All right, I'll go right now. I can return in an hour," Xiaoyu said as he prepared to leave. Lu Minsheng hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Jinbai, your mother is just playing a game with you. Don't take it seriously." "Lu Minsheng, do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Lu Jinbai shot him a cold glance. "Your entire family should prepare to eat prison food for reform." Lu Goen, frightened, quickly admitted, "Third brother, we were wrong. Please don't report us to the police. Whether I report you or not, that's up to me," Lu Jinbai replied with a smile. "But you must agree to one thing." The Lu family nodded vigorously. "You say, we will agree." This was merely Lu Jinbai seeking money. Giving it to him was the best course. If this matter were to reach the police, the Lu family would be entirely ruined. Lu Jinbai turned to the village head. "Village head, I would like to ask you to be a witness." "Rest assured, Jinbai, I will testify for you. Just tell me how much you want. If they refuse, I will negotiate for you. I want 200 yuan, along with a document severing ties." "What? 200 yuan?" Mother Liu trembled with rage, clutching her chest. "We don't have that much money. Are you trying to drive me to my death?" "Oh, I can't go on living." "Third brother, must you push our mother to her death?" Lu Yuanan questioned him, his face full of anger. Xiaoyu cast a glance at them and turned back to Lu Jinbai, saying, "If they can't produce it, so be it. I will head to the town now." "Go ahead," Lu Jinbai replied in a calm tone. "After all, it's not me who will undergo reform." He paused and added leisurely, "However, individuals with such low awareness do indeed deserve reform. It would be best if they were made to do the most arduous and laborious tasks. Only then will they truly learn their lesson." Lu Minsheng gritted his teeth and nodded. "We can provide the 200 yuan, but how exactly will this severing of ties work? We only have you 3 brothers. You are meant to support me and your mother in our old age. You have relinquished your pension for a mere 500. Let us sever our ties." Beside them, Huiyu was amused by such brazen words, exclaiming, "It would be better to report this. Administering such medication is no trivial matter and cannot simply be dismissed. I happen to know people in the county. Let us bypass the town and report directly to the authorities in the county. Such matters can warrant a decade or more of separation. The woman could be sent to the most remote locations, where the conditions are 100 times harsher than here, to learn a proper way of living." Lu Mu and Lu Xiangyao turned pale at the suggestion. "Father, you must cut ties with him immediately. Make him leave." Lu Xiangyao screamed. "Yes, we shall act as if we never raised that ingrate," echoed Lu Mu, her mind racing, fearing the consequences of being sent to such a place. At her age, would there even be a chance of survival? Lu Minsheng gritted his teeth, visibly pained. "Fine, if we sever ties. Do not expect to return to the Lu household when you find it difficult to survive." Lu Jinbai scoffed. "I return those very words to you. Do not come seeking my aid in the future. You wretched scoundrel. You should have been drowned or frozen to death long ago." Lu Mu seethed with rage, pointing and cursing at him. Lu Jinbai did not even lift his eyelids, addressing Lu Minsheng. For each insult, add 100 to the total, which now amounts to 300. What are you? A mere wretch. Lu Mu was ready to continue her tirade when Lu Jinbai leisurely added, add another 100. Lu Minsheng, seeing her attempt to speak again, struck her face with a slap, growling, silence. Lu Mu howled in pain, lunging at Lu Minsheng, scratching and hitting. Xiaoyu instinctively shielded Lu Jinbai, but was pushed aside. Do not obstruct me. I wish to witness this spectacle. Maintaining a distance, Xiaoyu retreated further back. The village chief urgently called for assistance. Quickly, bring some people to separate them. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to intervene. Let them fight. This is a family matter. Indeed, a wise judge can hardly resolve domestic disputes. In the end, Lu Minsheng bore the marks of Lu Mu's fury, his face marred with scratches. While the Lu brothers who attempted to intervene were not spared either, their arms bearing several wounds. Ultimately, the village chief took charge, drafting a letter of severance and compelling the Lu family to part with 300 yuan. Lu Jinbai took the money and the letter. Turning to leave with a buoyant step, Xiaoyu followed silently behind him. Meanwhile, the Lu household was enveloped in a stifling silence. Lu Mu collapsed to the ground, wailing, while Lu Xiangyao joined her in tears. She could no longer go to the town. All her dreams of a better life had been shattered. Lu Jinbai hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to Xiaoyu's home, finally free from the burdensome individuals. Upon entering, Xiaoyu found him perched on the edge of the bed, swinging his legs. He approached, squatting beside Lu Jinbai, gazing up at him with utmost sincerity. Rest assured, from now on, I shall be your family. I will earn a living for you, ensuring you are well-fed and warmly clothed throughout the seasons. Whatever you wish to buy, we shall acquire it. His earnest words brought a slight flush to Lu Jinbai's cheeks, and he bashfully scratched his head. He pulled out the 300 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. Here, take this money. Xiaoyu momentarily paused and inquired, why are you giving this to me? I have resided here for quite some time, consuming your provisions. Consider it my accommodation fee. Please keep it. He then rose once more, rummaging through the cabinet to retrieve a small iron box. Oh, and there's this as well. You should keep it. It was the dowry that Xiaoyu had previously insisted on giving him, with a slight tightening of his fingers around the box. A barely perceptible anxiety colored his voice as he asked, why? Have you grown to dislike me? No, Lu Jinbai replied, avoiding his gaze and speaking softly. I am moving out. Xiaoyu abruptly grasped his wrist, pressing him back down onto the edge of the bed, squatting beside his feet, his tone imbued with both desperation and tremor. Have I offended you in some way? I understand now. You must be weary of me. Please do not leave. I will change everything as long as you stay. He would not permit him to depart. Lu Jinbai observed the redness blossoming at the corners of his eyes, as if he might weep at any moment. A sudden heaviness settled in Lu Jinbai's chest, causing an ache. Chapter 28. The devoted youth in the historical novel, he averted his gaze and softly counseled, what you feel for me is merely an illusion. It is only because no one else has ever been by your side that you harbor these peculiar feelings toward me. It will be all right. Once I leave, you will gradually return to normal. Xiaoyu abruptly lifted his head, his dark eyes fixed intently upon him, his voice low and somber. Is that how little you think of me? Of my feelings for you? He inhaled deeply, his tone a blend of stubborn determination and desperation. Bye-bye. I do not care about your gender. The person I cherish is solely you. Do you not understand that? Lu Jinbai's heart skipped a beat under his gaze, and he hastily turned away, his voice edged with evasion. Please stop saying that. I must move out today. Rising, Lu Jinbai began to gather his belongings, not affording Xiaoyu even a glance. In truth, his mind was a chaotic tangle, internally screaming for Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, what should I do? Xiaoyu is too dangerous. I truly cannot continue living with him. After a prolonged silence, Xiaojiu leisurely replied, it is indeed time to move. If you stay any longer, who knows when you might be completely consumed by him. Lu Jinbai's brow twitched in irritation. Leave. Understood, my lord. Xiaojiu promptly logged off. Xiaoyu observed for a while before suddenly stepping forward to grasp him, pressing him onto the nearby chair. Allow me. He then began to sort through Lu Jinbai's belongings. Lu Jinbai scratched his head, watching as Xiaoyu meticulously unfolded and neatly arranged the clothes that he had hastily stuffed into the bag, stirring a deeper discomfort within him. Xiaoyu realized that he had acted a bit too hastily, inadvertently frightening Lu Jinbai. It was acceptable. He could afford to wait, to take his time. Allowing Lu Jinbai some space to calm down would ultimately provide them with more opportunities in the future. Soon, Xiaoyu had everything packed, and he turned to Lu Jinbai, inquiring, "Shall we head to the youth dormitory now?" Lu Jinbai immediately stood and headed for the door, replying, "Yes, let us go." Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, an indefinable awkwardness lingering in the air between them. Upon arriving at the youth academy, Huiyu, Su Qing, and others immediately approached. "Jinbai, from now on you will reside here. We have prepared a vacant bed for you, all neatly arranged. Rest assured, little Lu, with us around, no one would dare to bully you again." Lu Jinbai gazed at their concerned faces and smiled gently, expressing his gratitude. Xiaoyu placed his bundle on the table, his tone indifferent. "I will head back now." He glanced at Lu Jinbai, his eyes betraying an indescribable emotion. "Take good care of yourself." Before Lu Jinbai could respond, he turned and left. Jiangzhe tugged him towards the room. "Come, let's take a look at your bed." Lu Jinbai was pulled into the room, his gaze sweeping across the space. 3 beds were aligned against the wall, with the outer 2 occupied by Jiangzhe and another male youth, leaving the innermost bed empty for him. He set his bundle down, surveying his surroundings. Although it lacked the convenience of Xiaoyu's home, it was 100 times better than the Lu residence. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Jiangzhe inquired. Lu Jinbai nodded. "It's quite good. I like it. Come, let us eat first. I'll help you make your bed later." "All right, thank you." As he followed Jiangzhe out, Lu Jinbai couldn't help but recall Xiaoyu's departing figure, a heaviness settling in his heart. Sighing, he realized he had grown somewhat attached after staying for a while. Time for dinner. Lu Jinbai sat amidst them, everyone crowded together, chatting and laughing, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, as his gaze fell upon the food on the table, he suddenly missed Xiaoyu's cooking. His palate had been spoiled by it. During the meal, Lu Jinbai hardly ate, finding it unappetizing. "You all go ahead, I'll lie down for a bit." Observing his retreating figure, the group exchanged glances. Could it be that the incident this afternoon upset him? A male youth whispered. "Anyone would feel disheartened." Su Qing sighed. "Jinbai is truly pitiful. He might as well have no parents at all, especially with the disdain he faces." They all felt sympathy for Lu Jinbai, while Huiyu gazed thoughtfully towards the inner room. Huiyu, holding a basin of water, intended to fetch more for washing, but upon stepping out, she was startled by a shadow standing in the courtyard, causing the basin to clatter to the ground. Who is it?" "It's me." Xiaoyu emerged from the shadow, carrying a cloth bag. Huiyu, placing a hand over her heart, glared at him with irritation. "Xiaoyu, was that intentional? Scaring someone in the middle of the night? Has he eaten dinner?" Xiaoyu didn't answer a question, but posed another. "Who?" Huiyu paused, then realized not much. He seems to be in a bad mood, probably upset by those from the Lu family, which explains his loss of appetite. Xiaoyu shook his head. "He won tea." "What do you mean he won tea?" Xiaoyu understood Lu Jinbai too well. He wouldn't let those people trouble him. His lack of appetite was likely due to his own frustrations from earlier that day. "He is quite particular about his meals," Xiaoyu said, handing her the bag. "These are dishes I made, all his favorites. You take them to him and say they are from you." Huiyu circled around him, inspecting him closely. "Why don't you deliver them yourself?" Xiaoyu lowered his gaze, focusing on his shoelaces, his voice barely above a whisper. "He seems to dislike me a bit now." "Did you two have a quarrel?" "Yes." "Bring it here. I shall deliver it to him." Xiaoyu handed the food box to Huiyu and added with a note of caution, "Remember, do not mention that I made it." Huiyu accepted the food box, waved her hand, and walked inside, responding, I know. She knocked on the door of the male youth's dormitory, and Jiangzhe opened it. "I'm looking for Lu Jinbai." "Oh, come in." Jiangzhe stepped aside to let her in, his gaze drawn to the enticing food box in her hands. "What delectable treat do you have there?" "It's not for you," Huiyu retorted, making her way directly to Lu Jinbai's bed. Lu Jinbai was propped against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Upon her entrance, he lifted his eyes and gave her a fleeting glance. "What do you need?" "Well, I noticed you barely ate this evening, so I made this for you. Huoyu opened the food box, and a rich aroma wafted toward her, making even her mouth water. The box was brimming with dishes, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a dish of stir-fried cabbage, and a small bowl of braised pork, all of which were irresistibly appetizing. Lu Jinbai's gaze swept over the offerings, and his stomach audibly responded with a growl. And there's white rice, too. You are quite generous, Huoyu. Another young man leaned over for a better look, chuckling, "Can we steal a taste?" Huoyu shoved the food box into Lu Jinbai's embrace and shot them a warning glare. "These are all for him. You are not permitted to touch." Jiangzhe quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, we won't eat. We absolutely will not compete with Lu Jinbai." Lu Jinbai opened the bottom layer of the food box and discovered 2 fried eggs nestled inside. His eyes lit up, and he seized his chopsticks, devouring the food with fervor. As he ate, he furrowed his brow slightly. This flavor, it resembles Xieyu's cooking. He glanced toward the doorway, but Huoyu had already departed. In the following days, Huoyu consistently brought meals to Lu Jinbai, and the youth at the commune gradually grew accustomed to it. They speculated in hushed tones whether Huoyu was pursuing Lu Jinbai, given her daily culinary creations for him. Life continued at a leisurely pace until the first snowfall of November arrived. At the break of dawn, Xieyou and Huoyu hurried towards the county town, first stopping at the post office to collect a letter. It was the paternity test report that Huoyu had entrusted Xieyou to send to the military hospital a month and a half prior. Clutching the envelope tightly, Huoyu felt a surge of anxiety. "You look, I cannot bear to." Xieyou took the letter, deftly tore open the envelope, and extracted the report. His eyes skimmed the paper, landing on the final line. Based on DNA results, the subjects Lu Jinbai and Huoyu are confirmed to be siblings. "Take a look for yourself." He handed the report to her. Huoyu leaned in quickly, and as she finished reading, tears streamed down her face. "He truly is my brother," she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of laughter and sobs. "I knew it. I knew he had to be." Xieyou clenched his fists, a coldness settling over his features. How did the Lu family manage to bring Lu Jinbai here? Beneath his surface, anger simmered. The thought of the hardships Lu Jinbai had endured as a child left a painful ache in his heart. "Come, let's make a phone call." Huoyu wiped her tears and eagerly pulled him toward the post office, exclaiming, "I must inform my parents to come quickly." Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai, feeling bored, returned to the youth volunteer station. As soon as he pushed the door open, he stumbled upon Jiangzhe and Su Qing entwined in an embrace. The expression on his face shattered into fragments. How could they be hugging? Xiao Jiao, even more agitated than him, screamed in his mind. How dare he steal Xieyu's destined partner? What should we do? Lu Jinbai stood ominously behind the two, and when Jiangzhe looked up, he was met with Lu Jinbai's piercing gaze, nearly causing him to falter. "Jinbai, what brings you back?" Su Qing hurriedly extricated herself from Jiangzhe's arms, her cheeks aflame. Even her ears flushed. "Are you two dating?" Lu Jinbai asked bluntly, scrutinizing them. Jiangzhe's ears turned crimson as he stammered. "And no, I'm pursuing her." "How can you embrace her without being in a relationship? That's quintessentially despicable behavior," Lu Jinbai retorted, then turned to Su Qing, advising earnestly, "You must keep your eyes wide open. Do not hastily get involved with anyone. Look around you. There are many better candidates. Do not choose the wrong person." His words struck a chord with Jiangzhe, who grew wary and scrutinized Lu Jinbai. "Come with me." Su Qing, feeling embarrassed, quickly retreated to her room, saying, "You two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave." Lu Jinbai coldly huffed at Jiangzhe. "I must tell you, you cannot pursue Su Qing." "Why not?" Jiangzhe raised an eyebrow. "Do you have feelings for Su Qing?" Lu Jinbai hastily shook his head. "It's not me. It's Xieyou. Et la Ixuin." "What?" Jiangzhe exclaimed in disbelief. "Don't be ridiculous. Xie Qing doesn't seem to have any interest in Su Qing." "What do you know?" Lu Jinbai interrupted. "He is just reserved, concealing his thoughts. It is perfectly normal that you cannot perceive it. He harbors deep feelings for Su Qing. Do not confront him directly." Yet, Jiangzhe remained skeptical. He had observed Xieyou for a long time and saw no special regard for Su Qing, but rather, he seemed to be more attentive to Lu Jinbai. One might think Lu Jinbai was his partner. "I speak the truth. Do not doubt me. They are truly meant for each other." Oh, I see. Jiangzhi replied dismissively. Lu Jinbai leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him. You truly understand? Yes. Just then, Xiaoyu and Huayu returned, spotting the two close together, seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation. Xiaoyu frowned and approached, shoving Jiangzhi aside. Addressing Lu Jinbai, I need to speak with you. Lu Jinbai chuckled awkwardly. Busu. Just as those words left his mouth, he caught sight of Huayu, her eyes red-rimmed, and immediately inquired, What happened? Huayu grasped his arm, her voice soft and quivering from her earlier tears. I bought a lot of your favorite snacks. Why are you buying me things out of the blue? Lu Jinbai asked, puzzled. Do you want some? Show me what you've got. The two entered Lu Jinbai's room, and as Xiaoyu was about to follow, he was halted by Jiangzhi. Xiaqing, I need to speak with you. Xiaoyu turned to look at him, his gaze indifferent. What is it? I will not back down. We shall compete fairly. Jiangzhi asserted firmly. This vague declaration caused Xiaoyu's expression to darken, his demeanor becoming increasingly oppressive. Do not covet him. Keep your distance. Jiangzhi's countenance grew somber, laced with a hint of anger. You have consistently treated her poorly. When she attempted to engage you in conversation, you dismissed her. Now that she has finally stepped forward and is willing to accept me, you seek to intervene. Do not presume that your handsome appearance grants you the right to toy with others. I shall not relinquish Su Jiqing. As Xiaoyu listened, a sense of unease washed over him, and upon hearing the name Su Jiqing, he realized that their conversation was entirely misaligned. He raised an eyebrow at Jiangzhi. You have feelings for Su Jiqing? Jiangzhi nodded, candidly admitting she has already agreed to let me pursue her. Xiaoyu patted his shoulder, his tone light. Excellent. You two are quite suited for one another. What? Jiangzhi was taken aback. Aren't you upset? Why would I be upset? Jiangzhi scratched his head, gradually comprehending. Then why did Lu Jinbai claim you liked Su Jiqing? I thought you were genuinely trying to compete with me. I was played for a fool. Upon finishing his sentence, he began to chuckle to himself. Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Why did Lu Jinbai persistently try to push him towards others? It seemed as though he had been intent on binding him to Su Qing from the very start. What was the motive behind it? At that moment, Lu Jinbai emerged from the house, holding 2 boxes of pastries and extending them to Xiaoyu. Here, these are for you. Take them home and enjoy. Xiaoyu did not accept them. Instead, he seized Lu Jinbai's wrist and pulled him outside. Come, I have something to discuss with you. What are you doing? If you want to leave, just go. Why are you dragging me? Let go quickly. I will not release you. If I do, you will run off, Xiaoyu replied, his tone tinged with grievance. Chapter 30. The affectionate pursuer in the era novels. Meanwhile, Jiangzhi observed the two departing and scratched his head. They appeared rather peculiar. Xiaoyu dragged Lu Jinbai to the back of the Jiqing courtyard, where the wind was gentler, shielded by a shed from the snow. Lu Jinbai shivered from the cold and rubbed his arms. What's going on? Why did you bring me here? Seeing him huddle against the chill, Xiaoyu promptly removed his coat and draped it over Lu Jinbai, quietly asking, Is this better? Let us get to the point, Lu Jinbai replied, tightening the coat around himself. What are your thoughts? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by my thoughts? About our relationship. Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on his face, unyielding. Lu Jinbai's eyes flickered. What relationship could we possibly have? Can you please stop staring at me? Su Jiqing and Jiangzhi are almost in a relationship. Aren't you at all anxious? Xiaoyu merely nodded, his tone calm. Not anxious. He paused, adding, But I see that you are quite eager. Lu Jinbai retorted, How can I not be? If the mission fails, I will be in serious trouble. Why do you always insist on pairing me with Su Jiqing? Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. I haven't. Lu Jinbai averted his gaze. I just think you two are quite compatible. Is that so? Xiaoyu advanced towards him step by step, while Lu Jinbai retreated repeatedly until his back pressed against the wall. He looked up at Xiaoyu, who was now mere inches away, his heart inexplicably racing. What are you doing? Xiaoyu leaned closer, his gaze fixated on Lu Jinbai's lips. The cold had rendered his lips a pale shade of white, while his cheeks were flushed a vivid red. In a fluster, Lu Jinbai hastily turned his head aside, his heart pounding fiercely. Xiaoyu's voice was low and tinged with nervousness. Shall we be together? Will you be my partner? This declaration rippled through Lu Jinbai's heart like a stone cast into a lake. Startled, he suddenly coughed. Xiaoyu quickly reached out to soothe his back. Concern evident in his tone. What's wrong? Lu Jinbai pushed him away forcefully, waving his hands. It's nothing, bye-bye. Please, just let me be alone for a moment. With that, Lu Jinbai turned and fled, his footsteps rapid, soon vanishing from sight. Xiaoyu stood there, gazing in the direction Lu Jinbai had disappeared, motionless until his hands and feet grew numb from the cold, before he slowly turned and made his way back to his dwelling. The following day, the youth in the commune gathered around the fire in the inner room, seated in a circle near the flames. Lu Jinbai decided to empty his stash of snacks, laying them all out in the center of the table, exclaiming, Come, biscuits, candies, sunflower seeds, don't be shy, help yourselves. Well, we certainly won't hold back. The others laughed in agreement, reaching for the treats, and the atmosphere instantly warmed. Su Qing also rummaged through her bag and brought out a glass jar of canned goods, suggesting cheerfully, let us warm this can by the fire. Once it's heated through, we can share it. In no time, everyone revealed their hidden snacks. Today, let's eat and chat. Huoyu also produced a variety of items, longans, oranges, peanuts, arranging them abundantly and intentionally pushing some towards Lu Jinbai. Just as the lively chatter filled the room, a female youth suddenly spoke up. Shouldn't we invite Xiaoyu over as well? Jiang sprang to his feet. I'll go call him. Lu Jinbai felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. No need. He might be busy. Ah, true. The female youth nodded in agreement. Just then, the door creaked open, and Xiaoyu entered, carrying a cloth bag. Jiang's eyes brightened, and he quickly beckoned. Xiaoyu, you arrived just in time. We were just talking about you. Please have a seat. Lu Jinbai instinctively glanced up, only to meet Xiaoyu's piercing gaze. The intensity of that look sent a jolt through him, and he hurriedly lowered his head, pretending to eat. Xiaoyu scanned the room, and his eyes landed on the female youth sitting next to Lu Jinbai. Madisitere? Oh, yes, of course. The female youth promptly stood up and swapped places with him. Lu Jinbai watched helplessly as Xiaoyu settled beside him, his heart racing. With so many people in a room, their proximity made him feel uneasy, as even the slightest movement brought them into contact. Noticing his discomfort, Huoyu extended an orange toward him. Lu, would you like an orange? I just warmed one by the fire. Before Lu Jinbai could extend his hand, the orange was already taken by Xiaoyu. He lifted his gaze towards Lu Jinbai, speaking with a casual tone. It's a bit hot. Let me peel it for you. Huoyu, noticing this, quickly picked up a freshly roasted orange and turned to Su Qing, saying, I'll peel one for you as well. Su Qing's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she softly declined. No need. I've already peeled one. Just take it carefully. It's hot. Without giving her a chance to protest, Jiangzhe handed her the neatly peeled orange. Lu Jinbai cast a sidelong glance at the two, who seemed oblivious to their surroundings, his lips twitching with disdain. At that moment, Xiaoyu brought the peeled orange close to Lu Jinbai's mouth, his voice low and coaxing. It's not hot anymore. The room fell silent, all eyes shifting toward them. Even Jiangzhe couldn't help but glance over, noting how Xie Zhixing's attentiveness surpassed his own towards Su Qing. He envied their brotherly bond. Go ahead and eat. Xiaoyu's gaze was unyielding, causing a pang in Lu Jinbai's heart. He hastily reached out to take the orange, shooting Xiaoyu a glare filled with irritation. I can do it myself. Moments later, Xiaoyu presented a full plate of sunflower seeds and peanuts, pushing it towards Lu Jinbai. Would you like some water? I brought honey. Lu Jinbai frowned at him, his tone laced with impatience. Are you annoying? I have hands. Would you like an extra spoonful of honey? Xiaoyu seemed unfazed by Lu Jinbai's complaints, continuing as if he hadn't heard. You don't have to go overboard. Just add the normal amount. Lu Jinbai choked slightly, struggling to formulate a reply. Just add what you think is right. At this, Xiaoyu's face brightened, and he eagerly took the honey jar and headed outside. Su Qing glanced at Lu Jinbai and then at Xiaoyu, who was now outside. The way Xiaoyu acted seemed reminiscent of Jiangzhe pursuing her. Jiangzhe was indeed pursuing her, but what about Xiaoyu? Surely he wasn't pursuing Lu Jinbai? A few others exchanged glances, noting how considerate Xiaoyu was towards Lu Jinbai. His previous arrogance completely dissolved, as if he had transformed into a different person. As Huoyu stepped outside, she caught sight of Xiaoyu in the kitchen, diligently stirring the honey water. Can't you tone it down a bit? She leaned against the doorframe, unaware of how troubled her brother was. Xiaoyu glanced at her, his hands never pausing. I've always been like this with him. His tone was calm, as if it were a matter of course. Huayu watched, her expression filled with exasperation, furrowing her brow. Let me remind you, my parents would never approve of this. You'd better prepare yourself mentally. Xiaoyu tightened his grip around the honey water cup. I want to give up on him. Even if he dislikes me, or even hates me, as long as I can keep watching him, that's enough. Huayu sighed inwardly, recognizing his infatuation. Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai was crouched outside the door, eavesdropping, straining to catch their low conversation, but unable to make out anything. What are you hiding here for, sir? A voice echoed in his mind. It's nothing. I just wanted to hear what those two were saying. Lu Jinbai continued to gaze towards the kitchen. Even if they have their own circumstances, it cannot alter the bond between Su Qing and Jiangzhe at this moment. Xiao Jiu's tone was laced with urgency, as he never expected their first mission to end in failure. Lu Jinbai clenched his teeth in silent determination, declaring, no, the first mission must not fail. He turned and retreated into the inner room, only to stumble upon Su Qing, her face flushed with shyness as she accepted a handkerchief from Jiangzhe. Their gazes met, and both blushed deeply. Lu Jinbai thought to himself that it was evident they had already expressed their feelings for one another. What more could he do? Just then, Xiaoyu entered with a cup of water and noticed Lu Jinbai, who was dejectedly hanging his head. What's wrong? He inquired, taking a seat beside him. Lu Jinbai lifted his gaze to meet Xiaoyu's, his voice muffled. I do not wish to drink honey water. Xiaoyu glanced at the cup in his hand, his tone remaining gentle. Then what would you like to drink? Is there anything you can procure for me? Lu Jinbai replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. Indeed, Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Just tell me. Do you have malted milk or powdered milk? Lu Jinbai smirked, deliberately testing him. Xiaoyu met his gaze without hesitation. Promptly rising, just wait a moment. Lu Jinbai watched his figure hastily disappear into the swirling snow, soon becoming a distant silhouette. He opened his mouth, but the words lodged in his throat. Nearby, several young intellectuals found the scene amusing and approached him teasingly. Jinbai, do you know what you resemble right now? And what about Xie Jiqing? What do you think he looks like? Lu Jinbai raised his eyes to glare at them. What do I look like? You, my friend, are the very image of a pampered young wife. And he resembles a doting lapdog. Oh, Bibit. Huayu cast a sharp glance their way. Enough. Enough. Cease this foolishness. It's merely a jest, they protested. A faint blush crept on a Lu Jinbai's face, uncertain whether it was from their words or the warmth of the fire. He felt heat radiating from his body. No more of this. I shall take a nap, he declared, rising to head toward his cot. He lifted the blanket and burrowed in, covering himself completely. Su Qing stood to leave. Then we should prepare lunch. I will do it. Jiangzhe followed closely behind her. Let Jinbai sleep well. Do not disturb him, someone called out, and soon the room fell silent. From beneath the blanket, Lu Jinbai muttered, I want to eat. Do not prepare my portion. Huayu stoked the fire with coal and left a small crack in the window for ventilation, whispering, then sleep well. If you get hungry, just help yourself to something from my cabinet. The room soon became tranquil. Lu Jinbai slept soundly until afternoon, and when he finally opened his eyes, the light had dimmed. He turned to see someone sitting at his bedside, startling him. Who is it? It's me. Xiaoyu leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Shall I make you a bowl of noodles? Lu Jinbai frowned at him, his expression fraught with annoyance. What are you doing here? I recalled you wanted malted milk and powdered milk, so I brought them for you, Xiaoyu replied, lifting a package from the table and presenting it to him. Lu Jinbai glanced inside, revealing 2 cans of malted milk and 4 packets of powdered milk. Did you go to the county? He furrowed his brow, realizing that baby formula was entirely unavailable in town, only found in the county seat. Despite the heavy snowfall, he had made the trip. Xiaoyu, as if presenting a treasure, continued, I also bought your favorite cream cake. Would you like to have it now? Or shall I prepare you a bowl of noodles? Lu Jinbai's gaze fell upon his hands, which were red and swollen from the cold, and his heart tightened. With such heavy snow, were you out of your mind to venture to the county? Who needs this? His voice suddenly escalated, laced with uncontrollable anger. Are you trying to throw your life away? Xiaoyu, observing his flushed face, quietly concealed his hands behind his back. Xiaoyu, do you comprehend what you are doing? Lu Jinbai's voice was heavy. I understand. What you're doing is incorrect. How could two men possibly? He faltered momentarily before continuing bluntly. You are troubled in your thoughts. Xiaoyu met his gaze firmly, asserting, the only person I like is you, Lu Jinbai. Let's not dwell on that. You've slept for half the day. Aren't you hungry? Xiaoyu shifted the subject. Not hungry. No sooner had he spoken than a loud grumble emerged from his stomach. Xiaoyu chuckled softly, his eyes filled with warmth. I'll go prepare you some noodles. Lu Jinbai watched him exit, feeling defeated as he sank back onto the bed. Xiaojiu, it's over. I feel death is near. Does Xiaoyu hold a grudge against me? Why is he so insistent on clinging to me? Xiaojiu sighed repeatedly. In truth, Xiaoyu is quite good to you. If it weren't for the task at hand, I might have been moved to tears. In this heavy snow, just because you casually mentioned wanting baby formula. He rushed off to the county without a second thought. He must have fallen several times on the way, surely sustaining injuries. Don't be deceived by his warm clothing. He struggled for quite a while after slipping in the river. With each of Xiaojiu's words, Lu Jinbai's heart tightened further. What do you mean I mentioned it casually? It was clearly his own muddled thinking that led him to brave the snow. When did I ever send him there? Go away. Lu Jinbai retorted, flustered and enraged. Xiaojiu quickly fell silent. I'm going. Lu Jinbai rose from the bed, hastily throwing on a coat before heading outside. Just as he reached the doorway, he collided with Xiaoyu, who was bringing in a steaming bowl of noodles. It's cold outside. You should wear more clothes, Xiaoyu said, extending the bowl toward him. Eat something warm to help you feel better. Lu Jinbai watched as Xiaoyu placed the noodles on the table, his throat tightening as he contemplated asking if he had sustained any injuries from his fall. Just as the words were about to escape his lips, they were interrupted by hurried footsteps. Jiangzhi rushed in, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, hurry. Grandpa who just fell and can't get up. The village chief wants you to go check on him immediately. Xiaoyu turned to Lu Jinbai, saying, you eat while it's hot. I'll go take a look. Lu Jinbai nodded, his voice softer than usual. Oh, the snow is thick on the way, so be careful. Xiaoyu, surprised by his sudden concern, beamed with joy, replying, all right. After speaking, he strode out of the youth commune, his figure quickly vanishing into the swirling snow. Lu Jinbai approached the table and took a seat, picking up the chopsticks to lift the noodles in his bowl. A few slices of beef remained atop the noodles, and midway through his meal, he discovered 3 poached eggs hidden at the bottom of the bowl. After consuming the substantial portion, a warm sensation enveloped his stomach, providing a delightful comfort. Huiyu entered, lifting the curtain, and upon noticing that he had finished, hurriedly offered to wash the bowl. No, I'll do it myself, Lu Jinbai replied, evading her outstretched hand as he carried the bowl toward the kitchen. Just before he stepped through the door, he overheard a few youths inside engaged in idle chatter, with him as the central topic. Xiaoyu remarked, Lu Jinbai truly is something else. Just the other day, I attempted to strike up a conversation with him, but he barely acknowledged me. Another chimed in, you see, Xiaoyu likely only has eyes for Lu Jinbai. Shortly thereafter, Su Qing's voice interjected. That's because Lu Jinbai had been staying at Xiaoyu's house recently. It's only natural for them to be close. Indeed, Xiaoyu genuinely cares for Lu Jinbai, preparing meals daily for Huiyu to bring over. Without fail, another added. Huiyu, standing outside, glanced at Lu Jinbai and hesitated. I knew all along that the meals you brought were made by him. Lu Jinbai interrupted her, his tone slightly awkward. Otherwise, how could they taste the same as before? He thrust the bowl into Huiyu's hands. Please wash this for me. And with that, he turned and hurriedly exited. Huiyu watched as he dashed towards Xiaoyu's residence. Shaking her head in resignation, those two Lu Jinbai ran without pause to Xiaoyu's home. The door was unlocked, and with a gentle push, it swung open. He stepped inside, the interior shrouded in darkness, necessitating cautious navigation. The bedding on the bed was neatly folded, with even the adjacent clothing arranged meticulously. Seating himself on the edge of the bed, Lu Jinbai murmured, what is the point of being so tidy? As he spoke, he ruffled the neatly arranged clothing with a few swift motions, finding it more pleasing to the eye. Assuming Xiaoyu was still at Old Hu's place, Lu Jinbai lingered by the bedside, his gaze fixed on the door. After a considerable time, the sky outside succumbed to darkness, thick snow blanketing the ground and casting a bright glow around. Though the room lacked illumination, the light from the snow allowed him to discern the surroundings. At that moment, the sound of a door closing echoed from the courtyard, followed by the approach of footsteps. Xiaoyu had returned. Just as Lu Jinbai was about to call out to him, he observed Xiaoyu entering while shedding his outerwear with deft movements. Soon, he was left in only a fitted tank top, the contours of his broad shoulders and narrow waist sharply defined in the dim light. The muscles in his arms were taut, clearly developed from years of labor. Lu Jinbai's gaze swept over, immediately catching sight of a significant bruise on Xiaoyu's left arm, appearing rather severe. Who did this? Xiaoyu, sensing someone in the room, reacted swiftly, advancing to press Lu Jinbai against the edge of the bed and twisting his arm behind him. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. It's me. Lu Jinbai gasped, quickly exclaiming. Lu Jinbai? Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoyu relaxed and quickly turned him over, reaching for his clothing buttons, eager to ascertain his condition. Let me see. Your arm isn't injured, is it? No, I'm fine. Lu Jinbai hastily defended himself, shielding his front with his hands. Xiaoyu rose to fetch an oil lamp, illuminating the dark room in an instant. Bye. Did you come specifically to find me? His eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Jinbai remained silent, skillfully rummaging through a drawer to extract a box of ointment. Xiaoyu obediently sat beside him, curiosity evident in his voice. How did you know I don't speak? Lu Jinbai interrupted, squeezing some ointment into his palm and warming it before gently applying it to the bruise on Xiaoyu's arm, gradually spreading it. As Xiaoyu felt the warmth of his hand gliding over his skin, his body involuntarily tensed, and his breathing grew heavier. Does it hurt? Lu Jinbai observed his rigidity and raised his gaze to inquire. Yes, Xiaoyu responded softly, not due to pain, but rather in response to the intimate contact. Noticing this, Lu Jinbai softly blew on the bruise. Xiaoyu let out a suppressed groan, his body tightening further. What's wrong? Does it hurt a lot? Lu Jinbai frowned. It doesn't hurt. Xiaoyu's voice was somewhat hoarse. If it doesn't hurt, then why is your face so tense? Lu Jinbai's words caught in his throat as he inadvertently glanced at Xiaoyu's slightly arched body, and suddenly, everything became clear. His face flushed crimson with a mix of anger and embarrassment as he glared at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how could you be so casual about this? Xiaoyu swiftly turned away, grasping his hand with urgency. It's not casual. I only act this way with you. Lu Jinbai's face reddened even more. Unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment, his ears burning. Stop talking. He yanked his hand back. I'm leaving. I'll see you off. It's still snowing outside. Xiaoyu hastily donned his coat, but by the time he pursued, Lu Jinbai had already vanished from sight. He hurried after him, maintaining a few meters distance until he saw him enter the educated youth courtyard before retreating. The next morning, Lu Jinbai was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Irritated, he donned his clothes and, rubbing his sleepy eyes, stepped outside to find Lu Yuanan and Lu Xiangyao bickering in the yard. Third brother, you finally decided to come out? Lu Yuanan was the first to speak. You're making such a racket this early. Lu Jinbai's voice was cold and hard, his mood sour from the disturbance to his dreams. Huiyu, observing from the side, crossed her arms and scoffed. Haven't you two already severed ties with Lu Xiaoga? What brings you back now? What is it to you about my matters with my third brother? Lu Xiangyao shot her a glare. Oh, still calling him your third brother? Huiyu raised an eyebrow, her disdain evident. Does he even acknowledge you as a sister? You truly have a thick face. Huiyu, are you calling me thick-skinned? Lu Xiangyao's face flushed red with anger. What's wrong? Is your hearing also impaired? Huiyu mockingly shook her head. Why don't you go to the town's hospital and check on her? How can someone so young be hard of hearing? Chapter 33. The Obsequious Youth in Historical Fiction. Lu Yuanan turned to Lu Jinbai, expressing his displeasure. Are you really going to stand by while she bullies our little sister? Lu Jinbai scoffed. What should I do? Join her in the insults? The third brother, father, suffered a stroke last night and is still lying in the clinic. Lu Yuanan continued, his face flushed with anger. If it weren't for you, would he be in this condition? Hurry and get some money to see him. Lu Jinbai shot him a disdainful glance, as if he were looking at something filthy. Have you lost your mind? I have long severed ties with the Lu family. Stay away from me. Don't bother me for no reason, and expect me to hand over money? Why don't you go rob someone? Lu Jinbai, that is our father. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing? Lu Yuan's eyes reddened. He is your father. You should figure it out yourself instead of wasting time here. Lu Jinbai turned away, too lazy to even spare him a glance. Lu Xiangyao immediately began to cry. Third brother, how have you changed? You weren't like this before. Oh. Lu Jinbai crossed his arms and laughed coldly. I was nearly worn down by you all before. Do you think I'm still a fool? Hurry and leave. Seeing you all is irritating. Lu Yuan, taken aback, turned a shade of deep crimson. Lu Jinbai, no matter what, he is still your father. If you refuse to provide money, I will report you to the commune tomorrow. Go ahead, hurry up. Whoever doesn't go is a turtle. Lu Jinbai showed no fear, not even lifting his eyelids, and turned to return indoors. The two siblings remained outside, cursing for a while, but when no one responded, they left in frustration. Huiyu followed into the inner room and found Lu Jinbai burrowed back under the covers, unable to suppress a laugh. Little brother, you lie in bed all day without even stepping outside for fresh air? Lu Jinbai waved his hand, wrapping himself tighter. It's cold. The bed is warm. Huiyu sat on the edge of the bed, suppressing his amusement. This morning, Brother Xie went to the town. What does that have to do with me? Lu Jinbai replied sullenly. He went to buy charcoal, saying you were afraid of the cold and wouldn't sleep well at night. The charcoal was delivered this morning. You were still asleep when he dropped it off and left. Huiyu continued with a smile. I'll light it for you shortly. I guarantee you will be warm all day. Lu Jinbai paused. Why is Xie being so kind to him? Just as he was lost in thought, a male youth rushed in, flustered Jinbai. The Lu family is causing a scene at the clinic. Lu Jinbai frowned. If they're causing trouble, they should find the village chief. The chief is gone. I'm here to tell you that your second brother is despicable. He attacked Xie with a brick, and there is a lot of blood on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinbai sprang up from the bed, forgetting to put on his clothes as he dashed towards the door. Huiyu quickly grabbed him. Get dressed first. We'll go together. The male youth added. There is no one left at the clinic. Xie has been taken to the town hospital by Jiangxia. Lu Jinbai's hands trembled as he put on his cotton jacket, his voice tinged with unrecognized panic. Is he seriously injured? I'm not too sure. I was watching from the outside and saw a lot of blood on the ground. Before the words had left his lips, Lu Jinbai had already flung open the door and dashed outside, with Huiyu hurriedly following in pursuit. The snow on the ground was too thick for riding a bicycle. So Lu Jinbai sprinted all the way to the town hospital. Upon entering, he encountered Jiangxia, who was in the midst of collecting medication. Gasping for breath, he inquired urgently, how is he? He is no longer in critical condition. Jiangxia replied, just as Lu Jinbai exhaled a sigh of relief and accompanied him to the ward. Inside the room, Xie lay pallidly half-reclined on the hospital bed, while the village head was pressing Lu Guan to bow his head and apologize. Nearby, Lu Mu and Lu Xiangyao were weeping uncontrollably. My second child did not do it on purpose. Who could have known he wouldn't dodge? Lu Mu cried out in defense. Indeed, you could have avoided it. Lu Guan muttered quietly. The village head's face flushed with anger. Xie's zeeking is at 6 or 7 stitches in the back of his head. What kind of attitude is this? Xie had already noticed Lu Jinbai's entrance and deliberately raised a hand to cover his head, knitting his brows into a tight frown, showcasing an expression of unbearable agony. He could have evaded the incident, yet this act of self-infliction was a performance intended for Lu Jinbai, aiming to make him observe closely and not constantly avoid him. Lu Jinbai approached Lu Guan step by step, his gaze as frigid as ice. Before anyone could react, he seized the thermos from the table and smashed it violently against Lu Guan's skull. With a resounding crash, the thermos shattered. Hot water, mingling with shards of glass, sprayed across the floor. Lu Guan clutched his head, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, my son. Lu Mu rushed over to embrace him, her voice piercing. Lu Xiangyao, frightened by the madness in Lu Jinbai's eyes, retreated repeatedly until she cowered in a corner, too afraid to speak. The village head was momentarily stunned, then immediately pointed at Lu Jinbai with fury. What are you doing? You cannot use such an object to strike someone's head. What if you injure him? This could lead to a fatality. Without a word, Xiaoyu descended from the bed and grasped Lu Jinbai's hand, examining it carefully. Are you hurt? Lu Jinbai glanced at him. Then push it back onto the bed. Lie still and don't move. Jiangzhe, observing Lu Guan groaning while clutching his head, recalled Lu Jinbai's earlier ferocity and instinctively shrank his neck. That earlier display from Lu Jinbai had indeed been terrifying. Lu Jinbai, how dare you strike someone? Report him to the authorities. He must face imprisonment. Lu Mu shrieked with reddened eyes. Lu Jinbai, unfazed, nodded. Very well, go ahead and report. He paused, leisurely reiterating her words. I also wonder why he didn't T-dodge. He clearly had the chance to avoid it, yet stood there motionless. Lu Guan struggled to articulate a response. I am your second brother. You would aid a stranger? Are you out of your mind? He yelled, clutching his head in frustration. You are the one who is out of your mind. Lu Jinbai dismissed, unwilling to engage further. At that moment, Xiaoyu gently tugged at Lu Jinbai's clothing and murmured, It hurts. Lu Jinbai immediately bent down to examine the bandage on Xiaoyu's head, his tone involuntarily softening. I will call for a doctor. No need. The doctor said it would hurt after the anesthesia wore off, Xiaoyu insisted, holding onto his hand tightly. Lu Mu continued her outburst. Village head, did you see that? He struck my son's head. He must be sent to prison. The village chief, with a severe headache, shot her a glare. He*s in prison. And your family's second son cannot escape either. Weigh your options carefully. With that, he dismissed her with a wave of his hand and departed without a backward glance. Lu Mu's gaze towards Lu Jinbai was filled with malice. This wretched child, why hadn't she disposed of him when she had the chance? Suppressing her hatred, she supported Lu Guan. Come, I'll take you to the doctor. Xiang Yao, return to the ward to care for your father. I will take your second brother for a bandage. Lu Xiangyao, fearing further confrontation, hurriedly slipped away as if granted a reprieve. Chapter 34. The sycophant youth in the era novel. The ward door swung open, and Huiyu rushed in, panting, Little brother, why are you running so fast? Before she could finish, her eyes fell upon the chaos on the floor, and she immediately turned to Lu Jinbai. Did a fight break out? It's nothing. Just a minor skirmish, Lu Jinbai replied nonchalantly. Jiangzhe, standing by, added quietly. Just now, Jinbai cracked Lu Guan's head open. Huiyu's eyes brightened, a smile gracing her face. Is my little brother that formidable? Jiangzhe remarked. Isn't your reaction a bit off? Xiaoyu glanced at Huiyu and said, You all should return. I don't need so many people guarding me here. Huiyu nodded. Then I'll go back with my little brother. Let Jiangzhe stay to watch over you. She was not at ease leaving her little brother alone here. If her parents found out, they would surely break her legs. Lu Jinbai waved his hand. You all go back. I can manage by myself. Little brother, Jiangzhe chuckled as he walked out, calling, Jiqing, let us head back. Their close friendship meant that leaving Jinbai behind would allow them to converse and pass the time. All right. Huiyu reluctantly followed Jiangzhe out. The ward was left in silence with only Lu Jinbai and Xiaoyu. I'll clean up the shards on the floor. Lu Jinbai began to turn, but Xiaoyu stopped him. Leave it. I'll handle it. You're the patient. Just sit. Lu Jinbai brushed off his hand. Don't fuss. He crouched down to pick up the glass shards, cleaning them up before washing his hands. After completing this task, he finally sat down on the stool beside Xiaoyu's bed. Does your head still hurt? Xiaoyu nodded, his voice muffled. Yes. Are you sure you don't want to call a doctor to take another look? Xiaoyu took the opportunity to grasp his hand. This is enough. Seeing that Lu Jinbai did not withdraw his hand, he cautiously intertwined their fingers. Lu Jinbai shot him a sidelong glance. Don't push your luck. It hurts. Xiaoyu's voice trembled. Does holding my hand help with the pain? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. What? Am I a painkiller? Xiaoyu regarded him earnestly, his eyes shining brightly. You are. Just being able to see you and hold your hand makes the pain disappear. He emphasized, really bye-bye. Lu Jinbai feigned a heroic expression. Fine, fine. I'll grant you half an hour. Good. Xiaoyu's delight was unmistakable. Thus, Xiaoyu remained in the hospital for 3 days, with Lu Jinbai by his side throughout. Upon returning to Xiaoyu's residence, He looked at Lu Jinbai with a hesitance that spoke volumes. Please don't return to the youth dormitory, okay? He said softly. It's warm here in winter. He leaned closer to Lu Jinbai's ear, his voice husky. And I can keep you warm in bed. Lu Jinbai suddenly took a few steps back, covering his ears. You can speak, but could you refrain from leaning in so close? Xieyu's gaze fell upon the tips of his ears, which were flushed with a deep crimson. Your ears are quite red. Lu Jinbai rolled his eyes in exasperation. It's because of you. Then shall I make an effort to avoid angering you in the future? Xieyu continued. Would you consider staying? Absolutely not. Lu Jinbai firmly rejected. You should tidy yourself up. I'm going home. He could not remain there. For the past 3 days, he had awakened on Xieyu's hospital bed, nestled in his embrace. Moreover, Xieyu's techniques had nearly ensnared him on several occasions. No. He resolutely vowed to keep his distance from Xieyu. Xieyu appeared disheartened, his voice fading. Bye-bye, I'm leaving. Please take care of yourself. Lu Jinbai did not look back, turning away without a shred of compassion. Xieyu stood rooted in place, his gaze fixed on Lu Jinbai's retreating figure, unwilling to divert his eyes. As Lu Jinbai made his way to the youth commune, his thoughts drifted to the recent circumstances concerning Su Qing and Jiangzhe. Alas! Given the current state of affairs, it seemed the protagonists would never unite. In his mind, he called out to Xiao Jiao. If you're alive, give me a sign. Beep. Came Xiao Jiao's swift reply. See? Does this mean my mission has failed? Xiao Jiao's adorable voice chimed in. Master, the system indicates that everything is functioning normally. This suggests that there is still hope for you. Keep striving. Lu Jinbai scoffed derisively. Striving for what? Haven't you noticed that the main characters have completely strayed from the script? I find it perplexing that Xieyu is treating me this way. Could it be that he has issues with his sexual orientation? Master, he was quite normal in his previous life, even willing to destroy the world for the heroine. Xiao Jiao clarified. Does this imply that he will not destroy the world now? Have I completed half of my task? Lu Jinbai pressed on. Theoretically, yes. But facilitating the union of the protagonists is also part of your mission, Xiao Jiao encouraged. Master, keep up the good work. Lu Jinbai rolled his eyes dramatically. You may leave now. Upon entering the youth commune, he spotted Su Qing and Jiangzhe basking in the sun in the yard. The past few days had been sunny, and the accumulated snow had long been cleared away. Jinbai, you're back. How is Xie Zinking? Suining Guiyiv. He is fine now and has already returned home. That is great. Suin Smaiv. I thought you might stay with Xie Zinking to take care of him for a few days. Lu Jinbai scratched his head. We have no relationship, so why would I stay to look after him? Perhaps you could cook a few meals for him when you have time? It's inconvenient for him alone, and he is still feeling dizzy, Jiangzhe suggested, glancing at Su Qing. Why not invite Xieyu over to our commune for meals? It's just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. Su Qing nodded in agreement. He is a patient. It wouldn't be wise for him to make the round trip. It's better for Su Zinking to go there and cook. Lu Jinbai, unwilling to relent, added. Jiangzhe should go instead. Qing doesn't have the time. Jiangzhe chuckled. I'll handle it. Qing is busy. Lu Jinbai glanced between the two, raising an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit too intimate to call her that? Jiangzhe's face was adorned with a joyful smile, her voice imbued with sweetness. We're to hold a banquet next month. Su Jiqing and I've already settled on a date. Lu Jinbai replied. Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she stood up and said, I'll head to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Jiangzhe gazed at her retreating figure and chuckled. My dear Qing is truly adorable. Lu Jinbai tugged at the corners of his mouth and confirmed. So, you're getting married? Yes, indeed, Jiangzhe nodded. In her mind, Xiao Jiao was anxiously hopping about. Master, they're getting married. We must intervene. Lu Jinbai coldly retorted. Stop your nonsense. They are both enamored with each other. Would my interference be of any use? If even the principal party is not anxious, why should I be? Xiao Jiao, with a quivering voice, lamented. But the mission will fail. Lu Jinbai shrugged indifferently. If it fails, it fails. Sometimes an early end is a form of liberation. Xiao Jiao realized that his master was prepared to let things unravel. Chapter 35. The devoted youth of the era Lu Jinbai, with a face devoid of hope, returned to his room, leaving behind a parting remark. Do not call me for meals. I am not hungry. What? You're not hungry again? Jiangzhe looked at him as he slammed the door, her expression filled with confusion. A month later, today marked the joyous occasion of Su Qing and Jiangzhe's union, and the youth commune was particularly lively. As dawn broke, everyone busied themselves with hanging festive symbols and adorning windows, while previously vacant rooms were tidied up and refurbished as the couple's new home. Xiaoyu, along with several male youths, moved in fresh bedding and a hot water bottle to the new residence. Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai sat nearby, indulging in candies, consuming them one after another with great delight. Xiaoyu approached him, placing a hand over his, as he reprimanded, "Eating so many, are you not afraid of a toothache?" "I want to eat." "Mind your own business," Lu Jinbai retorted defiantly, though the candies were confiscated by Xiaoyu, who then produced a few wrapped pastries from his pocket and offered them to Lu Jinbai. "Have these instead. The candy is too sweet and should be consumed sparingly. Save some for tomorrow." Lu Jinbai looked up at Xiaoyu and beckoned him over. Understanding the cue, Xiaoyu bent down. "Today, you truly cannot restrain me." Lu Jinbai took advantage of Xiaoyu's momentary distraction to swiftly retrieve the candies from his pocket. He raised the sweets triumphantly, declaring, "What do you think? Am I quick or not?" Xiaoyu observed his proud demeanor, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips, as his hand instinctively brushed against Lu Jinbai's short hair, gently ruffling it. "Yes, quite impressive," he replied softly, his tone laced with indulgence. Lu Jinbai swatted his hand away, visibly annoyed. "Do not mess it up." "Lu Jinbai," a melodious female voice called out, as Luo Yin from the village cheerfully settled beside him. "I just returned yesterday. You have changed so much." Luo Yin worked at the food factory in town and rarely returned to the village. Today, upon her arrival for the celebration, she had spotted Lu Jinbai from afar. He truly appeared transformed, more striking than even the young man at the factory. Lu Jinbai casually nodded. "Not much has changed. I'm still the same." Luo Yin smiled with her eyes crinkling in delight, inching closer to him. "Are you free tomorrow? The factory has given out 2 movie tickets. I would like to invite you to watch a film." The expression on Xiaoyu's face immediately darkened as his gaze fixated on Luo Yin. Luo Yin met his stare with confusion and inquired, "Why are you staring at me?" "You are occupying my seat," Xiaoyu replied coldly. "Please move aside." Luo Yin, feeling displeased, retorted, "There are plenty of other seats available. Can't you just take another one? I wish to have a word with Lu Jinbai. This is my seat. Kindly vacate it." Xiaoyu's tone grew icy, his eyes emanating an intimidating pressure. Luo Yin, feeling a shiver from his piercing gaze, quickly stood up, muttering, "What is wrong with this person?" Before storming off, Lu Jinbai observed a retreating figure and turned to Xiaoyu, asking, "Why are you so harsh with girls? Don't you understand the concept of cherishing and valuing them?" Xiaoyu's hand emerged from beneath the table, gripping Lu Jinbai's firmly as he whispered, "Bye-bye. I only have kindness for you." Lu Jinbai struggled to break free, shooting him a glare. "Let go." Xiaoyu tightened his grip further, teasingly remarking, "Does Bye-bye truly enjoy being cherished? Why are you grabbing my hand?" Lu Jinbai snapped. Xiaoyu leaned closer, lowering his voice, "I have no grandfather. Release me." "Don't move." Xiaoyu's voice took on a husky quality as their fingers intertwined. A faint blush crept on Lu Jinbai's cheeks, his ears reddening as well. A group of young intellectuals entered, laughing and chatting, taking seats at their table. "Why aren't you two going to see the new house? Everyone is waiting to celebrate the newlyweds." Lu Jinbai strained to withdraw his hand, but Xiaoyu's grip was unyielding. Xiaoyu spoke dispassionately, "I have no desire to go." Lu Jinbai scrutinized him, maintaining a facade of composure while simmering with frustration. He shifted his gaze, lightly tracing circles on the back of Xiaoyu's hand, gradually edging toward his palm. Xiaoyu's body tensed suddenly, a tingling sensation coursing through him. He released Lu Jinbai's hand, yet the latter escalated his mischief, deliberately brushing against his clothing and slipping his hand inside. Xiaoyu seized the offending hand, raising his eyes to meet Lu Jinbai's, who raised an eyebrow in playful triumph. "Xiaoyu, why are you sweating so much? Indeed, your face is flushed. Are you feeling unwell?" The other young intellectuals inquired with concern. Xiaoyu's tone remained steady, betraying no signs of distress. "I'm fine. I just overdressed. However, Lu Jinbai discerned the instability in his voice, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Before Xie could regain his composure, that mischievous hand began to stir restlessly on his thigh, as if igniting a fire. Bye-bye, he whispered, a note of helplessness in his tone as he glanced at Lu Jinbai. Lu Jinbai smiled back at him, relishing his feigned calmness. Xie tightened his grip on the unruly hand, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Tonight, I shall reclaim what is mine." "Reclaim your grandfather." "I have no grandfather." Lu Jinbai huffed, retracting his hand and turning away, ignoring him. Xie pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping his hands. Dinner is about to be served. The surrounding young intellectuals observed this scene with familiar expressions, having transitioned from initial shock to indifference. Soon, an array of dishes was presented on the table, a delightful assortment of meat and vegetables, and as they were arranged, everyone eagerly began to eat. Xie devoted his entire attention to Lu Jinbai, frequently placing morsels of meat into his bowl or rising to refill his water, his gaze rarely straying from him. Lu Jinbai felt increasingly uneasy under his scrutiny, frowning as he pulled Xie closer and whispered, "You've crossed the line. Could you please refrain from this?" Xieyu's gaze fell upon the hand that grasped his, and the proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of Lu Jinbai's refreshing fragrance, his eyes beginning to gleam with infatuation. Observing this, Lu Jinbai brutally stepped on Xieyu's foot, exclaiming irritably, "Control your gaze." Xieyu let out a muffled grunt of pain. Looking up at Lu Jinbai with a hint of grievance, "Bye-bye, hurry and eat. Stop staring at me." Lu Jinbai turned his face away, yet his ears betrayed him, flushing with warmth. At the neighboring table, a few young intellectuals were engaged in casual conversation, with someone raising their voice to inquire, "Hey, where's Wu Jiqing? She should be in the new house, right? I just saw her outside." At that moment, the village chief, seated behind Xieyu, stood up with a wine glass in hand, his voice booming. "Today marks the joyous occasion for Jiang Jiqing and Su Jiqing. Let's all raise a toast." The crowd eagerly lifted their glasses in response. Lu Jinbai reached for his glass to drink, but Xieyu swiftly pressed down on his wrist. "You can't handle this strong liquor," he stated, pouring a glass of water from the nearby jug instead. "Here, have this." Lu Jinbai shot him a sidelong glance. "Mind your own business." Xieyu's tones softened considerably. "If you drink too much, you'll feel unwell tonight." The other young intellectuals at the table couldn't help but tease. "Xieyu, you're being overly attentive to Jinbai, as if he were your wife." "Ha, I think so too. You're protecting him too closely." Lu Jinbai's face flushed crimson, while Xieyu merely smirked. Lu Jinbai then shot them a glare. "Try say another word. I dare you." "Haha, we're just joking." The others quickly chimed in, laughing nervously. Xieyu, in a jovial mood, leaned closer to Lu Jinbai and advised, "They're just speaking out of turn. Don't take it to heart." "Am I angry at them?" Lu Jinbai shifted away slightly. "I'm angry at you. Keep your distance." Just then, a commotion erupted from the outer table. Luo Yan, who had just departed, rushed back, dragging Lu Xiangyao along, and pointed an accusing finger at Lu Jinbai. "Why are you still acting like this? It's truly outrageous." Lu Xiangyao timidly tugged at her, her eyes glistening with tears. "Yin Yin, stop it. My third brother, he won't care about our father." Luo Yin, growing more agitated, raised her voice. "Uncle Lu raised you since childhood. He is ill, and you've turned your back on him. Are you even human?" Lu Jinbai didn't even flinch, too apathetic to engage. Xieyou slowly stood, casting a dispassionate glance at Luo Yin. At that moment, she instinctively took 2 steps back, for his gaze was menacing, filled with hostility and an icy chill. "Do you believe everything she says?" Lu Jinbai's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Of course I do," Luo Yin retorted, her neck stiff. "And if she claims you are her daughter, do you believe that too?" Lu Jinbai shot back. "Who are you cursing?" "Ah, can you still tell that I'm scolding you?" Lu Jinbai arched an eyebrow, implying that his intelligence was not entirely lacking. He offered no mercy, causing Luo Yan's eyes to redden with anger. At that moment, Lu's mother approached, dragging Lu Xiangyao along, her words laced with sarcasm. "Xiangyao, don't seek out your ungrateful third brother anymore. Your own father is ill, yet you can't even muster a greeting when you see him. nor do you bring anything back home to show concern. From a nearby table, Lu Minsheng coldly interjected. Even a dog I raised would wag its tail at me. Humans, at their core, are just heartless. The surrounding villagers, attending the wedding banquet, began to murmur amongst themselves. They must be talking about the third son of the old Lu family, right? So unfilial? Truly a heartless wretch, ignoring his sick father while indulging himself. Indeed, how outrageous. Jiang Zhe, clad in a resplendent red celebratory outfit, approached and spoke solemnly. We must not judge the matter based on a single perspective. The affairs of our village are well known to us, and we cannot generalize. Let them speak. I remain indifferent. Lu Jinbai leaned back against his chair, his demeanor unfazed. Xieyu's gaze swept over the gossiping villagers, his voice low yet imbued with an icy edge. If you are unaware of the circumstances, refrain from spreading rumors. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The villagers fell silent, well aware that Xieu was the only doctor serving the neighboring villages. They would not dare to offend him, even for minor ailments. The village head slammed his hand on the table. Today is a momentous occasion for Jiang Jiqing. Lu Minsheng, do you wish to cause a scene here? Lu's mother immediately feigned tears. Village head, you are being biased. Silence. The village head's tone grew suddenly stern. If you utter another word, we shall discuss your family's disgraceful matters in front of the entire village. Lu's mother found her voice caught in her throat, opening her mouth without daring to speak further. Luo Yan's sister-in-law quickly pulled her to the back, chastising her in a hushed tone. What madness has possessed you? Sister-in-law, I simply cannot abide Lu Jinbai's character. He is utterly reprehensible. Luo Yan, still fuming, flushed crimson with indignation. Luo Dezhao looked her up and down, a hint of derision curling her lips. He's far more discerning than you. What do you mean by that, sister-in-law? From now on, stay out of Lu Xiangyao's affairs. Luo Dezhao poked her forehead. You've been used as a pawn and still smile foolishly, worrying for nothing. Just then, a cheerful voice echoed from the entrance. What a lively gathering. Everyone turned to see Hu Yu entering with a beaming smile, flanked by two middle-aged men and a young woman of delicate beauty. Hua Jiqing, where have you been? Several acquaintances hurried to greet her. We were just looking for you. I want to pick someone up. Hua Yu chuckled, stepping aside to introduce her companions. Seeing this, Xieu immediately stood up, respectfully greeting Uncle Hua, Uncle Lin, and sister, you have arrived. Hua's father nodded, his gaze drifting past Xieu to rest upon Lu Jinbai, his expression suddenly intense. So alike, striking Cliso. Let me introduce everyone. Hua Yu smiled. This is my father, my uncle, and my elder sister, who happened to pass by and decided to visit. How fortuitous that we coincide with the wedding banquet. Jiang Jiqing, you do not mind, do you? Jiang Zhe quickly smiled in response. Not at all. We are more than delighted to have you. The village chief approached cheerfully, guiding Mr. Hua and Uncle Lin towards the table of Xieu. Lu Jinbai leaned in, whispering into Xieyu's ear, is this gentleman to be considered your future father-in-law? Xieu turned to look at him, emotions swirling in his eyes, and replied in a hushed tone. Do you think so? You have an engagement with the Hua family. Why are you asking me? Indeed, an engagement exists. Xieu responded leisurely, but it does not specify with whom. Lu Jinbai shot him a disapproving glance. Ha, you scoundrel. Xieu helplessly rubbed his nose, his tone softening. How have I become a scoundrel? Mind your manners, keep your distance from me. So when no one is around, it is permissible? Xieu smiled, countering softly. Lu Jinbai noticed Mr. Hua across the way staring intently at him, his gaze filled with excitement. Uncle Lin mirrored this. Their eyes made Lu Jinbai feel uneasy, prompting him to wipe his face. What could possibly be on his face? Why were they all staring at him? Sister Hua discreetly tugged at Mr. Hua's sleeve, whispering a gentle reminder. Dad, tone it down a bit. Unable to contain himself, Mr. Hua's voice trembled, his eyes reddening. This child is unmistakably your younger brother. He looks just like your grandfather did in his youth. Uncle Lin also wiped at the corner of his eye, agreeing, so strikingly similar. Hua Yu then spoke, turning to Lu Jinbai. Jinbai, my father, uncle, and elder sister plan to stay here for a few days. Could you assist as a guide? Me? Lu Jinbai pointed to himself. Yes, I implore you. Just as he was about to agree, a sharp voice echoed in his mind. Master, it's over. It's completely over. Lu Jinbai retorted internally. You are the one who is finished. What? Our first task has failed. The voice of Xiao Jiao was laced with a whimper. We have failed our first task. Lu Jinbai's heart sank, regaining his composure to ask, how long do I have left? 3 months. Does that mean I will suddenly die in 3 months? Xiao Jiao corrected him. Not a sudden death, but a normal one. Master, you have developed a malignant tumor in your brain. From this moment on, your lifespan is reduced to 3 months. Lu Jinbai's expression instantly turned serious, instinctively glancing at those around him. Xie was gently serving him soup, his actions both natural and tender. He felt detached from life, thinking death was inconsequential. But what about Xie? A twinge of reluctance stirred within him. What's wrong? If you don't wish to be a guide, it's perfectly fine. Sensing Lu Jinbai's grave demeanor, Mr. Hua quickly interjected to ease the tension. Xie noticed something was amiss as well, leaning down to softly inquire. Are you feeling unwell? Lu Jinbai shook his head. I'm fine. At that moment, a voice called out from behind. Third brother, Dad is calling for you. Lu Jinbai turned to see Lu Yuanan standing there, having approached unbeknownst to him. He gazed at Lu Yuanan, memories of the original owner flickering in his mind. At the age of 4, Lu Yuanan had dragged him to the pond in the back room. Had it not been for a passerby, he would have drowned. Throughout his life, Lu Yuanan had bullied the original owner mercilessly, finding endless ways to torment him. He relentlessly brainwashed the original owner, forcing him to become the pariah of the village, even inciting him to steal for money to squander on the family. This blood feud was unbearable for him. Do you not hear? Lu Yuanan spoke with conviction. His neck stiffened, asserting that no matter what, his father was still his father, and the blood that coursed through his veins belonged to the Lu family. Do not presume that a severance agreement could sever ties. That is but a fantasy. Lu Jinbai slowly rose, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his gaze sending chills down one's spine. Lu Yuanan, unnerved by that look, stumbled backward, stammering, What do you intend to do? Revenge for vengeance. What do you think I can do? Lu Jinbai seized his collar and violently hurled him against the table behind them. With a resounding crash, the adjacent table tipped over, dishes shattering upon impact. He swiftly advanced, gripping Lu Yuanan's collar, his fists raining down. Let you bully me. Let you bully me. Murder. Murder. Lu's mother shrieked, her voice piercing the air. Stop him. Someone stop him. Cease this. Everyone halt. The village chief rushed over, agitatedly gesticulating for assistance. Xie, quick on his feet, embraced Lu Jinbai from behind, pulling him back with concern, lacing his voice. What is happening? Please do not fight. He grasped Lu Jinbai's hand. Noticing the skin around his knuckles was raw and bleeding, his heart aching for him. Calm down. Your hands are injured. Lu Jinbai shrugged off his hand. Turning to the chaotic wedding celebration and apologizing to Jiangzhe, I'm sorry for ruining your wedding. Whatever the cost, I shall compensate. Jiangzhe promptly shook his head. Concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Hui Yu and Hua's father, along with Uncle Lin, quickly gathered around. Let me see, where are you hurt? Hua's father grasped his hand, brows furrowed. Uncle Lin rolled up his sleeves, indignation clear on his face. Do you still wish to confront that rascal? I shall take your place. Eldest sister nodded in agreement. Lu Jinbai took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions. It's nothing, truly. You wretched spawn. You've beaten my son to this extent. You must compensate. Lu's mother lunged at him, her eyes filled with venom. Lu Jinbai retorted coldly. There's no compensation to be had. If you dare show your face before me again, I shall strike you down. Lu Minsheng, supported by Lu Xiangyao, approached unsteadily, pointing an accusatory finger. You ungrateful wretch. Truly a spawn of evil. He then turned to the village chief, lamenting, Chief, look at how he has assaulted him. The village chief, observing the disarray, felt a headache coming on, addressing Lu Jinbai sternly. Your actions of violence were indeed wrong. Yes, I struck him. Lu Jinbai stood his ground. If there are penalties or repercussions, I shall accept them, but to demand compensation from me is out of the question. Not a single penny shall I part with for these scoundrels. Xiaoyu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Jinbai, addressing the village chief. They have continually provoked him intentionally. His retaliation is deserved. The other educated youth echoed in agreement. Indeed, it is deserved. Alas, I can no longer endure this. Lu's mother collapsed onto the ground, pounding her thighs in despair. How could I have given birth to such an ingrate? Heaven, open your eyes. You are driving me to the brink. Sister Hua furrowed her brow, regarding her with disdain. Is he truly your child? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu's mother shouted in exasperation. He is undoubtedly my son. At that moment, several villagers gasped in surprise. Oh dear, why are the police here? And in such numbers. Lu Jinbai glanced towards the door, where 6 officers in uniform had entered. The village chief looked at Lu Jinbai and sighed. Look at the commotion you've caused. Now the police are involved. But how did they arrive so swiftly? Officers! Officers! Lu's mother, as if grasping at a lifeline, sprang to her feet and pointed at Lu Jinbai. It's him. He has been violent and disruptive. Look at what he has done to my eldest. Lu Jinbai turned to Xiaoyu, whispering, Are they here to arrest me? Xiaoyu tightened his grip on Lu Jinbai's hand, reassuring him, Do not worry. I am here. The lead officer surveyed the scene and inquired, May I ask who Lu Minxing is? Lu Minxing's heart sank, responding timidly, I am. You are suspected of child trafficking and abduction. Come with us, the officer stated firmly, presenting an arrest warrant. The village chief's face turned ashen, rubbing his hands together in disbelief as he addressed the officer. Surely there has been a mistake. Our villagers are law-abiding citizens. How could they be involved in such heinous acts? Lu Minxing fervently nodded. Yes, yes. Officers, I would never dare. You must be mistaken. Mr. Hua stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lu Minxing. Whether there was a mistake or not is something you're most aware of. The officers, upon seeing Mr. Hua, immediately bowed respectfully, greeting him, Mr. Hua. This address sent a shiver through the Lu family. Lu's mother hastily grasped Hua Yu's hands, her face a mask of distress. Hua Jiqing, please speak to your father. It must be an error. We are honest people. 22 years ago, did you not bring back an infant from outside? Uncle Lin interjected, his voice seething with anger. You conspired with others to traffic a newborn and accepted money for it. Tell me, is this not true? Lu Minxing's face drained of color, stumbling backward, his lips trembling. How could you possibly know? Did you think your actions would remain undiscovered? Uncle Lin's tone was as cold as steel. That group has already been apprehended, and they have implicated you. What further defense can you offer? He pointed at Lu Minxing, each word a damning accusation. You wretch, you have committed a grave sin, tearing apart that family for over 20 years. They have endured the torment of losing a child day and night, a pain that cuts to the very bone. You are unworthy of being called human. The members of the Lu family trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a word. No, I did not. Lu Minxing suddenly screamed, desperately attempting to defend himself. I had no part in the trafficking. I merely stood guard for them. They abducted a child, and I was tasked with disposing of the evidence. At that moment, I was blinded by greed, entranced by the allure of money. I truly did not partake in the trafficking. How can you still claim innocence? Mr. Hua's eyes reddened with fury as he rushed forward, striking him multiple times across the face, causing him to wail in agony. The village chief cast a glance at the battered Lu Minxing, who was now a pitiful sight, and turned away silently, harboring a desire to land a few punches himself. The villagers surrounding them were equally incensed, spitting at the Lu family and exclaiming, Those beasts who traffic in children deserve to die. Such utter depravity. Lu Jinbai observed the scene for a while before tugging at Xiaoyu's arm, his tone laced with sarcasm. So he has indeed stolen someone's child. He certainly deserves this punishment. Xiaoyu regarded him with a fleeting look of complexity in his eyes. Did he not discern that the child in question was himself? Lu Minxing, dazed and disoriented from the blows, continued to struggle and protest. I couldn't bear to part with the child I took. I felt pity and brought him home to raise. He suddenly pointed at Lu Jinbai, exclaiming, Look, I raised him to adulthood. Lu Jinbai's expression instantly turned icy. Are you saying that I'm the child you stole all those years ago? Jinbai, Lu Minxing pleaded, his gaze obsequious. Your father often cradled you in his arms when you were little. Have you forgotten? We haven't treated you poorly, although I cannot compare with your elder brothers. We ensured you were not starved or left out in the cold. You've grown up well, haven't you? The village chief, taken aback, stared at Lu Minxing in disbelief. Are you suggesting that Jinbai is not your biological son? That he was taken from elsewhere? The villagers were even more astonished than the chief, particularly Uncle Zhang's family, who began to murmur in realization. No wonder Jinbai was always mistreated as a child. It turns out he wasn't even their own. Uncle Zhang's daughter-in-law chimed in. I thought so. What kind of parents do not cherish their own children? It appears he was never regarded as one of their own. If it weren't for my father-in-law's frequent assistance, the child might have frozen or starved to death long ago. Several nearby women nodded in agreement, reminiscing with sympathy. I have given him a few steamed buns myself. He was so thin, resembling a little monkey, always covered in bruises. It was truly heart-wrenching. These words pierced Mr. Hua's heart like needles, prompting him to strike harder. Lu Minxing clutched his head, howling in pain, yet he dared not evade. Luan Yuan and his brother shrank back in fear, too frightened to lift their heads. Lu's mother and Lu Xiangyao huddled together, trembling. Lu Jinbai let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with a chilling disdain. I always wondered why you treated me like an enemy. It turns out it was because I am not your flesh and blood. Xiaoyu quietly grasped his hand tighter, his voice warm and soothing. Do not waste your emotions on those unworthy of them. I am not sorrowful, Lu Jinbai replied, gently withdrawing his hand, his tone calm to the point of indifference. In fact, I feel little regret now. They were never my family. In this light, I have truly become a person unencumbered by ties, and that feels rather pleasant. This sentiment inexplicably tightened Xiaoyu's heart. He leaned in closer, whispering, You still have me. Lu Jinbai lifted his gaze to meet his, an array of emotions swirling within his eyes. At that moment, Sister Hua hurried forward, seizing Lu Jinbai's hand. Her eyes glistening with tears. You are Jinbai, aren't you? I am your elder sister. We have come to take you home. Home? Yes. Sister Hua nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion. You are a child of the Hua family. Just a few days after your birth, you were stolen from the hospital. Over the years, your mother, yearning for you, has suffered from poor health. Confined to her bed, she would lock herself away and weep at the thought of you. She truly misses you. Lu Jinbai stood in a daze, slowly withdrawing his hand. I want to be alone for a while. He took a few steps away, then turned back and naturally grasped Xiaoyu's arm. Come with me. A spark of joy lit up Xiaoyu's eyes, and without a word, he followed him out of the youth commune. Throughout their journey, Lu Jinbai remained silent, yet his mind was engaged in a dialogue with Xiaojio. Xiaojio, I suppose this task can be deemed a failure? Does that mean I can go wherever I please afterward? Xiaojio's voice resonated in his mind. Indeed, my lord. You will naturally perish in 3 months, and then proceed to the next task world. However, does my lord wish to accomplish anything beforehand? Lu Jinbai pondered for a moment. Is there a way to salvage this task? Let me check. Xiaojio paused before continuing. This world has not been destroyed by the male lead, which counts as half the task completed. However, the male and female leads have not united. Thus, the other half remains unfulfilled. In fact, my lord merely needs to pass away normally for this world to continue functioning without any repercussions. Lu Jinbai exhaled in relief. At least, yeah, you could still live out his days peacefully. So, for these final 3 months, he might as well live freely. I want to be going to the youth commune for the next few days. I'll stay at your home. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened with surprise, and he swallowed hard. Uttering a single word, good. The two walked side by side to the edge of the village, reaching Xiaoyu's home in just a few minutes. Xiaoyu opened the door, ushering Lu Jinbai inside, then quickly led him further into the house. Please sit. I'll start a fire. Lu Jinbai surveyed the interior, which exuded a chill, clearly having not seen a fire in quite some time. He furrowed his brow. You live alone and don't even like coal? Aren't you cold? As Xiaoyu added coal to the stove, he glanced back at Lu Jinbai, a faint smile gracing his lips. I'm used to it. But you must not suffer from the cold. The fire soon blazed brightly, gradually warming the room. Xiaoyu looked at him and asked, I noticed you barely ate earlier. What would you like? I can prepare something. Lu Jinbai shook his head, shedding his cotton coat and trousers, diving into the blankets. No need. I just want to catch up on sleep. He had been roused early by Jiangzhe to arrange the new house, and now he felt his eyelids growing heavy. As he burrowed into the blankets, a shiver ran through him, tightening the covers around his neck. These blankets felt as cold as an ice cellar. Without a word, Xiaoyu removed his outer coat and joined him under the covers, embracing him tightly from behind. What are you doing? Lu Jinbai was startled. Keeping you warm. Xiaoyu's breath brushed against his neck, his voice hoarse. Don't move. I promise it's just to warm the bed. Lu Jinbai was overwhelmingly tired. After a few futile struggles, he simply closed his eyes and let it be. Xiaoyu propped himself up slightly, gazing at his sleeping face. The sight of him peacefully asleep is truly enchanting. His long eyelashes and delicate nose create an exquisite picture. Only in these moments does he willingly allow him to embrace him. How delightful it would be if he were equally obedient while awake. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. He wished to hide him away in a secluded place, just for the two of them. The mere thought of making him weep brought a physical response. Steeling himself, Xiaoyu glanced down at Lu Jinbai, who was soundly asleep, and gently pressed a kiss upon his brow. Satisfied, he tightened his embrace and succumbed to slumber. When Lu Jinbai awoke, darkness had enveloped the outside world. He sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and upon hearing the faint sounds from the other room, donned his cotton coat and ventured out. Xiaoyu was setting the table, and upon seeing him, he smiled brightly. Did you sleep well? Dinner is ready. Shall we wash our hands before we eat? Lu Jinbai replied softly, his head drooping as he headed towards the well in the courtyard. But Xiaoyu swiftly stepped forward, grasping his wrist and pulling him toward the hallway. Let us wash your hands with warm water. He spoke as he placed Lu Jinbai's hands into a basin of water he had prepared, meticulously scrubbing them, paying attention even to the spaces between his fingers. Lu Jinbai protested lightly. No need, I can do it myself. Do not move. Xiaoyu's voice was low and husky as he continued to clean, then tenderly dried his hands with a towel. He then guided Lu Jinbai to the dining table. I prepared all your favorites. Come, taste them. Lu Jinbai gazed at the table filled with braised pork ribs, stir-fried chicken, spicy tofu, and egg soup. Xiaoyu served him some ribs, urging, eat up. As Lu Jinbai took a few bites of rice and then looked up, he noticed Xiaoyu's gaze almost glued to his face. Why are you staring at me? Eat your food. All right, Xiaoyu responded, though he couldn't help but steal a few more glances before continuing. This afternoon, Uncle Hua and the others stopped by. Seeing you so deeply asleep, I told them to come back tomorrow. Lu Jinbai set down his chopsticks, a frown creasing his brow. How can the Hua family be so certain that I am their child? There is no identification, no birthmark. How can they prove it? There is proof, Xiaoyu replied softly. Hua took your hair a while ago. I sent it to the military hospital for a paternity test. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making such a fuss to find you. They took my hair. Lu Jinbai was taken aback. When did this happen? I had no idea. Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. It was quite some time ago, shortly after she arrived. So early? Lu Jinbai suddenly smiled. But thinking that I'm not a member of the Lu family puts me in a good mood. He took a few more bites of ribs, drank a large bowl of egg soup, and then set down his utensils. I'm full now. Let them come tomorrow morning. Xiaoyu held his hand, his tone gentle. If you're not ready to meet them yet, no, I want to meet them, Lu Jinbai interrupted. After all, my time is limited. We must resolve this matter swiftly. Those casually spoken words drained the color from Xiaoyu's face. What do you mean by that? His voice trembled as he tightly grasped Lu Jinbai's hand. Bye-bye. Do you wish to leave? Oh, that hurts. Did I hurt you? Ima saw thee. Bye-bye. Xiaoyu hastily loosened his grip, yet he hesitated to let go. Lowering his head to reverently kiss the reddened back of Lu Jinbai's hand, again and again. Lu Jinbai felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks as he abruptly withdrew his hand, concealing it behind his back. I was merely speaking casually. You mustn't act this way in the future. Xiaoyu, head bowed, responded with a subdued before rising to his feet. You should go inside. It's cold out here. I will wash the dishes. Lu Jinbai watched him carry the bowl into the kitchen, and an inexplicable pang of melancholy surged within him. He sighed and turned to retreat into the inner room, where the cold outside was palpable, yet the warmth inside was comforting. When Xiaoyu returned after washing the dishes, Lu Jinbai was crouched by the hearth, turning roasted oranges and tomatoes in his hands. "Come here, have one," he offered, holding out a warm tomato. Xiaoyu's face brightened with a smile as he accepted the tomato and settled beside him. The roasted tomato has such an enticing fragrance. Even the skin exudes aroma. Tomatoes possess no fragrance, do they? Lu Jinbai retorted. "Are you not aware of that?" Suddenly, Xiaoyu leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Lu Jinbai's earlobe. The sensation made Lu Jinbai instinctively shrink his neck, raising his hand to rub his ear while shooting Xiaoyu a glare. "Why come so close just to talk? It's unbearable." "Ah, I see that your delicate ears are quite sensitive," Xiaoyu remarked in a low voice. Noticing Lu Jinbai's irritation, he continued unabashedly. "You possess a distinctly refreshing scent, akin to your natural fragrance." He paused, his fingertips gently grazing Lu Jinbai's earlobe, his tone suggestive and tantalizing. Lu Jinbai's heart raced as he recognized the underlying flirtation in Xiaoyu's demeanor. The room was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere that made him uneasy. He abruptly stood up. "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep." He gestured towards the oranges and tomatoes by the hearth. "You can take care of these yourself. You napped for so long this afternoon, and yet you're still tired?" Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Lu Jinbai, feeling irritated, retorted sharply, "It's none of your business whether I'm tired or not. I'm going to sleep. Shall I accompany you then?" "Accompany me? Absolutely not." Lu Jinbai huffed as he strode to the bed, shedding his outer garments before burrowing under the covers, turning his back to Xiaoyu in a curled-up position. Xiaoyu sat there, staring down at his fingertips, recalling the sensation where he had touched Lu Jinbai's earlobe. He gently caressed the spot, emotions swirling in his eyes. Hua Fu, Uncle Lin, and Sister Hua had brought a full cart of items, all of which were moved to Xiaoyu's home. Lu Jinbai gazed at the abundance of gifts, fabrics, and various daily necessities piled in the outer room, a twitch of disbelief at the corner of his mouth. "Are all these things for me? What is this?" Hua Fu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, his eyes filled with affection. "Once we return home, your father has many more wonderful things for you." Sister Hua chimed in, "I have prepared gifts as well." Uncle Lin nodded in agreement. "And I too have saved some good items for you." Lu Jinbai looked at them, their sincerity and unabashed affection something he had never encountered among the Lu family. In their eyes, it was as if he was the sole focus of their affection. He softly murmured, "Thank you." "Why thank us? We are family," Uncle Lin replied, his eyes misty. "Your mother is unwell and could not come. Otherwise, she would have insisted on personally bringing you home." "Bringing me home?" "Indeed, little brother." Sister Hua spoke gently. "We are here to take you home for a family reunion." At that moment, Xiaoyu felt a tightening in his chest, his fingers instinctively clenching. Was Lu Jinbai truly going to leave with them? The mere thought of possibly never seeing Lu Jinbai again caused a profound ache in his heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of panic. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward urgently and said, "Bye-bye. I must return soon. Why don't you wait for me to go back together?" Mr. Hua pulled Lu Jinbai aside, creating some distance from Xiaoyu, his gaze imbued with caution. "There is no need to return together. You still have months to stay here. We shall depart first." "Uncle Hua," Xiaoyu intended to say more, but it was settled. Mr. Hua interrupted, "Jinbai will accompany us to the town today and will head back tomorrow." "No." Xiaoyu's expression darkened, his tone tinged with firmness. "Mr." Hua regarded him with resolute determination. "I sincerely appreciate your care for my Jinbai during this time. Once you return, I shall personally visit your esteemed father. However, other matters do not concern you." Xiaoyu grasped Lu Jinbai's hand, imploring, "Bye-bye. Please wait for me a few more months. Let us return together." Lu Jinbai gazed at him and replied, "I will go back first. When you return later, we shall see each other again." He wished to spare Xiaoyu the sight of his departure, fearing he might not bear it. Although he suspected that Xiaoyu's feelings for him might not run deep, he pondered that perhaps, after 3 months apart, Xiaoyu would realize he was not an indispensable part of his life, and might even encounter a girl who could capture his heart. In truth, this could be quite agreeable. Seeing Lu Jinbai's resolve to leave with the Hua family, Xiaoyu's face fell, the light in his eyes dimming. Then we shall proceed to the town. Mr. Hua turned to Lu Jinbai, his face alight with joy. We shall hasten to the capital first thing in the morning. As you wish, Lu Jinbai responded. Xiaoyu watched helplessly as they packed Lu Jinbai's belongings, selecting a few items from the pile to place into the suitcase, leaving the rest behind at his home. Once Lu Jinbai settled into the vehicle, he leaned out of the window and waved to Xiaoyu standing outside. Xiaoyu hastily caught up, leaning close to the window, his gaze locked onto Lu Jinbai's eyes. Wait for me. Mr. Hua frowned, pulling Lu Jinbai back into the car and promptly closing the window. As the vehicle gradually pulled away, vanishing from Xiaoyu's sight, he remained rooted in place, watching. Huayu approached and patted his shoulder. Come inside, the wind is strong and cold. Xiaoyu's voice was hoarse, as if questioning Huayu or perhaps speaking to himself. Do you think he despises me? Does he find me particularly bothersome? Has he longed to rid himself of me? Is that why he left so mercilessly? Yet, what did it matter? In this lifetime, Lu Jinbai could only belong to him. The future held little concern for him. The only thing he truly cared about was whether there resided even a fragment of affection for him in Bai's heart. Huayu sighed. Do not overthink it. Did you not apply to return to the city? Once the approval comes through, you could be back in 3 or 4 months. No, it is too late, Xiaoyu replied, turning away and heading towards the outskirts of the village. At the Hua residence in the capital, Lu Jinbai followed Mr. Hua and the others into the grand estate, his eyes constantly surveying the impressive abode. My word, the Hua family is indeed affluent, Xiao Jiu marveled in his mind. The Hua family is regarded as a prominent clan in the capital. The late patriarch of the family, Lord Hua, was once a high-ranking official who achieved numerous military accolades. Although he has passed away, the extensive connections he left behind have solidified the Hua family's current standing. Little Gio continued, You have a remaining 79 days. Considering the 10 days lost during the journey, what implications will my brain tumor have? Lu Jinbai inquired further. With a sigh, little Gio responded, Initially, you will experience frequent drowsiness and fatigue, followed by blurred vision, potentially leading to blindness, accompanied by dizziness. Welcome back, young master. 2 rows of servants stood in the courtyard, their voices resounding with joy as they gazed at Lu Jinbai with beaming smiles. Lu Jinbai was taken aback by this grand reception. Sister Hua, smiling, instructed, Now that the young master has returned, you are all to heed his every command. Do you understand? Yes, miss. The crowd responded in unison. There is no need for such formality, Lu Jinbai said, feeling somewhat awkward. Having grown accustomed to the simplicity of rural life, he found this display overwhelming. While he had once been revered in the divine realm with far greater pomp and reverence, he now felt a touch of discomfort in recollection. At that moment, a weak voice echoed from the staircase, as a middle-aged woman descended with the support of a young girl. This woman was none other than Lady Hua, her pallid complexion and sunken skin indicating a prolonged illness. As she stood before Lu Jinbai, tears welled in her eyes, her voice trembling, My son, at last. I see you. She embraced him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Sister Hua, wiping her tears, looked at Lu Jinbai and said, Little brother, I am your second sister. From now on, I will take good care of you and buy you the finest things. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Lu Jinbai smiled and nodded, Very well. Lady Hua took his hand, leading him inside. I have prepared many delightful things for you, all for you. Thus, Lu Jinbai settled into the Hua residence. A month swiftly passed, and his days were filled with purpose. The entire household treated him with utmost respect, while his father and others lavished him with boundless affection. Whatever he undertook, regardless of its merit, was met with unwavering support. One day, while fishing by the pond in the backyard, Sister Hua called him to the front hall, announcing the arrival of guests. Upon entering, Lu Jinbai spotted an elderly gentleman with white hair who was observing him with a cheerful expression. Is this young Jinbai? The old man inquired. Lu Jinbai's father, smiling, introduced him. This is your Grandpa Xie. Lu Jinbai turned to Grandpa Xie, tentatively asking, Is Xie your grandson? Yes, indeed, Grandpa Xie replied with a grin. That boy has always been stubborn and difficult to discipline. It's easy to see why one would take a liking to this child. It's a pity we have no daughters. Otherwise, our families could have formed a match. Lu Jinbai's father chuckled. There is no need for that. Nowadays, we value autonomy in marriage. It is best we do not meddle in the affairs of the young. Old Master Xie chuckled. You're absolutely right. Let the youth handle their own affairs. He then shifted the conversation and inquired of Lu Jinbai. By the way, Jinbai, how have things been between you and my grandson? Lu Jinbai looked up at him and replied, It's been fine. Coincidentally, he will be returning in a few days. What? Isn't he supposed to stay for several more months? Father Hua exclaimed in astonishment. Old Master Xie shook his head. I heard that he captured several criminals over there and earned commendation, which granted him the opportunity to return early. That was quick, Lu Jinbai remarked, suddenly paling, a sharp pain piercing through his head. Jinbai, what is the matter? Father Hua was taken aback. It's nothing. It's just an old ailment, Lu Jinbai managed to say, forcing a smile. I'll just lie down for a bit. Your face is as pale as a ghost. You can't just rest. Come on, Dad will take you to the hospital. Before he could respond, Lu Jinbai felt darkness envelop him and collapsed. Jinbai, Father Hua's expression changed dramatically, his voice trembling. Old Master Xie quickly summoned his bodyguard to assist in getting Lu Jinbai into the car for a trip to the hospital. Despite the discomfort, Lu Jinbai shook his head in refusal. No, it's just that I was frail as a child. It's an old issue. He endured the excruciating pain in his head, striving to appear unaffected. Father Hua, filled with concern and indignation, declared, The Lu family is utterly outrageous. They must not be allowed to continue causing havoc. Old Master Xie concurred. Such scum deserve to remain in prison for life. Lu Jinbai managed a faint smile. Grandfather Xie, my health has never been robust. I shall excuse myself from your company. Very well, go rest. Old Master Xie responded promptly. Father Hua turned to instruct the servants to prepare chicken soup, intending to nourish Lu Jinbai. Upon returning to his room, Lu Jinbai closed the door and collapsed onto the floor. Little Joe anxiously whirled about in his mind. Are you all right, my lord? Lu Jinbai trembled as he fumbled in the drawer for a razor blade, his voice quavering. Can I do this myself? Absolutely not, my lord. Please, do not take such drastic measures. Little Joe urgently protested. Suicide would jeopardize your next mission. Lu Jinbai cast the blade aside and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Little Joe, can't you think of a solution? Must I suffer like this? Little Joe, in a state of distress, exclaimed, My lord, there truly is no effective remedy for this symptom. Wait, the Chinkoan bag contains pain relief pills. Try taking a few. Lu Jinbai shot at an exasperated glare. Why didn't you mention that sooner? He promptly instructed Little Gio to retrieve the pain relief pills and took 10 of them. Moments latte. He held a small vial in his hand. He quickly poured out 3 pills and swallowed them in one go. The intense pain caused Lu Jinbai's teeth to chatter. But after some time, the discomfort gradually subsided, becoming more bearable. 9 days later, Xiaoyu emerged from the train station, dragging a suitcase and heading straight for the Xie residence. After taking a shower, he intended to visit the Hua family. Xiaoyu, just returned and already off again? Father Xie and Old Master Xie stood in the courtyard and inquired as he prepared to leave. Grandfather, Father, I'm going to the Hua family. I visited the Hua family not long ago. Do not rush there just yet. Old Master Xie interjected. In half a month, it will be your Aunt Hua's birthday banquet. It would be more prudent to go then. Grandfather, I must go today, Xiaoyu asserted resolutely. Mr. Xie scoffed lightly. Are you eager to see Lu Jinbai? Indeed, Xiaoyu admitted candidly. Do not entertain such thoughts. The Hua family would never consent, Mr. Xie said, his demeanor turning stern. Moreover, the two of you are simply incompatible. It would be wise to abandon this futile desire. Old Master Xie placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. You are the only heir of our family. We cannot allow the Xie lineage to come to an end. Xiaoyu lifted his gaze towards them, his tone unwavering. Father, grandfather, I cannot envision my life without him. If it is not him, then I desire no one else. Your Uncle Hua is currently preoccupied with arranging Jinbai's blind dates, Mr. Xie remarked coldly, dousing the conversation with a splash of reality. Do you believe he shares your sentiments? Do not rush in blindly, only to face disappointment. He then softened his tone. But you, the CF family will one day be entrusted to you. Do not act impulsively. Xieyu's mind was consumed by Mr. Xie's mention of Jinbai's blind dates. A pang of anguish tightening in his heart. She is merely going on blind dates? Has he forgotten about me? Father, let us discuss this upon my return. With that, he turned and dashed out, not even glancing back at Mr. Xie or old Master Xie. Father, Xieyou has lost his senses. Mr. Xie exclaimed anxiously. Old Master Xie shook his head, sighing, what a tragic fate. Xieyou had learned from friend that Lu Jinbai was to attend a blind date at the Honglian State Hotel that day. He hurried there at once. Upon arriving outside the hotel, he peered through the window and immediately spotted Lu Jinbai. She was seated across from a girl in a red dress, and they appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation. Xieyou clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to burst in and confront Lu Jinbai. He could not frighten her, nor could he afford to make her dislike him. Lu Jinbai was engaged in conversation with the girl opposite her when, by chance, she glanced outside and caught sight of Xieyou standing there, though his expression remained obscured. You have a fascinating way of speaking. I believe we are quite compatible. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? The girl questioned with a smile. Lu Jinbai shook her head with a smile. I have many shortcomings. Moreover, I'm only here to appease my family. I assume you are as well? The girl rested her chin in her hand, her eyes earnest. Initially, yes, but now it is different. I truly believe you and I are well suited. He is not suitable for you, a cold voice suddenly interjected from behind the girl. Lu Jinbai looked up to see Xieyou approaching. When did you return? Just now. Oh, the atmosphere between them shifted, becoming slightly awkward. The girl scrutinized them back and forth, perplexed. If you believe I am not suitable for him, then who is? Xieyou raised his gaze, deeply locking eyes with Lu Jinbai. I am. What did you say? The girl questioned, doubting her ears. Xieyou intended to say more, but Lu Jinbai had already stood up, taking his hand and leading him outside while speaking to the girl. My friend has an urgent matter. Please return home. The girl looked on with suspicion as they exited the restaurant, entangled in their hurried departure. Between these two individuals, it seems there exists a hidden narrative. Xieyou grasped Lu Jinbai's wrist, dragging him into the secluded depths of an alley before finally releasing his hold. Lu Jinbai rubbed his wrist, his gaze evasive. Although he had committed no wrongdoing, a hint of guilt lingered. Having just returned, why not take a few days to rest at home? Xieyou's voice was hoarse and heavy. He leaned in slightly, his eyes reddened, resembling a small dog abandoned in the rain by its master. His tone imbued with grievance. Bye-bye. Do you truly find me so bothersome? What do you want me to do? I am not bothering you. Lu Jinbai instinctively retorted, his voice softening. I'm perfectly fine. Why would I trouble you? A flicker of hope ignited in Xieyou's eyes as he pressed further. So, you do like me? Upon seeing Lu Jinbai hesitate to deny it, he eagerly added, right? Lu Jinbai felt his ears warm under Xieyou's gaze, turning his face away in annoyance. Do not push your luck. Who likes you? Though his words were firm, the trailing tone betrayed a hint of vulnerability. Xieyou clasped his hand, his warm palm resting against Lu Jinbai's skin. Bye-bye. Let us give it a try. Lu Jinbai looked up at him, noticing the intense heat in his gaze. At that moment, Xiao Jiu erupted in his mind. Master, the plot has completely derailed. Did you just realize? It has been going awry since the beginning. How did it end up like this? Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lu Jinbai felt as if his head might explode. Then you should reject him quickly. Make him lose hope, preferably to the point of hating you. Xiao Jiu anxiously paced in his consciousness. Lu Jinbai withdrew his hand, causing the light in Xieyou's eyes to extinguish instantly, dimming to a heart-wrenching degree. Then let's give it a try, Lu Jinbai finally said. Xieyou froze momentarily, and then ecstasy overwhelmed him. He pulled Lu Jinbai into his embrace with such force that it felt as though he were trying to meld him into his very being, his voice trembling with joy. Really? Bye-bye, you truly agreed? Let go. We are outside. Lu Jinbai pushed against him, his ears flushed. Be mindful of your surroundings. I won't. Xieyou buried his face in Lu Jinbai's neck, laughing with uncontainable delight, then murmured dully, I fear that if I let go, you might change your mind. He tightened his grip, unwilling to yield. Xiao Jiu was in a frenzy within his mind. Ah, how could you agree to him? Are you going to date him? Master. Lu Jinbai, his head pounding from the noise, replied irately, I simply cannot bear to see him like this. After living for eons, I have never been cherished like this. Moreover, I have never experienced a romantic relationship. What harm is there in indulging him for 40 days? That's a problem. Xiao Jia wilted instantly. No problem. Master, whatever you do is right. Should the heavens learn of this, they might well take his life in the process. When Xiaoyu escorted Lu Jinbai back to the Hua family estate, they happened to encounter the eldest and second sisters of the Hua family preparing to go out. Oh, how are you two together? Hua Erji raised an eyebrow, her gaze flitting between the two. Lu Jinbai chuckled awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation, just ran into them on the way. Sisters, are you heading out? Hua Dajia replied with a gentle smile. My sister and I are going to the department store to purchase a few items. Would you care to join us? If there's anything you fancy, I shall buy it for you. No, I have more than enough. Lu Jinbai waved his hand dismissively, pulling Xiaoyu further inside. You two go ahead. As they entered, Hua Erji craned her neck to peer inside, lowering her voice. Our younger sister mentioned her letter that Xiaoyu harbors special feelings for Jinbai. Shall we simply observe? Hua Dajia lightly tapped her forehead. Did you not notice the smiles on their faces? Our little brother hasn't smiled like that since his return. That joy is genuine. Regardless of Jinbai's ultimate choice, we are family and must support and understand him. You are right, elder sister. Hua Erji nodded, retracting her gaze. Lu Jinbai led Xiaoyu straight to his bedroom. Upon entering, he leaned against the window, straining to hear the commotion outside. Xiaoyu's eyes remained fixed on him, brimming with mirth as he approached and whispered, What are you watching, Bai? Shoo. Lu Jinbai turned a gesture for silence. I think I just heard old Hua's voice. Xiaoyu chuckled softly. This is the Hua residence. Isn't it entirely normal to hear him? Lu Jinbai replied. That does seem reasonable, but what is he anxious about? Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon Lu Jinbai's lower back. As Lu Jinbai bent down, his shirt lifted slightly, revealing a patch of smooth, delicate skin. The small indent of his waist enticingly pink. Unconsciously, Xiaoyu's hand reached out, his fingertips brushing against the exposed skin, causing Lu Jinbai to emit a soft gasp and whirl around abruptly. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to pull him closer. Sitting on the bed and enveloping him tightly in his embrace, his palms sliding beneath the hem of his shirt, the warmth traveling up his waist. Lu Jinbai trembled, a wave of tingling sensations coursing through him. Xiaoyu leaned down, whispering into his ear with a husky tone, In a moment, I will make you feel even better. 2 hours later, Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom, his face still flushed, eyes glimmering with a satisfied languor. Lu Jinbai lay sprawled on the bed, his face buried in the pillow, his mind a chaotic whirl. Had his cries been too loud? Would old Hua and the others have overheard? It was all Xiaoyu's fault. He had lost all restraint, dragging him through such an indulgent escapade, leaving them just shy of crossing a final threshold. Xiaoyu stood at the bedside, gazing at him with deep affection. He was reluctant to see Lu Jinbai in pain, preferring to take things slowly, knowing that eventually he would help him fully adapt to his presence. Bye, don't suffocate yourself. He reached out to tug at the pillow. Lu Jinbai grunted in protest. Shifting away, Leave me alone, don't touch me. Xiaoyu knelt beside the bed, gazing up at the rosy tips of his ears, his voice soft and gentle. I won't overstep, I promise. Please don't send me away, all right? At last, Lu Jinbai propped himself up on his arms, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his thighs. He shot Xiaoyu a glare. What will you do if you keep this up? Xiaoyu shifted to kneel on one knee, inching closer. What will you say? Lu Jinbai felt a sudden flutter in her heart as her gaze swept down to his open collar. Truly, he resembled the protagonists of novels, possessing a commendable physique, striking features, and remarkable endurance. At that moment, a gentle voice from outside interrupted her reverie. Jinbai, are you in there? This was followed by the robust voice of Mr. Hua. Your mother has prepared a feast. Come out and eat. Lu Jinbai glanced at Xiaoyu, who was feigning innocence while rubbing his nose, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Unable to suppress her laughter, she called out, coming, as she pulled open the door. Mr. Hua's previously jovial expression fell instantly upon seeing Xiaoyu, his brows knitting into a frown. "What are you doing here?" Xiaoyu immediately straightened his posture and politely nodded. "Uncle Hua, Aunt Hua, I came to see Jinbai." "Who permitted you to call her Jinbai?" Mr. Hua exclaimed, pulling Lu Jinbai protectively behind him. "Jinbai, keep your distance from him." Mrs. Hua quickly interjected, giving him a gentle nudge and offering an apologetic smile to Xiaoyu. "You, don't take it to heart. Your uncle is just joking around." "I'm not joking," Mr. Hua retorted defiantly. Mrs. Hua then firmly tugged him toward the kitchen. "Stop shouting. My dish isn't been seasoned properly yet. Go help me out." "Hey, why are you pulling me?" Lu Jinbai mused, unable to spend time alone with him. Their bickering gradually faded into the distance. Lu Jinbai watched Mr. Hua being forcibly led away, a smile escaping her lips as she turned to Xiaoyu. "Are you afraid?" Xiaoyu shook his head, his tone imbued with a desperate resolve. "Bye-bye, don't abandon me, all right?" "Who would abandon you?" That light-hearted reply served as a balm to Xiaoyu's long-tormented heart, allowing it to finally find peace. In the days that followed, Xiaoyu remained steadfastly by Lu Jinbai's side. He took her on culinary adventures throughout the capital, from humble street stalls to grand restaurants, and led her to places he frequented during his childhood. Observing their camaraderie, Mr. Hua wore a perpetual scowl. In his eyes, Xiaoyu was the culprit responsible for leading his cherished son astray, and he never spared him a kind glance. Initially, Xiaoyu's parents attempted to prevent him from visiting the Hua household, but after a lengthy conversation with his grandfather, they ceased their interference. The elder remembered vividly the fervent determination reflected in Xiaoyu's eyes. "Without Jinbai, life holds no meaning for me. I shall never let her go, unless I die." He paused, his voice chillingly cold. "If one day she no longer loves me, I shall lock her away, in a place meant solely for the two of us." The old man was taken aback by Xiaoyu's fervor. Fearing that too much pressure might backfire, he decided to let it be. Let the young ones stir up whatever they wish. As the scene shifts, hurried footsteps echoed in the hospital corridor, where Xiaoyu was urgently carrying Lu Jinbai in his arms. Her complexion was pale as a sheet, lips devoid of color, and her breathing faint and nearly imperceptible. "Dr. Xia, what has happened to her?" A few attending physicians rushed over upon witnessing the urgency. "She has been feeling increasingly fatigued lately and suddenly fainted from a severe headache." Xiaoyu's voice trembled uncontrollably, and he seemed unable to see clearly. A few days prior, he had noticed Lu Jinbai squinting while trying to focus on objects. He had wanted to take him to the hospital then, but Lu had deftly diverted the conversation with various excuses. Now, reflecting on it, Xiaoyu's heart ached as if constricted by an unseen force. First, take him to the emergency room for a comprehensive examination. The nurses swiftly brought in a stretcher, carefully transferring Lu Jinbai onto it before wheeling him into the examination room. Illuminated by a red light, Xiaoyu stood outside, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on the tightly shut door. "Jinbai, Jinbai, Hua father, Hua mother," and the Hua sisters rushed over, panting. Upon seeing the distraught Xiaoyu in the corridor, their hearts sank. What on earth happened? How could Jinbai faint out of the blue? Hua father grasped Xiaoyu's arm, his voice laced with concern. Xiaoyu turned to them, his eyes bloodshot. "Has he mentioned any headaches recently? Has he complained about blurred vision?" Hua father's complexion turned ashen as he nodded repeatedly. "Last time home, he suddenly collapsed from a headache. I suggested taking him to the hospital, but he insisted it was just an old ailment from childhood abuse, claiming he had a weak constitution. I took him for a thorough checkup last month." Hua mother covered her mouth, choking back tears as they streamed down her face. He went to get the results himself, saying he was just slightly anemic and that it was nothing serious. Did he already know something? Xiaoyu was engulfed in despair, blaming himself for being careless and failing to recognize the signs sooner. "Jinbai, you mustn't be in danger." An hour later, the emergency room doors finally swung open. The doctors emerged, their faces etched with an unmistakable gravity. Xiaoyu and the Hua family quickly surrounded them. "Doctor, how is he?" The lead physician sighed heavily. "The patient has a tumor in his brain that is pressing against the optic nerve and central nervous system, which explains the frequent headaches and blurred vision." Xiaoyu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, grabbing the doctor's shoulder and shouting, "Then treat him immediately. Perform a craniotomy. Remove the tumor. Xiaoyu, you are a doctor. You must understand this is not an ordinary tumor," the doctor replied, gently patting his hand, filled with resignation. "It is malignant and has already metastasized. The patient is in a critical state. I'm afraid he may not survive. Prepare yourselves and grieve." The doctor's words pierced Xiaoyu's heart like a dagger. His face drained of color, and he swayed, nearly collapsing. During this time, Lu Jinbai had been his usual self, laughing, teasing, and playfully provoking him. How had he failed to notice anything amiss? Well, mother, upon hearing this, blacked out and fell straight to the ground. "Mother! Mother!" The Hua's sisters exclaimed as they rushed to support her, sobbing uncontrollably. Hua father clutched his chest and staggered into a chair in the corridor, tears brimming in his eyes. "Heaven, why are you so unjust? This child has suffered so much since childhood, finally returning home. They hadn't even had the chance to make amends, and now he is leaving." Xiaoyu moved into the ward like a soulless shell. Lu Jinbai lay on a hospital bed, his complexion still pallid. With an oxygen tube inserted in his nose, his chest rising and falling faintly. Xiaoyu sat at his bedside, holding his icy hand, gently tracing the tips of his fingers. He must be in great discomfort. Jinbai has always had a low tolerance for pain. The relentless headaches he had endured during these days must have been excruciating. In a daze, Lu Jinbai weakly opened his eyes, stirred by the voice of Xiao Jiu echoing in his mind. "My lord, you have finally awakened." How annoying, he mentally complained, barely possessing the strength to open his eyes. Xiao Jiu's voice was laced with urgency. "My lord, your time is limited. You have approximately half an hour before you must depart from this world entirely. If you have anything to say, now is the time to convey your final wishes." Lu Jinbai hastily turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu, feeling a dampness on the back of his hand. Has he been crying? Noticing that he was awake, Xiaoyu abruptly lifted his head, his voice hoarse. "You're awake? Does your head still hurt? Do you want some water? Did you all know?" Lu Jinbai's voice was frail. "Yes," Xiaoyu replied, his eyes a haunting red. "Does it hurt?" "Xiaoyu, after I leave, you must take care of yourself. Find someone who loves you and live well. I want no one but you." Xiaoyu grasped his hand and pressed it against his cheek. "Bye-bye. Please don't leave me, all right? I'm begging you." Lu Jinbai managed a faint smile, but this time, he could not nod in agreement. The door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Mother Hua, along with others, entered with tear-streaked faces, surrounding the bed with hearts full of sorrow. "Jinbai, why didn't you tell me, dear?" Mother Hua grasped his other hand, tears splattering onto his skin. "How much have you suffered? Why is it not me lying here? Let me bear this torment for you." Father Hua turned away to wipe his tears, while the Hua sisters had already succumbed to inconsolable weeping. Lu Jinbai raised his hand, attempting to reach for the oxygen tube, but Xiaoyu swiftly pressed it down, only to be gently shaken off. He removed the tube, inhaling deeply, his voice soft yet distinct. "This is my fate. Do not grieve for me. I am merely transitioning to another realm to live anew." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent cough erupted from him, his complexion growing even paler. Xiaoyu hurriedly placed the oxygen mask back on him, choking back tears. "Do not speak." Lu Jinbai stubbornly held onto his hand, gazing at him with clarity, enunciating each word. "Xiaoyu, you must take care of yourself. Do not mourn for me. Yes, I will not be sad. I will be well." Xiaoyu nodded in affirmation. "May you live a long life, surrounded by descendants." Tears fell from Xiaoyu onto their intertwined hands. "Yes, I will live long and have many descendants." After uttering these words, a faint smile graced Lu Jinbai's lips as he slowly closed his eyes. "Jinbai, no, my child." Mother Hua's cries were filled with profound sorrow. Xiaoyu opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Bowing his head, he rested his forehead against Lu Jinbai's gradually cooling hand, the silent grief overwhelming him. The room was filled with wails that made it hard to breathe. 7 days later, Xiaoyu stood before a pristine gravestone, kneeling down, meticulously wiping the fine dust from its surface, his movements tender as if handling a precious treasure. In the black and white photograph on the gravestone, Lu Jinbai smiles with an enchanting curve of the eyes. Beneath it is inscribed a poignant line. Son of the Hui family, Hui Jinbai. Bye-bye. It has been 7 days since you departed from me. He speaks softly, his voice laden with profound fatigue. I have taken care of all that needed to be addressed. I truly miss you. Raising a hand to caress the smiling face in the photograph, he manages a self-deprecating smile, yet despair fills his eyes. You wish for me to live a long life, surrounded by a multitude of descendants. But how could I achieve such a thing without you? Bye-bye, wait for me. I will soon come to pursue you. His voice dwindles, imbued with a flicker of hope. Will there be a place for me in the world you spoke of? Xiaoyu clutches his chest, gradually collapsing beside the gravestone. Bye-bye, wait for me. I will find you. His hand, resting on the gravestone, slowly descends, falling silent. Time passes, though how long is uncertain, when Xia's father, the elder Xia, Hua father, and Huiyu rush over. From a distance, they see Xiaoyu collapse before the gravestone, blood at the corner of his mouth staining the stone, a sight that strikes horror into their hearts. Xiaoyu. Xia's father rushes forward to support him, trembling fingers reaching for his breath, his face turning pale as he turns back. Father, you. He has departed. The elder Xia sways, nearly collapsing, supported by Hua father. He never anticipated Xiaoyu's feelings for Jinbai ran so deep, to the extent that even life and death could not separate them. These two young souls have suffered immensely. Huiyu gazes at the photograph of Lu Jinbai, beaming with joy. Then at the fallen Xiaoyu, unable to contain herself any longer, she covers her mouth and cries out. Eventually, the Xia family interred Xiaoyu beside Lu Jinbai's gravestone. The two gravestones lean against each other, as if in this manner they could forever abide and protect one another. In the 44th year, the prince of the capital circles has become entangled with me. Heir, a curse left unspoken, is abruptly silenced by the youth pressing down on him, who bows his head to seal his lips. Xiaojiu incessantly emits a series of muted beeps. His master has just entered this world, and it would be wise to log off and feign death. Lu Jinbai awakens amidst an excruciating pain that is hard to articulate, managing to sit up only through sheer will. As he straightens his back, another pang of pain causes him to gasp sharply. Fragmented memories flicker in his mind as he surveys the disarray of the room. Crumpled shirts lie scattered, and an unspeakable scent lingers in the air. Lowering his gaze, he notices his neck, wrists, and chest adorned with varying shades of crimson marks. His entire body feels as if it has been relentlessly crushed under the weight of wheels, each movement inciting agony. Upon entering this world, he was served a spiked drink. In a haze of consciousness, he stumbled into this room. The subsequent scenes are too chaotic for him to recall. It seems he was the one to have pinned someone down first. Lu Jinbai abruptly turns to look at the youth lying beside him, his dark hair cascading over his forehead, partially obscuring his brow. With a high nose and thin lips, even with closed eyes, he exudes an air of defiance. He is undeniably handsome, possessing an aggressive charm. Upon closer inspection, there is a faint sense of familiarity in his features. However, there is no time to ponder this familiarity. The pain in his waist urges him to extricate himself swiftly. Lu Jinbai gritted his teeth and awkwardly climbed out of bed. Hastily grabbing the clothes strewn across the floor and putting them on, barely managing to secure his shoes before he anxiously flung open the door and rushed out. It was only upon exiting that he realized he was in a luxurious 5-star hotel in Hentang. Xiaoyu, come out, he shouted. Don't make me come after you myself. Just as his mind erupted with fury, Xiaojiu's timid voice emerged instantly, my lord. Are you all right? Lu Jinbai leaned against his waist, taking a moment to steady himself, and replied through clenched teeth, Do I look like I'm fine? He added with irritation, Why don't you try being slept with for a night? Xiaojiu curled up in his consciousness, observing his lordess' unsteady posture and supporting himself with one hand. The voice grew even more pitiful. My lord, I don't have a physical form, so I cannot be slept with. Besides, the types are different. Lu Jinbai was momentarily taken aback, too pained to argue further. Stop with the nonsense and tell me, what is my task? Xiaojiu quickly composed himself, responding earnestly, Yes. My lord, this world is still a novel. In the original storyline, The heroine's father was fired by the hero's company and subsequently committed suicide by jumping off the rooftop. After growing up, the heroine seeks revenge by deliberately approaching the hero's older brother, making him fall in love with her and then inciting a rift between father and son, ultimately collaborating to bring down the hero's family business. They are entangled in a relationship of love and conflict throughout. Lu Jinbai furrowed his brow. So my task is to prevent them from falling in love and fighting? He paused, recalling the mess from the previous world, and added, this time, there won't be any plot collapses, right? It shouldn't happen. Xiao Ju spun around in his consciousness. And what about the hero? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. Will he just watch his heroine entangled with a male antagonist? In the original book, the hero gradually falls in love with the heroine amidst the tug-of-war with his older brother, even willing to die for her. Xiao Ju's voice lowered. In the end, the heroine and the hero's older brother join forces to kill the hero. That's when the world collapses. So my primary task is to facilitate a normal romance between the hero and heroine, and then prevent the hero's older brother from getting close to the heroine? Lu Jinbai stroked his chin in inquiry. That's an additional task, Xiao Jiu quickly interjected. If you can successfully unite the hero and heroine, my lord, you will receive an SS level rating. What use is an SS level rating? Think about it, my lord. Many deities have never achieved SS level. If you do, wouldn't you be the foremost among them? Xiao Jiu flattered. They will certainly admire and worship you even more. Lu Jinbai's eyes lit up. That sounds promising. I must give it a try. He paused and inquired, what about the primary task? The primary task involves the hero's older brother. He possesses a system. Lu Jinbai was momentarily astonished. A system? Is it similar to yours? Xiao Jiu's tone suddenly turned disdainful. My lord, do not compare that kind of rubbish with me. Lu Jinbai nodded dismissively. I understand, continue. That system survives by absorbing the auras and fortunes of others. It feeds off the hero's fortune. The rapid pace of Xiao Jiu's speech quickened. It is precisely because the male protagonist's fortune has been siphoned away that the female protagonist harbors both love and hatred for his elder brother, ultimately leading to the male protagonist's demise at their hands. So my mission is to identify that system and restore the narrative to its rightful course. Indeed, Lu Jinbai released a sigh of relief, straightening his back with a hand on his waist. This is quite simple, now that I understand. Let us return home. I can hardly stand. Xiao Ju observed his unsteady silhouette and mused. The sacrifices made by the adult this time are substantial. In the hotel bedroom, Gu Wenxi reached out to his side, only to find a chilling void. Abruptly, he opened his eyes to an empty bed, the presence he sought having long since vanished. Clenching his jaw, he sat upright, only to discover several scratches adorning his chest and bite marks encircling his neck. Wrapping a loose bath towel around himself, he stood, revealing a physique devoid of excess flesh, boasting sculpted abs and an alluring V-line, a figure most enviable. Damn it, did they just leave after the deed? Last night marked his first day back in the country. He had deliberately chosen the hotel to evade his father's incessant nagging. To his surprise, upon emerging from a shower, he was unexpectedly embraced by an unfamiliar man. Initially taken aback, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon catching a glimpse of the man's face, the words died on his lips. The young man was strikingly handsome, with porcelain skin tinged with a rosy hue, his eyes glistening with a captivating allure that ignited a fervor within Gu Wenxi's chest. He felt a stirring response. What transpired afterward devolved into a whirlwind of unrestrained passion, with Gu Wenxi taking the lead, losing count of the instances they intertwined. He could only recall the young man's sultry whispers in his ear, pleading for just one more time, until Gu Wenxi was utterly spent. When he awakened, the stranger had vanished. Had they shared a night of intimacy only for him to flee? Judging by the man's demeanor and appearance, he must have been ensnared as well. Gu Wenxi, reaching for his phone, dialed a number with a voice laced with lingering ire. Get here immediately now. At 22, Gu Wenxi was renowned in his field as a prodigy, known more by reputation than by sight. He had studied abroad at 19, completing both his master's and doctoral studies within 3 years, garnering multiple international finance awards. Through astute stock trading, he amassed considerable wealth, totaling over 100 million, independent of his family's influence. An hour later, dressed in a sleek black shirt, Gu Wensi settled on the sofa. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a 25 to 26-year-old assistant entered, holding a tablet. Young master, all the surveillance footage from last night at the hotel has vanished. The hotel claims it was a system malfunction. A system malfunction? Gu Wensi raised his eyes, incredulous. In such a large hotel, they cannot even maintain surveillance? Are they merely coasting on their laurels? The assistant recoiled slightly and added, moreover, Mr. Gu has been persistently calling, inquiring when you will return home. Would you like to take the call? What is there to discuss? Gu Wensi replied brusquely, pivoting to leave, but then abruptly paused, bending down to retrieve something from beneath the bed. It was a work badge. The words were clearly inscribed, General Manager of the MA Design Department, Liu Jinbai. Gu Wensi repeatedly traced the 3 characters of Liu Jinbai with his fingertips, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Liu Jinbai. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the sofa, piecing together the sequence of events. The one who had drugged him was a female colleague from the design department who had harbored a crush on the original owner for quite some time. During a departmental gathering yesterday, she had attempted to take advantage of the chaos to consummate her desires. The drug was administered, yet it was he who ultimately arrived. The original owner's clothing had been reduced to mere remnants when he entered the scene. He had desperately fought against the effects of the drug to escape, disoriented and stumbling into an unfamiliar room where he encountered a man. Liu Jinbai grasped the cushion to cover his face, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, this is truly a terrible situation." In his mind, the cautious voice of Xiao Jiao echoed, "Sir, the original owner's persona must not collapse too severely." What persona does he have? Liu Jinbai's tone was one of resignation. Each time an episode concluded, it would automatically extract the emotions of the previous world, particularly towards the male protagonist, fearing it might affect the subsequent task. Thus, the Sir entered a new world devoid of any superfluous emotions. The entire department privately refers to him as the Demon Liu. What do you think? Liu Jinbai abruptly straightened, seizing his phone to submit a 2-day leave request to the company. In his current state of disarray, how could he possibly go to work? Xiao Jiu leisurely added, "Sir, I didn't get a good look at that man yesterday, just a fleeting glance, but he was indeed quite handsome, considering that you aren't at a total loss." Liu Jinbai's temples twitched. "You can leave now." "Oh, I shall take my leave." Xiao Jiu promptly logged off, without a trace of delay. With the incessant chatter silenced, Liu Jinbai sank back into the sofa, burying his face into the cushion. What a wretched beginning this is. As Gu Wensi returned to the estate, the servants were already waiting at the entrance, hurrying to greet him. "Young master, you are back." Where's my father?" "Mister, Gu is in the study, attending to work." Gu Wensi ascended directly to the second-floor study, pushing open the door to find Gu Heng poring over documents at his desk. "Old man, didn't you go to the office today?" Gu Heng, 57 this year, had married Gu Madam early on and, for many years, remained childless. The couple had visited numerous hospitals, yet no issues were detected. They eventually adopted Gu Qian from an orphanage, only for Gu Madam to unexpectedly conceive 2 years later, resulting in Gu Wensi's birth. From childhood, he had been the cherished darling of the family, doted upon excessively by relatives. Aware of his return, Gu Heng lifted his gaze, his tone laced with reproach. "You didn't return home last night, but instead chose to stay at a hotel? Your mother spent the entire night murmuring in my ear. I hardly slept a wink." Gu Wensi smirked, teasingly responding, "I just returned. I needed to experience our family hotel, didn't I? Besides, if I hadn't stayed at the hotel, how would I have encountered that person who knocked me over?" "Enough of your banter." Gu Heng set down his pen, his tone growing serious. "Starting tomorrow, you will return to the company to assist. You played around long enough. It's time to focus." 2 years prior, Gu Heng had wished for him to familiarize himself with the business at the company, eager to pass the MA group to him and take a well-deserved respite. However, Gu Wensi had consistently evaded the idea. Gu Wensi settled beside the desk, smiling as he practiced Tai Chi. "Isn't there your elder brother in the company?" He manages it quite well. That's not the same, Gu Hong replied, his brow furrowed, his tone tinged with resignation. After all, your brother is not of the Gu family by blood. He added, in the future, I will assign your brother to manage a branch company. That would suffice. The MA must be entrusted to you for my peace of mind. I have no desire to join MA, Gu Wensi stated bluntly. I wish to start my own business. I have even chosen a location. Absolutely not. Gu Hong dismissed the idea without a second thought. Do you comprehend how challenging it is to start from scratch? Entrepreneurship? He fixed his gaze on Gu Wensi, his demeanor resolute. Don't even entertain the thought. I want to provide you with the capital. I have already spoken to your mother, your uncle, and your grandparents. None will assist you. Gu Wensi smiled confidently. I have my own capital. Gu Hong was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that this young man was a genius in stock trading, having already amassed a considerable fortune on his own. After a brief silence, Gu Hong suddenly chuckled, his tone softening. How about this? I will give you a condition. If you fulfill it and wish to venture into entrepreneurship, I will not obstruct you. What condition? Gu Wensi immediately inquired. You must intern in any department of MA, starting from the ground up. A glint of calculation flickered in Gu Heng's eyes. If you can make that department earn 10 billion within 4 months, I will grant you permission to start your company without interference. For months? 10 billion for a single department? Gu Wensi's eyes widened. Old man, are you digging a pit for me to jump into? If you're unwilling, then forget it. Gu Hong waved his hand dismissively, feigning impatience. Go on. Report to the company tomorrow without fail. Wait, I agree. Gu Wensi hastily replied, adding, but I get to choose the department. Haha, very well. Gu Hong laughed heartily. Which department do you wish to enter? The MA design department. Gu Hong paused, then nodded. All right, report there the day after tomorrow. Great. I'm off to catch up on some sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. Gu Wensi turned to leave. Behind him, Gu Heng's dissatisfied mutter echoed. Didn't T sleep last night? Why are you tired during the day? Gu Wensi paused for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips. He indeed hadn't T rested well the previous night, having been entangled with a certain individual until dawn. Recalling the sight of that person clinging to him, along with their glistening eyes, Gu Wensi felt a stirring within. He eagerly anticipated their next encounter, wondering what expression the one who left right after their encounter would wear. He lifted his hand to touch the bite mark concealed beneath his collar, finding the thought amusing. MA Group Lu Jinbai arrived at the department with the memories of the original owner, subsequently locating his office. Throughout the journey, company employees greeted him, almost prompting a response. Xiao Jiu continuously reminded him to maintain his persona. The original owner had a reclusive character, was strict at work, preferred overtime, and exploited his subordinates. Consequently, everyone referred to him as the demon deer. Master, please refrain from acting on impulse this time. Let us see how I feel. Xiao Jiu responded. Chapter 46. The young prince of the capital circle has approached me. Lu Jinbai sat in his office chair, staring at the densely packed files on the computer screen, his brow furrowing tighter. Is it just me, or are modern people always so overwhelmed? He tapped his fingers impatiently on the desk. Do I have to review all these documents one by one? Am I the only one doing the work here? Why must everything fall on my shoulders as a manager? He muttered complaints into the air. Dear sir, keep going. You can definitely manage this. No matter how complicated the task, with your expertise, it becomes trivial. I believe in your capabilities. You are courageous, intelligent, and exceptionally talented. Little Gio showered him with flattering remarks. I simply can't handle this. I've decided to slack off. Lu Jinbai reclined back in his chair, surrendering to its embrace. Don't do that. The previous owner of this position was so distrustful of his subordinates that he had to oversee every single proposal from start to finish. That was merely idleness. Lu Jinbai rolled his eyes. Surely, it was better to browse through his phone? In the past 2 days, he had become quite adept at his device, having scrolled until past 1 in the morning yesterday. If it weren't for little Gio incessantly nagging him, he would have continued. The small screen contained a plethora of distractions, dazzling him with its variety. Mr. Liu? The office door gently swung open, revealing a young man carrying a file. Lu Jinbai glanced up, recognizing Qian Xiaofeng, 24 years old, who had been in the department for a year and a half. Charming and adept at navigating office politics. He was the least scolded among his peers. The previous owner of this position had only been 25 and had spent 3 years in this department, rising swiftly due to his capabilities, now a department manager at a young age. Mr. Liu, here's the design draft I just completed. Could you please take a look and let me know if there are any changes needed? Qian Xiaofeng presented the document, his tone ingratiating. Liu Jinbai took the file, revealing a design of a ring as he oversaw the design department, primarily focused on rings, necklaces, bracelets, and other jewelry. The design is overly simplistic. And don't you think this pattern is unnecessary? He pointed to the drawing, his tone candid. Revise it, change the style, it's too tacky. Qian Xiaofeng immediately plastered on a smile. As always, Mr. Liu has a discerning eye. I completely overlooked that. Liu Jinbai raised an eyebrow at him. Are you blind? You can't see how tacky it is? The smile on Qian Xiaofeng's face froze, his heart sinking. It was clear Mr. Liu was in a foul mood today. Before he could exit, Chao Xiang from the design department pushed the door open. Mr. Liu, we have a new recruit in our department today. What do you think they should be assigned? Liu Jinbai rubbed his throbbing temples, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Do you need to consult me for such trivial matters? Chao Xiang discreetly glanced at Qian Xiaofeng, exchanging a knowing look. Mr. Liu is indeed in a bad mood today. Mr. Liu, this newcomer is quite remarkable. Chao Xiang quickly added. Their resume is exceptionally impressive. They graduated from university before the age of 22 and simultaneously obtained both a master's and a doctoral degree, along with numerous awards during their studies. Liu Jinbai merely nodded, his expression nonchalant. Such an accomplished individual. Just arrange it as you see fit. Chao Xiang was taken aback, his face displaying astonishment. This was completely unlike his usual demeanor. Is there anything else? Liu Jinbai inquired, lifting his gaze. No, nothing else, all right. Xiao Gu just notified me that we have a meeting with the design department in 20 minutes. Chao Xiang hurriedly responded. Understood. You may proceed with your preparations. Liu Jinbai waved his hand. Chao Xiang and Qian Xiaofeng exited the office, still perplexed. Upon reaching the doorway, they spotted Gu Wenci standing outside. Clad in a sleek black shirt, he cradled a stack of documents while casually scrolling through his phone, the screen illuminated with posts from the company's internal forum. The featured images showcased Liu Jinbai, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his expression decidedly aloof, and the comments below had exceeded 10,000. My male idol. Absolutely stunning. President Liu's icy demeanor. Who could resist that? I want to marry him. Curious about what he's wearing beneath that suit. Is it black or blue? Gu Wenci's gaze lingered on the latter comment, his fingers hesitating momentarily. He recalled that night beneath the suit, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course, it was white, and he had been the one to remove it. What on earth is going on with President Liu today? Qian Xiaofeng leaned closer to Chao Xiang, whispering, I'm baffled as well. Typically, he would personally oversee the arrangements for newcomers, yet today, he has left it to me. Gao Xiang zipli e quali popa. Qian Xiaofeng nodded vigorously. Exactly. He is usually not so sharp-tongued with me. He just had me tongue-tied a moment ago. Gu Wenci powered down his phone, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he approached. Excuse me, may I inquire about my seating assignment? Chao Xiang looked up, her eyes widening in recognition. This newcomer is exceptionally handsome. In the entire company, only President Liu and the young Gu could be considered of top-tier attractiveness. She anticipated the arrival of someone equally formidable. Liu Jinbai exuded a near otherworldly beauty with his cool demeanor, while this newcomer possessed a striking and impactful charm. As she found herself entranced by Gu Wenci, Qian Xiaofeng, standing beside her, couldn't help but scoff. Why did someone so eye-catching have to show up? Unable to contain his curiosity, he leaned closer, questioning, Did you really earn a double degree and receive numerous accolades? Gu Wenci nodded, his tone casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. It's not that many. You are far too modest. Chao Xiang exclaimed, her enthusiasm reigniting. Please take the seat across from me. It has excellent lighting and a bright view. Gu Wenci expressed his gratitude and settled into the chair, casting a casual glance around, only to discover that this position afforded him a clear view of Liu Jinbai's office. Through the glass, He observed the young man diligently addressing documents. His brow slightly furrowed and his demeanor serious, even the way he held his pen exuding an air of earnestness. A smile danced in Gu Wenxi's eyes. Lu Jinbai. At last we meet. Hey, newcomer. I'm Qian Xiaofeng, and this is Chao Xiang. Qian Xiaofeng endeavored to lighten the mood, gesturing towards several nearby desks. That Esli Xiao, Qi Yin, and a few others are out on fieldwork. From now on, we are comrades in the same trench, united against the world. Gu Wenxi raised an eyebrow, softly inquiring, what do you mean by against the world? Chao Xiang quickly lowered her voice, as if sharing a secret. Of course, it refers to President Liu. Once you interact with him more, you'll understand. Best of luck to you. No sooner had the words left her lips than the office door swung open abruptly. Lu Jinbai stepped out, prompting Qian Xiaofeng to rush forward, his tone eager. President Liu, everything in the conference room is prepared. Very well, let us head to the conference room. Lu Jinbai responded with a faint acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping indifferently across the workstation area until it landed on Gu Wenxi, at which point his steps came to an abrupt halt. He fixated on Gu Wenxi, his Adam's apple subtly moving, and after a long pause, managed to utter a single word. You. Chapter 47. The young master of the capital's elite. He has come to entangle me. Gu Wenxi rose gracefully, introducing himself. Mr. Liu, I am a new employee starting today. Gu Wenxi. I hope to receive your guidance moving forward. I shall diligently learn from you. Lu Jinbai stared at him, his fingers tightening imperceptibly, his tone icy. Come with me. He then turned to the others. You may proceed to the conference room. Chao Xiang and the others hurriedly gathered their documents and scurried away, filled with astonishment. The new recruit had encountered the infamous Liu on his very first day. What dreadful luck! A glint of mischief flickered in Gu Wenxi's eyes. Yet his demeanor remained composed as he followed Lu Jinbai into the office. As soon as the door closed, Lu Jinbai's gaze turned cold, scrutinizing him without pretense. Master, master, he is the male lead. Xiao Jiu urgently reminded in his mind. Lu Jinbai inwardly cursed. Are you blind? He is the man I encountered on my very first night here. Xiao Jiu stammered. You mean the one you slept with? Lu Jinbai retorted. You only just now tell me he is the male lead? Where were you earlier? Xiao Jiu replied with a sense of grievance. I didn't see it clearly at the time. I barely processed it before stumbling upon the inappropriate scene and logged off immediately. Lu Jinbai was nearly exasperated. Sleeping with the male lead on the very first day, and now he was expected to facilitate a connection with the female lead? This plot was even more absurd than the last world. Has the CEO recognized me? Gu Wenxi initiated the conversation, his tone teasingly suggestive. Lu Jinbai took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, his expression remaining stern. What happened last time was an accident. I was drugged and disoriented. Rest assured, Gu Wenxi nodded, his eyes glinting with amusement. I won't speak of it outside. Moreover, Lu Jinbai emphasized, this matter ends here. No one is to mention it again. Lu's attitude was decidedly colder than before. Gu Wenxi leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I still prefer your previous enthusiastic demeanor. It is far more pleasing to the eye. Lu Jinbai found it incomprehensible that the son of a conglomerate, a prince of the capital's elite, would abandon his lofty position to seek experience in his department. Seeing Lu Jinbai's face flush with anger, akin to an agitated feline, Gu Wenxi hastily reined in his playful spirit. He did not wish to provoke the man too severely. It would be counterproductive. Clearing his throat, he softened his tone. Mr. Liu, I was merely jesting. It was just that your previous bite was rather fierce. The mark lingered for 2 days. I simply wanted to tease you. With that, he boldly revealed his collar, exposing a faint pink mark on his neck. If you don't believe me, take a look. Lu Jinbai's gaze fell, and indeed, he spotted the faint bite mark, his face instantly growing warmer. Do you think you were so gentle? You left marks all over me as well. You only endured for 2 days, whereas I was bettered for 2. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lu Jinbai regretted them, questioning why he was engaging in such discussions with this person. It was utterly self-deprecating. Gu Wenxi murmured softly, but you were the one who kept pursuing me, insisting on Gu Wenxi. Lu Jinbai abruptly interrupted him, his tone firm. I will say this one last time. This matter must not be mentioned again. Let the past remain in the past. After sleeping with me, you want to run away? Gu Wensi suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them, the mirth in his eyes fading, replaced by a hint of seriousness and grievance. What does President Liu take me for? You don't even want to take responsibility. Does it not qualify as being a scoundrel? With just a few words, Gu Wensi darkened Liu Jinbai's expression further. I will transfer you to another department. With your credentials, there are plenty of departments eager to have you, Liu Jinbai said coldly, his tone rife with dismissal. Just leave. The smile vanished from Gu Wensi's face in an instant, his expression turning ashen as he fixed his gaze on Liu Jinbai, forcing out a cold smile. President Liu, my entry into the design department was personally approved by President Gu. Do you intend to seek him out now regarding my transfer? The veins at Liu Jinbai's temples throbbed. How could he have forgotten that Gu Wensi came with a concealed identity? He was not someone who could be easily transferred with just a word. Fine, if you wish to stay, then stay. Liu Jinbai suppressed his anger. His tone as rigid as ever. From now on, I will treat you the same as I treat everyone else. I hope you can endure this fairness. Gu Wensi immediately donned a playful grin, his eyes sweeping over Liu Jinbai as he smirked. I can certainly endure. My health is quite robust. Liu Jinbai, weary of further banter, turned his back and strode towards the exit. Sir, don't you find Gu Wensi a bit familiar? Xiao Jiu suddenly chimed in. Liu Jinbai di torti d'angredi, familiar? Is he perhaps a distant relative of yours? Xiao Jiu was momentarily speechless, promptly opting to log off again. The master was currently seething with anger. It was best to keep a low profile to avoid his wrath. Gu Wensi quickened his pace to keep up, deliberately trailing Liu Jinbai by half a step, his gaze fixed on his upright silhouette, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. The way Liu Jinbai had lost his temper just moments ago was as alluring as that night filled with passion. As Liu Jinbai entered the conference room, Gu Wensi, unaware that the door had closed, collided directly with the glass door. His forehead instantly flushed red, and he gasped in pain. Liu Jinbai glanced back at him, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, his mood lightening a fraction. Gu Wensi, clutching his forehead, turned his gaze toward Liu Jinbai, who was seated at the head of the table, his expression darkening. Ah, so this was intentional retribution. Was it? Suppressing the pain? Gu Wensi took a seat opposite Liu Jinbai, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Seated at the top was a young man, around 26 or 27, with a commanding presence. His sharp gaze swept over the room, and no one dared to meet his eyes. He was Gu Qian, the esteemed vice president of MA. I will keep this brief. Gu Qian began, his voice steady and authoritative. I understand that the design department has a heavy workload at the moment. However, I do not wish to see any half-hearted efforts. Our company is not a shelter. Not just anyone can be casually accommodated. He paused, his tone chilling slightly. If you can perform well, do so. If not, you may leave at any time. With those few words, everyone in the design department bowed their heads. Not daring to breathe, Gu Wensi raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze towards Gu Qian, surprised to find her elder brother exuding such authority within the company. Liu Jinbai's eyes swept over Qian Xiaofeng and the others before he calmly inquired of Gu Qian, Young Master Gu, is there an issue with the design proposal they submitted? Perhaps Mr. Liu should review it personally. Gu Qian nodded slightly, gesturing for his assistant to pass the design draft from the previous day. Liu Jinbai glanced over the draft, and the warmth on his face instantly dissipated, the atmosphere around him growing markedly tense. He looked up at Qian Xiaofeng and Chao Xiang, his tone devoid of any compassion. Is this truly the final draft you submitted? Chapter 48. The young master of the capital's elite circle has taken an interest in me. His voice grew even colder, laced with palpable reproach. Are you here to work or merely to go through the motions? Chao Xiang and Qian Xiaofeng, along with the others, lowered their heads even further, nearly pressing against the edge of the table. The intensity of Liu Jinbai's anger was formidable. They dared not breathe heavily, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Gu Qian cast a glance at Liu Jinbai, his tone softening. Mr. Liu has been on leave for 2 days, and they have already begun to slack off. Does the design department require constant supervision? unable to function without someone watching over them. We are not a charitable organization. Those lacking value and purpose must be removed. It is time to reassess the team. Chao Xiong, panic-stricken, quickly interjected, "Young Master Gu, we will strive to improve." "Yes, indeed. Please grant us another chance." Lu Jinbai leaned forward, shifting his gaze to Gu Qian. The achievements of a department rely on the collective efforts of all its members. It is rather rash to dismiss all their prior contributions with a single statement. If that is the case, perhaps I should resign as the head of this department myself, and let young Master Gu select new personnel to take my place. Gu Qian's brow furrowed tightly. Lu Jinbai's behavior today was exceedingly unusual. In the past, he had always been strict and distant with his subordinates, never so actively protective, let alone threatening resignation on their behalf. Qian Xiufeng, Qiyan, Li Xiu, and Chao Xiong were all taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment as they turned to look at Lu Jinbai. The demon Lu was actually speaking up for them? Had they misjudged him all along? His previous harshness and sharp words were merely means to nurture them? From this moment forth, they would no longer refer to him as the demon Lu in private. He was evidently a kind-hearted soul. Gu Wenxi's attention settled on Lu Jinbai, who appeared oblivious to his own demeanor, resembling an irritable little cat, evoking a sense of tremulous sympathy. In the future, it would be best if Mr. Lu refrained from mentioning resignation. Gu Qian's tone had lost its previous edge. The design department's proposal from yesterday must be entirely redone and submitted before the end of the workday. Then, he raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Jinbai. "Is that acceptable?" Lu Jinbai promptly nodded. "Absolutely. I will personally deliver it to young Master Gu's office before the end of the day." Gu Qian handed over several documents. Perhaps Mr. Lu could also take a look at these subsequent proposals. Lu Jinbai lowered his head and began to browse through the documents, his attention fully captured when suddenly a foot stealthily reached out, snagging his trouser leg, the shoe's tip gently sliding up his calf. He stiffened, followed by a fit of violent coughing that startled the onlookers, causing them to glance in his direction. "Lu, are you all right?" The instigator, Gu Wenxi, inquired with a feigned look of concern, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Lu Jinbai shot him a disapproving glare and rose to his feet, stating, "Young Master Gu, I will review the proposal thoroughly later. We should return to our department to catch up on progress." Gu Qian nodded. "All right, go ahead." Once the design department had vacated, Gu Wenxi picked up his belongings to follow suit, only to be halted by Gu Qian calling out, "Wenxi, what can I do for you, big brother?" He turned back, his tone laced with jest. Gu Qian chuckled helplessly. "You rascal. Why didn't TU inform me of your return? Instead, you wandered into this department? Had it not been for our father mentioning it this morning, I would have remained oblivious." He paused, adding, "Let me arrange for you to be transferred to my side." "Please no, big brother." Gu Wenxi quickly waved his hands. "I am quite content here. Do not transfer me. I have a wager with father." Gu Qian raised an eyebrow. "What wager?" Gu Wenxi smiled and shook his head. "You'll find out in due time, but I must return to my duties now." He exited, the lightness in his steps evident. As the office settled into silence, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Gu Qian's mind. "The male lead has returned. Immediate action is required." "What action?" Gu Qian furrowed his brow, his tone filled with resistance. "I have stated before, do not harm him. I will not follow your previous instructions." The mechanical voice dripped with scorn. "Do you wish to continue living in uncertainty, trampled upon like a mere plaything, or remain a maggot, lurking in the shadows for eternity? If you hesitate or refuse, I will immediately unbind and reassign another. You have forsaken your chance to ascend to greatness." Gu Qian's expression darkened gradually as memories of past humiliations and being trampled in the mud surfaced. A painful recollection of his unworthy past. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a chilling resolution gleamed within. "What must I do?" Gu Wenxi is the male lead of this world, possessing immense fortune. The mechanical voice softened. "You merely need to interact with him more, draw closer, and you shall naturally absorb his fortune." "Is it truly that simple?" Gu Qian pressed. "Once I absorb his fortune, I will stand atop the pinnacle?" "Indeed." Gu Qian clenched his fists tightly, his voice strained. "Then I shall proceed as you suggest." He was resolute in his desire never to return to the past, never again to be a maggot surviving in the dark. Just as Gu Wenci settled at his workstation, Qian Xiaofeng approached, bearing a hefty stack of documents which he placed on Gu Wenci's desk. Ensure all of this is organized before the end of the day. Gu Wenci raised an eyebrow. Me alone? Indeed. Qian Xiaofeng shrugged, a hint of sympathy in his voice, though I find it rather implausible. This is a direct order from President Liu. He is likely testing you. Young man, give it your all. With that, he patted Gu Wenci on the shoulder and turned to leave. As Gu Wenci lifted his gaze towards the office, he inadvertently locked eyes with Liu Jinbai. The latter regarded him with a faint, icy smile that carried an air of provocation. In response, Gu Wenci couldn't help but curl his lips into a cryptic smile. Noticing this, Liu Jinbai averted his gaze and resumed his work. Gu Wenci sighed softly, resignedly picking up the documents to begin organizing them. From 9 to 11, he immersed himself in the task at hand, his movements both swift and focused. Not far away, Chao Xiang and Li Xiao discreetly raised their phones, capturing several photos of him while whispering amongst themselves. My goodness, he is simply too handsome, one exclaimed. I agree. This serious demeanor is so striking. I can hardly contain myself. Chao Xiang lowered her voice. Our general manager Liu is already a sight to behold. But to think we have a young heartthrob like him as well. This department has reached new heights of beauty. Not quite, Li Xiao countered. General Manager Liu possesses a refined beauty that even surpasses that of many women, while Gu Wenci embodies a rugged handsomeness that is undeniably masculine. She paused, her excitement bubbling over. Don't you think they have great chemistry? Chao Xiang stared at her in shock. Have you lost your mind? What are you even thinking? Our General Manager Liu is notoriously straight. There's no room for doubt. Li Xiao scratched her head, an embarrassed smile gracing her lips. I'm just secretly shipping them in my heart. Just then, Gu Wenci abruptly stood up, clutching the organized documents as he made his way to the general manager's office. Chao Xiang and Li Xiao exchanged astonished glances, both surprised by the sudden turn of events. Had he truly finished organizing everything? It seemed impossible. Qian Xiaofeng joined them. Shaking his head vigorously, General Manager Liu asked me to gather all the annual documents. The pile is nearly as tall as I am. Even if he worked through the night, he couldn't possibly finish in time. How could he complete it in just 2 hours? Others nodded in agreement. Exactly. He must not have finished and is going to plead with General Manager Liu. Inside the office, Liu Jinbai was perusing Qi Yan's design proposal when Gu Wenci entered. His voice bright and clear. General Manager, I have completed the document organization. What shall I do next? Qian, having just received the proposal back from Liu Jinbai, froze momentarily at the unexpected announcement, hastily exclaiming, General Manager, I will make the necessary revisions immediately. He then exited the office quickly, only to be surrounded by colleagues outside. Liu Jinbai furrowed his brow as he looked at Gu Wenci, his tone laced with skepticism. Are you joking with me? You organized all that material in 2 hours? Gu Wenci placed the documents on his desk, leaning slightly forward with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Do you acknowledge the volume of materials, General Manager? It seems you are intentionally putting me to the test. Who is trying to make things difficult for you? Liu Jinbai retorted stubbornly, casually pulling out a few pages to review. However, the more he examined, the tighter his frown became. Not only was the categorization clear and the annotations precise, but he had also identified several errors from past documents. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Master, the male lead is truly remarkable. His intellect is astounding. Liu Jinbai mentally shot back. So just because he's clever, I must be lacking? Liu Jinbai closed the materials, his tone softening somewhat. Indeed, these have been accomplished quite well. You may leave. Gu Wenci gazed into Liu Jinbai's eyes, his tone earnest. May I participate in your design proposal? Without lifting his head, Liu Jinbai decisively replied. Go fetch the materials from Qian Xiaofeng. Surprised, Gu Wenci had anticipated a more arduous process, yet unfolded smoothly. Seizing the moment, he quietly inquired. As work is nearing its conclusion, would you like to join me for dinner, President Liu? Liu Jinbai raised his gaze to meet his tone distant. I never dine alone with colleagues. Gu Wenci studied him for a couple of seconds, said nothing further, nodded, and turned to depart with the materials. One day, their relationship would transcend the simplicity of sharing a meal. Upon returning to his workstation, he noticed a striking woman entering. In her mid-20s, with hair cascading down to her waist, she donned a red dress that accentuated her fair skin and strode into the office on slender heels. Gu Wensi followed her with his gaze and turned to the nearby Chao Xiang. "Who is she?" "That's Zhou Mian, the head of the sales department." "Gao Xiang Weitspa." Her tone tinged with gossip. "Isn't she beautiful?" "She's decent," Gu Wensi replied, his attention drifting back to the office, where he could see the two conversing, the atmosphere seemingly pleasant. He tightened his fingers slightly and asked, "Is she quite close with President Liu?" "Closer than you think." Chao Xiang's eyes sparkled. "The whole company knows about Zhou Mian's infatuation with our President Liu. She even publicly declared her affection on the company forum. Everyone ships them as a couple." Gu Wensi's expression darkened progressively. "Shipping them? They are hardly a match. There is nothing to admire there. Unfortunately, our President Liu is a blockhead, completely engrossed in his work." Li Xiao suddenly interjected, noting that he never visits the company forum, making him the only one oblivious to Zhou Mian's affection. Upon hearing that Lu Jinbai was unaware, Gu Wensi's mood brightened considerably. It was better that he remained in the dark. In the office, Zhou Mian fluttered her long lashes, her tone playful. "How do you find my eyeshadow today?" Lu Jinbai glanced up briefly, his tone dismissive. "I'm busy. If you have something to discuss, please get to the point." He was currently troubled, as thoughts of Gu Wensi being the male lead weighed heavily on his mind. Zhou Mian's smile faltered momentarily, prompting her to change the subject. "I came to ask about Xiao Tang from my department who resigned. Do you know the reason?" "Why would I know why someone from your department resigned?" Zhou Mian pressed on. "But you did drive her home that night, didn't you?" The next day, she submitted her resignation. She was quite capable and performed well in sales. "I was merely curious if you were aware of the situation." Only then did Lu Jinbai lift his head. "Xiao Tang?" "Yes, you haven't forgotten, have you?" Zhou Mian chided lightly. "You ought not to be so absorbed in your work. Occasionally pay attention to those around you." At that moment, Xiao Jiu's voice echoed in Lu Jinbai's mind. "Master, that Xiao Tang is the woman who previously drugged you. She resorted to such despicable means to win you over. Knowing she failed, she hastily resigned and fled." "How fortunate for her." Lu Jinbai suddenly comprehended, his tone neutral. "I'm aware of her. Resignation indicates a desire to part ways with the current environment, and there is no need to retain someone who wishes to leave." Zhou Mian immediately propped her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. "Jinbai, you are absolutely right." At that moment, Lu Jinbai's gaze remained fixed upon her. Zhou Mian, feeling a bit bashful under his scrutiny, instinctively brushed aside her bangs. "Why are you looking at me like that? Move a bit. You're pressing on my documents." Lu Jinbai reached out to retrieve the papers that her elbow had pinned down, lowering his head to continue doodling on them, entirely disregarding her presence. Zhou Mian interjected. "Xiao Jiu, is there something else? If not, I truly must get back to work." Lu Jinbai, without lifting his gaze, urged her to leave. "Then you may carry on." Frustrated, Zhou Mian pushed the door open and exited the design department. Gu Wensi only averted his gaze from Zhou Mian after she had left, leaning back toward Qian Xiaofeng to discuss the details of the illustrations with the others. When lunchtime arrived, Qi Yin inquired, "Where is everyone heading for lunch?" "I'm not going out. I'll just order takeout," replied Chao Xiang, waving her phone. "I'm going to that restaurant near the company," Qian Xiaofeng added, then turned to Gu Wensi. "Newcomer, would you like to join us?" Gu Wensi glanced around the office and quietly asked, "Where does President Liu usually have lunch?" "Don't worry. As long as we avoid the company cafeteria, we definitely won't run into him." Qian Xiaofeng lowered her voice. "Our President Liu is quite minimalist. He never eats out. The cafeteria is so inexpensive. He goes there without fail every day." Qi Yin chimed in. "Girls from other departments go to the cafeteria just to catch a glimpse of him, which has significantly boosted the cafeteria's business." Chapter 50. The young prince of the capital circles has taken notice of me. Gu Wensi smiled and replied, "On my first day at the company, I should certainly try the cafeteria's food. I won't join you guys outside. I'll head straight to the cafeteria." "All right, we won't wait for you." Qian Xiaofeng waved her hand dismissively. As Lu Jinbai exited his office, his gaze swept over the few lingering individuals. His voice was indifferent. It's mealtime. Why aren't you going to eat? We're going now. The group hastily dispersed, fearing that lingering a moment longer might displease him. Gu Wenxi followed Lu Jinbai at a respectful distance, perfectly measured. Why are you following me? Lu Jinbai paused, turning to look at him. Gu Wenxi raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Am I really following you? Does President Lu need to monitor my every move after work hours? Besides, if I'm going to the cafeteria, aren't you going as well? This is the only route to the cafeteria. Do I have a problem with that? Lu Jinbai clenched his teeth, but chose not to respond, striding purposefully toward the cafeteria. Upon reaching the counter, he picked up a tray to serve himself. And the voice of Xiao Jiao echoed in his mind. Sir, the original occupant never spent more than 30 yuan on a meal. You must adhere to his habits. Lu Jinbai muttered, what nonsense! Are there so many rules about having a meal? Sir, the original occupant came from a rural background. Life was tough. And his character is inherently frugal, Xiao Jiao patiently explained. He is saving money to purchase his own apartment in the city. Lu Jinbai paused at the mention of Target, nodding in agreement. He ultimately chose braised eggplant, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, potato slices, complemented by a serving of white rice, totaling exactly 299 yuan, aligning perfectly with the original budget. Gu Wenxi, trailing behind, frowned at the sight of such simple dishes. He opted for additional items: stuffed beef, braised pork ribs, stir-fried chicken leg, and boiled shrimp, balancing a tray as he searched for Lu Jinbai. Spotting him in a corner, he made another detour to purchase 2 bottles of juice. Lu Zong, what a coincidence, Gu Wenxi said, placing the tray directly opposite him and sliding a bottle of juice across the table. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, Lu Jinbai replied without lifting his gaze. I'll buy one for you now and another later. If you don't drink it, just leave it here. I can't finish it anyway, Gu Wenxi said with a natural smile. Lu Jinbai, indeed parched and initially considering spending a few yuan on a milk tea, relented. Then let us not waste it. I shall drink it for you. Gu Wenxi then transferred some of his dishes to Lu Jinbai's plate. Lu Jinbai glanced up, scrutinizing. Did you add extra to your plate? Have you been watching too many dramas, Lu Zong? Gu Wenxi chuckled lightly, explaining that he had miscalculated during his first serving, leading to excess and waste. Am I a trash can? Should I carry your leftovers? Lu Jinbai retorted sharply. Gu Wenxi paused, conceding, all right, fine, if you want to eat it, I will. He then reclaimed the chicken leg and ribs he had offered. At that moment, Zhou Mian approached with her own tray, settling beside Lu Jinbai with an amiable tone. Jinbai, what a coincidence. You're at the cafeteria too? Lu Jinbai replied, still engrossed in his meal and his mobile device. Gu Wenxi cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Mian, his mood darkening instantly. Jinbai, is your department particularly busy these days? Zhou Mian continued, oblivious to his indifference. Not too bad. We've been on the market daily, so busy we hardly have time to drink water. Lu Jinbai answered matter-of-factly, his eyes glued to the screen, offering nothing more than brief replies. Zhou Mian sighed. I've heard that the sales department is planning layoffs next month. It's unsettling to think of colleagues leaving. Lu Jinbai remained focused on his phone, responding with little more than no or Zhou Mian, undeterred, leaned in closer. I've been dieting lately. I feel like I've gained weight. Do you think I truly look heavier? Lu Jinbai glanced at her, then at the assortment of meat, fish, and shrimp on her tray. Your dishes are high in calories. Overeating can indeed lead to weight gain. Gu Wenxi, lowering his head, couldn't he help but smile, the earlier gloom dissipating. I'm done eating. Take your time, Lu Jinbai stated, setting down his chopsticks and rising with his phone in hand. As he exited the cafeteria, a conversation sparked in his mind with Xiao Jiao. This phone is incredibly entertaining. I just saw a video that nearly made me laugh out loud. Don't forget our mission, Xiao Jiao reminded him. Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. What have you discovered now? Xiao Jiao spoke rapidly. At 3 this afternoon, the female lead will go to Gu Qian for an interview, deliberately approaching him to make her presence felt. There's still half an hour before she takes action. You can still intervene. Lu Jinbai hurriedly dashed towards the direction indicated by Xiao Jiao, resolute in preventing any further entanglement between the female lead and Gu Qian. Upon arriving breathlessly at the cafe outside the company, he encountered Gu Qian just as he emerged from within. He approached with an effort to appear casual. What a coincidence. Young Master Gu. Gu Qian nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lu Jinbai. So, President Lu is here for coffee as well? I don't care for this beverage. I specifically came to find you. Lu Jinbai replied candidly. Find me? Gu Qian raised an eyebrow. I've revised a few proposals and would like your assistance in reviewing them. Now, indeed, time is of the essence. Let us hasten back to the office. As he spoke, Lu Jinbai grasped Gu Qian's arm and began to lead him back. Gu Qian instinctively turned his head, his eyes landing on the hand that had seized him. He had never noticed before how delicate and fair Lu Jinbai's hands were. At that moment, a girl unexpectedly rushed towards them, her steps unsteady as she collided with a waiter carrying coffee. The scalding cup of freshly brewed coffee splashed towards Gu Qian and Lu Jinbai. Lu Jinbai narrowed his eyes. The female lead has arrived. In the original plot, the female lead intended to accidentally fall into Gu Qian's embrace, causing the coffee to spill on him, feigning an attempt to shield him from the scalding liquid. This would capture his attention, leading her to seek a position as his secretary, resulting in their growing affection through proximity. However, he was present this time. Just as the coffee was about to drench Gu Qian, Lu Jinbai instinctively positioned himself in front. The searing liquid splattered across his hand. A sharp sting coursed through him, and Lu Jinbai couldn't help but inhale sharply. Meanwhile, Su Su, having successfully fallen into Gu Qian's arms, quickly took advantage of the situation to cling to him. Her voice feeble, I twisted my ankle. Gu Qian paid her no mind, his brow furrowing at Lu Jinbai's cry of pain. He forcefully pushed Su Su away and turned to approach. Before he could reach Lu Jinbai, Gu Wensi rushed over, urgency evident in his tone. Let me see. Without hesitation, he seized Lu Jinbai's hand, revealing a stark red mark across the back, a sight that was alarming. Lu Jinbai attempted to retract his hand, feigning nonchalance. The company has burn ointment. I can apply it when I return. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Gu Wensi insisted, refusing to release his grip as he pulled Lu Jinbai towards the office. After a few steps, he turned back to Su Su, his tone icy. Are you blind? Can't you walk properly? Su Su's eyes instantly glistened with tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she looked at Gu Qian, her voice quivering. I was bumped into. It wasn't intentional. How can he say that about me? She did not mean to. Please speak to her kindly. Lu Jinbai interjected, correcting Gu Wensi's tone. He was currently obstructing the male counterpart and the female lead's interaction, and he couldn't afford any slip-ups. Gu Wensi, initially poised to retort, caught sight of the glaring red mark on Lu Jinbai's hand, and the words caught in his throat. Instead, he spoke in a subdued tone. Let us return to the office. Do you wish to disregard your hand? That is an exaggeration. Let go. I can walk on my own. You're moving too slowly. He did not loosen his grip. Rather, he tightened it further. It was clear that you were the one pulling me along, making it difficult to walk quickly. Behind us, Gu Qian looked at their retreating figures with a complex expression, while Su Su continued to sob beside him, her voice laced with tears. I truly didn't mean to. Could you please help me plead with the boss? Otherwise, I might be dismissed. I implore you, sir. Her eyes were red, exuding an air of vulnerability. Yet Gu Qian paid her no heed. His mind was consumed with the image of Lu Jinbai shielding him from the scalding coffee. You are a server here. You should be more mindful instead of carelessly rushing about while carrying hot coffee, scalding a customer without even offering a proper apology. Gu Qian's tone was devoid of warmth. And you expect me to intercede on your behalf? One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. If your hand is unharmed, then fine. However, if there are further complications, you should prepare for a lawyer's letter. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Su Su frozen in place, her face a mask of disbelief. At that moment, a girl with short hair emerged from the cafe, staring at Gu Qian's retreating figure in confusion. Wait, is he insane? After all the planning we've done, he just walks away like that? The girl was Yin Yuma, the owner of the cafe and Su Su's close friend. They had long since discerned Gu Qian's preferences, and this rare opportunity to approach him had been utterly disrupted. The meddlesome young man was Liu Jinbai, the sales manager of MA, and Su had learned that Gu Qian's relationship with him was far from amicable. But how could the situation have deviated so drastically from her expectations? Yuma, I must initiate the second plan. Yin Yuma frowned and advised. Are you truly going to join MA? Su's eyes darkened with determination as she replied. Gu Qian's father caused my father's death. I must get closer to him, make him fall for me, and allow him to experience the agony of losing a loved one. In the MA design department, Liu Jinbai sat at Gu Wenxi's desk, meticulously applying burn ointment to his hand, his expression serious as he focused on Gu Wenxi's profile. Suddenly, he was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the scene. Liu, are you all right? Gu Qian entered, immediately noticing his hand. Liu Jinbai lifted his bandaged hand, smiling as he waved it off. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Gu Wenxi shot him a glance, reminding him, keep your hand dry for the next few days. Take care of yourself. Understood, Liu Jinbai replied, while Gu Qian continued to scrutinize his hand, finding the sight of such beautiful hands marred by ointment displeasing. At that moment, Qian Xiaofeng and Qi Yin entered, chatting and laughing. That restaurant's food was truly dreadful. I won't be returning anytime soon. Fortunately, I ordered takeout and didn't go with you all. The owner was so stingy, the dishes were tasteless. Upon seeing Gu Qian, they immediately silenced their laughter and stood at attention. Panic set in. Had they committed another blunder? Invoking Gu Qian's displeasure, Qian Xiaofeng discreetly signaled to Gu Wenxi, who shook his head, prompting him to exhale in relief. You all carry on, Gu Qian said as he turned to leave, but paused to look at Liu Jinbai. Will the design drafts be ready before the end of the day? Rest assured, young Master Gu, they will be submitted on time, Liu Jinbai assured him with a nod. Gu Qian cast a fleeting glance at Gu Wenxi before turning to leave. Liu Jinbai then directed his attention to Gu Wenxi, stating with utmost seriousness, have you thoroughly reviewed the design draft process and materials? Yes, I've finished, Gu Wenxi replied. Then you and your team must submit the initial draft for my review by 3 o'clock. If you fail to do so, none of you will be returning tomorrow. Do you understand? Chao Xiang and the others instantly wore expressions of despair, their faces reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness. Submit by 3 o'clock? That is utterly impossible. Gu Wenxi responded with a smile. No problem at all. What I seek is tangible results, not mere words. With that, Liu Jinbai left for his office. As soon as he departed, Qian Xiaofeng tugged at Gu Wenxi, exclaiming urgently, 3 o'clock? How could you possibly agree to that? The award you received wasn't for the design draft. What do you intend to submit? I assure you, I can deliver. Gu Wenxi arched an eyebrow, his tone resolute. Can you not have a bit of faith in me? Chao Xiang sighed and patted Qian Xiaofeng on the shoulder. The mess we've made means we'll have to produce something even if it's due by 2 o'clock. We have no choice. They all quickly returned to their workstations, diving into their tasks. Gu Wenxi observed their frenzied activity and leisurely picked up a pencil, making the first stroke on the drawing paper. They labored until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at which point the team began to organize their design concepts, while Gu Wenxi remained engrossed in his writing and sketching. When it was time to submit their work, the group approached the office with trepidation. However, Gu Wenxi was the first to rise, stepping past his colleagues to push open the door, leaving Qian Xiaofeng and the others momentarily bewildered as they gazed at his retreating figure. Inside the office, Liu Jinbai did not lift his gaze but inquired, how is the progress? Here, take a look. Are you satisfied? Gu Wenxi presented the draft paper. The moment Liu Jinbai's eyes fell upon the page, he was captivated. The draft showcased an exquisite necklace design, with the pendant's details magnified and meticulously illustrated, each line clearly annotated for easy understanding. Did you create this? He looked up at Gu Wenxi. Yes, Gu Wenxi nodded. Although time was somewhat constrained, if you are dissatisfied, I can make immediate revisions. Not necessary, this will do, he replied, casting his gaze towards the door where the others stood. What about yours? Gao Xiang, Li Xiao, and their peers had already begun to regard Gu Wenxi with newfound respect. His artistic skills surpassed even those of seasoned veterans, his style exuding tranquility and grandeur. With an exceptionally clear design concept, they had indeed underestimated this new colleague. Here you go, President Liu. Qian Xiaofeng quickly handed over the collaboratively prepared design proposals and sketches. Lu Jinbai took some time to review them, gradually nodding in approval. You may return to your tasks. Relieved, the group promptly exited, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Only Gu Wenxi remained, his gaze fixed on Lu Jinbai's hand as he softly inquired, "Does your hand still hurt?" "One would think you were overly delicate for a man," Lu Jinbai replied coolly, before issuing a dismissal. "You may leave now." Gu Wenxi smirked subtly. The man's demeanor could shift so dramatically. He refrained from further comment and turned to exit the office. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Jiu's voice echoed in Lu Jinbai's mind. "Master, I have discovered something. What have you found?" Lu Jinbai inquired casually. Xiao Jiu replied excitedly. "I have identified the system that Gu Qian is bound to." "Oh, please elaborate." "That system is nothing more than an inconsequential one. It was previously expelled by the main system due to a mistake. Unsatisfied, it seeks to bind individuals with weak wills. It relies on those male supporting characters to siphon off the male protagonist's fortune, having already ruined one world before moving on to the next to continue its misdeeds. So, Gu Qian is its new host, aiming to replenish itself by absorbing Gu Wenxi's fortune?" Xiao Jiu's tone dripped with disdain. "It is merely a subpar rogue system. Master, shall I eliminate it now? How do you plan to do so?" "Devour it, and then thoroughly purify it." A sly smile crept onto Lu Jinbai's lips as a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. "Wait a moment. To consume it now would be too lenient." "Huh? So we just leave it be? Who said we would let it go?" Lu Jinbai tapped his fingers on the table, his tone playful. "Just keep a close watch on it. Whatever means necessary to break its defenses, do so. When it can no longer bear it, then we shall consume it." Xiao Jiu burst into laughter. "Master is truly cunning." Lu Jinbai rolled his eyes at the air. "Is this cunning?" Xiao Jiu quickly corrected himself, his tone excessively flattering. No, this is wisdom. I misspoke. You may leave." "Yes." As the workday came to a close, everyone occasionally glanced at the clock on the wall, tidying their desks. Lu Jinbai held a design proposal in hand and made his way to Gu Qian's office. Gu Qian sat behind his desk, reviewing the design draft Lu Jinbai had brought. He nodded slightly from time to time, and, after finishing the last page, he looked up and smiled. "General Manager Liu, this proposal is exceptional. Let us proceed with it. Shall we then commence with the second step?" "Indeed, the design department has performed admirably this time. Once the project concludes, I will treat your department to a splendid feast to reward everyone. Then I shall thank you on behalf of everyone, little Gu." Lu Jinbai responded with a smile. Gu Qian stood up, organizing the documents on his desk while glancing at Lu Jinbai's hand, asking, "How is your hand?" "Just a minor injury. It is no longer an issue." Lu Jinbai waved his hand dismissively. "Shall we leave together? We could discuss the subsequent work arrangements along the way." "Sure," Gu Qian said as he picked up his coat from the chair and walked out of the office alongside Lu Jinbai. As they exited, they soon encountered Su Su, who was approaching with a thick stack of documents in her arms. Dressed in a sharp professional outfit and with meticulous makeup, Su Su caught Lu Jinbai's eye, raising an eyebrow as he turned to Gu Qian and quipped, "Is this your newly recruited secretary?" Gu Qian's expression turned slightly frosty as he turned to his assistant beside him, asking, "What is going on here?" The assistant hastily explained, "Little Gu. She came in this afternoon for an interview. Her resume is impressive. She has extensive experience, and her capabilities are quite remarkable. So we decided to keep her on a trial basis." Upon hearing this, Su Su glared at Lu Jinbai with indignation and exclaimed, "Do not presume that just because you are part of the upper management, you can arbitrarily dictate my fate. I passed the interview based on my own merit." Lu Jinbai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and replied leisurely, "In a company, indeed, senior executives possess such authority. However, what did I ever claim I would decide your fate?" Su Su's face was a mix of grievance and fury. "Even if you wish to dismiss me, I refuse to leave. I do not believe that young Master Gu would heed your wishes and expel me." Gu Qian did not spare a glance at Su Su. Instead, he commanded his assistant directly, "Have her leave. I do not wish to see her in the company." Su Su froze in her spot, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Is it permissible for the wealthy to trample upon the dignity of others like this? I will sue you, she cried, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling with a mixture of anger and desperation. Lu Jinbai, digging a finger into his ear, responded with feigned exasperation. The company is merely choosing not to employ you. What grounds do you have to sue us? You are bullying us. Su Su retorted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her teeth clenched in a display of her distress. Observing her state, Lu Jinbai suddenly had an epiphany and turned to Gu Qian, stating, "Young Master Gu, I believe her eloquence could be of use. Why not transfer her to the sales department? They are in dire need of someone who can articulate well." Gu Qian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let it be as you suggest." He then addressed his assistant. "Please make the arrangements." The assistant promptly acknowledged the directive and turned to Su Su, speaking in a neutral tone. "Please follow me." Supire sin her furi, Su Su kunenchet herdai, reminding herself to remain composed. Although the situation had not proceeded as she had hoped, as long as she remained within the company, she would find a way to draw closer to Gu Qian. Taking a deep breath, she forced a stiff smile and replied, "All right." As Su Su followed the assistant out of sight, Lu Jinbai quietly exhaled, relieved to separate her from Gu Qian. As for the matter concerning Gu Wensi and Su Su, that could be addressed in due course. "I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave," Lu Jinbai said, fabricating an excuse as he bid farewell to Gu Qian and hurriedly exited. Gu Qian, observing Lu Jinbai's departing figure, adjusted his coat and headed in another direction. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Jinbai did not even remove his coat. Instead, he sat at his desk, unfolded a blank sheet of paper, and picked up a pen to outline the progress of his current task. The first step, separating Su Su from Gu Qian, had been accomplished. The second step, identifying the rogue system bound to Gu Qian, had also been successfully completed. At any moment, he could summon Xiao Jiao to eliminate it. The third step, facilitating a romantic connection between Gu Wensi and Su Su, posed a challenge, as there lay a deep-seated enmity between them. "Xiao Zhu, come fort," Lu Jinbai called softly. Xiao Jiao responded, "Master, what is your command?" "Investigate the true cause of Su Su's father's death as thoroughly as possible." Lu Jinbai leaned back in his chair, munching on snacks from the table while he awaited a response. After several seconds, Xiao Jiao spoke. "Master, Su Su's father was dismissed for embezzling public funds, which was subsequently uncovered. He was unable to contain his frustration. Thus, he chose to leap from the building, leaving a sliver of hope for himself." Lu Jinbai furrowed his brow. Did Su Su not understand? The female protagonist was unaware, only knowing that her father had been dismissed from his position and that their household was too large to sustain, leading to her despair and a subsequent suicide. Therefore, I shall uncover the truth of that year's events, revealing who was right and who was wrong. This way, there will be no misunderstandings between her and Gu Wensi. I am truly astute. The intelligent are unparalleled in this world, Xiao Jiao flattered. The following day, Lu Jinbai set out for work at the usual time. Without a means of transportation, he had to squeeze onto the subway and catch the bus each day. The original owner lived frugally to save money for a home. Lu Jinbai, unwilling to deprive himself, would purchase any unfamiliar food he encountered on the way to indulge his curiosity. Xiao Jiao, witnessing these small indulgences, merely turned a blind eye. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, he spotted a KFC, where he entered to buy a burger and fries, consuming them while walking toward the office building. Gu Wensi emerged from the parking lot, recognizing Lu Jinbai from a distance and quickly approaching him. "Mr. Lu, is that what you're having for breakfast so early?" With a mouth full of food, Lu Jinbai's cheeks bulged like a little squirrel, exuding an endearing awkwardness. Gu Wensi felt a sudden warmth in his heart, his gaze softening as he lowered his voice. "Is this your breakfast?" Lu Jinbai nodded, his words muffled as he swallowed before explaining, "I haven't had it in a long time. I suddenly craved it today." As he spoke, he quickened his pace, finishing the remaining fries in a few bites, tossing the wrapper into a trash bin before turning to enter the elevator. Gu Wensi followed closely behind, And just as the elevator doors were about to close, several colleagues from other departments squeezed in. Lu Jinbai was pushed back by the crowd, ultimately pressed against the rear wall of the elevator. Gu Wensi instinctively positioned himself in front of him, slightly bowing his head to look at him. From this angle, he could clearly see the fine strands of Lu Jinbai's hair atop his head. Even the tiny crumbs of his burger at the corner of his mouth stood out distinctly. Gu Wensi inexplicably found him quite appealing, even feeling an urge to lean down and wipe them away with his lips. Before he could contemplate further, his hand had already instinctively reached up to gently brush against Lu Jinbai's mouth. Lu Jinbai was taken aback, glaring at him, and Gu Wensi then waved his finger to indicate, "You have something there." As soon as he spoke, the elevator doors opened again, allowing more employees to enter. Gu Wensi lost his balance and leaned forward, pressing closely against Lu Jinbai. Lu Jinbai murmured, "Stay away from me." Gu Wensi glanced down at their bodies pressed together, his throat tightening slightly. "I want to as well," he replied with a resigned smile, "but there are simply too many people right now. You must bear with it." Lu Jinbai's voice was laced with frustration. "Can you not lean against me?" Gu Wensi playfully nudged him, watching as Lu Jinbai's ears flushed red. And he felt quite pleased as he slightly distanced himself. "I do not wish for this either. There are just far too many people at this hour." At that moment, a few colleagues' gossip drifted over. "Has your boss not yet won over Mr. Lu?" As Lu Jinbai was about to lift his head to follow the sound, Gu Wensi suddenly covered his ears with both hands, silently mouthing, "Don't listen." Yet, the fragmented voices still penetrated Gu Wensi's ears. "You know how difficult it is to capture someone like President Lu? Such an aloof figure? Indeed, I've been here for a year and have never seen him on a date with any girl. Do you think he might have issues with his sexual orientation? Surely not. But you never know. I actually think he and our little president Gu make a good match. I ship them." Gu Wensi furrowed his brows in irritation. What on earth gave his elder brother a sense of compatibility with Lu Jinbai? The elevator stopped at each floor, gradually emptying until only he and Lu Jinbai remained. "All right, we've arrived," Gu Wensi began to speak, but sharp pain shot through his foot as Lu Jinbai stepped on it. "Keep your distance from me in the future. If there weren't so many people, I would have acted sooner. Why cover my ears? That's just absurd." With that, Lu Jinbai turned and strode away. Gu Wensi hopped in place, both exasperated and amused. This guy truly did not hold back. Was he afraid that he might overhear that Zhou Mian liked him and suddenly realize he should agree to be with her? "Wensi, what are you doing jumping around?" A voice called from behind. Gu Wensi turned to see Gu Heng and Gu Qian approaching with several assistants. "Nothing, just stretching my legs." He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm heading to the design department now." Meanwhile, Gu Qian appeared somewhat distracted. Since last night, his system had been silent. Was it upgrading again? Previous upgrades never took more than 5 hours, but this time it had been over 10, without a single sound. Unbeknownst to him, his system was stuck in a silent mode, on the verge of collapse. Throughout the morning, Gu Wensi had been tirelessly occupied. Lu Jinbai assigned him a plethora of tasks, leaving him no time even to sip water. Qian Xiaofeng, Li Xiao, and Chao Xiang all admired him greatly. Despite being this busy, he never uttered a complaint and even volunteered for overtime, skipping lunch entirely. Gu Wensi was still driven by a wager he had made with his father. He aimed to make the design department earn 10 billion in 3 months. To others, that seemed utterly impossible, but he remained undeterred. Just like Lu Jinbai, he was convinced that one day he would slowly make his way into his heart. "Xiaowen, why not take a break?" Qian Xiaofeng, seeing how hard he was working, couldn't help but advise. "President Lu is out for lunch and 1 TC your efforts." Gu Wensi smiled at this, his tone calm. "These tasks were assigned to me by him. I'm not doing this for his approval." Qian Xiaofeng sighed. "One must be more tactful. You're still too naive." Not long after Lu Jinbai returned to his office, Gu Wensi pushed the door open and walked in. "Aren't you going to knock?" Lu Jinbai didn't even look up. Gu Wensi grinned as he handed over the documents. "I promise to knock next time. Please see if I made any mistakes." Lu Jinbai glanced over the papers and, in a rare moment, offered praise. "Not bad." After a brief pause, he added, "Tomorrow, you will accompany Qian Xiaofeng and the sales team to engage in some business discussions. Is it about closing a deal?" Gu Wensi inquired further. There is a significant order, but the design requirements are rather unique, Lu Jinbai elucidated. Do not concern yourself with this matter. It is under Qian Xiaofeng's purview, as he has always been responsible for it. All right, I understand, Gu Wenci replied, then seized the opportunity to suggest, shall we dine together after work tonight? Chapter 54. The young prince of the capital's elite. He has taken an interest. Lu Jinbai glanced at him, his tone indifferent. It is currently working hours. Very well. You are quite particular about work, Gu Wenci retorted, refraining from further comment as he exited, closing the door behind him. The following day at 9:30, Gu Wenci followed Qian Xiaofeng outside to meet with the sales department. Upon arrival, he recognized a familiar face. Wasn't that the waitress who had scalded Lu Jinbai yesterday? How did she become part of the sales team? Zhou Mian observed the two and inquired, hasn't General Manager Lu joined us? He has a banquet in the afternoon and cannot attend, Qian Xiaofeng replied. Gu Wenci looked at him, pressing for details. What banquet? Where is it? Why do you need to know so much? Let us not pry into General Manager Lu's affairs, Qian Xiaofeng retorted, then noticed Su Su standing behind them. With her high ponytail and fair complexion, she exuded a youthful vibrancy. Qian Xiaofeng cheerfully addressed her. Hello, I am from the design department. My name is Qian Xiaofeng. You must be new here? Yes, I am Su Su, just joined the sales department. With your beauty, why did you choose the sales department? Our team is quite pleasant, shielded from the elements, and we could use someone as lovely as you. Su Su shook her head, lowering her voice. I initially applied for the position of secretary to the young general manager Gu, and I was accepted. So why did you end up in the sales department? It's because of your general manager Lu. He holds a personal grudge against me and used this situation to pressure me. There is no way I can contend with him alone. Qian Xiaofeng appeared taken aback. That can't be true. Although our general manager, Lu, may be strict, demanding, and sometimes harsh with his words, he wouldn't act so vindicatively. Gu Wenci stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Do you believe everything she says? I don't. I trust General Manager Lu. Qian Xiaofeng quickly corrected his stance. Su Su fell silent for a moment before addressing Gu Wenci. General Manager Lu is indeed seeking personal revenge. He harbors grievances against me. Gu Wenci scoffed lightly, countering, and what should happen then? You injured someone and didn't he even offer an apology or a word of comfort? Has he not shown you enough leniency by not dismissing you from MA? Don't take advantage of the situation and play the victim. Tears welled in Su Su's eyes as she began to cry in distress. Qian Xiaofeng tugged at Gu Wenci. Shaking his head, you truly lack compassion. How could someone so beautiful speak so harshly? She brought it upon herself by speaking ill of General Manager Lu. Gu Wenci frowned. He cannot stand to hear anyone speak poorly of Lu Jinbai. Qian Xiaofeng remarked, his defense of General Manager Lu is futile. She can neither hear nor see it. Does he hope to convey it to him through his eyes and words? Oh dear, the youth of today truly possess profound cunning. Zhou Mian had just prepared everything when she noticed the new recruit in her department, Su Su, shedding tears in a state of distress, while several male colleagues from the sales department surrounded her, offering their consolation. Gu Wenci, how can your words be so harsh? Apologize to Su Su at once. They urged. Yes, hurry up and apologize. Gu Wenci looked at them with disdain. Who would care to engage with you? Moreover, we are here to work. Crying like this is utterly inappropriate. Zhou Mian's tone turned stern as she directed her attention to the male colleagues. What is going on here? The men immediately pointed fingers at Gu Wenci, complaining, he is the one who made Su Su cry. Minister, they in the design department are bullying her. As Su Su wiped her tears, she graciously responded, it's all right. It's my fault. He didn't mean it. I should have explained things clearly to President Lu. I will apologize to him later. Zhou Mian's expression shifted to one of vigilance as she probed. Do you know President Lu? What is your relationship? She felt compelled to be wary of any female associated with Lu Jinbai. I accidentally spilled coffee on his hand yesterday, and perhaps he holds a grudge against me, which is why I was reassigned from my position as secretary to the young Mr. Gu to the sales department. Su Su explained softly, her words laced with a sense of injustice. But I can understand. He must be upset, and his reaction is justified. Upon hearing this, the male colleagues felt even more sympathy for her, chiming in, You're just too kind-hearted. President Liu usually seems so composed. Yet it's surprising to see him harbor such petty grievances against a young girl. Indeed, it's rather unbecoming of him. Just as Gu Wenxi was about to retort, Zhou Mian preemptively erupted in anger. Are you all so idle? If anyone fails to secure at least 20 deals today, don't bother returning to the company. Furthermore, what kind of person President Liu is has nothing to do with your judgments. Are you even aware of your own worth? He is a department manager, while you are mere laborers. When the day comes that you can stand alongside President Liu in the same position, then you may speak of him. What are you still lingering for? Get back to work. The company pays you to labor, not to engage in idle chatter. Yes, yes. The male colleagues, startled, scampered away. The remaining female colleagues revealed expressions of satisfaction. Having spent only a day with Su Su, they had developed a strong dislike for her. She effortlessly garnered favor among the male colleagues, making her difficult to warm up to. Gu Wenxi observed Zhou Mian, impressed by her formidable presence. Su Su, on the other hand, appeared flustered, standing there at a loss. Minister Zhou, shall we set off? Qian Xiaofeng timely reminded. Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai was accompanied by Chao Xiang, Qi Yin, and others at a banquet. Tonight marked the signing of a contract with Rongxin Company, and the private room was filled to capacity. The success of this deal hinged on President Liu's sincerity. Mr. Li scrutinized Lu Jinbai with narrowed eyes, his intentions glaringly insincere. At the same time, Chao Xiang was being persistently urged to drink by Mr. Li's assistant, with Qi Yin steadfastly protecting her. Unbeknownst to him before arriving that it was Mr. Li with whom they were signing, Lu Jinbai had specifically instructed him to focus solely on safeguarding Chao Xiang. The manner in which Mr. Liu ardently defends the young lady warms the heart. I shall drink, I will drink, she declared. As her companion Qi Yin intervened to shield Chao Xiang from 3 glasses of alcohol. In the blink of an eye, she was once again besieged by others offering to toast, leaving no respite whatsoever. Mr. Lu Jinbai, holding the contract, turned his gaze towards Mr. Li. His tone serene. Is it necessary to drink in order to sign the contract? Mr. Li chuckled, nodding with an air of finality. At Rongxin, this is our custom. If you wish to collaborate with us, you must partake in this drink. Moreover, 1 glass will not suffice. Mr. Lu Jinbai regarded him with a chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. Whenever he exhibited such a smile, it signaled impending misfortune for someone. Calm down, sir. Xiao Zhou hastily advised. Calm down? Have you not seen the grotesque way he looks at me? It makes me want to retch. Xiao Zhou quickly concurred with fervor. Indeed, it is intolerable to gaze at the sir in such a manner. However, sir, the original character setting requires a degree of concession, he added. At that moment, Mr. Li poured a generous glass of red wine and pushed it towards Mr. Lu Jinbai with an enticing tone. This way, I shall not make it difficult for you. Finish this glass, and I shall sign the contract immediately. Mr. Liu understood that securing this substantial deal would undoubtedly elevate his status within MA. He chuckled darkly, the scheming in his eyes unmistakable. Mr. Lu Jinbai looked at Mr. Li, half smiling, and inquired, if I finish this sizable glass, I fear I shall fall into a deep slumber. No worries, I shall escort you to rest. There are vacant rooms next door. Mr. Li's insinuation was blatantly evident. At that juncture, Qi Yin, slightly inebriated, staggered over and slurred. I shall drink for Mr. Liu. Mr. Li slammed his hand on the table, his tone firm. Today it must be Mr. Liu who drinks, or else this matter is off the table. Mr. Lu Jinbai scoffed, retorting, Oh, am I the only one who must drink? Indeed, as soon as Mr. Li finished speaking, the others in the private room echoed in unison. Is Mr. Liu disrespecting Mr. Li? Does he look down upon us at Rongxin? Hurry and drink. Do not waste everyone's time. Then what? Mr. Lu Jinbai suddenly interjected, his gaze devoid of warmth. What has been added to this wine? Mr. Li leaned closer, lowering his voice with a lewd undertone. As long as you spend the night with me. You know what I mean? A wave of nausea surged within Mr. Lu Jinbai, and he retorted without restraint. Mr. Li, if you are ill, seek treatment. With your appearance, you should at least wear something to shield yourself from the world. Do you not fear frightening others? After hearing such revolting words, I could go 3 days without eating and still feel full from your stench. Mr. Li's complexion flushed a deep crimson, his eyes glinting with frost as he glared at Mr. Lu Jinbai. At that moment, a sharp slap echoed through the room as Chao Xiang struck Mr. Li's assistant across the face. What do you think your hands are going? The assistant's expression twisted with rage as he seized Chao Xiang by the hair. You filthy wench. How dare you hit me? Let go. Chao Xiang cried out in pain. Release her. Mr. Lu Jinbai rushed forward, grabbing a bottle of red wine from the table and hurled it at the assistant's head. The assistant clutched his bleeding head, collapsing to the ground and howling in distress. Mr. Li trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Jinbai and shouting, Today, I shall deal with you right here. Seize him. Chao Xiang, frightened, hid behind Lu Jinbai, her voice quivering. Mr. Lu. Lu Jinbai turned his head and softly instructed her, quickly call the police. With that, he engaged in a fierce struggle against the encroaching crowd, unarmed. Meanwhile, Qian, who had been dozing off on a table, was jolted awake by the sounds of the brawl. Upon opening his eyes, he witnessed someone striking Lu Jinbai with a glass bottle. Mr. Lu, he shouted, rushing forward and attacking the assailant with all his might. Struck on the head by the bottle, Lu Jinbai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His hand instinctively clutched his head, which soon became stained with blood that trickled down his cheek. Chao Xiang, terrified, began to cry, grabbing a chair and hurling it at the assailants while swiftly supporting the nearly collapsing Lu Jinbai, exclaiming, Mr. Lu. Meanwhile, Gu Wenxi and Zhou Mian were enjoying a meal in the restaurant. Having had a fruitful day, Qian Xiaofeng fixed an incredulous gaze on Gu Wenxi and asked Xiao Wen, Tell me honestly, do you have a hidden identity? Gu Wenxi, taken aback, replied, What gave you that idea? When you spoke with the other party, you hardly seemed like a novice, and the design drafts you presented are not something an ordinary newcomer could create, Qian Xiaofeng insisted, growing more certain. Are you perhaps a subsidiary of some big shot? Zhou Mian couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Wen is talented and clever. Not everyone is like you. Qian Xiaofeng sheepishly rubbed his nose, thinking he must tell Qi Yin and the others about this. They had missed an exciting scene today by not being there. Beside them, Susu Guo da complex expression. Gu Wenxi was indeed remarkable, speaking with composure and precision during discussions with partners, and capable of sketching the desired designs, skills that were far from ordinary. She found herself harboring unwarranted thoughts about such a man, yet recalling her purpose for joining MA. Her expression hardened. Where's Mr. Lu's gathering? Gu Wenxi abruptly turned to Qian Xiaofeng and inquired. Today, they should be signing the contract with Rongxin. Probably in the North Building, he replied. Zhou Mian immediately frowned and pressed on. Rongxin? Who else is with him? Chao Xiang and Qi Yin, came the answer. Who is responsible for the contract on their end? Qian Xiaofeng added, I'm not entirely sure who from Rongxin is in charge. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he smiled and said, It's Chao Xiang. They must be finishing up the gathering. He answered the call with a relaxed tone. What's up? Are you back at the company? Do you need me to bring you some hangover tea? In an instant, the smile vanished from Qian Xiaofeng's face, replaced by a grave expression. What? Where are you? What? Is Mr. Lu all right? All right. I'll be there immediately. Gu Wenxi's face paled, and she grasped his arm, demanding, What happened to Lu Jinbai? Mr. Lu is in trouble. As soon as Gu Wenxi alighted from the car, she sprinted towards the police station. Behind her, Qian Xiaofeng and Zhou Mian followed closely, yet he managed to distance himself from them. As he burst into the police station, breathless and frantic, he seized the approaching officer and urgently inquired, Hello, I am here to pick up Lu Jinbai. Where is he now? He is inside, giving a statement. Gu Wenxi hurriedly dashed in, his gaze sweeping across the room. Qi Yinzheng sat on the interrogation chair, cooperating with the questioning, while Chao Xiang sat beside him, her eyes red-rimmed. However, it was Lu Jinbai, bloodied and battered, who instantly gripped his heart with dread. A fierce intensity ignited in Gu Wenxi's eyes as he approached Lu Jinbai, crouching down to inspect the wound on his forehead. His face, collar, and coat were all stained with blood, a sight that was truly harrowing. Don't move, Mr. Lu. He to stop the bleeding. Chao Xiang swiftly interjected, her hand reaching out to restrain him, startled by the unmasked ferocity in Gu Wenxi's gaze. "It's fine. I'm not going to die," Lu Jinbai replied, his tone tinged with impatience as he turned his head away to avoid Gu Wenxi's scrutiny. "After sustaining such injuries, why would you come here instead of going to the hospital?" Gu Wenxi's voice was taut, filled with suppressed reproach. "Do you think you have 9 lives? I can come and go as I please. Who are you to dictate my actions?" Lu Jinbai retorted, already irked by the situation, and further irritated by Gu Wenxi's accusatory demeanor. "And by the way, I am your superior. Please get that straight." Although this company was indeed his family's, Gu Wenxi chose to feign ignorance. Chao Xiang, sitting nearby, was taken aback. Was Gu Wenxi really scolding Mr. Lu? Chapter 56. The young heir of the capital circle. He had been entangled for 13 days now. Gu Wenxi was exceedingly bold. He dared to confront Mr. Lu directly. Yet, the intensity of his gaze had been genuinely frightening, leaving her heart racing even now. "Mr. Lu, how are you?" Qian Xiaofeng rushed in, immediately spotting the bloodied Lu Jinbai, her voice quivering with emotion. "How could you bleed so much? How are you being protected? Who hit you? Who was it?" Zhou Man, beside her, also had tears in her eyes, cautiously asking, "Jinbai, does it hurt?" "It's fine, it doesn't hurt. It just looks serious," he replied. At that moment, an officer emerged from the back room, accompanying Gu Qian, and stated, "Once you sign the paperwork, you can take him away. We should send this injured party to the hospital. His injuries appear to be quite severe." "Thank you," Gu Qian replied, stepping in front of Lu Jinbai. "This matter should be settled privately." Both parties were involved in the altercation. 5 individuals from the other side are currently hospitalized, he continued. Lu Jinbai, upon hearing this, glanced at him but remained silent. He had indeed struck with considerable force, particularly against that Bai. Had he been in his prime, those who had crossed him would have long since met their demise. In this mundane existence devoid of any magical or martial prowess, he felt a desire to curse. "They deserve to be hit. I was merely acting in self-defense. Is that truly how we are settling this?" Gu Wenxi turned to Gu Qian, his brow furrowed in evident dissatisfaction. "Are we just going to let our people be beaten without consequence? Who dares to lay hands on us in the capital? Have they truly lost their minds?" Gu Qian shook his head in resignation. Both parties bear responsibility in this matter. Now is not the time to dwell on it. We must first take President Lu to the hospital. His wounds require immediate attention. Turning to Lu Jinbai, he said, "I will accompany you." "No need," Lu Jinbai replied. However, Gu Wenxi seized Lu Jinbai's wrist and rushed towards the exit, asserting, "As members of the design department, we shall take him ourselves." The young executive Qian Xiaofeng hurriedly followed. Turning back to Gu Qian with an awkward explanation, "Young one is simply blunt. Please do not take it to heart." They quickly dashed out. Zhou Mian also followed. But by the time she reached the entrance, Gu Wenxi and Lu Jinbai had already vanished from sight. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Jinbai was taken by the nurse for suturing. Gu Wenxi called out to Chao Xiang, "Please clarify what transpired." Chao Xiang nodded vigorously, speaking rapidly. It was that General Manager Li who instigated trouble. He refused to sign the contract and insisted on forcing President Lu to drink a spiked beverage. President Lu was already infuriated, and when they started to manhandle me, he could no longer stand by and intervened. Gu Wenxi felt a pang of anguish, her heart tightening. Lu Jinbai had faced so many adversaries alone. How perilous that must have been. How dare they lay hands on someone he was protecting? Meanwhile, Qian Xiaofeng glared at Qi Yin with frustration, scolding, "Look at you. President Lu is injured so severely, and you, not a scratch on you. Tell me, were you hiding at that moment?" "Absolutely not," Qi Yin retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I clearly rushed in too. There are just too many of them." Qian Xiaofeng rolled his eyes several times, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "And then? You merely stood by while they assaulted President Lu?" Qi Yin quickly defended himself. "You weren't there. At that moment, President Lu transformed, grabbing objects to strike them. I didn't dare to approach." His eyes were filled with rage. Had I delayed even a second in stopping him, he might have truly killed someone. Nevertheless, he is quite noble, even shielding me from a blow. Gu Wenxi looked at him, her voice tense. "He was injured as well?" "Yes, he must have been," he replied. You all should return to the company. I will stay here. Gu Wensi waved her hand dismissively, her tone frosty. All right. Only upon exiting the hospital did Qian Xiaofeng and Qi Yin realize why they had so readily acquiesced to a newcomer as command. Yet, Gu Wensi's serious demeanor had rendered refusal impossible. On the other side, Gu Wensi made a phone call before heading to the nurse's station to collect the ointments prescribed by the doctor. Lu Jinbai lay half-reclined on the hospital bed, chatting with Xiao Jiao. Master, you truly frightened me this time. If you had killed someone, you would be imprisoned. Lu Jinbai scoffed. With such scum, had they been in our realm, I would have dispatched them countless times already. Xiao Jiao patiently advised, but Master, you are now in the realm of the 3,000 worlds. Without your powers, you must first protect yourself before thinking of safeguarding others. Enough. Withdraw, Lu Jinbai commanded. Understood. Xiao Jiao promptly logged off. As I pushed open the door to the hospital room, I beheld Lu Jinbai, his head swathed in bandages, reclining on the bed while engrossed in his phone. Are you feeling any better? Gu Wensi inquired as he entered, placing the ointment on the bedside table. Why haven't you returned to the company? I'm concerned about you. Someone needs to take care of you here. Gu Wensi continued, taking a seat beside the bed. He shook the ointment and, shedding his clothing, added, Let me see the wound on your back. Lu Jinbai immediately covered his chest, his gaze filled with suspicion. What are you planning to do? What could I possibly do? Gu Wensi leaned in closer, a smirk playing on his lips. You're injured like this. What more could I do to you? Mind your own business. Get out. I told you I'm going to apply the medicine. Why are you stalling? Gu Wensi ceased his verbal sparring and, with a firm grip, pulled Lu Jinbai onto his lap, lifting his shirt. Lu Jinbai lay across his legs, indignantly growling, Damn. Gu Wensi, what the hell are you doing? Gu Wensi's fingers gently brushed over the bruises on his back, his eyes filled with compassion. Lu Jinbai's fair skin contrasted sharply with the dark, purplish bruises, creating an eye-catching sight. Lowering his head, Gu Wensi pressed a kiss upon one of the bruises, then continued to nuzzle along the spine, repeatedly grazing the side of his waist. Lu Jinbai's body tensed instantly, every hair on his body standing on end. He abruptly shoved Gu Wensi away, retreating to the corner of the bed, stammering as he pointed at him. Why you a pervert? Gu Wensi squinted slightly, a teasing lilt in his voice. I'm the pervert? What do you call that day when you pinned me down and kissed me? Lu Jinbai's face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and urgency coursing through him. I told you that was a setup. Can't you comprehend human speech? Pausing, he seemed to uncover a shocking secret, his eyes wide with astonishment. You like men? The original narrative had not disclosed that the male lead was homosexual. Gu Wensi inched closer, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Isn't at all you're doing? Me? Lu Jinbai was momentarily taken aback, quickly retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever harmed you? Gu Wensi's expression fell, a hint of grievance lacing his tone. My sexual orientation was perfectly normal until that incident. I've had no feelings for women ever since. Isn't that your fault? Lu Jinbai's face turned awkward, his tone involuntarily softening. Well, I didn't do it on purpose. Then why don't you see a doctor? Ask if there's a remedy. Gu Wensi nodded. I've consulted a doctor. They provided a solution. What solution? Lu Jinbai immediately pressed for details. To untie a knot, one must locate the source of the entanglement. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Lu Jinbai questioned, What does that mean? It means, Gu Wensi pulled him closer, carefully avoiding the injured areas, enveloping him in his embrace. Gu Wensi, let go. Just talk. Remove your hands. Lu Jinbai struggled to push him away. The doctor advised me to find the root cause, Gu Wensi stated, his tone growing serious. Lu Jinbai halted his movements, looking up at him. What does that imply? It implies that I need to find the person who transformed me into this state. And that person is you. And once you find them, are you going to beat them up? Lu Jinbai blurted out. Gu Wensi was amused by him, yet his tone bore a hint of seriousness. Why would I strike you? There exists another method. Could you perhaps release me so I can elaborate? Lu Jinbai felt acutely uncomfortable. Two grown men in such close proximity was undeniably awkward. Do you still wish to know what follows? Gu Wensi teased him intentionally. Go ahead. Lu Jinbai replied. Leaning closer to his ear, Gu Wensi whispered in a hushed tone, "The doctor advised that I should grow closer to that individual until I reach a point of annoyance. Only then will my condition improve." Lu Jinbai abruptly pushed him away, his eyes filled with disdain. "Are you trying to manipulate me? Believe it or not. Do I really have a need to deceive you?" Gu Wensi raised an eyebrow, his tone imbued with a sense of certainty. "Regardless, my ailment remains incurable. I shall be entangled with you for this lifetime. And what happens after the annoyance sets in? Will I return to normal, capable of engaging in romantic endeavors with women?" Lu Jinbai pressed further, adding, "And must it involve closeness? How exactly should it be executed? For instance, like this." Gu Wensi's eyes glimmered with cunning. "The doctor mentioned that a kiss would facilitate my return to normalcy. If not this way, how would one elicit an annoyance response from you? As for other aspects, consider it. What man lacks the natural physiological needs to alleviate?" Upon finishing, he fixed his gaze on Lu Jinbai, a playful smile on his face. "Or do you claim to be devoid of such needs?" Lu Jinbai scoffed derisively, retorting, "How could that be possible? My needs are substantial." Gu Wensi leaned in closer, his tone inquisitive. "Then how do you typically resolve them? Do you take matters into your own hands?" Lu Jinbai recoiled, his face contorted with distaste. "Keep your distance from me." "Very well," Gu Wensi conceded. "You require rest. Ponder this matter thoroughly, and we shall discuss it further in due time." Lu Jinbai reclined onto the bed, and Gu Wensi took a seat at the edge, holding the medicinal ointment. "Let me apply the medication. I'll handle it myself. Are you certain you can reach your back?" Lu Jinbai hesitated, then turned to lie face down on the bed, lifting his shirt. "Hurry up." Gu Wensi observed the extensive bruises adorning his back. His previously joyful expression vanished, replaced by an intense darkness. In a luxurious club, Mr. Li leaned forward, eagerly pouring wine for the man seated at the head of the table. "Mr. Zhou, I implore you to assist me with this matter." Mr. Zhou shot him a disdainful glance. "Why must you offend someone? Of all people, why provoke those connected to M.A.? That is the property of the Gu family, the wealthiest in the capital. If you seek your demise, do not drag me into it." "Mr. Li hastily clarified, "I ensured I understood the situation before taking action. That Lu Jinbai is merely a poor boy from the countryside, lacking connections or support. He wouldn't dare speak out of turn. Furthermore, we have already lost 5 men. That lad fights like a wolf cub." "Mr. Zhou coldly interrupted, "If it weren't for my ability to converse with the young master of the Gu family, do you think this matter could have been so easily suppressed?" Yes. I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness, and I assure you I will repay this favor properly." Mr. Li nodded vigorously, then added eagerly, "Today, I brought along several exquisite individuals. They are exceptional. Would you care to take a look?" Mr. Zhou's expression softened slightly, and he smiled, nodding. "Let them in." Mr. Li clapped his hands, and a dozen boldly dressed, alluring young men and women entered immediately. As Mr. Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, he was about to speak when the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. Gu Wensi strode in, flanked by over a dozen expressionless bodyguards, exuding an intimidating aura that caused the young men and women present to huddle together in fear. Gu Wensi made his way directly to the main seat, prompting Mr. Li to bark, "Who are you? Leave now if you wish to live." The terrified youths wasted no time in fleeing the scene. Fuming, Mr. Li pointed at Gu Wensi and cursed. "Who the hell are you to act so brazenly here?" Without uttering a word, Gu Wensi leisurely approached him, seized a wine bottle from the table, and brought it crashing down onto Mr. Li's head. The room erupted with blood-curdling screams. Mr. Zhou, witnessing the blood-soaked Mr. Li, quickly stood up, trembling. "Who are you? How can you strike someone so casually?" Assistant Su stepped forward, his tone frigid as he introduced, "This is the heir of M.A. Gu Wensi." "What? Have you all forgotten him after just a few years away from the capital?" Mr. Li froze, the color draining from his face as he stared in terror at Gu Wensi. How could he forget? 5 years ago, when Gu Wensi was merely 17, he had dismantled the lair of the notorious Black Lord. It was a scene of utter devastation that Mr. Li had witnessed firsthand. He later learned that Gu Wensi was the precious scion of the Gu and Rong families, the crown prince of the capital. Hadn't he gone abroad? When had he returned? Master Gu, what have I done to offend you? Please tell me. Mr. Li crawled desperately toward Gu Wensi, only to be forcefully kicked away. Hold him down, Gu Wensi commanded, and several bodyguards immediately restrained the struggling Mr. Li. Fear filled Mr. Li's eyes as he watched Gu Wensi approach him, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Master Gu, I was wrong. Please spare me. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhou had shrunk into a corner, trembling with fear. In the next moment, Gu Wensi lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Mr. Li's groin. Agonizing screams filled the air. Chapter 58. The young master of the capital's elite circle has arrived. Mr. Zhou, terrified, collapsed on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Mr. Li clutched his injured area, his features contorted in pain, unable to utter a word. Gu Wensi looked down at him, his voice icy as he warned. If anyone dares to touch my people again, it won't be as simple as incapacitating you. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out of the room. Mr. Li, nearly fainting from the pain, was met with Mr. Zhou's cold remark, "You've been dismissed by Rongxin." No, Mr. Zhou, please don't do this. Mr. Li's voice trembled as he pleaded, I don't know what I did to offend Master Gu. Please take me to the hospital, I beg you. Mr. Zhou regarded him with a hint of derision. Can you not see clearly even now? Who do you think Master Gu came for today? Noting Mr. Li's continued confusion, Mr. Zhou added, Lu Jinbai, he is untouchable. Consider your next moves wisely. Upon concluding his remarks, Mr. Zhou let out a cold snort, casting a final glance at Mr. Li before turning to exit through the door. Mr. Li lay on the ground, too pained even to muster a retort, his face a canvas of despair. Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai reclined half-heartedly on the sofa, his countenance far from cheerful. Having spent 3 days in the hospital, he had only just returned home yesterday. Were it not for the presence of an individual at home who vexed him, his spirits might have lifted considerably. At that moment, Xiao Jiu's cheerful voice chimed in. Sir, are you feeling down? Goodness, Lu Jinbai replied with irritation. Do you think Gu Wensi was deceiving me last time? Is it really plausible that mere intimate contact a few times could lead to feelings of aversion? Xiao Jiu paused for a few seconds, then earnestly analyzed. I believe it is possible. In a narrative, the male lead's sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Perhaps it is indeed, as he said, that you have instigated a misunderstanding. Surely not, Lu Jinbai questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Sir, I am quite certain, Xiao Jiu asserted confidently. Lu Jinbai turned his gaze towards the kitchen, where Gu Wensi was busy preparing a meal, and asked with a look of disillusionment, What should I do now? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jiu proposed, Why not try to annoy him a bit? How so? I believe he is merely captivated by novelty, Xiao Jiu explained. From my years of reading novels, I have gathered that the more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. Conversely, what is easily obtained often loses its charm. You should refrain from being so aloof with him. Stop wearing that cold facade. Increase your physical interactions with him. Perhaps he will find it tiresome and turn his attention to the female lead instead. Lu Jinbai pondered for a moment and nodded. You seem to have a point. At that moment, Gu Wensi emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and gently inquired, Are you hungry? Just one more soup, and it will be ready. I'm alright. Not very hungry, Lu Jinbai replied in a neutral tone. Very well. Play on your phone for a bit while you wait for me. Gu Wensi smiled before returning to the kitchen. Immediately, Lu Jinbai called out to Xiao Jiu, What now? Should I try it right away? Yes. Go and embrace him from behind. Make him feel your clinginess. Xiao Jiu urged. If you persist in this manner at work, you are sure to vex him. Lu Jinbai's lips twitched. He felt skeptical about the plan, yet found no alternative, resigning himself to the notion of trying a desperate remedy. He dawdled to the kitchen door. Observing Gu Wensi's silhouette, took a deep breath, and slowly approached. Gu Wensi was focused on adding seasonings to the soup, when, suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped tightly around him from behind. He was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of elation surged within him, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. Unaware of Gu Wensi's emotional shift, Lu Jinbai only noted the instant stiffness of Gu Wensi's body. It seemed Xiao Jiu's advice bore merit. Adopting a softer tone, he feigned dependence. Is dinner ready? I'm feeling hungry again. The voice that came from behind was tender and sweet, causing Gu Wenxi's heart to warm, triggering an immediate physical response. After speaking, Lu Jinbai released his hold, intending to depart, but was swiftly seized by Gu Wenxi's grip on his wrist. In the next moment, Gu Wenxi gently placed him on the kitchen counter as one would a child, encircling him with her arms. She leaned down to gaze at him, her voice husky. What's wrong? Just a hug, and you leave? Lu Jinbai swallowed hard, instinctively retracting his neck, stammering, and no, it's nothing, I just... Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Wenxi leaned in and silenced him with a kiss. Sitting at the dining table, Lu Jinbai kept his distance from Gu Wenxi. His face flushed with anger, his lips slightly swollen. What had just transpired in the kitchen had nearly taken his breath away. He was bewildered by Gu Wenxi's sudden fervor. His tongue still tingled from the encounter. In contrast, Gu Wenxi appeared invigorated. Perhaps Xiao Jiao's misguided advice was utterly ineffective after all. Bye-bye, eat your vegetables, Gu Wenxi said with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, as she picked up a pair of chopsticks and placed some food in his bowl. Lu Jinbai looked up at her, his heart skipping a beat. No one had ever called him that except for Xieyu in his previous life. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Gu Wenxi and Xieyu bore a striking resemblance, even in their smiles, which inexplicably unsettled him. Yet, he could no longer recall what feelings he had harbored for Xieyu. By the time that world came to an end, his emotions had been completely purged. Please don't call me that. Lu Jinbai's tone grew colder. What's the matter? Gu Wenxi raised an eyebrow. Does Bai dislike it when I call you this? I find it endearing. With that, she boldly sat beside Lu Jinbai, leaning close to his ear and teasingly added, Otherwise, shall I call you my wife? Lu Jinbai's eyes widened in astonishment as he retorted fiercely, Who are you calling wife? Did you deceive me last time, saying that too much intimacy would be off-putting? And look what happened. I was speaking the truth, Gu Wenxi replied nonchalantly. Then what were you doing in the kitchen just now? Lu Jinbai asked through clenched teeth. Gu Wenxi chuckled softly, her tone feigning innocence. But I had a normal reaction. Not alleviating it promptly would be detrimental to my health, as you well know. Left speechless, Lu Jinbai could only wave his hands in dismissal. Go away. Hurry up, I need to sleep. Shall we sleep together? Gu Wenxi shamelessly grasped his hand, intertwining their fingers tightly. Lu Jinbai's face flushed with anger as he pushed her toward the door. Get out. Hurry. I'm not finished eating yet. Eat what? You look like you're not hungry at all. I'm really hungry, Gu Wenxi protested, but she was soon pushed out the door, staring at the closed door with a resigned smile. It was entirely her fault for not holding back and provoking him. Just as Gu Wenxi entered, she was called by Gu Hong, who was accompanied by an elegantly poised middle-aged woman, her mother, Rongxia. Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Gu Wenxi casually inquired. Rongxia shook her head and softly replied, You should head back to your room. Stop right there, Gu Hong interjected, his gaze serious. A few days ago, did you hit Li Wei? Yes, it was me, Gu Wenxi admitted candidly. Dad, surely our family isn't afraid of him? Why on earth would you hit him so hard? I have heard that he nearly didn't make it at the hospital, Gu Hong remarked with a serious tone. What could possibly warrant such extreme measures from you? Gu Wenxi's gaze gradually turned icy, her voice laced with frost. Allowing him to live is already a leniency. Gu Wenxi. Gu Hong exploded in anger. Demanding clarity, you must tell me why. He drugged our company's personnel under the guise of cooperation and resorted to violence. Gu Wenxi's voice turned cold. I have merely incapacitated him, which is a kindness. Gu Hong paused, suddenly realizing. You are referring to that matter your brother dealt with recently? The one involving Lu Jinbai from the design department? Indeed. You have such a close relationship with him? You've only been here for a short time. Yet you've stirred up such a commotion for him. Gu Hong frowned. Rongxia shot Gu Hong an annoyed glance, defending her son. He has already been struck. If my son wishes to retaliate, so be it. With the Rong family backing us, this matter is not for you to meddle in. Moreover, I am curious to see if Li Wei dares to confront us. Gu Hong turned to her, his tone tinged with helplessness. My dear, we must carefully manage Xiao Shi. The incident from 3 years ago was quite troublesome. Do you wish for him to act impulsively once again? 3 years ago, We were compelled to send Xiaoxi abroad due to the overwhelming influence of Black Master. However, what is Li Wei in comparison? He initiated the conflict. Our Gu family has no reason to fear him. He would not dare. By now, he has likely fled far away. After finishing her statement, Rongxia turned to Gu Wenxi, saying, Li Wei deserves a beating, and he has received one. However, in the future, do not act so rashly when faced with challenges. Do you understand? Gu Wenxi responded with a simple asserting that as long as no one harmed those she protected, she was not one to seek out fights. Those you protect? Is it Lu Jinbai? Rongxia probed further. To her surprise, a look of infatuation spread across her son's face, his eyes softening. Rongxia's heart raced, instinctively retreating 2 steps while clutching her chest, her voice altering. Son, you cannot possibly have issues with your sexual orientation, can you? Gu Heng stared at him in shock, incredulous. Surely not? Gu Wenxi chuckled, reassuring his parents. My sexual orientation is perfectly fine. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could fully relax, he added, it is simply that I like him. Only because that person is Lu Jinbai. Gu Heng and Rongxia exchanged glances, instantly rendered speechless. As Lu Jinbai stepped into the company, Gu Wenxi approached him briskly, a hint of flattery in his tone. Have you eaten? Yes, I have, Lu Jinbai replied, then paused to remind him. At the office, keep your distance from me. Yet, Gu Wenxi smiled and pressed a gift into his hands. Imported goods, give a taste. Lu Jinbai glanced down to see a long box containing 4 chocolates. What is this? Chocolate, of course. What? Have you never had it? Gu Wenxi raised an eyebrow. Who hasn't had chocolate? Of course I have. Lu Jinbai retorted, though his fingers couldn't resist squeezing the box. In truth, he had never tasted it. Just then, Su Su suddenly blocked Lu Jinbai's path. Mr. Lu, I need to speak with you. Gu Wenxi's expression instantly hardened, his voice dripping with disdain. Why are you blocking Mr. Lu during office hours? Shouldn't you be in your own department? I'm looking for Mr. Lu. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business, Su Su shot back. Who are you to meddle? As Lu Jinbai observed the impending argument between the two, he swiftly intervened, positioning himself between them to mediate. Just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Gu Wenxi, you may carry on with your tasks. Please ensure that the design draft is submitted to my office by 10 o'clock. Reluctantly, Gu Wenxi nodded, watching as Lu Jinbai and Su Su exited the company one after the other, muttering to herself, why must everything be discussed outside? Meanwhile, Su Su and Lu Jinbai settled onto a bench nearby the company. Su Su spoke first, her tone laced with a hint of remorse. President Lu, I acknowledge my previous misstep. There's been a misunderstanding between us, and I sincerely apologize. Could you please convey to General Manager Gu that I genuinely wish to join the secretarial department? You are aware that I possess the requisite capabilities. Yet, Lu Jinbai suddenly smiled, his gaze penetrating. What is your true intention in approaching Gu Qian? I have not. Su Su immediately refuted. Oh, you have not? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. Is it not true that your entry into MA was driven by a desire for revenge? Su Su's complexion paled, her shock evident as she gazed at him. Who are you? How do you know this? Here is a document. Peruse it carefully. Lu Jinbai offered a stack of papers, urging her to read before responding. This was a compilation he had specifically requested from Xiaojiao, containing irrefutable evidence of Su Su's father's embezzlement of company funds. Trembling, Su Su read through the documents, shaking her head vehemently. No, this cannot be true. You forged this, did you not? Why would you do this? Lu Jinbai regarded her solemnly, shaking his head. The documents bear dates, official seals, and records. They cannot be fabricated. Your father not only misappropriated company funds, but also pilfered jewelry worth millions. After his arrest, and not wanting to implicate his family, leaped from the rooftop of the company building. MA dismissed him for his criminal actions, not out of malice. Do you intend to exact vengeance for him? Who will repay the misappropriated millions? Su Su's resolve shattered in an instant, her face ashen as she clutched the documents, her fingertips turning white. Lu Jinbai continued. General Manager Gu visited your hometown and is aware that you and your mother lack the means to repay this debt. He has refrained from sending anyone to disturb your peace. Yet, you still contemplate revenge? With that, he withdrew a small packet of tissues from his pocket, placing it beside Su Su before rising to depart. Grasping the tissues, Su Su could no longer contain her tears, her chest constricting painfully. Yin Yuma rushed over from across the street. Worry etched on her face as she steadied her. Su Su, what happened? What did that man say to you? She had spotted them conversing outside the cafe and hurried over upon witnessing Su Su's tears. Embracing her, Su Su choked out, I feel so miserable. Do not cry. The path with Gu Qian is fraught with difficulties. Let us abandon that course. Yin Yuma comforted her, gently patting her back. I heard that the heir of May seems to have returned. We can plot our next steps with caution. No, it is futile. Su Su shook her head. I was wrong. I should never have sought vengeance. On the other side, Lu Jinbai entered the design department, where Gu Wensi had been gazing out the window. Seeing him return, she promptly approached with her draft. President Lu, what do you think of my drawing? Lu Jinbai glanced at it, nodding, not bad. He then surveyed the others, who were all engrossed in their work, oblivious to their exchange. He suddenly turned to Gu Wensi with a smile, playfully patting his backside before turning to stride into the office. Gu Wensi stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on Lu Jinbai's retreating figure, unable to process what had just happened. In the office, Lu Jinbai sat triumphantly in his chair, chuckling to himself. A Xiaojiu, did you see that? He was completely petrified. Xiaojiu's voice, tinged with confusion, responded, Master, why did you touch his backside? I now understand how to instill a sense of annoyance in him. Lu Jinbai replied with an exuberant tone. How so? In front of others, if I were to be touchy-feely with him, it would humiliate him, making him feel utterly exposed. Over time, he would undoubtedly become insecure and distorted, eventually choosing to leave the design department. The more Lu Jinbai spoke, the more he felt his own cleverness. I am quite brilliant. Xiaojiu immediately echoed, his tone filled with admiration. Master is truly astute. Gu Wensi, being the heir of the group, is highly sensitive about his reputation, and he certainly cannot tolerate idle gossip. He will surely be unable to resist, leaving on his own. Lu Jinbai's mood lifted significantly, and a smile lingered on his lips. As the workday drew to a close, Qian Xiaofeng entered with the freshly completed designs. Mr. Lu, here are the pieces we just finished. Please take a look. Lu Jinbai took the documents and perused them, inquiring, Did you all collaborate on this? Most of it was done by Chao Xiang and Li Xiao, while I assisted Qian. Excellent work, a significant improvement from the last time. Once this project concludes, I shall treat you all to a meal. Qian Xiaofeng's excitement was palpable. Mr. Lu, may we choose the venue? Certainly. Feel free to select. Thank you, Mr. Lu. After Qian Xiaofeng exited, Lu Jinbai picked up his pen and continued sketching on another design at the corner of his desk. It depicted a pair of couples' rings, a project he had been working on for several days. The original designer had lacked inspiration, leaving behind a collection of unfinished pieces, but upon seeing them, Lu Jinbai was struck with a clear vision for the subsequent designs. With only a few minutes remaining until the end of the workday, Lu Jinbai gathered his belongings and exited the office. He wandered through the department, ultimately stopping beside Gu Wensi. Gu Wensi looked up at him, and Lu Jinbai patted his shoulder, leaning in closer. Shall we go eat together after work? Gu Wensi, taken aback, nodded eagerly. Sure. Your design proposal this time is excellent. I truly admire your work. This compliment momentarily stunned Gu Wensi, for Lu Jinbai's behavior today was decidedly unusual. What scheme was he concocting? Though perplexed, he replied, Thank you for the praise, Mr. Lu. I will continue to work hard. Lu Jinbai's hand casually glided down Gu Wensi's back, his tone laced with a hint of flirtation. You must exercise regularly. Your physique feels quite impressive. Cough, cough, cough. Qian Xiaofeng, who was drinking water nearby, suddenly choked, spraying a mouthful onto Qian's face. Qian, expressing his distaste, wiped his face and frowned. Are you out of your mind? Why, yes, I apologize. Qian Xiaofeng coughed, clutching his chest. I simply couldn't hold it in. Lu Jinbai felt a twinge of embarrassment and straightened up. Gu Wensi chuckled softly, closing his laptop. I am done, Mr. Lu, shall we go? Yes, let us depart. Lu Jinbai walked briskly ahead, while Gu Wensi followed closely behind, unable to conceal the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As soon as the two departed, the department erupted in excitement. "Oh my gosh, I'm dying from the cuteness," Li Xiao exclaimed, covering her mouth in a hushed scream. Chao Xiang wore an equally enchanted expression and remarked to Li Xiao, "Now I finally understand how you feel." Meanwhile, after walking a few paces, Gu Wensi caught up with Lu Jinbai and inquired, "Where shall we dine?" He continued, "I know of a delightful restaurant we could visit. It's a bit of a distance, but we should have enough time for the round trip." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to check the location. Lu Jinbai looked at him, an expression of conflict on his face. "Did you feel even a hint of discomfort earlier?" he asked. "Just a tiny bit," Gu Wensi replied. Upon hearing the words tiny bit, Lu Jinbai's mood instantly brightened, and he grabbed Gu Wensi's hand, urging, "Let us go." "Which restaurant are we heading to?" "I am starving." Gu Wensi smiled as he handed his phone to Lu Jinbai to show him the location, and they walked side by side towards the parking lot. For an entire week thereafter, Lu Jinbai playfully teased Gu Wensi in the department, often uttering suggestive remarks. Gu Wensi secretly reveled in this attention, having long since surmised Lu Jinbai's intentions and deliberately playing along, ignoring the whispers circulating among their colleagues. While he professed disinterest, his heart was full of enjoyment. Everyone in the design department quietly cheered for the two of them. "Good news! Our design bracelets and jewelry one have all sold out," Chao Xiang exclaimed, holding up her tablet with excitement. She quickly added, "Moreover, our revenue this month has increased by 1 billion compared to last month. Oh, I'm so thrilled. This is fantastic." Li Xiao clapped her hands, equally elated. Although Gu Wensi did not express his joy as overtly, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, and his spirits were evidently high. This was merely the beginning. Over the next 2 months, he aimed to earn 9 billion to fulfill a wager with his elder. Once the initial excitement subsided, he spoke up. "We've created quite a few design drafts recently. Should we consider embarking on a major project?" Curiosity piqued among the group, prompting questions. "What major project do you have in mind? Share your ideas. We're on board." Yes, do tell." Gu Wensi looked up at everyone and smiled. "Isn't there a national jewelry design competition coming up soon? Our design department could form a team to submit entries. If we secure a place, it would greatly enhance our department's reputation, and the subsequent jewelry sales would surely exceed this billion. I think it's a feasible plan." A voice suddenly chimed in from behind, and everyone turned to see Lu Jinbai standing there, having appeared unbeknownst to them. "If President Lu thinks it's feasible, then it's undoubtedly a good idea. Yes, let us follow President Lu's lead." The group chorused, unanimously agreeing to participate in the competition. Gu Wensi then clarified the competition process, submission requirements, and precautions. "By the way, there's a company dinner tonight. Don't forget. I've sent the location to the work group." Qian Xiaofeng and Qi Yin promptly nodded. "Received, President Lu." That evening, Lu Jinbai led the design department to the dinner venue. Most of the people from the sales and administrative departments had already arrived, except for Gu Qian, who was reported to be ill. It appears that Gu Qian was unable to reach his system and thus lacked the inclination to attend this gathering. "Mr. Lu, there's a spot over here," Zhou Mian exclaimed, waving with a smile upon noticing him. Lu Jinbai scanned the room and observed that most of his colleagues were present. Surely, being overly familiar with Gu Wensi in front of so many witnesses would be quite embarrassing for him. He took Gu Wensi by the arm and led him toward Zhou Mian. Reaching the table, Lu Jinbai first seated himself beside Zhou Mian, then abruptly pulled Gu Wensi's wrist. Caught off guard, Gu Wensi leaned forward and nearly fell into his embrace, their noses almost touching. The room fell silent in an instant. Others reacted with surprise. Chapter 61. The Young Prince of the Capital. He has entangled himself. Qian Xiaofeng was the quickest to respond, swiftly attempting to lighten the mood. "Ha! Our little one is the darling of the design department. Everyone indulges him. Indeed, his design skills are exceptional, and his proposals are always outstanding." Others quickly chimed in, eager to dissipate the awkward atmosphere. Lu Jinbai remained unfazed, gently brushing Gu Wensi's earlobe with his fingers, his tone softening. "How clumsy of you! Did you hurt yourself?" Zhou Mian, seated to his right, was utterly astonished. With Gu Wenci practically falling into him, how could Mr. Lu express concern in such a manner? It was utterly out of character. Gu Wenci felt a flush creep across his cheeks. His earlobes were a sensitive area, and such contact was overwhelming. The mere touch from Lu Jinbai ignited a warmth within him, and he found himself wanting to pull him into an embrace. He quickly straightened his posture, lowering his gaze in an effort to suppress the tumult of emotions raging beneath the surface. Lu Jinbai, misinterpreting his demeanor as embarrassment, found his amusement deepening. Sitting beside him, Zhou Mian deliberately elongated her tone as she turned to Lu Jinbai, teasingly saying, "Mr. Lu, my heels are quite high today. My feet are sore from walking. Look, they're all blistered." Lu Jinbai glanced at her. Then why purchase such high ones? Zhou Mian, sipping from her juice, chose not to engage further. Throughout the gathering, all eyes instinctively followed Lu Jinbai's attentive care toward Gu Wenci. Previously, many had perceived Lu Jinbai as cold and unapproachable. However, it seemed he simply had not encountered the right individual, who, ironically, was a man. This stark contrast left everyone astounded, with female colleagues unable to contain their excitement, covering their mouths to stifle giggles as they reveled in this unexpected pairing. "Xiaowen, I've seen those design drafts you submitted. They were truly impressive. Kulme, let's toast." Colleagues from other departments took turns raising their glasses to Gu Wenci. Before the glass could even reach him, Lu Jinbai intercepted it. "He cannot drink." "I'll take it for him," Lu Jinbai declared, tilting his head back to drain the glass with decisive grace. Gu Wenci, witnessing Lu Jinbai repeatedly shielding him from drinks, tugged at his arm. "I can handle my alcohol quite well." Lu Jinbai turned to him. "If you overindulge, the one who suffers will be you, and the one who worries will be me." He had learned this line from a novel sourced by System Xiaojiu, specifically to use against Gu Wenci. As he uttered the words, he felt a surge of nausea welling up within him. Gu Wenci, upon hearing this, would undoubtedly find it even more repulsive. Wouldn't she? Yet, Gu Wenci's heart raced unexpectedly. He was acutely aware that Lu Jinbai had deliberately spoken this in front of everyone, yet he could not help but take it seriously. Nearby, Zhou Mian stood in a daze, her expression mirroring that of the others present. The statement was excessively ambiguous. By the time the gathering concluded, Lu Jinbai was quite inebriated, swaying unsteadily. Had it not been for Gu Wenci's firm grip on his arm, he would have surely tumbled to the ground. "Don't help me. I can walk." Lu Jinbai waved his hand, his tone stubborn from the effects of alcohol. "Be careful. You might fall," Gu Wenci replied, helplessly tightening his hold on Lu Jinbai's wrist, concerned for his safety. Chao Xiang, Qian Xiaofeng, and the others observed this scene and spoke up. "Shall we take our leave, then?" "Yeah, you all go ahead. I'll see Mr. Lu home," Gu Wenci replied. "All right, take care on your way." The group departed swiftly, understanding the situation. Zhou Mian did not leave. She stepped closer, her gaze complex as she fixed her eyes on Gu Wenci, unable to restrain her curiosity. "What exactly is your relationship?" Gu Wenci remained silent, cradling the drunken Lu Jinbai in his embrace, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. With a tone laced with pride, he replied, "Just the kind of relationship you see here." Zhou Mian stood frozen in place, utterly unprepared to concede to a man. In his arms, Lu Jinbai's cheeks flushed crimson, his hands draped around Gu Wenci's neck as he murmured softly, "I feel unwell." "Do you want to vomit?" Gu Wenci inquired gently, lowering his voice. "No, I just want to sleep." Lu Jinbai nestled his head into Gu Wenci's neck, nuzzling softly. "Very well. I shall take you home to sleep." Gu Wenci guided him toward the parking area, carefully assisting him into the passenger seat before making his way around to the driver's side, starting the car. Zhou Mian stood there, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, feeling as though she had just experienced heartbreak. Once inside the house, Gu Wenci gently placed Lu Jinbai on the sofa, then turned to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water. Returning, he supported Lu Jinbai's back, encouraging, "Take your time, soothe your throat." Lu Jinbai obediently drank the water, then reclined back on the sofa, his eyes slightly glazed as he gazed at Gu Wenci, mumbling, "Don't sway. It's making my head spin." Gu Wensi chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. I'm not swaying. It's the alcohol. Suddenly, Lu Jinbai sat up, shaking his head, and staggered toward the bathroom. What's wrong? Do you need help? I need to use the restroom. Lu Jinbai mumbled incoherently. Gu Wensi followed him into the bathroom, his gaze fervently fixed on him, a hint of teasing in his tone. Do you need assistance? Lu Jinbai shook his head, his speech slurring slightly. I'm not drunk. I don't need it. All right, take your time. Turn around. Don't look. Lu Jinbai instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from Gu Wensi's gaze. Amused, Gu Wensi raised an eyebrow. Are you really drunk or not? I'm not drunk. Lu Jinbai insisted, reaching for his zipper. Lu Jinbai's inner self was already devoid of expression. Ever since Gu Wensi had kissed him earlier, he felt the situation spiraling further out of control. Especially the unabashed desire and possessiveness in Gu Wensi's eyes was strikingly intense, almost terrifying. Could he possibly escape from such a situation with his family? Xiaojiu dared not look any longer and hastily logged off. The subsequent scenes were far too shocking for his sensibilities. Gu Wensi stepped forward, roughly pulling Lu Jinbai's body and pinning him against the restroom door, his fingers gently tracing the contours of his lips. The depths of his gaze darkened. Lu Jinbai tilted his head to meet his eyes, a faint blush gracing the corners, his expression hazy. What are you doing? Doing you. Gu Wensi's voice was hoarse, as he lifted Lu Jinbai's chin with his fingertips before sealing their lips in a fervent kiss. The two of them, entwined in passion, moved from the restroom to the bedroom, clothes strewn across the floor. Soon, the room was filled with suppressed moans and heavy breaths. A symphony that continued until 3 in the morning before gradually subsiding. Gu Wensi cradled the sleeping Lu Jinbai into the bathroom, meticulously cleaning him as one would handle a precious treasure before delicately applying ointment to his intimate areas. Once everything was in order, he gently placed Lu Jinbai back onto the bed, lying beside him, his gaze fixated on Lu Jinbai's serene sleeping face. The obsession in his eyes was profound, leaving him perpetually wanting more. Chapter 62. The young prince of the capital circle, he has become infatuated with me. This person, regardless of whether he was angry, happy, or fuming with rage, always struck a chord in Gu Wensi's heart, stirring feelings he could not suppress. He raised his hand, his fingertips tracing the outline of Lu Jinbai's brows and eyes, finally leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on his forehead. Then, he held Lu Jinbai tightly in his embrace, closing his eyes and drifting into a satisfied slumber. Lu Jinbai awoke to a kiss, his consciousness still hazy as warm lips pressed against his, the familiar sensation jolting him to full awareness. Upon lifting his gaze, he met Gu Wensi's eyes, still clouded with lingering desire, his voice gravelly from sleep. Damn, you. But before he could finish, his mouth was once again silenced. Anger flared within Lu Jinbai, and he bit down hard on Gu Wensi's lips. Yet, Gu Wensi did not relent. Instead, he gripped the back of Lu Jinbai's head, deepening the kiss with fervor. Amidst their passionate entanglement, Lu Jinbai's body reacted uncontrollably, a mix of shame and fury washing over him. You have feelings for me too, don't you? Gu Wensi released his lips, his gaze pointedly sweeping over Lu Jinbai beneath him. Who told you to touch me? How disgusting. Lu Jinbai gasped, his eyes filled with defiance. Your attraction to men is your business. It has nothing to do with me. I have no feelings for you. Gu Wensi's expression darkened abruptly as he seized Lu Jinbai's wrist, forcefully pulling him closer. Disgusting? Yes, it's absolutely repulsive. And are you out of your mind? Keep your distance from me from now on. Huh. Lu Jinbai, remember your words. Gu Wensi's voice turned icy. If I pursue you again, I'll be a dog. He stood up, his face clouded with displeasure as he donned his clothes, snatching his phone before storming out of the bedroom. He had never humbled himself to anyone in his life, yet he had made an exception for Lu Jinbai, only to be met with such disdain. In the bedroom, Lu Jinbai heard a loud bang from outside, a sudden pang in his chest, as if something had pierced through him, leaving him breathless and anxious. He was unable to articulate his discomfort, feeling a pervasive unease enveloping him. At that moment, the cautious voice of Xiaojiu resonated in his mind. My lord, what scheme are you concocting? Schemes indeed. Lu Jinbai retorted with irritation. Where were you yesterday? Did you not think to remind me? Are you an imbecile? After scolding Xiao Jiao, his mood soured further. My lord, the events following your inebriation yesterday were rather inappropriate for children, Xiao Jiao explained, his tone filled with grievance. Begone. Xiao Jiao immediately fell silent. Upon returning, Lu Jinbai spoke again. My lord, your command? Xiao Jiao promptly responded. It was time to address Gu Qian's system. Go forth. Xiao Jiao instantly perked up, responding enthusiastically. All right. Today marked the family gathering of the Gu and Rong clans. Typically, such occasions saw both families congregating to play cards, chat, and enjoy tea, creating a lively atmosphere. Gu Wensi sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, surrounded by several younger cousins. Brother Wensi, I heard from Grandma that she plans to introduce her old friend's granddaughter to you in a few days. One cousin teased. Leaning in, Grandma's taste is impeccable. She must be a great beauty. Another cousin chimed in. Nearby, his cousin Rong, Fei, shook her head. Does our Wensi need Grandma's introduction? With his looks, talent, and figure, girls who adore him could line the streets. Gu Wensi paused at their words, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Is that so? Yet, there are those who find me repulsive. He had taken a day off specifically to avoid encountering Lu Jinbai at the office. Brother, I heard you were in the design department. Rong Fei squeezed beside him. What's the matter? Gu Wensi raised his eyes. Well, my father insists I go to the company, but I have no interest in game development. I prefer design and wish to join your department. Rong Fei tugged at his sleeve, speaking softly. Brother, could you talk to my father? He listens to you the most. Gu Wensi, having been exceptionally bright since childhood, learned swiftly and was always the apple of both families' eyes, doted upon by his father, aunts, and uncles. He glanced at her and nodded. I'll speak to uncle shortly. Just be ready to report to MA. Yay. Thank you, Brother Wensi. You're like my own brother. Rong Fei beamed with joy. The other younger cousins, still quite small, the oldest being merely 15, surrounded him with their phones. Brother, play a game with us. You're so good at it. Not now. I'm not in the mood. Gu Wensi waved his hand, unable to conceal his irritation. Brother, are you all right? Are you feeling down? Rong Fei teased, with that glum expression. You look just like someone who's been heartbroken. The word heartbroken pierced Gu Wensi's heart like a needle. And the thought of Lu Jinbai calling him repulsive sent a wave of pain through him, aggravating his agitation. Just then, the cheerful voice of Grandma Bai reached him. Wensi, come, help your grandma with a few round of cards. Gu Wensi suppressed his tumultuous emotions and replied, Oh, I'm coming. Gu Wensi had barely risen when a sudden cry pierced the air, startling her. Gu Qian has coughed up blood. She rushed towards the scene, where Gu Qian lay curled on the ground, clutching his abdomen, blood pooling around him. Elder brother, Gu Wensi exclaimed. What happened? Quickly to the hospital. Meanwhile, in his office, Lu Jinbai listened to Xiao Jiao's report, nodding thoughtfully before inquiring. And then what? After assimilating that system, have you noticed any significant improvements? Xiao Jiao chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. Well, there is some progress, albeit minimal. What specifically? I feel invigorated, as if brimming with divine power. Perhaps I might surpass the 8th rank system in the future. Lu Jinbai responded. Is that all you aspire to? Aim for the top. Where is your ambition? You are absolutely right, my lord. I shall strive for first place from now on. Xiao Jiao immediately straightened his demeanor. By the way, my lord, Gu Wensi did not come to the office today. It seems your words yesterday truly affected him. Lu Jinbai glanced at Gu Wensi's vacant workstation and asked, Were my words really too harsh? Harsh indeed, particularly hurtful. Xiao Jiao replied without hesitation, quickly adding, however, on the flip side, such decisive action can also be beneficial. The effect is quite apparent. He will surely no longer harbor any thoughts towards you. Ding dong. The notification sound of a text message interrupted them. Lu Jinbai picked up his phone and, upon seeing the message, remarked with a hint of surprise, Ah, the salary has been disbursed. Xiao Jiao immediately inquired, How much? 100,000. Wow, that is quite a generous salary. Xiao Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. In Chapter 63, The young heir of the capital's elite circles had begun to pursue him. Liu Jinbai casually opened his account details, observing a balance exceeding 2 million, and recalled that the original owner used to send money home each month. Indeed, I just checked. The original owner received a monthly salary of 100,000. After deducting around 4,000 for rent and about 2,000 for daily expenses, he would send 2,000 home for living costs. He lived frugally, buying only essentials. Liu Jinbai paused for a few seconds before locating the contact labeled data in his phone and transferring 10,000. Sending only 2,000 monthly seemed insufficient. This time, he decided to send a larger sum to treat them to a nice meal. My lord is truly filial, Xiao Jiu praised in an endearing tone. On a street, a young man in his 30s walked ahead, followed by a pair of silver-haired, middle-aged individuals. They appeared to be in their 60s, their backs slightly hunched. Should we call Jinbai to let him know we've arrived? The young man asked, glancing back. The man immediately waved his hand, his tone urgent. No, we mustn't trouble him. The elderly couple were Liu Jinbai's parents. Though they were only 52 this year, years of hard work had aged them beyond their years. The woman nodded in agreement. Yes, let us find a place to settle down first and not disturb him. It's not easy for Jinbai to make his way in the world. We shouldn't distract him, Liu's father added, his eyes filled with tenderness. The youth, Wan Jiao, has been married to his eldest daughter, Liu Jinwei, for 7 years, and they have a 5-year-old child. Subsequently, Wan Jiao sought several accommodations, all of which were declined by the elderly couple on the grounds of exorbitance. Ultimately, they settled for a modest in charging 50 yuan per night and rented 2 rooms. The rooms were exceedingly simplistic. Apart from a bed, there was nothing else. The so-called bed was merely a wooden board topped with a thin blanket. Liu's father and mother placed their cloth bag on the bed and extracted a bundle of steamed buns. Wan Jiao frowned, urging Dad, Mom, there are restaurants outside. Let's go out for a warm meal. No need, you go eat. Your mother and I will manage with this. Liu's father said as he stuffed a bun into his mouth. Father, your health is already poor. How can you subsist on this? Your illness is a result of such frugality. Liu's mother joined in the persuasion. Jiao is right. Let us go out for something warm to eat. Do not deprive yourselves. I will not go. If you want to go, then go without me, Liu's father declared, retreating to a corner to gnaw on the bun, his tone suddenly growing somber. We will return tomorrow. I will not seek treatment for this illness. Wan Jiao was taken aback. Dad, the test results are not yet in. The doctor said they will be available tomorrow morning. Liu's father sighed, his voice laden with self-reproach. I simply have something in my head. I insisted on a full examination, and it cost 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, a tremendous waste. Hearing this, Liu's mother could not help but shed tears, but it must be examined. How can it go untreated? Should we contact Jinhua? No. Liu's father snapped, glaring at her. I said no contact. Is it easy for the child out there? We cannot add to his burdens. Wan Jiao observed them, shaking his head helplessly. Do not worry about money. I brought several thousand yuan this time. We must ensure Dad's illness is treated properly. That is out of the question. Liu's father immediately refused. You and Jinwei still have a child to raise. We cannot use that money. You need not concern yourself. I will go buy food. Please, do not continue gnawing on those buns, Wan Jiao said, and without waiting for their retort, he turned and exited. Meanwhile, Liu Jinhua received a phone call, the contact labeled as sister, reminding him that it was his sister, Liu Jinwei. Sister, why are you still awake at this hour? He casually inquired. After a moment of silence, Liu Jinwei's hesitant voice came through. Jinhua, do you still have money on hand? What is it, sister? Do you need money? Liu Jinhua straightened up. How much do you need? I could transfer it to you now. It is not for me. Liu Jinwei's voice lowered. You have not returned home in 2 years. You are unaware of the situation. Dad and Mom have gone to Beijing. Liu Jinhua was taken aback. When did they leave? Why did no one inform me? They left the day before yesterday. They went for medical treatment. Liu Jinwei's voice quivered with emotion. Since last year, Dad has been experiencing persistent dizziness. I took him to our local hospital for examination, and the doctor said he has a tumor in his brain, recommending he go to a larger hospital. Now, it is your brother-in-law who has taken them to Beijing, and I cannot leave here as my child is running a fever. Liu Jinhua instantly sprang from the bed, seizing his car keys and heading outside. Where are they now? I will go fetch them. I do not know the precise location. Dad and Mom do not want to contact you, fearing it would trouble you, Lu Jinwei replied. Sister, we are family. Who else would you turn to in times of trouble? You ask my brother-in-law for the specific address, and I shall go there immediately. On the other end of the line, the voice advised, Jinbai, it is already 11:30. It is too late. Perhaps you should visit the hospital tomorrow morning, as they will be retrieving the results then. Very well. Which hospital are they at? Is it Jingda Hospital? No, it is a smaller establishment. I will inquire about the exact name from your sister and let you know. After hanging up, Lu Jinbai still felt uneasy and contemplated calling his father. But glancing at the time, he hesitated, fearing he might disturb their rest. Instead, he decided to request a 2-day leave from work. Early the next morning, Lu Jinbai set off according to the address provided by Lu Jinwei. To his surprise, the location was quite remote, a 2.5-hour drive from his home, and the hospital lacked any considerable reputation. He drove while focusing on the navigation, hastening towards the destination. Meanwhile, Wang Jiao was seeking a doctor with the examination results in hand. Doctor, is my father's tumor malignant or benign? The doctor replied, it is difficult to determine at this stage. Surgery is necessary to remove the tumor and conduct a biopsy for a definitive answer. The doctor continued, moreover, the tumor's location is precarious. If surgery is not performed, it may compress the nerves within 2 years, potentially leading to a coma or paralysis. A wave of anxiety washed over Wang Jiao as he quickly inquired, can our hospital perform this surgery? The doctor hesitated before responding, our facilities are limited, and I would not recommend conducting the surgery here. It is best to go to a larger hospital. After a pause, he added, the surgery, along with subsequent treatment and recovery, could cost around 1 million. What? 1 million? This statement was fortuitously overheard by Lu's father, who had just entered. Is it truly that expensive for a surgery? I shall not proceed. Let us leave now and catch the afternoon train. Lu's mother swiftly restrained him, saying, do not be hasty. Let us consider our options. How can I not be anxious? I have never seen such a sum in my life, Lu's father exclaimed, shaking off her grip, his voice heavy with despair. Chapter 64. The young heir of the capital's elite. He has become attached. Wang Jiao hastily pulled Lu's father out of the office, urging, Father, please do not act irrationally. Let's think this through. This surgery is imperative. Without it, the doctor warned of paralysis. Let it be. If it comes to that, I might as well drink a bottle of pesticide and end it all, Lu's father retorted defiantly. Yet his clenched fists trembled. He wished more than anyone to survive, but where could he procure such an exorbitant cost? He could not burden his children with this. As Lu Jinbai arrived, he overheard Lu's father's words. Drawing from the original owner's memories, he instantly recognized Lu's father, Lu's mother, and his brother-in-law, Wang Jiao. Father, mother, brother-in-law, he greeted them. Wang Jiao immediately approached, lowering his voice. Father is being too stubborn. He refuses to listen to any advice. Indeed, I will speak with him. Lu Jinbai nodded. Lu's father glared at Wang Jiao with anger. Is it you who spoke to him? Wang Jiao lowered his head, not daring to respond. Lu Jinbai then turned to Lu's father, his tone laced with clear displeasure. Father, you are ill, yet you still do not confide in me? Do you wish for me to live as a disloyal son, burdened with guilt for eternity? By withholding this from me, have you not considered me your son? Mother Lu hurriedly waved her hand in explanation. We are merely concerned about burdening you. Family members should not speak of burdens. Lu Jinbai interrupted her, insisting. Let us return home first. We can visit the hospital tomorrow. Just as Father Lu was about to retort, Lu Jinbai silenced him. If you are unwilling, that's fine. I will resign immediately, and we shall all return to our hometown together. Mother Lu, her face a portrait of helplessness, could only sigh. In the end, Father Lu and the others followed Lu Jinbai out of the hospital. Where are your belongings? Retrieve them and cancel the rental, Lu Jinbai instructed. Wang Jiao pointed in the direction of their residence, with Father Lu and Mother Lu seated in the back, while he occupied the passenger seat. Upon arriving at their dwelling, Lu Jinbai felt a pang of discomfort upon realizing they had spent the previous night here. You stayed here last night? Our parents said the rent was high elsewhere, and insisted on residing here. Wan Jiao quickly clarified. What's south wrong with this place? It's adequate for rest. Father Lu chimed in. Lu Jinbai chose not to elaborate further. Once their belongings were loaded into the trunk, he started the car. 2 hours later, they arrived at Lu Jinbai's residence. Observing the house before him, both Father Lu and Mother Lu displayed expressions of astonishment. You rented this house? From the moment they entered the community, the elderly couple could not help but gaze around, their eyes aglow with curiosity. Come in and take a look, Lu Jinbai said, opening the door for them to enter. Wan Jiao followed suit, surveying the space. 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a private bathroom, all tastefully decorated, far surpassing their home. This must cost quite a bit each month. Mother Lu couldn't help but inquire. Just settle in comfortably. Don't worry about such matters, Lu Jinbai urged. Mother and father, you will occupy the room on the left upstairs, while my brother-in-law will stay in my room. First, let us put away your belongings and change clothes. I'll take you out for a meal. No need, I can sleep on the sofa, Wan Jiao quickly asserted, plopping down onto the couch and patting it. It's quite soft. I enjoy sleeping here. Mother Lu echoed. We shouldn't eat out. It's too costly. I can cook instead. Lu Jinbai's tone brooked no dissent. Listen to me. We will eat out. My salary is substantial. This expense is negligible. Mother and father, please hurry and change your clothes. Seeing this, Father Lu could only nod and followed Mother Lu upstairs. The next day, Lu Jinbai took Father Lu to Jingda Hospital, leaving Mother Lu and Wan Jiao at home. He had researched the previous day and discovered that the best specialist in neurology at this hospital was Director Lin, although appointments were notoriously difficult to secure. Upon their arrival, he first took Father Lu for a full-body examination. Initially, Father Lu was particularly resistant, claiming it was a waste of money, asserting he had undergone a similar examination already and was unwilling to go through it again. Lu Jinbai had no choice but to inform him that the examination fee had already been paid and was non-refundable. Only then did Father Lu grudgingly comply. After the series of tests, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and not only was Director Lin's appointment unavailable for that day, but the entire week was fully booked as well. Mr. Lu? At that moment, Qian Xiaofeng approached with medication in hand. Are you unwell? Lu Jinbai gave a perfunctory nod. Yes. Mr. Lu, where does it hurt? Qian Xiaofeng pressed further. Are you quite idle? Don't you need to return to the company this afternoon? Lu Jinbai retorted. Qian Xiaofeng scratched his head and quickly explained. I came during my lunch break to fetch some medicine for my wife. Well, I must be off now. See you tomorrow, General Manager Lu. With that, he hurried away. Lu Jinbai did not waste any time and took the examination report and images to consult a doctor. A few days later, Gu Wenxi, feeling restless, tossed his pen onto his notebook, repeatedly glancing towards Lu Jinbai's office. Lu Jinbai had been on leave for an entire week. Did he truly wish to avoid seeing him? Was he so repulsed that he couldn't even bear to attend work? The more Gu Wenxi pondered, the more agitated he became. At that moment, Chao Xiang turned to the group and inquired, What do you think is the reason for General Manager Lu's prolonged absence? Indeed, it's quite strange. He has never taken such extensive leave before. Another chimed in. He usually maintains perfect attendance every month. Li Xiao lowered her voice, suggesting, Could it be that General Manager Lu has found another opportunity and is planning to change jobs? Gu Wenxi shot her a sharp look, his expression darkening instantly. Qian Xiaofeng chuckled and shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. I saw General Manager Lu at the hospital a few days ago. Perhaps he is unwell. What? General Manager Lu was in the hospital? What did you see him? The others immediately pressed for details. Just a few days ago when I went to get medicine for my wife, Qian Xiaofeng replied. Gu Wenxi abruptly stood up, declaring, I need to leave early. My design draft is finished. Please submit it for me later. With that, he snatched his coat from the back of the chair and hurried out of the design department. Isn't it still too early to leave? Qian Xiaofeng called out, bewildered. It's only 5:20. We don't finish until 6. Gu Wenxi drove swiftly to Lu Jinbai's residence, arriving at the community building in just over 20 minutes. He rushed over and knocked vigorously on the door. Lu Jinbai, bye-bye. Open the door. The door swung open, revealing Lu's mother, who regarded the exceptionally handsome young man before her with surprise. Jinbai isn't home, she informed him. Gu Wensi was taken aback and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Jinbai's mother. He went out for a stroll with his father," Lu's mother replied. "Oh, hello, Annie." Gu Wensi immediately bowed deeply, startling Lu's mother. "I'm a colleague of Lu Jinbai's. He hasn't been to work for several days, and I came to check on him," he hastily explained. "Oh, so you're a colleague of Jinbai's. Come in. Lu's mother warmly ushered him inside. At that moment, Wan Jiao emerged from the kitchen, holding a spatula. "Mom, how do I cook this dish?" "He is Jinbai's colleague." Lu's mother chuckled as she introduced them. Hello. Wan Jiao quickly smiled at Gu Wensi. Gu Wensi wrinkled his nose, commenting, "It seems your dish is burning." "Oh no, my dish," Wan Jiao exclaimed, rushing back into the kitchen. Both Wan Jiao and Lu's mother hurried after him, and Gu Wensi followed suit. Observing their flustered state, he promptly took the spatula from them. Allow me. How can I let you do that?" Lu's mother attempted to reclaim the spatula. With a cheerful demeanor, Gu Wensi replied naturally, Bye often enjoys my cooking. Auntie and brother-in-law should also sample my culinary skills." Upon hearing this, Lu's mother understood, realizing the closeness of their relationship. She no longer hesitated. "Then I shall trouble you. Andy, just call me Xiao1, as my family does." Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai took his father to the market, where they purchased an abundance of shrimp, crabs, and even selected a fish. Observing the ingredients in the bag, Lu's father could not help but shake his head. "Who is going to cook all this? With your mother's culinary skills, what delicious dishes could she possibly create?" "I will," Lu Jinbai replied, "and showcase my skills this evening." Lu's father shot him a glance. "The porridge you made this morning was burnt." Lu Jinbai cleared his throat and defended himself. That was an accident. As they entered the house, they noticed Lu's mother and Wan Jiao seated in the living room, while the sounds of cooking and chopping emanated from a kitchen. Lu Jinbai glanced toward the kitchen and caught sight of a familiar figure, momentarily taken aback. "Jinbai, your colleague has arrived," Lu's mother quickly remarked, her tone brimming with praise. "His culinary skills are exceptional. He handles the vegetables like a professional, and he is quite handsome, tall, and robust." Just as she finished speaking, Gu Wensi emerged from the kitchen. He glanced at Lu Jinbai and naturally took the vegetables from his hands. "I'll take care of this." Lu Jinbai followed him into the kitchen, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. "Gu Wensi, what do you mean? The kitchen is full of smoke. You should step outside," Gu Wensi replied, not engaging further, instead focusing on cleaning the small shrimp in his hands. Lu Jinbai stood there for a moment, lowering his voice. "Haven't we already clarified everything?" Gu Wensi paused slightly, a flicker of bitterness crossing his eyes. He too wished to ignore Lu Jinbai, to give up, to forget, yet every time he closed his eyes these past few days, the image of Lu Jinbai lingered, impossible to erase. "I cannot do it." "What?" Gu Wensi lifted his gaze to meet Lu Jinbai's, his tone imbued with a touch of humble pleading. "I said I cannot not think of you, not look at you. These past few days have been my limit. I've made up my mind. If you find me repulsive, I will try to avoid speaking to you. It doesn't matter if you dislike me. My affection for you is enough. I have feelings and pride too. Could you not see me?" Lu Jinbai felt as though something was lodged in his chest, rendering him stifled. Just then, Wan Jiao entered. "Do you need my assistance?" Gu Wensi quickly concealed his emotions, nodding. "Brother-in-law, could you help chop a few onions?" "Sure thing," Wan Jiao replied, picking up an onion and getting to work. The meal was not completed until 7:30, with Gu Wensi preparing a sumptuous banquet. Lu's mother took a bite and nodded repeatedly. "Xiaowen's cooking is exquisite. If Annie enjoys it, please indulge," Gu Wensi smiled, serving Lu's father a piece of fish. "Uncle, do try this. The fish Bai selected is excellent. With few bones," he said, while deftly peeling shrimp. Lu's mother watched him, growing increasingly pleased. Boys who can cook are such a boon. They won't have trouble finding girlfriends in the future. Xiaowen is not only handsome, but also a skilled cook. I'm sure many will be fond of him. Wan Jiao chimed in agreement. Lu's mother then turned to Lu Jinbai. "Jinbai, you should learn from Xiaowen. You're already 25 and still single. Your father and I are quite anxious." Father Lu nodded in agreement. "Your mother is quite right. You're no longer a child. Back home, children your age are already running about. Gu Wensi paused in her task of peeling shrimp, a flicker of bitterness crossing her eyes. Mom and Dad, please don't worry about me. Let's eat. Lu Jinbai quickly bowed his head and took a bite of his meal. Gu Wensi pushed the freshly peeled shrimp toward Lu Jinbai and then picked up a crab, beginning to crack its shell. Lu Jinbai naturally started to eat. Wan Jiao observed their interaction and suddenly had a peculiar thought. He treated his own wife in a similar manner. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion, attributing it to his restless night. I heard from my brother-in-law that your uncle is here for medical treatment? Gu Wensi asked. Lu's mother nodded, her face clouded with concern. We really didn't want to trouble Jinbai. We fear it might disrupt his work. Mom, why would you say that? Lu Jinbai frowned. I am your son. This is my duty. Family doesn't impose such burdens. Gu Wensi interjected. When will your uncle be hospitalized? Has the doctor been contacted? Lu Jinbai shook his head. It's extremely difficult to schedule an appointment with Dr. Lin from neurology. We have to wait until next week. Even next week may not guarantee an appointment. Wan Jiao added. Gu Wensi probed further. Dr. Lin? Is it Dr. Lin Ping? Yes, Lu Jinbai confirmed with a nod. Father Lu set down his chopsticks and remarked. Must we insist on seeing that Dr. Lin? Other doctors are also available. Jinbai mentioned Dr. Lin is an expert in neurology with ample experience, and he has successfully performed surgeries of this kind. Wan Jiao interjected. Gu Wensi promptly took out her phone and made a call, looking at Lu Jinbai. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Lu Jinbai regarded her, realizing that she likely had extensive connections within such a family. Why hadn't he considered this? Xiao Jiu then chimed in. It's just that you're unwilling to seek his help. I simply wish to avoid further entanglements with him. Once the call connected, Gu Wensi said, Hello. This is Gu Wensi. Please arrange for a patient. I'll send the medical records to your email shortly. As soon as possible. After hanging up, Gu Wensi noticed the three of them staring at her in stunned silence. She blinked, then explained, I know Dr. Lin. I'll take my uncle to the hospital tomorrow and will send his medical records shortly. Lu Jinbai looked at her and softly said, Thank you. What is there to thank me for? It's just a few words, she replied. Wan Jiao, looking astonished, asked, You know Dr. Lin too? What does your family do? Are there any medical professionals among them? My aunt is the dean at Peking University. I often visited there as a child, so I'm quite familiar with him. Lu's mother expressed her amazement. Your aunt is the dean? She is truly remarkable. Chapter 66. The young master of the capital's elite circle. He has become entangled with me. Gu Wensi smiled and nodded. She truly is impressive. Dinner lasted nearly an hour and a half, after which Lu's mother rose to clear the table. When Gu Wensi was about to leave, Lu's mother hurriedly called for Lu Jinbai to see her off. The two walked out of the house in silence, side by side. Upon reaching the car, Gu Wensi opened the door and turned to Lu Jinbai. Care to sit for a moment? Why? Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. Let us talk. Lu Jinbai pouted slightly and bent down to sit in the passenger seat, while Gu Wensi made his way around to the driver's side. Lu Jinbai spoke first, his tone tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Regarding my father's matter, consider it a favor I owe you. I shall repay you in due time. Gu Wensi leaned closer, his breath nearly grazing Lu Jinbai's ear. No need. I rather enjoy having you indebted to me. What do you mean? Lu Jinbai glared at him. I dislike being in anyone's debt. Well, you can repay me right now. What? Weren't you just saying you would repay this favor? I want you to do it now. Gu Wensi's gaze was fervent, piercing enough to make Lu Jinbai's heart skip a beat. How? A simple kiss will suffice. Lu Jinbai's eyelids fluttered. His cheeks flushed instantly as he stared at him. Are you out of your mind? Indeed, I've contracted a case of lovesickness, Gu Wensi replied in a low voice. It pains me terribly when I cannot see you, as if I am on the brink of death. Lu Jinbai took a deep breath, uncertainly asking, just a kiss? Is that sufficient to repay the favor? Gu Wensi's eyes sparkled, and he nodded emphatically. Yes. He intended to gradually help Lu Jinbai grow accustomed to him until the latter no longer found him repulsive. You close your eyes. Lu Jinbai's tone was sharp and impatient. Do not open them. Gu Wensi chuckled softly and then closed his eyes. Lu Jinbai inched closer, scrutinizing Gu Wensi's face at close range. He had to admit, Gu Wensi was undeniably handsome. with features that bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoyu. In a swift motion, he planted a quick kiss on Gu Wenxi's cheek, immediately straightening up. All right, I've done it. Gu Wenxi opened his eyes, raising a hand to touch the spot where he had been kissed, arching an eyebrow. Is that what you call a kiss? Then what do you expect? Lu Jinbai retorted. Did I not kiss you? Barely finishing his sentence, Gu Wenxi suddenly leaned closer, prompting Lu Jinbai to instinctively recoil, his back pressed against the car window. What are you doing? Teaching you how to kiss, Gu Wenxi replied in a husky voice, reaching back to grasp Lu Jinbai's neck. Before he could react, Gu Wenxi lowered his head and captured Lu Jinbai's lips. Lu Jinbai's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to push him away. By the time he regained his senses, Gu Wenxi's hand had stealthily ventured down his body, unable to suppress a soft moan. His entire being melted under the touch. Gu Wenxi first kissed him softly on the lips, then moved downward, planting gentle pecks along his neck. Lu Jinbai's hands pressed against Gu Wenxi's chest, a mixture of anger and urgency in his voice. Gu Wenxi, what the hell are you doing? Why are you biting me? He forcefully pushed Gu Wenxi away, covering the spot on his neck that had been bitten, his expression filled with fury. Gu Wenxi smiled at him, lifting a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, his tone laced with a hint of threat. If you continue to speak so crudely, I might just bite somewhere else. Lu Jinbai narrowed his eyes. He was never one to be easily outdone. In the next moment, he suddenly lunged at Gu Wenxi, pinning him against the seat and sinking his teeth into the delicate flesh of Gu Wenxi's throat. Gu Wenxi let out a muffled groan, his entire body tingling as if electrified, yet was accompanied by an oddly delightful sensation. He gazed up at Lu Jinbai, who was pressing down on him, his eyes darkening as he wrapped his arms tightly around Lu Jinbai's waist. Lu Jinbai marked Gu Wenxi's throat and neck with several bite marks, only to abruptly rise when he sensed something pressing against him. He flung open the car door and dashed home. Gu Wenxi straightened up, watching the retreating figure with a gaze full of infatuation. As Gu Wenxi entered his home, humming a tune while fiddling with the car keys, he was greeted by the sight of Rongxia seated at the dining table, sipping on wine. Upon noticing his return, Rongxia waved him over. Xiaowen, come here. Mom, why are you still awake and drinking at this late hour? Gu Wenxi approached her, teasingly asking, did you have a quarrel with Dad? Rongxia chuckled. Does he dare to argue with me? I just couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd have a drink. She continued, ever since Qian fell ill, your father has been so busy with work that he hardly finds time to rest. He has long since gone to bed. Gu Wenxi shook his head with a sigh. This dog food is being directly shoved into my mouth. Barely seated, Rongxia's gaze fell upon Gu Wenxi's neck, quickly spotting the bite marks. Have you found a girlfriend? Gu Wenxi followed her gaze, touching his neck while a smile spread across his face. When will you bring her home for us to meet? Rongxia pressed on. What does she do? How old is she? Surely she is not still in school? Gu Wenxi poured her a glass of wine, his tone filled with joy. His personality isn't particularly amiable, but I like him. He is quite handsome, and I find everything about him appealing. Quite fond of him, are you? Rongxia laughed at his words. Yes, very much so, Gu Wenxi replied earnestly. Without him, life feels utterly flavorless. Rongxia nodded. Since you're so taken with him, do bring him home one day for me to see. Mom, Gu Wenxi paused, speaking softly. The person I like isn't a girl. Please prepare yourself. Rongxia was taken aback. You're not referring to that Lu from the design department you mentioned last time, are you? What was his name again? Gu Wenxi's eyes sparkled with affection as he smiled. His name is Lu Jinbai. Allow me a moment. Rongxia clutched her chest and gulped down a large sip of wine. So what stage are you two at now? Did he leave those marks on your neck? At the mention of this, the smile in Gu Wenxi's eyes dimmed slightly. He doesn't like me yet. I am in the process of pursuing him. He might prefer girls, after all. Rongxia earnestly advised, don't cling to him too tightly. Relationships cannot be forced. If you like him, but he doesn't reciprocate, it will lead nowhere. Gu Wenxi, resolute, declared, my feelings for him are enough. Mom, it's getting late. You should rest early. I'll head to my room, he said, glancing back at her as he walked away. Rongxia shook her head in resignation, realizing she would need to find an opportunity to meet this Lu Jinbai. The following morning, Gu Wensi went to pick up Lu Jinbai and his father for a hospital visit, having thoughtfully purchased breakfast along the way. Chapter 67. The Young Prince of the Capital. He has approached Lu Jinbai, and his father sat in the back seat, as Gu Wensi handed over several bags of breakfast containing buns, eggs, millet porridge, and ham sandwiches. Please have a look and see what you would like to eat, he offered. Lu Jinbai glanced at him, accepting the bags with a simple, thank you. His father smiled in appreciation, but felt a tinge of guilt. Am I being too much trouble for you? Don't you have work today? It's no trouble at all, Uncle, Gu Wensi replied while driving. I completed my work ahead of time, so it won't delay me. Lu Jinbai raised his eyes to Gu Wensi again, pondering. Did he finish everything last night? It seemed he had hardly rested, busy completing his tasks for today. You don't need to go out of your way to pick us up, just inform Director Lin. And we can manage to get to the hospital ourselves, Lu Jinbai suggested. Yes, it's too much trouble for you, Lu Dad echoed in agreement. Gu Wensi glanced at them through the rearview mirror. I have nothing pressing to do. To me, you're like family, just like my father. And this is a small favor I am happy to provide. Lu Jinbai shot him a silent glare, but Gu Wensi merely raised an eyebrow at him through the mirror, a playful smile on his face. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Wensi led them directly to the inpatient department, to a luxurious VIP single room. The room was well equipped, featuring not only a bedroom, but also a living area, complete with a sofa, desk, coffee table, and television. Lu Dad's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, Am I really staying in such a fine room? Uncle, you need to take care of your health. A quiet environment is essential for recovery after surgery. This room is both comfortable and peaceful, Gu Wensi explained. But this must cost a fortune, right? Lu Dad continued to express his disbelief. Don't worry about the expenses. Just change into your hospital gown. Director Lin will be here shortly for rounds. Gu Wensi deftly shifted the topic. All right, Lu Dad replied, taking the gown into the bathroom. As soon as the door closed, Lu Jinbai grasped Gu Wensi's arm and asked earnestly, How much does this room cost? I'll transfer you the money. Gu Wensi held his hand firmly, his fingertips gently tracing over Lu Jinbai's hand. Do you insist on keeping everything so strictly divided? Gu Wensi, we don't have any particular relationship. We must keep things clear. Lu Jinbai pulled his hand away, but found it still held. Who says we have no relationship? Gu Wensi leaned closer, lowering his voice. I am pursuing you. We are in the roles of pursuer and pursued. Isn't that relationship sufficiently clear? Just then, the bathroom door creaked open, and Lu Jinbai, startled, instinctively shoved Gu Wensi away. Gu Wensi, caught off guard, stumbled back, the back of his head colliding with a nearby cabinet with a thud. Ouch! He clutched his head, inhaling sharply. Lu Dad hurried over, casting a reproachful look at Lu Jinbai. Jinbai, why did you push Shaolin? Is he hurt? Seeing Gu Wensi wince in pain, Lu Jinbai felt a flicker of concern but retorted, You're all right, right? Gu Wensi shook his head, smiling despite the discomfort. Uncle, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Gu Xiao, you're here too. A middle-aged man entered the room, the esteemed Director Lin Ping of neurology. Upon hearing the appellation Gu Xiao, Lu's father was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this a title reserved for television? Uncle, this is Director Lin, Gu Wensi introduced, then turned to Lin Ping, insisting that his surgical plan must be executed to perfection. Lin Ping nodded respectfully, assuring, Rest assured, Gu Xiao, I meticulously reviewed this patient's medical history yesterday. I will present the surgical plan this afternoon, and we can schedule the surgery for the day after tomorrow. Lu Jinbai assisted his father in settling onto the hospital bed, then turned to Lin Ping with a hint of concern in his voice. The tumor's location is quite precarious. Will the surgery pose any risks? Indeed, the position is rather unique, but I have handled several similar cases, Lin Ping added. Do not worry. Since you're referred by Gu Xiao, I will ensure that the surgical plan is as secure as possible. Thank you, Director Lin. I appreciate your assistance, Lu Jinbai replied. You should be thanking Gu Xiao instead. I will conduct an examination now, Lin Ping responded, retrieving his medical instruments. Gu Wensi tugged at Lu Jinbai's arm. Let us step outside and allow Director Lin to focus on the examination. Lu Jinbai complied, but turned back to his father, saying, Dad, I will wait just outside. Call for me if you need anything. Lu's father waved his hand dismissively Go on, go on. Don't linger here and cause trouble. As soon as they stepped out of the ward, Lu Jinbai withdrew his hand from Gu Wenxi's grasp. Gu Wenxi chuckled, leaning in slightly, bending forward to meet his gaze. Do not worry. Uncle's surgery will surely succeed. Director Lin's skills are impeccable. Lu Jinbai nodded, but when he lifted his gaze and met Gu Wenxi's face, he instinctively stepped back. Speak properly. Don't stand so close. What? Are you smitten by my visage? Gu Wenxi teased deliberately. Ha, you are quite vain. Lu Jinbai rolled his eyes. Yet Gu Wenxi pressed closer. All right, I am self-absorbed. I am not as handsome as you. Still, Bai is the most charming of all. Every inch of him captivates me. His words, brazen and shameless, caused a blush to rise to Lu Jinbai's cheeks, fueled by irritation. Could you please be mindful of the occasion? This is a hospital, a public space. Gu Wenxi suddenly let out a soft laugh, his eyes glinting with mischief. So, what you mean is that in a more private setting, I could express myself freely. Lu Jinbai was at a loss for words. You wait here. I will fetch some toiletries for Uncle, Gu Wenxi said, changing the subject. No need, I can go myself, Lu Jinbai quickly protested. Listen to me. Once Uncle finishes the examination, he may require someone by his side. It is more convenient for you to wait here, Gu Wenxi insisted, ruffling Lu Jinbai's hair before swiftly departing. Just minutes after his departure, an elegantly dressed and graceful woman approached, her gaze landing on Lu Jinbai as she inquired. You must be Lu Jinbai? Lu Jinbai scrutinized her, confirming he had never seen her before, and replied with curiosity. And you are? I am Gu Wenxi's mother. The woman responded. Lu Jinbai sat in a cafe, facing the casually composed woman. She had mentioned wanting to discuss something with him, prompting Lu Jinbai to bid farewell to his father before following her here. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lu Jinbai's mind. Master, there is something I am unsure whether I should say. No need to ask. It surely isn't anything pleasant, Lu Jinbai replied internally. Not all, master. Don't you find this scene somewhat familiar? Little Jiu's tone was tinged with excitement. It does seem a bit reminiscent, Lu Jinbai conceded, glancing at the elegant Rong Xia opposite him, feeling a peculiar sensation stir within. Does it not resemble a classic trope from a romantic drama? Little Jiu's voice grew more animated. The male lead's mother seeks out the female lead to persuade her to leave her son, then presents a check for her to fill in any amount she desires. Master, you are currently in the position of the female lead. Lu Jinbai inwardly wished he had not recognized this familiarity. Rong Xia scrutinized Lu Jinbai across the table. Indeed, he was a handsome and fair young man. How old are you this year? She inquired. Sitting up straight, Lu Jinbai replied, 25. That makes you 3 years older than my Xiao one. Rong Xia noted, nodding, and added with a smile, yet you appear significantly more youthful than that troublesome boy of mine. Lu Jinbai regarded her with a direct tone. Madame Gu, if you have something to say, please do so plainly. You must have summoned me for more than just a casual cup of coffee. Rong Xia's smile deepened. She had indeed come prepared with many words, yet upon meeting Lu Jinbai, her thoughts had shifted. Such an attractive young man. It was no wonder her son was so taken. Even she found herself increasingly fond of him. I genuinely did come to share a cup of coffee with you, she affirmed. Lu Jinbai paused, then furrowed his brow. There is no need for subtleties. Just tell me, how much are you planning to offer? Rong Xia was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, covering her mouth. You can't possibly think I'm here to throw a check at you, can you? Isn't that the case? Lu Jinbai countered. You are simply adorable. It's no wonder my Xiaowen is so fond of you. Even I can't help but admire you. Rong Xia laughed until tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. Do come over to our house one day. I'll have my uncle whip up a meal. He's an excellent cook. Lu Jinbai appeared puzzled. Are you aware that Gu Wenxi has feelings for me? Oh, indeed, Rong Xia responded with candor. Then, do you not have any warnings for me? Warnings? What for? The youth of today have it tough enough. As long as you find happiness and contentment, that suffices. Her tone softened. The bond you share with him in this lifetime may very well be to compensate for regrets from a past life. Life is about minimizing regrets. My family is quite open-minded, so do not worry. However, do not indulge that boy too much. He can become rather overconfident. Lu Jinbai was utterly taken aback. Little Gio, how did it come to this? Little Gio was just as bewildered. Master, I wish to know as well. Suddenly, Gu Wenxi's voice rang out from outside as he rushed in. Breathless, with beads of sweat on his forehead and his clothes soaked through, it was evident he had hurried from the hospital. His first instinct was to assess Lu Jinbai's expression, relieved to find no signs of distress before he exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly turning to Rong Xia, with a tone imbued with intensity, she declared, Ms. Rong, my feelings for him are my own affair. Do not seek him out. If there are words to be exchanged, let them be directed at me. It is I who clings to him, I who insists on appearing before him. He bears no responsibility. It is your son who foolishly approaches him. So do not trouble him in the future. Rong Xia clutched her chest, deliberately adopting an exaggeratedly aggrieved expression. How dare you yell at me? Lu Jinbai quickly grasped Gu Wenxi's arm, his voice laced with discontent. How can you speak to Annie like that? She merely wanted to share a cup of coffee with me. Rong Xia eagerly nodded, stepping forward to take Lu Jinbai's hand. You are so considerate. My son is better left alone. He just vexes me. Gu Wenxi fell silent, abruptly pulling Lu Jinbai beside him. I am taking him away. Mother, if you wish to have coffee another day, let my father accompany you. After saying this, he turned to Lu Jinbai. Come, let us return to the hospital. Lu Jinbai hastily waved goodbye to Rong Xia before being half-dragged, half led away by Gu Wenxi. Rong Xia stood in place, smiling as she watched their retreating figures, thinking to herself that these two children had potential. It was evident to her that Lu Jinbai had feelings for her son. It was not until they entered the stairwell of the hospital that Gu Wenxi released Lu Jinbai's hand, still concerned as he asked, Did my mother truly not say anything to you? What could she possibly say? Lu Jinbai retorted. Gu Wenxi shook his head, re-grasping his hand and softening his tone. I am merely afraid she might threaten you, fearing that you would leave me. Lu Jinbai withdrew his hand awkwardly, frowning as he said, Speak properly. Do not resort to physicality. Gu Wenxi, undeterred, leaned closer, audaciously kissing his earlobe. Lu Jinbai shuddered, quickly covering his ears and glaring at him. You? Stay right there? Oh. Gu Wenxi obediently responded. Keep your distance, Lu Jinbai added, covering his ears as he turned and strode into the hospital room. Gu Wenxi chuckled softly and followed him inside. In the hospital room, upon seeing Gu Wenxi, Lu's mother smiled and remarked, This room is so luxurious. Shaowen, thank you so much. Annie, please do not be so polite with me. The relationship between Bai Bai and me warrants such gestures, Gu Wenxi replied. At that moment, Lu Jinbai, who had been scrolling through his phone by the bedside, was playfully tapped on the shoulder by his father. Did you hear that? You should express your gratitude to Xiao and assist him more with work. Without lifting his head, Lu Jinbai perfunctorily nodded. Understood, understood. Meanwhile, Wan Jiao stared at Lu Jinbai with a dazed expression before hastily lowering his gaze. Having just returned from fetching water, he had witnessed Lu Jinbai and Gu Wenxi standing at the stairwell, seemingly engaged in a dispute. He had intended to intervene, but the next moment he saw Gu Wenxi kissing Lu Jinbai, the two of them intimately close. He had been so startled that he nearly dropped the water pitcher and fled. Now, his mind was consumed with the realization that his sister's partner was a man. If his in-laws were to find out, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. No wonder Gu Wenxi had been so busy these days, arranging for people and securing a luxurious VIP room. Nevertheless, considering both of their striking appearances, they did seem quite well matched together. Brother-in-law, what are you daydreaming about? Lu Jinbai approached and gently tapped him. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Wan Jiao suddenly regained his senses. I'm discussing something important with you. Lu Jinbai reiterated. My sister called and said she will arrive tomorrow morning. Remember to pick her up at the station. Oh, I know. You can rest assured about that. Wan Jiao quickly replied. Gu Wenxi interjected. I'll take care of the pickup. I happen to be free tomorrow. Aren't you taking a break from work? You've taken so many days off. I've already finished my tasks. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qian Xiaofeng and the others. He then turned to Lu Jinbai and asked, By the way, will you return home tonight, or are you staying here? Lu's mother immediately chimed in. Let Jinbai go home. There are 2 beds and a sofa here. Jiao and I can stay. Mom, I want to stay too. Lu Jinbai replied. Chapter 69. The Young Prince of the Capital. He has become attached. Lu's mother waved her hand. You need to go home tonight to handle work matters. Don't linger here. Hurry back. Wan Jiao also urged yes. You can trust me. I'll be here, so you can focus on your work. Gu Wensi chimed in with a smile. It takes an hour and a half for you to commute back and forth. It's too far. I have a place nearby, just a 15-minute drive from the hospital. Let him stay with me. Wan Jiao felt a jolt in his heart and quickly interjected. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? What inconvenience? I live alone, Gu Wensi replied. Wan Jiao remarked, that makes it even riskier. However, Lu's mother thought little of it and nodded repeatedly. Then it's a bother for you. Andy, please don't be so polite with me, Gu Wensi responded, turning to Lu Jinbai. Come on, let me show you the place. Lu Jinbai glanced at him. His tone indifferent. No need, I don't mind the distance. But you have to get up early in the morning and still handle work tonight. Staying up late will worry Uncle and Annie. Just listen. Don't let them worry, Gu Wensi insisted. Lu's parents immediately supported him. Yes, yes. Be obedient and stay with Xiao Wan for a few nights. Left with no choice, Lu Jinbai could only nod in agreement. Gu Wensi turned to Wan Jiao and said, Brother-in-law, I'll go with you to pick up my sister tomorrow, since I'm free. He then bid farewell to Lu's parents. Uncle, Annie, we're leaving now. Someone will bring dinner over tonight, so don't go out to buy anything. All right. The two of them left the hospital room while playfully tugging at each other. Lu's mother stood up to pour Lu's father a glass of water, smiling as she remarked, Jinbai is truly fortunate to have such a good friend like Xiaowen. Indeed, this child is kind-hearted and perceptive. He takes care of us, Lu's father agreed. Wan Jiao observed the couple, hesitant to speak. Mom, Dad, don't you think he is a bit too good to us? Lu's mother pondered for a moment. It does seem a bit excessive. I always feel he has ulterior motives, Wan Jiao added. Lu's mother laughed lightly. If Jinbai were a girl, I might think he had a crush on Jinbai. Hence his kindness to us. But Jinbai is a boy. This is purely brotherly affection. Don't you understand? Wan Jiao opened his mouth, wanting to share what he had seen at the stairway, but the words caught in his throat. He found it difficult to voice. Forget it. Let it be for now. Speak your mind. Don't hesitate, urged Lu's father, noticing something amiss. No, it's nothing. Wan Jia concealed the truth. Meanwhile, Gu Wensi had brought Lu Jinbai to his residence, a villa with a yard featuring a serene pond and a grand swimming pool at the back. Shall we swim tonight? Gu Wensi proposed. Lu Jinbai's eyes lit up as he gazed at the pool. Sure, but I can't swim. I'll teach you, Gu Wensi responded, gesturing towards the dining area. Let us eat first. The takeout has arrived. As Lu Jinbai approached the table, he surveyed the array of dishes and frowned. Are you sure this is enough for just the two of us? I thought these dishes looked delicious and wanted you to try them too. They're far too much. It's such a waste. Next time, I'll order less. You wouldn't order this much for my parents, would you? Gu Wensi chuckled. I ordered even more for them. There are many of us over there. Lu Jinbai grimaced. You young master, are you trying to make them burst? Gu Wensi moved closer, sitting beside him on the sofa. Of course not. They are family too. Let's focus on eating, Lu Jinbai insisted, pushing him away. Unfazed, Gu Wensi filled Lu Jinbai's plate with various dishes. Here, try this. The dinner lasted nearly an hour. Afterward, Gu Wensi handed him a pair of swim trunks. Put these on. Lu Jinbai examined them, his brow furrowing. The trunks were exceedingly short, leaving him questioning their ability to provide adequate coverage. Do you typically wear such revealing attire? Your taste is quite peculiar. Gu Wensi leaned in closer, whispering, I bought these just yesterday, tailored to your size, fitting perfectly. Lu Jinbai shot him a disapproving glance. So, your invitation for me to stay here was entirely purposeful? Gu Wensi remained silent, removing his shirt and casually discarding his underwear, standing unabashedly before him. Would you prefer to change here or in the bathroom? Who acts like you? So shameless. Lu Jinbai averted his gaze. I only do this in front of you, Gu Wensi replied with a smile. Lu Jinbai, disinterested in further conversation, snatched the swim trunks and retreated to the room. Moments later, he emerged slowly, bare-chested, his skin slightly flushed, and wearing the swim trunks that barely covered half of his backside. Gu Wensi's gaze intensified, raw and unrestrained, as if he wished to strip the swim trunks away. Feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Lu Jinbai turned to leave. I suddenly don't want to learn anymore. I need to deal with some work. It's fine, just learn for a bit. It won't interfere with your work, Gu Wensi said, extending his long arm to hoist Lu Jinbai onto his shoulder, striding towards the pool. What are you doing? I said I'm not learning. Lu Jinbai struggled against him. Stay still, Gu Wensi commanded, delivering a sharp smack to his backside that echoed clearly. Lu Jinbai's ears flushed crimson, his resolve weakening. Gu Wensi gently lowered him into the water, which exceeded his waist, causing Lu Jinbai to instinctively grip Gu Wensi's arm, his body pressing closer. Why is the water so deep? Gu Wensi's expression subtly altered as he forcefully suppressed the urge to pin him down. Softening his voice, he said, relax slowly. Do not be afraid. I am right beside you and will not let you drown. Lu Jinbai gradually eased his tension, attempting to inch forward. Yet, as he ventured a few steps ahead, the slippery bottom caused him to stumble. Before his startled gasp could escape, Gu Wensi firmly grasped his waist. Lu Jinbai quickly steadied himself, feeling the slickness beneath. Gu Wensi chuckled lightly, his arm encircling Lu Jinbai's waist. Don't move around too much. I will guide you. With that, he gently supported Lu Jinbai's waist, slowly retreating, allowing the warm water to rise to Lu Jinbai's chest. Patiently, Gu Wensi meticulously broke down the swimming strokes and the power of leg kicks, guiding him step by step, even practicing the rhythm of breathing and taking turns several times. In less than an hour, Lu Jinbai was able to release his grip and splash out a short distance on his own, wiping the water from his face. His eyes sparkled with delight. The water feels so refreshing. Chapter 70. The young prince of the capital circle, he has come to entangle. Gu Wensi swam with a smile to the opposite side of the pool, turned around swiftly, and soon returned to Lu Jinbai's side. When I was feeling down, I like to swim here. However, I haven't returned in quite some time. Since going abroad, it has been 3 years. Lu Jinbai climbed out of the pool, sitting at the edge with his fair feet gently stirring the water, splashing droplets around. If I buy a house in the future, I must have a swimming pool like this. I can unwind a bit after work every day. Gu Wensi emerged from the pool, sitting beside him, leaning closely against Lu Jinbai. Do you like it here? Well, it's all right. If you like it, I'll give it to you. You can come to live here whenever you wish. I can transfer the property into your name. Lu Jinbai turned to him, his tone distant. This is your residence. Why would I take something that belongs to you for no reason? What is mine will be yours in the future. I'm also yours. Gu Wensi's gaze grew increasingly fervent, warming Lu Jinbai's cheeks. Instantly, he stood up. I need to handle some work. You can swim by yourself. Gu Wensi watched his retreating figure, glancing down at himself with a resigned frown. How could he possess so little self-control? Back in the bedroom, Lu Jinbai changed into the new loungewear Gu Wensi had prepared for him, which also belonged to Gu Wensi and had never been worn. The clothing was slightly oversized. He rolled the sleeves up twice, and the pants were also a bit long, sitting cross-legged on the bed. He opened his laptop and modified the draft images for the payment that Xiao Feng and others had submitted, sending them to the designated email. Just as he was about to conclude his work, Gu Wensi entered with several sheets of draft paper. Lu, have you finished? Yes, is there something you need? I've just designed a pattern for a watch. Take a look and see what you think. Gu Wensi sat beside him, almost pressing against him. Lu Jinbai shifted slightly, taking the papers. The strap design on the paper was intricate. He had to admit that Gu Wensi was indeed intelligent and gifted in design. It's good. Let us proceed with this concept. Gu Wensi caught a glimpse of the couple's ring design on Lu Jinbai's computer screen and curiously asked, who designed this? What is wrong? Is it unattractive? Lu Jinbai promptly shut his laptop, preventing him from viewing any further. Gu Wensi leaned closer with a smile, inquiring, did you draw this? Is there something wrong with it? As expected of the head of the design department, the sketches are splendid. With a hint of perplexity in his tone, Gu Wensi asked why this proposal had not been submitted. Lu Jinbai opened his computer again for a fleeting glance, his voice tinged with uncertainty. You cannot be speaking in jest, can you? Of course not, Gu Wensi laughed. Why do you lack confidence? Your designs surpass mine by far, truly. Hearing this, Lu Jinbai felt a slight lift in his spirits. He closed the laptop and set it aside, a touch of arrogance in his demeanor, as you say, I am aware. But it's late. I must retire for the night. With that, he lay down, clearly indicating for Gu Wensi to leave. However, the latter shamelessly edged closer. Shall we sleep together? Don't make me kick you. Lu Jinbai retaliated with a swift kick. Gu Wensi took the hit, clutching his lower body and wincing in pain. Ah, that hurts. What are you pretending for? I wasn't even rough, Lu Jinbai replied. It genuinely hurts. Seeing Gu Wensi's face pale, which seemed sincere rather than feigned, Lu Jinbai quickly pulled his hand away. What did I kick you? Gu Wensi grasped his hand, pulling it beneath the covers. Right here, it hurts. Please rub it. Lu Jinbai froze, his hand inadvertently resting in that area, feeling it gradually grow warmer. Realizing he had been deceived, he was about to kick again when Gu Wensi seized his foot, pinning it down with a leg. I promise I won't misbehave. It'll just be a simple sleep. With a softened tone, Gu Wensi added, all the other guest rooms are unkempt. Lu Jinbai, gritting his teeth, conceded, then keep your distance, don't come too close. All right, I promise not to crowd you. Gu Wensi cheerfully released him and shifted to the edge of the bed. Lu Jinbai turned his back, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Gu Wensi gazed at the back of his head, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. The next morning, Lu Jinbai awoke in Gu Wensi's embrace. Without a second thought, he kicked Gu Wensi off the bed. Gu Wensi, rubbing his backside as he stood up with tousled hair, looked at him in bewilderment. Bye-bye. Why did you kick me? That hurt. Why the sudden anger so early? Didn't you say you wouldn't come near me? How'd I end up in your arms? Lu Jinbai accused, his face a mask of indignation. Gu Wensi defended himself with a chuckle. I didn't take your space. I slept by the edge of the bed. You rolled into my arms while sleeping all unsteadily. How could you turn the tables on me? Lu Jinbai continued to frown, his expression fierce, yet with his messy hair, he appeared rather soft. He felt an urge to kiss. As if compelled by his thoughts, he moved in closer. Lu Jinbai recoiled, wariness etched across his features. What are you attempting? I wish to kiss you. Before Lu Jinbai could react, Gu Wensi pulled him into an embrace, securing his hands with one and wrapping his other arm around his waist. Leaning in to press his lips against Lu Jinbai's. Completely subdued, Lu Jinbai could do nothing but allow the actions to unfold. Throughout the morning, the bedroom echoed with fragmented sighs. At the dining table, Lu Jinbai wore a grim expression. During the kiss, he had inexplicably responded without realizing it. What was wrong with his mind? Why had he instinctively reciprocated? He now felt a tumult of emotions in his mind. Reluctantly admitting that he had indeed experienced a moment of comfort earlier, to the extent that he found himself wanting Gu Wensi to continue. Was he truly unwell? The more he pondered, the more agitated and vexed he became. Master, I believe you have already succumbed. The voice of Xiao Jiu echoed in his mind. Nonsense. How could I possibly be fond of a man? My affections lie with women. Yet the one with whom you have shared intimacy is indeed a man. And you clearly displayed a look of enjoyment this morning. Xiao Jiu's voice was soft and gentle. Otherwise, Gu Wensi would not be so audacious with you. Lu Jinbai found himself at a loss for words. Has the mission of the protagonists utterly failed? Did you not already know? If you have nothing constructive to say, perhaps you should refrain from speaking altogether. Lu Jinbai retorted irritably. Master, while the protagonist cannot proceed, the primary mission has been accomplished. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinbai's melancholic mood slightly improved. The system attached to Gu Qian has been absorbed and digested by me. He will no longer have any emotional exchanges with the female lead, who has already departed MA. Lu Jinbai paused before asking Xiao Jiu. Now that the main task is completed, what shall I do next? Of course, you shall venture into the next world. Xiao Jiu's voice brimmed with excitement. The thought of entering the next world, however, left Lu Jinbai feeling inexplicably glum. At that moment, Gu Wensi approached with breakfast. I have prepared 8 treasure porridge. Eat a little to settle your stomach. The buns will be ready shortly. It was warm, just right for consumption at that moment. Lu Jinbai gazed at him, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Gu Wensi assumed he had overstepped that morning and quickly sat beside him, attempting to soothe him. Bye-bye. I promise I won't lose control like that again, all right? Or perhaps you could hit me to release some frustration. He leaned in close. offer his cheek for a few playful slaps. Who would be willing to strike you? Lu Jinbai turned away. Go away. I'm hungry. He lowered his head to sip from the bowl of 8 treasure porridge, while Gu Wensi affectionately ruffled his hair before returning to the kitchen. From the kitchen, his voice carried over. I steamed plenty of buns. I'll take some to the hospital later for Uncle and Annie to taste. By the way, I made a large batch of 8 treasure porridge. Annie loves it, so I'll take some for her too. Lu Jinbai looked towards the kitchen, inwardly questioning Xiao Jiao. What will happen to this body if I leave this world? Xiao Jiao discerned his turmoil and reluctance. Responding candidly, it will face an untimely demise. Perhaps through an accident, drowning, or some other unforeseen circumstance that ends its life. What will happen to them if I leave this way? Lu Jinbai could not suppress the thought. Would Gu Wensi be heartbroken? Would he be devastated? Would Lu's father and the others feel sorrow? It seemed too cruel to them. Xiao Jiao countered. You are reluctant to part with them, are you not? This time does not constitute a failure of the mission, hence you have 2 choices. Lu Jinbai immediately inquired. What are the options? The first option is to leave this world through an unexpected demise, proceeding to the next realm. The second option is to remain in this body and live until natural death. Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow and stubbornly replied, I haven't had enough of life yet. This place is quite delightful. No need to persuade me. If it's up to you, then I choose option 2. Xiao Jiao responded, all right, my lord. I wish you a joyful and healthy life ahead. After a pause, he added, by the way, if you wish to engage in those morning activities with Gu Wensi, that's also permissible. Lu Jinbai's face instantly flushed crimson, mentally scolding Xiao Jiao. Are you not busy? I've completed my task. You have no further business here, right? I demand that you elevate my ranking in the next world. Xiao Jiao whimpered, my lord. How could you be so harsh? Withdraw. Understood. Xiao Jiao reluctantly fell silent. Lu Jinbai's mood brightened immediately, and he lowered his head to devour the 8 treasure kanji. Gu Wensi entered the hospital ward alongside Lu Jinbai, carrying a lunchbox and a tote bag. Upon seeing the kanji and buns he brought, Lu's mother smiled and inquired, You can make buns too? Yes, I just learned. Though they may not look very appealing. I hope you won't mind, uncle and aunt. Lu's father took a bite of a bun and waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean not appealing? They look better than those sold outside. Lu Jinbai sat on the sofa, watching Gu Wensi bustle about in front of his parents, peeling apples, fetching water, and engaging them in cheerful conversation, to the point that Lu's mother nearly regarded him as a son. At that moment, Gu Wensi turned to Wan Jiao and said, Shall we go pick up the eldest sister now? She should be arriving soon. Oh, certainly. Wan Jiao immediately stood up. Before leaving, Gu Wensi turned to Lu Jinbai, his tone gentle, I'll be back shortly. Lu Jinbai felt that Wan Jiao's gaze upon him was peculiar. Yet he couldn't pinpoint the reason. He merely cautioned, Drive carefully, my sister's train might be delayed. Understood. Gu Wensi and Wan Jiao exited the hospital and made their way to the parking lot. In truth, he initially intended for Lu Jinbai's sister to fly over for convenience and time efficiency, but Lu's father had already purchased train tickets, so he did not press the matter further. After half an hour of driving, Gu Wensi arrived outside the train station, where Wan Jiao stood on tiptoe, scanning the crowd emerging from the station. After a while, he excitedly waved his hand. Over here. Jinyu. He dashed over. Gu Wensi looked on as a young girl, pushing a suitcase, embraced Wan Jiao. This girl bore a resemblance to Lu Jinbai. This is Gu Wensi, Shaowen. Dad's attending physician is the one who helped arrange this. He's been quite busy. Wan Jiao introduced her. Lu Jinyu had a slightly darker complexion, yet her features were delicate, resembling Lu Jinbai, albeit not as fair. In their childhood, family members often remarked that they had been born into the wrong genders. Lu Jinbai's skin was tender, impervious to tanning, while she would darken several shades with just a bit of sun exposure. I often hear Jiao speak of you. I truly appreciate all you've done for my father's situation. Lu Jinyu said politely. Gu Wensi shook his head. Sister Jinyu, please don't be so formal with me. Given my relationship with Bai, assisting with these matters is only natural. Wan Jiao listened quietly beside them, closing his mouth in silence. Lu Jinyu cheerfully squeezed past Wan Jiao and approached Gu Wensi. You seem quite young. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Would you be interested in dating someone? Wan Jiao quickly pulled her back, whispering, "What are you introducing people for? Does he even need a partner?" Lu Jinyue shot him a glance. "What if he does?" However, Gu Wenxi smiled and replied, "No, I have someone I like." "Huh? That's a pity," Lu Jinyue sighed. "But anyone you like must be exceptionally remarkable and beautiful, right?" "Yes. He is very outstanding, quite handsome, and also very adorable." Wan Jiao interjected. "The person he likes is your brother." Seated in the back of the car, Wan Jiao and Lu Jinyue quickly became acquainted with Gu Wenxi during the ride. "My brother is your superior?" "Yes, I have to call him President Lu at the company." Lu Jinyue covered her mouth and laughed. "Is that so? My brother is so capable. Hasn't he mentioned anything about work?" Gu Wenxi asked. Lu Jinyue's smile gradually faded as she nodded. "My brother rarely comes home since university. His personality is rather aloof, and he isn't close to us." He did not perceive Lu Jinbai as detached. Rather, he felt that Lu Jinbai cared quite a bit about Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. Though Lu Jinbai appeared indifferent, he was deeply concerned about his family and friends. "By the way, is my brother fierce at work?" Lu Jinwen inquired again. Gu Wenxi nodded. "He used to be quite fierce. Everyone in our department was afraid of him and secretly gave him nicknames." "Oh, what was it?" Lu Jinwen asked curiously. "Devil Lu. They said he resembled a demon, always sending everyone's drafts back for revisions." "My brother is surprisingly strict?" "That was in the past. He isn't like that anymore." His tone softened. "I quite like his current working style." Wan Jiao, listening intently, had much to say to Lu Jinwe. Lu Jinwe smiled. "Having you as a friend is truly his fortune. It's a blessing for him to know you." Gu Wenxi shook his head, his expression gentle. "Knowing him is my fortune." Lu Jinwe glanced at Gu Wenxi, sensing a subtle change in his tone. He seemed overly indulgent towards her brother. Upon arriving at the hospital, they headed straight to the ward. As soon as Lu Jinwe entered, her face lit up with surprise. "Dad, you have such a nice room. It's even more luxurious than my home." Father Lu chuckled, his voice filled with happiness. "It's all arranged by Xiaowen." "Thank you so much." Lu Jinwe promptly expressed her gratitude to Gu Wenxi again. "It's nothing. It's what I should do," Gu Wenxi replied, glancing around but not seeing Lu Jinbai. He inquired, "Where's Bai?" Mother Lu smiled and explained, "Tomorrow, your Uncle Lu is having surgery. You want to ask Director Lin about the details? Just left a little while ago." "I'll go check on him," Gu Wenxi said as he turned and walked out of the ward. Once he was far enough away, Lu Jinwe leaned closer to her parents and whispered, "Mom, Dad, don't you think Gu Wenxi is a bit too good to my brother?" Mother Lu nodded, naturally responding, "He is indeed quite attentive. In the future, we should have Jinbai mentor him more at the company." Suddenly, Wan Jiao seized Lu Jinwe by the arm, urging her to follow him. "Come, let us procure some fruit. You can go alone. Why must you drag me along?" Lu Jinwe, bemused, accompanied him nonetheless. Meanwhile, Lu Jinbai had just exited the director's office when he collided with Gu Wenxi. "Has my sister arrived?" Lu Jinbai inquired first. Gu Wenxi nodded, his gaze fixated on Lu Jinbai. "What did Director Lin say?" "Merely some preoperative and postoperative precautions," Lu Jinbai replied, his tone calm, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated concern. "Do not overthink it. These are standard procedures," Gu Wenxi gently reassured him. Lu Jinbai raised his gaze to meet his, grappling with his thoughts before finally expressing, "You woke up early this morning and drove to the train station to pick someone up. Perhaps you should return home to rest?" Gu Wenxi instantly smiled, stepping closer, nearly invading his personal space. "Are you concerned for me?" Lu Jinbai looked up, only to find himself ensnared in the brilliance of Gu Wenxi's starry eyes, which brimmed with unmistakable affection, causing his heart to race. "Xiaowen?" At that moment, a middle-aged woman clad in a white coat approached. She had spotted Gu Wenxi leaning closely to a striking young man, and the proximity suggested an unspoken intimacy, prompting her to frown. Gu Wenxi swiftly withdrew his familiar demeanor, introducing Lu Jinbai with ease. "This is my aunt, Rong Ling." He then turned to Rong Ling, stating plainly, "He is Lu Jinbai, the object of my affections." Upon hearing this, both were taken aback. Lu Jinbai was astonished that Gu Wenxi would so openly disclose their relationship to his family, while Rong Ling was shocked to discover that her relative's romantic interest was a male. What? You too? Rong Ling stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Director Rong, you two continue your conversation. I must take my leave, Lu Jinbai exclaimed, unable to endure the tension any longer, and fled as if pursued by a ferocious beast. Gu Wensi sighed in resignation, watching Lu Jinbai's retreating figure before turning to the still-dazed Rong Ling aunt. How might one win the affection of someone they cherish? Are you serious? You're not jesting with me, are you? Gu Wensi replied earnestly. Rong Ling clutched her chest and turned to leave. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Upon returning to her office, she immediately retrieved her phone, not to contact anyone individually, but to initiate a group video call in a chat titled Rong Family. This matter was of such magnitude that it warranted a family discussion. The first to answer was Grandmother Rong and Grandfather Rong, their faces appearing on the screen. What is going on? You're interrupting my drama. Next came the eldest brother, Rong Ting, a man in his 40s clad in a suit, seated at a desk. Speak quickly. I'm busy. Just a moment. I'm waiting for my little sister. Rong Ling pressed, stifling her anxiety. Before long, Rong Xia joined the call, glancing at the family on screen with a teasing smile. What is the occasion today? Why are we having a family video conference out of the blue? Rong Ling, her face alight with astonishment, began. I just saw Xiao when at the hospital. But before she could finish, Rong Ting interrupted. He immediately furrowed his brows, his voice laced with concern. What happened to him? How could he end up in the hospital? Grandma Rong, equally anxious, pressed on. Oh dear, what has happened to my precious grandson? You must prepare yourselves mentally. Do not frighten him. Rong Ling took a deep breath before daring to voice his thoughts. He is currently pursuing a boy. I witnessed them close together. Xiaowen was almost entirely leaning against him. The way that boy looked at him was simply overwhelming. Sister, please don't get agitated, Rong Ling attempted to add, but was interrupted by Rong Xia's laughter. Rong Xia chuckled. I'm already aware of this matter. What? Rong Ting's face instantly darkened, his tone filled with anger. You know, and yet you do not restrain him? What kind of mother are you? Grandma Rong immediately rebuked Rong Ting through the screen. Why are you being so fierce? Do you seek a fight? What is wrong with my grandson liking boys? What era are we living in, you old relic? Rong Ting was momentarily at a loss for words. Mom, he likes a man. Do you think that is normal? Absolutely. Grandma Rong replied without hesitation. As long as it is my dear grandson's choice, it does not matter whether it is a boy or a girl. His happiness is what matters. Rong Xia chimed in. I share the same sentiment. Besides, that boy is particularly wonderful. You will surely like him when you meet him. Sister, do you not find him handsome and his personality quite charming? Rong Ling nodded in agreement. He is indeed exquisite, even more so than the average girl. And his character is quite agreeable. Grandpa Rong waved his hand dismissively and stated matter-of-factly, all right, enough of this. Let us end this conversation. If Xiaowen likes him, then he should pursue him. If he fails, then it is his own inadequacy. Don't expect to come see me afterward. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyue was staring at Wan Jiao in disbelief. What did you just say? Jinbai and Gu Wensi? Wan Jiao, feeling uneasy, bit his lip and nodded. They share that kind of relationship. No way. Lu Jinyue immediately shook her head, her voice filled with skepticism. Xiaowen is wealthy, comes from a good family, and is a local from the capital. He is handsome, the type girls adore. How could he possibly be interested in Jinbai, a boy? Did you perhaps misinterpret something? Two boys being close isn't unusual, right? Chapter 73. The young prince of the capital, he has become attached. But they're not merely close, Wan Jiao hastened to explain. I even saw Gu Wensi kiss Jinbai. That cannot be true. Lu Jinyue remained unconvinced, asserting, they must have been just playing around. Didn't you and your childhood friend often play like that? You even had your arms around each other. Wan Jiao replied. Their closeness is not comparable to mere playful antics. Throughout their journey, Lu Jinyue repeatedly cautioned Wan Jiao not to speak carelessly or let her imagination run wild. The two returned to the hospital room, and upon entering, they saw Gu Wensi peeling an apple for Lu Dad. He did not pause after finishing one, picking up another and directly handing it to Lu Jinbai. Lu Jinyue observed the pair, pondering, this cannot be. Her brother is indeed handsome, but he is still a boy. She leaned closer, teasingly asking Lu Jinbai, Jinbai, Do you receive much attention from girls at the office? Lu Jinbai shook his head, his tone unruffled. I haven't noticed. I am usually preoccupied with work and do not move about the office much. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Zhou Jin and Su Su entered, carrying a fruit basket. Mr. Lu, I only learned about my uncle's hospitalization yesterday, and today I happened to accompany Minister Zhou to pay a visit. Su Su spoke first, then turned to greet the others politely. Hello, everyone. I am a friend of Mr. Lu. Zhou Jin smiled and added, glancing at Mr. and Mrs. Lu. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Seeing two such beautiful young women arrive, Mrs. Lu immediately took the fruit basket from their hands with warmth, exclaiming, You are too kind. It's no trouble. Mr. Lu has helped me considerably in my work. Zhou Jin replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Jinhua subtly glanced at Gu Wenxi, only to find his earlier smile had vanished, replaced by a cold expression as he sat in silence. Lu Jinbai rose and addressed the two. Please, have a seat. Mr. Lu, may we step outside for a moment? I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Su Su said, looking at Lu Jinbai. All right, let us step out. Lu Jinbai nodded and followed Su Su out of the hospital room. Inside, Gu Wenxi quietly clenched his fists, his expression visibly darkening, resembling someone who felt abandoned. Lu Jinhua began to believe Wan Jia's previous words. A woman's intuition told her that Gu Wenxi must harbor feelings for her brother. It appeared that her brother might have a bit of a rogue streak. In the hospital corridor, Lu Jinbai and Su Su sat on a bench. Mr. Lu, I have left MA and will no longer pursue any connection with Mr. Gu, Su Su stated. I'm glad to hear that. What are your plans now? Lu Jinbai inquired. A glimmer of aspiration shone in Su Su's eyes. I plan to open a restaurant, and I am currently in the preparatory stages. I want to earn a good living to support my family, and once I have the means, I will bring my family to live in the big city. Lu Jinbai smiled and wished her well. I wish you prosperous business and abundant wealth. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Su Su replied sincerely. You have helped me see many things clearly and realize how foolish I was before. Now I understand that living well is the least I can do to repay Mr. Gu. He has spared our family. Lu Jinbai smiled brightly. It's wonderful that you think this way. Master, this line is now fully completed. Xiao Jiu's excited voice echoed in Lu Jinbai's mind. Feeling lighthearted, Lu Jinbai responded internally. Xiao Jiu, you need not log on for now. I wish to indulge myself for a bit. Understood, I will log off now. Upon Lu Jinbai's return to the hospital room, Zhou Jin had already departed. He turned to Lu Jinhua and said, Sister, I will take you back to my place. We can come back tomorrow morning. Lu Jinhua nodded. All right, just let your brother-in-law stay here. I need to go home to shower and change. What about Gu Wenxi? Has he left? He took a call a moment ago and left. He must have something to attend to, Mrs. Lu replied. Lu Jinbai exchanged greetings with Mr. and Mrs. Lu before taking Lu Jinhua back to his residence. Sister, you can sleep in a room where Mom stayed last. I have already tidied it up, he said as he opened the door. Once inside, Lu Jinhua pulled him down onto the sofa and sat across from him on a small stool, her expression serious. What's wrong? Lu Jinbai looked at her in confusion. I have something to ask you. Lu Jinbai furrowed his brows and remarked, It is quite late now. Have you not grown weary from your prolonged train journey? By the way, I have procured a gift for Xiao Bao, which I have placed in the room for you to peruse. That is of little consequence. Lu Jinhua interjected, her gaze fixed upon him. I shall pose but one question. What is the nature of your relationship with Gu Wenxi? Lu Jinbai paused momentarily, taken aback by the inquiry, before responding. What have you discerned? I perceive that Gu Wenxi's gaze toward you is rather peculiar, Lu Jinhua continued. His look is undeniably that of a couple deeply in love. Just moments ago, when I observed you departing with that girl, his eyes were devoid of warmth. And yet he claims to harbor no feelings for you? Leaning back against the sofa, Lu Jinbai responded nonchalantly. I never stated that he has no feelings for me. What? Lu Jinhua's eyes widened in astonishment as she pressed on. So, what is the current status of your relationship? Surely you have not progressed to that level? Who takes the lead in your encounters? As the conversation unfolded, Lu Jinbai's face flushed deeper with each question, and he hastily rose to his feet, exclaiming, What are you talking about? We have not been intimate. I shall retire to my room now. Observing his flustered retreat, Lu Jinyue nodded knowingly. There was no need for further inquiry. It was evident that her brother was indeed the more submissive partner. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Lu Jinbai accompanied Lu Jinyue to the hospital. To their surprise, Gu Wensi had arrived even earlier and had already prepared breakfast. Uncle is scheduled for surgery shortly, and these items are not suitable for consumption, Gu Wensi explained. Glancing at Lu's father, after your operation, I shall prepare you some 8 treasure porridge and millet congee. Lu's father beamed with delight, nodding repeatedly. That sounds wonderful. I shall look forward to it. As Lu Jinyue and Lu Jinbai entered, their mother waved them over. Jinyue, Jinbai, you have not had breakfast yet, have you? Come quickly. Shawan has brought quite a feast. Lu Jinyue looked at the table laden with buns, congee, sandwiches, milk, and juice, her eyes widening in surprise. Did Shawan prepare all this? Not purchased, but all made by him. Wan Jiao chimed in while enjoying a bun. And I must say, Shawan's culinary skills are exceptional. These buns were a special recipe he learned. Their flavor is remarkable. Lu Jinyue immediately shot him a glare, her tone laced with disdain. Look at how capable Shawan is, and then at you. All you do is eat. Wan Jiao retorted, Chapter 74. The young prince of the capital. He has become entangled. Gu Wensi then turned to Lu Jinbai, his voice gentle. Would you prefer buns or a sandwich? Lu Jinbai shook his head. I'm not hungry. Even if you're not, you should at least have a bowl of congee. Gu Wensi promptly served him a bowl of warm millet congee. Watching this interaction, Lu Jinyue felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Gu Wensi was exceptionally kind to her brother. Even if her brother were to marry a woman in the future, it was unlikely that she could match this level of care. What of loving a man? As long as two individuals genuinely cherish one another, their gender is of no consequence. Wan Jiao noticed her expression and leaned in to whisper, Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? Lu Jinyue, however, wore a smile reminiscent of a doting aunt and replied, Don't you think they make a delightful pair? At 8 o'clock, Lu's father was wheeled into the operating room, and everyone awaited anxiously outside. It wasn't until 1 in the afternoon that the doors swung open, heralding the success of the surgery. A month later, Lu Jinbai was pulled from the car by Gu Wensi, who, while tugging him along, reassured him, Do not be anxious. My grandmother and grandfather are remarkably amiable. But Lu Jinbai protested, pulling his hand away in confusion. Why are you taking me to your home when I suddenly have a stomachache? I need to go to the hospital. Gu Wensi embraced him from behind, his tone softening. Bye-bye, you wouldn't mind if we engaged in that sort of activity, would you? We've shared a bed countless times, and just yesterday, you complimented my skills. Lu Jinbai spun around abruptly, covering his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment. Be quiet. Gu Wensi gently lowered Lu Jinbai's hand and placed a tender kiss on his lips. All right, you don't mind. He then added, with a hint of vulnerability, I just want you to feel responsible for me. Is that too much to ask? I lack security and fear that one day you might abandon me. Seeing Lu Jinbai remain silent, he softened his approach, coaxing bye-bye. We're already here. Why not sit for a while? If you feel uncomfortable, we can leave immediately. All right? Lu Jinbai, meeting his earnest gaze, nodded reluctantly fine. Gu Wensi's face lit up with a smile as he turned to open the trunk, retrieving a carefully prepared gift. When did you prepare this? Lu Jinbai asked in surprise. I got it ready a few days ago, Gu Wensi replied, taking Lu Jinbai's hand. You should have mentioned it. I should have been the one to buy these, Lu Jinbai remarked. Gu Wensi chuckled, tightening his grip. It doesn't matter. Lu Jinbai shook off his hand, lowering his voice to remind him, This is your home. Could you please be a bit more discreet? I'll do my best, Gu Wensi said, amusement dancing in his eyes. The two walked side by side into the Rong household. Upon entering, Lu Jinbai froze, taken aback by the multitude of family members gathered, their eyes fixed upon him, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, please don't be so formal. Gu Wensi quickly set down the gifts and pulled Lu Jinbai closer. You're frightening him. He then turned to Lu Jinbai, explaining, There are quite a few people at my grandmother's house. Lu Jinbai discreetly withdrew his hand, standing tall, striving to appear composed. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandpa. I am Lu Jinbai. He added, I'm 25 this year, with no bad habits, and I maintain a regular schedule. My work performance is satisfactory, consistently meeting monthly targets. No sooner had he finished speaking than a muffled giggle erupted from Rong Fei and a few younger cousins, who were stifling their laughter. Lu Jinbai remarked, "Why does it sound like I'm in a job interview?" Silence. Gu Wensi shot back with a glare scram. "This is none of your business." Rong Fei stuck out her tongue and quickly led her siblings away. Rong Grandma, her eyes twinkling with delight, approached Lu Jinbai, taking his hand. "Oh, so this is Bye-Bye? You're truly handsome. Grandma likes you." Grandfather Rong, beaming with delight, presented a gift with sincere enthusiasm. "Come here, child. This is a token of our first meeting," he said, handing Lu Jinbai a box made of precious golden silk Nama wood. Lu Jinbai glanced at Gu Wensi, feeling slightly uneasy about accepting such a gift. However, Gu Wensi promptly intervened, saying, "I'll take it for Bye-Bye." Grandmother Rong then produced a box even larger than Grandfather Rong's, exclaiming that hers was indeed bigger. Meanwhile, Rong Ting and Rong Ling each gifted Lu Jinbai a red envelope, which felt generously thick, suggesting a substantial monetary gift. Lu Jinbai felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that all these gifts had been thoughtfully prepared by Gu Wensi, while he had arrived empty-handed, yet was receiving so much. At that moment, Rong Xia approached with a platter of fruit. "Bye-Bye. Come and enjoy some fruit," she called out. Lu Jinbai nodded and moved over, but before Gu Wensi could sit beside him, he was playfully nudged out by Grandmother Rong. "Can Bye-Bye play mahjong?" she inquired. "No," he replied. "That's fine. After dinner, Grandma will teach you," Rong Xia teased, adding, "You just want to win Bye-Bye's money, don't you? If he loses, let Xiaowen pay up. That way, there's no cost to you," Gu Wensi interjected, raising his hand. "Bye-Bye doesn't like to play this game, so I'll join you for mahjong later." He moved to pull Lu Jinbai closer, concerned about his comfort. To Gu Wensi's surprise, Lu Jinbai brushed off his hand and smiled at Grandmother Rong, who said, "I don't like to play. I find it quite interesting, as Grandma described. I'll learn from her." Grandmother Rong beamed with joy, her face lighting up with wrinkles. "Wonderful." Gu Wensi watched Lu Jinbai and Grandmother Rong share laughter, feeling a genuine happiness swell within him, his gaze filled with affection. How could his Bye-Bye be so delightful? After dinner, Lu Jinbai and Gu Wensi departed the Rong household at 10 o'clock. Lu's father had been discharged from the hospital and was recuperating at Lu Jinbai's residence with his mother. Wan Jia had returned to her hometown to care for the children, leaving Lu Jinwei to stay behind. On the way, Lu Jinbai sent a message to Lu Jinwei, informing her that he would not be returning that night. Her response was nearly instantaneous. "Okay, received. Mom and Dad don't know yet, so take your time." Lu Jinbai looked at his screen, his lips twitching slightly. Gu Wensi, driving, caught a glimpse of his expression and softly asked, "Are you tired? When we get back, you should take a nice bath and rest early." "I'm not going to my house," Lu Jinbai calmly interrupted. Gu Wensi was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, then where are we going?" "To yours." Gu Wensi's grip tightened on the steering wheel. This was the first time Lu Jinbai had actively suggested going to his place. He swallowed hard, his voice husky. "All right." As the car pulled into Gu Wensi's villa and came to a halt, he immediately took Lu Jinbai's hand, leading him inside. Upon entering, Gu Wensi wrapped his arms around Lu Jinbai's waist and leaned down to kiss him. They became entwined from the entrance all the way to the bedroom on the second floor. Afterward, Gu Wensi carried Lu Jinbai to the bathroom for a bath, but his desire was insatiable, and they indulged once more. The next morning, Lu Jinbai emerged from the office and turned to Qian Xiaofeng and the others, proclaiming, "I have wonderful news to share. Our design department has secured first place in this competition." Gu Wensi immediately looked up at him, his eyes sparkling with joy. "How much is the prize?" "Not merely a bonus," Lu Jinbai added. "Our design department's total sales have increased by 10 percentage points this month." 10 billion? Qian widened his eyes, uncertainly inquiring. "Indeed, 10 billion. Ah, how wonderful." The office erupted in jubilant excitement, with everyone embracing one another. Lu Jinbai, smiling, remarked, "Calm down. I will organize a dinner tonight to treat everyone." However, Qian Xiaofeng shook his head. "President Lu, that won't do. We had already agreed to visit your uncle at your home tonight. Exactly. Chao Xiang concurred. Last month, when your uncle underwent surgery, you were absent from the company, and we were so busy that we didn't have the chance to visit. Qi Yin nodded in agreement. We all discussed it and decided to go see your uncle tonight. Gu Wenxi stood up and naturally approached Lu Jinbai. Then I shall join as well. Upon arriving at Lu Jinbai's residence, they placed the gifts on the coffee table and began introducing themselves. Hello, Uncle and Annie, we are President Lu's team, and we apologize for not visiting you last month. Lu's father waved his hand with a smile, urging them to sit down. Shaowen has washed the fruit, which your Annie Lu purchased this morning. Gu Wenxi headed to the kitchen. All right. Chao Xiang and Li Xiao exchanged glances, surprised at how familiar Gu Wenxi seemed in President Lu's home. Lu's father observed the ease with which Gu Wenxi interacted with them. Lu Jinyue and Lu's mother returned from outside, and, upon seeing the design department staff visiting Lu's father, quickly greeted them. Lu Jinbai went to the kitchen, where Gu Wenxi, wearing an apron, was chopping vegetables. What are we having today? It's all your favorites. Gu Wenxi glanced towards the living room, where everyone was chatting, then turned and embraced Lu Jinbai, swiftly kissing him on the cheek. Lu Jinbai immediately covered his face and glared at him. Tone it down. We are in my home. When you plan to confess to Uncle and Annie? Gu Wenxi pressed. Isn't it fine as it is now? Gu Wenxi gazed at him for a moment before nodding with a smile. Yes, this is quite good. Even if they remain unaware, maintaining this relationship with Lu Jinbai brings him immense satisfaction. During dinner, Qian Xiaofeng and the others were left speechless as Gu Wenxi flitted around Lu Jinbai, peeling shrimp, pouring water, serving rice, and ladling soup, displaying more attentiveness than one would show a spouse. What astonished them even more was that Lu's family seemed entirely unfazed, as if they had grown accustomed to such behavior long ago. The following day, Gu Wenxi invited Lu Jinbai to watch a movie, and afterward, they strolled side by side down the street. I heard from my grandmother that you went abroad 3 years ago because of your cousin from your uncle's side? Lu Jinbai suddenly asked. Gu Wenxi, holding his hand, tightened his grip slightly. Yes, 3 years ago, He took a liking to my cousin, and without clarifying her identity, he made his move. I couldn't stand it, so I led a group to dismantle his stronghold. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, and Heye's men pursued me relentlessly. My father had no choice but to send me abroad. It took me 2 years to completely resolve those issues. Do you think I'm impressive? He spoke nonchalantly, as if recounting someone else's tale. Lu Jinbai gazed at him, reaching out to tug at his tie, drawing him close until their noses nearly touched. Impressive, Gu Wenxi remarked, a spark of warmth igniting in his eyes as he leaned down to lightly peck Lu Jinbai's lips. Shall we head back to my place? Lu Jinbai released his grip, chuckling as he stepped back slightly. I'll be returning home. Gu Wenxi's tone carried a hint of grievance. You're leaving? See you tomorrow. Lu Jinbai turned and walked toward his residence. Gu Wenxi shook his head in resignation, only turning away once he saw Lu Jinbai enter the community gate. What? You're leaving MA? In the office, Lu Jinbai stared at Gu Wenxi in astonishment. Yes. When I first joined MA, it was actually a wager with my father. I wanted to start my own company, but he disagreed. He asked me to stay in the department for 3 months, promising to grant my request if I could earn 10 billion, Gu Wenxi explained. Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow. You have a ready-made conglomerate in your family, yet you wish to venture out on your own? Gu Wenxi looked at him with a smile, his tone earnest. I spoke with my father yesterday, and he has agreed. Now, it depends on your thoughts. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Lu Jinbai's heart. What do you mean? MA needs you. Gu Wenxi's eyes brightened. Your capabilities are remarkable. You meet business targets every month. You're even more suited to take over MA than I. Lu Jinbai replied incredulously. Surely you jest? You would hand your family's conglomerate to a stranger? Gu Wenxi leaned closer, locking eyes with him while smiling. You're not a stranger. That is not acceptable. Lu Jinbai immediately rejected the notion. Are you not afraid I might lead MA to ruin? Not all. I trust you, Gu Wenxi stated confidently. I don't even trust myself. Is that sufficient? Lu Jinbai retorted with irritation. Please leave, I'm busy. Lu Jinbai turned his face away, unwilling to continue the conversation. However, Gu Wenxi leaned in closer, whispering in a tone only they could hear. The way you work is truly enticing. Lu Jinbai's cheeks flushed crimson as he shot him a fierce glare. Get out. Yes, General Manager Lu, Gu Wenci chuckled, turning to exit the office. Subsequently, Gu Wenci began preparing to leave the design department, and his colleagues, including Qian Xiaofeng, were particularly reluctant to see him go. When everyone discovered that Gu Wenci was actually the heir of the MA group, they were so astonished they nearly bit their tongues. My goodness, we have been working alongside the prince of the conglomerate for 3 months, just as they believed Gu Wenci would sever ties with Lu Jinbai after his departure. In the following months, he continued to visit the design department daily. It turned out his new company was located directly across from MA, and he would bring various treats for the general manager each day, his affectionate demeanor causing onlookers to wince in envy. Gu Hong had long desired to relinquish the burdens of the presidency to enjoy a serene life with Rong Xia, ultimately handing the entire MA over to Lu Jinbai. Not only did he formally appoint Lu Jinbai as the president of MA, but he also publicly declared that Lu Jinbai would henceforth be regarded as his son. The affair between Gu Wenci and Lu Jinbai had already become a hot topic on the company forum, driving the female employees of various departments into a frenzy of excitement. President Lu, young and accomplished, has successfully won the heart of the MA heir through his exceptional professional skills and striking appearance. Gu Wenci, willing to make sacrifices for love, has graciously ceded her position as president to Lu Jinbai. Such a romance has inspired admiration from all, rekindling their belief in love. During this period, Gu Qian has been diligently assisting Lu Jinbai with various company matters, particularly attentive to the more challenging issues. He is acutely aware that Gu Heng's reluctance to entrust the company to him stemmed from discovering his diary, which contains schematics for supplanting Gu Wenci and seizing control of the company, along with some disparaging remarks about her. Although these plans were initially orchestrated by the system and never executed, he has always felt a sense of guilt. He had contemplated leaving the Gu family altogether, yet he finds himself unable to sever ties, especially with Lu Jinbai. He cannot pinpoint when he developed an inexplicable affection for Lu Jinbai. By the time he fully comprehends the depth of his feelings, Lu Jinbai and Gu Wenci are already together. For now, he chooses to silently watch over them, content to see their happiness. Meanwhile, Lu's parents have been bustling about at home all afternoon, preparing an abundant feast, eagerly awaiting the return of Lu Jinbai and Gu Wenci. The Wan family, taking advantage of the winter break, has brought along Xiao Bao. Lu Jinyue enthusiastically pulls Xiao Bao along, recounting tales of Lu Jinbai and Gu Wenci. To which Xiao Bao responds with exasperation, "Mom, I know. You've told me 800 times already that my little uncle's partner is Uncle Gu. It's perfectly normal. He just happens to like someone of the same gender. I even see Grandpa watching videos about this all the time." Clearing his throat, Lu's father, a bit embarrassed, attempts to explain, "I just want to gain a better understanding." After a pause, he reflects, "Our Jinbai has taken over such a significant corporation. The Gu family's sincerity is truly commendable. For such a large company to appoint him as president without hesitation, shouldn't we consider sending a token of gratitude in return?" Lu's mother, contemplating, nods in agreement. "Indeed, but what should we send?" Sitting nearby, Wan Jiao interjects with a smile, "Mom and Dad, there's no need to worry. Little one is the heir of the capital. He's seen all the finest things. It's the thought that counts. Moreover, they've already entrusted their most precious son to him. What greater sincerity could there be?" Lu's parents exchange glances, finding merit in this perspective. Just then, a familiar voice calls from the entrance, "Mom and Dad, we're back. Little uncle." Xiao Bao's eyes light up as he leaps from the sofa, dashing towards the door. Lu Jinbai bends down to catch him. "Hey, slow down. Don't fall." Following closely is Gu Wenci, smiling as he watches Xiao Bao. "Xiao Bao, I bought you the transforming robot you like. Want to see it?" "Yes. Thank you, uncle." Xiao Bao exclaims with exuberance. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenci scoops him up playfully, teasing, "Say it again, let me hear." "Thank you, uncle." Xiao Bao shouts once more, his voice ringing clear. "Beautifully said." Gu Wenci beams with joy. "Tomorrow, I'll get you that game console you mentioned last time. How does that sound?" "Oh yeah, uncle is the best." and little Bao is so delighted that he dances with joy. Lu Jinbai stands aside, observing the lively interaction between the man and the child, shaking his head in resignation. Initially, he thought that his parents were oblivious to his relationship with Gu Wensi. To his surprise, they had long been aware of it, even remarking that they could tell in the hospital that Gu Wensi had a special interest in him, something beyond mere brotherly affection. They exhibited remarkable understanding, encouraging him to pursue what he desired without burden or pressure. Regardless of the outcome, they believed that mutual companionship was the essence of happiness. He felt fortunate to have such a wonderful family. Days passed in a steady rhythm, with Gu Wensi and Lu Jinbai immersed in their respective careers. One managed a new company while the other helmed the MA group. Though busy, their lives were fulfilling. By night, they would sometimes snuggle on the couch to watch movies or hold hands for leisurely strolls in the streets. Upon returning home, Gu Wensi would coax him into sharing intimate moments. Each time passion ignited, it was invariably Lu Jinbai who succumbed first, pleading for mercy, prompting Gu Wensi to halt and tenderly comfort him. Gu Wensi also thoughtfully purchased a spacious house for Lu Jinbai's parents. Yet the elderly couple found city life too bustling. They would often stay for a while before retreating to their countryside home, enjoying a leisurely and content existence. In this lifetime, Lu Jinbai remained by Gu Wensi's side, transforming from a spirited youth into an elderly man with graying hair. They supported each other until their final breath, completing a long and fulfilling journey together. Chapter 76. The future Prime Minister's little attendant in the system station, Lu Jinbai, had been there for an extended period. The entity, known as Xiao Jiao, resembling a plump little sprite, hopped excitedly before him and exclaimed, "Sir, you have rested for 36 days. When shall we embark on our next adventure? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can find relief." Lu Jinbai gazed at Xiao Jiao, sighing, "I just feel a sense of emptiness within. Sir, should we extract the emotions from the previous world now? Although this is a task, you indeed live an entire life with Gu Wensi. Such memories are painful." Lu Jinbai nodded. "Go ahead, extract them." Xiao Jiao cast a spell upon Lu Jinbai, and in no time, the sadness that had lingered in his eyes dissipated. "What is the next world?" Lu Jinbai inquired. "Let us begin. The next is an ancient realm, where your identity will be the male lead's attendant," Xiao Jiao replied eagerly. Lu Jinbai thought to himself, "This time, I must not lead the male lead astray." Xiao Jiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Lu Jinbai groggily awoke to the sound of voices in the room. Xiao Bai fell while foraging for wild vegetables in the back mountains. He just needs to take a couple of doses of medicine to recover. A woman's voice chimed in. "Very well, we will owe you for the medicine. When my son Huai returns in a few days, we will settle the debt." Soon after, he heard the sound of a door closing. As Lu Jinbai opened his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. One word, dilapidated. Two words, very dilapidated. Three words, exceedingly dilapidated. The room was relatively tidy, albeit rather desolate, lacking even a single table. Only an old wooden box rested by the bedside, atop which lay a few books. The thatched roof cast a dim light over the hard bed, rendering the interior a shadowy expanse. As Lu Jinbai lifted the thin blanket, he discovered a bed of straw beneath him. No wonder his body ached so intensely. "Sir, you are awake?" came the voice of Xiao Jiao. Lu Jinbai replied, then pondered with curiosity. "In my memories, the original owner seems to have been rather reticent. Was he mute?" "Sir, the original owner was purchased by Madame Shenzhong," Xiao Jiao elucidated. "He was nearly sold to a brothel, but coincidentally, Madame Shun returned from mourning in the county and encountered him, offering the only 5 taels of silver she possessed to rescue him, bringing him back to the Shun household. Later, Madame Zhang taught him to read, assigning him to serve her son, Shun Chun, as a scholar's assistant. In recent years, Shun Chen's father has suffered ill health, and the family has depleted their resources on medicine, living in a state of financial strain." Nodding, Lu Jinbai recalled, the original owner had a timid and cowardly disposition, often keeping his head down, which rendered him less favored by the male lead, Shun Chun. "Indeed, sir," Xiao Jiao continued. "Would you like me to elaborate on the circumstances of the other members of the Shun family?" "Please do." The male lead, Shun Chun, styled Huai Ji, is 18 years old and currently studies at the academy in the county. The Shun family consists of 5 members. Shun Fu, Shinju, suffered an injury while hunting 5 years prior. Though his life was spared, his health has since deteriorated, sustained only by medication. Madame Zhang, daughter of a scholar from the county, encountered bandits while offering incense with her mother, and it was Shun Dezhu who rescued them, leading to a swift mutual affection with Madame Zhang. The Zhang family, grateful for Shun Dezhu's life-saving deed, did not disdain his background as a hunter and married their daughter to him. When Shun Shun was 10 years old, his maternal grandfather passed away, and Madame Zhang returned to her family for mourning. On her way back, she purchased you, then only ate and raised you for 8 years. Shinshin also has a younger brother and sister, Shunin, who is 10, and Shunyang, who is 8. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinbai inquired, "So what is my task?" "Your task, sir, is to assist the male lead in successfully participating in the imperial examination. Should he attain a top 3 ranking, he will be appointed as prime minister within 3 years. At that time, he will rescue the pursued female lead, and their bond will deepen over time, culminating in their union. Thus, it appears that my role is merely to ensure Shun Shun participates in the imperial examination, secures a top 3 position, and subsequently meets the female lead 3 years hence, allowing me to withdraw and permit their romance to flourish." Lu Jinbai sought confirmation. "Indeed, sir," Xiao Jiu added. In the previous life, the Shun family's poverty prevented Shun Shun from affording the academy's tuition, forcing him to abandon his studies and take up the bow as a hunter. He did not participate in the provincial examination and, consequently, never encountered the female lead 3 years later. During one hunting expedition, he faced a bear, and though he survived by sheer luck, his legs were rendered useless. The male lead's life was irrevocably derailed, leading to the unraveling of this world. Lu Jinbai rose from the bed, a smile gracing his face. "This task is not insurmountable. I merely need to ensure that Shun Shun can continue his studies and participate in the imperial examination, allowing him to step into the examination hall with ease. 3 years hence, when he encounters the heroine, I shall quietly withdraw, refraining from intruding upon their blissful lives together." "Indeed, Master is truly astute," Xiao Jiu chimed in excitedly. "However, there is one condition. You must not become overly entangled with the male protagonist again. It was precisely this issue that caused complications in the previous 2 worlds." He added, "Xiao Ba and the others might mistakenly believe we have ventured into the neighboring Danmei realm. Do you understand?" Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that although he was Shun Chen's attendant, he still needed to cover his own living expenses while attending the academy. Given the current circumstances of the Shun family, where they could scarcely afford meals, it was inconceivable that they would allow him to accompany Shun Shun. Shun Shun spends his free time transcribing books, earning a meager income by selling copies each month to support his family, leading a rather frugal existence. As soon as Xiao Jiu finished speaking, a sudden uproar erupted outside, accompanied by the clamorous cries of children. Lu Jinbai moved to the window to observe. In the courtyard, a woman with slanted eyes was grappling with a somewhat plump young wife to restrain a boy of about 10 years old. "Shunin, are you seeking punishment? Let go at once," the woman shouted sharply. "I will not let go." The boy, Shun-en, defiantly clutched the hem of the young wife's clothing, declaring, "This is our family's food supply for the month. You cannot take it." The boy's attire was tattered, shoes worn to the point of exposing his toes, and his wide eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he glared at the 2 women. The slanted-eyed woman was his aunt, Li Shi, while the young wife was her daughter-in-law. Xiao Li Shi. Growing impatient, Li Shi pushed Shunin, causing him to stumble back a few steps. "Get away! Stop this!" At that moment, a weak voice emerged from within the house as Shun Fu, the father, emerged, clutching his chest and trembling. Shunin rushed over to support him, exclaiming, "Father, why have you come out?" Upon seeing Shun Fu, Li Shi immediately changed her tone, feigning distress. "Second brother, your elder brother has been unwell these past few days, and our household has not had a warm meal. I came to borrow some food, but I didn't expect that your second child would be so unreasonable over a few potatoes. How are you educating this child?" Xiao Li Shi chimed in, "Indeed, second uncle, Your father-in-law has often assisted your family in the past. They are merely a few potatoes. You cannot possibly be so miserly as to refuse." With his face flushed with anger, Shunan retorted, "You have the audacity to come and rob us. Are you even human? You insolent brat. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I will tear your mouth apart." Li Shi, furious and embarrassed, raised her hand to strike. Suddenly, Shun Fu broke into a violent cough, waving his hand and saying, "Let them be. Father." Shun was both anxious and furious. In the inner room, Lu Jinbai shook his head in disbelief. This Shun Dezhu is far too naive. How can he simply allow them to leave? Little Jiao spoke up, "Sir. The Li family comes to the Shan household every few days to plunder our belongings. Nearly everything edible has been taken by them. Zhang was once the daughter of a scholar's family, her temperament gentle, and she would never argue with them. Shen and Shen Yang are still too young to intervene. Only when Shin Shan is at home do they dare not act so brazenly." Lu Jinbai stepped outside, gritting his teeth. "How can we allow those inhuman fiends to be so arrogant?" Little Jiao hastily reminded him, "Sir, please mind your image." "Silence. I'm nearly starving, and you speak to me of image," Lu Jinbai retorted, causing little Jiao to fall silent immediately. The Li family, clutching potatoes, were smugly preparing to leave when a voice called out, "Wait." Their steps faltered. We turned to Lu Jinbai, her slanted eyes narrowing in impatience. "What do you want?" "What you are holding is my family's property," Lu Jinbai stated calmly. "Oh, and who gave you the audacity to meddle in this matter?" "Just a servant bought by the Shun family. And you dare speak to us?" Shun Fu interjected loudly. "Little Bai is also a part of my family. He calls me father. He is no servant." Lu Jinbai turned and entered the kitchen, emerging with a kitchen knife in hand. Li continued to mock Shun Fu. "Your family must have more money than sense. Buying a child and expecting him to serve Huai as a scholar's assistant. Truly laughable." Before she could finish her taunt, a chilling voice whispered in her ear, "Tell me, if I were to exert a bit more force with this knife, would your neck bleed?" Li froze, raising her eyes to see Lu Jinbai holding the knife, its blade nearly touching her throat. Little Li's face went pale, stammering, "Why you, Little Bai, don't be impulsive. Put the knife down." Shun Fu urged, but Shunan restrained him. "Father, don't go over. Little Bai's strength is unpredictable. If you approach, the knife might actually cut Aunt." With the knife pressed against her neck, Li trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "Please don't do this. Let's talk it out. I was wrong. I spoke without thinking." She raised her hand as if to slap her own face. Lu Jinbai's voice was icy. "First, put down the potatoes. All right. I will let them go." Li hastily dropped the potatoes to the ground. "Also, return everything you took from the Shen household." "I will return it. I promise." Li's teeth chattered, her face as pale as a ghost, stammering, But I forgot what I took. How about I bring it back tomorrow?" "No need." Lu Jinbai's gaze turned frigid. "Convert it to money. 150 coins and give it now." Lily shrank back, quietly protesting, "We don't have that much money on us." "Don't have money?" Lu Jinbai raised an eyebrow, scanning Little Li. "Then why are you still here? Go back and fetch it." "Oh, I see. You want me to cut her throat so you can be free of this old witch, right? You're talking nonsense." "I wouldn't." Little Li shook her head vehemently. Lu Jinbai cast a leisurely glance at Li Shi and remarked, "Look, your daughter-in-law is eagerly awaiting your generosity." Li Shi glared menacingly at Xiao Li Shi. Her eyes filled with malice, and barked, "Hand over all the money you have on you, quickly. Once we return home, I shall deal with you properly." Xiao Li Shi, too frightened to resist, hurriedly produced all the coins she possessed, amounting to a mere 51. Li Shi rummaged through her pockets and could only muster 21, still short by 81. Ultimately, it was Xiao Li Shi who sprinted back home to gather the remaining funds. Lu Jinbai accepted the money, weighing it in his hand with a look of disdain before stowing away the kitchen knife. Observing this, Li Shi dashed out of the door, with Xiao Li Shi hastily trailing behind, both of them fleeing in a frantic manner. In the courtyard, Shun Fu and Shunan gazed at Lu Jinbai in utter astonishment. Shunan was the first to recover, looking at him with admiration. "Xiao Bai, you were incredible today." Having idolized his elder brother throughout his life, He was taken aback by the usually timid Xiao by displaying such fierce determination. Lu Jinbai clutched his chest, his complexion pale, and confessed, "I was merely putting on an act. My heart is still racing. Father, you take this money. I need to go inside and collect myself." Shun Zhu examined the coins in his hand with a complex expression. Xiao Bai had stood up to protect their family, and he felt he was not even worthy of his younger brother. Shannon watched him retreat indoors, joyfully picking up the potatoes that had fallen on the ground. That night, Shannon recounted the day's events to Zhang Shi with vivid enthusiasm. "Brother Xiao Bai is amazing." Xinyang clapped her hands with a smile. At 8 years old, her slender face bore no flesh, her complexion pale and waxen. Zhang Shi glanced towards Lu Jinbai's room and softly remarked, "Tomorrow, let us buy him some nourishing food. He's grown weak from this recent illness." Then she jokingly turned to Shun En and Shun Yang, asking, "You two aren't feeling envious, are you?" That money was meant for Xiao Bai anyway. Not at all. At that moment, a bright voice resonated from outside the courtyard. "Father, mother, I'm back." A young man entered, carrying a bundle, his tall and slender figure clad in a faded blue cotton long gown. Even in his worn attire, his striking features were hard to overlook. Elder brother has returned." Shunin and Shunyang rushed towards him, while Shin smiled warmly and ruffled their hair. Zhang Shi approached with a smile, her voice filled with concern. "Huaiji, why are you back so late? Have you eaten? I can prepare something warm for you." "Mother, I've already eaten," Shin replied, placing the bundle on the table. "The academy is closed tomorrow, so I brought back some medicine for father." Just then, Shun Zhu emerged from the house. Hearing this and waving his hand in resignation, "Do not buy any more medicine. I do not need it." "Father, you are much better now. Do not worry about the expense of medicine," Shun reassured him, pulling out a handful of copper coins from his pocket and offering them to Zhang Shi. "I earned a bit from copying books recently. Please use this 21 to help with household expenses." Zhang Shi accepted the coins, but could not help but admonish him, "Your studies are important. Do not stay up too late over copying. In recent days, I have taken on some embroidery work as I can manage it at home. Mother, considering your poor eyesight, please refrain from taking on any more embroidery tasks." Shun interrupted her. At that moment, Lu Jinbai emerged from the room with an empty bowl and was momentarily taken aback by the presence of an unfamiliar young man. "Master, the male lead Shun has returned." The voice of Xiao Jiu echoed in his mind. "I'm not blind." Shun merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Jinbai before averting his gaze. He was naturally taciturn and reserved, and his interactions with Xiao Bai were scarce. The latter was even more reticent than he. Zhang Shi smiled and inquired, "Xiao Bai, is your head still aching?" Engaged in a lively conversation with Xiao Jiu. Lu Jinbai did not catch Zhang Shi's words and remained silent. Zhang Shi, however, was unconcerned. Xiao Bai had always been reticent, and today, his willingness to step forward for the family surprised and delighted her. "Master, it is advisable for you to maintain the current situation. The male lead is quite indifferent towards you at present." Xiao Jiu cautioned him. Understood. Just then, the wooden door of the courtyard was violently kicked open, and 3 burly young men stormed in, their faces contorted in aggression as they shouted in the yard. "Xiao Bai, come out. If I don't beat you to death today, I shall be called your grandfather. Get out here." Lu Jinbai gazed outside in confusion, while Xiao Jiu's voice resonated in his mind. "It is the 3 sons of Chu Erju. They likely have come for what transpired earlier today." Shun furrowed his brow and stepped outside, followed closely by Lu Jinbai and Zhang Shi. The 3 brothers of the Chu family, Chu Dong, Chu Nan, and Chu Shi, exhibited a palpable wariness upon seeing Shun. The eldest, Chu Nan, spoke defiantly, "We are here to find Xiao Bai." Shun glanced at Lu Jinbai and inquired in a deep voice, "What has happened?" "He attempted to kill my mother with a knife today. My mother is still bedridden." Chunin glared at Lu Jinbai menacingly, declaring, "We are here to exact our vengeance." Lu Jinbai scoffed, refusing to back down. "Where were you when your mother rummaged through our home? Now you come to lend her support? It's easy to be brave when a knife isn't at your own throat. My mother came to borrow. When did it become rummaging?" Junan Sautet, pointing at him. "Mind your language. Borrow your leg." Lu Jinbai's voice rose suddenly. "Are you blind?" My father is too ill to get out of bed, and my elder brother is struggling to pay for his studies. How dare you claim to be here to borrow? Our family is far more respectable than yours. Look around and see what we have that you covet." He then spoke with a steely tone. "How about this? Let's go report this to the authorities and let the officials adjudicate. Don't think your family will be able to rise if your mother cannot. You might as well all lie down together." The three Chu brothers visibly flinched at the mention of involving the authorities, as they feared officials above all else. "Don't try to intimidate us. You have taken our money, so hand it over." "Yes, hand it over." Shen could no longer contain himself and stepped forward urgently. "On what ground should we give it to you? It is clearly your aunt who comes to our home to extort us every few days, and we are nearly out of food. She has the audacity to steal." The coins in question were exchanged for items from our family in the past. Shen Chen's gaze settled upon Lu Jinbai, whose earlier remarks had been sharp and coherent, a stark contrast to the timid youth he had once been. Had he been feigning all along? Shen Chen advanced a few steps, his eyes sweeping over the three brothers of the Chu family. It was time to report to the authorities. They had taken items from my family, and not a single coin could go unreturned. The Chu brothers were immediately flustered. Daring not to linger, they exclaimed, let us go," and fled in haste, regretting their decision to stir trouble without proper inquiry, now facing significant repercussions. Shen Chun turned to Lu Jinbai, only to see the latter donning an expression of trepidation, exclaiming, "You scared me. My legs are still trembling." Shen Chen replied, "Brother Bai, let me support you," as Shun Yang hurried over, filled with admiration, to assist Lu Jinbai by the arm. "All right, then you can help me back to my room to rest." Lu Jinbai acquiesced, moving towards the house. Zhang Shi patted her chest, softly remarking, "Brother Bai has grown up." Shun Dezhu felt a wave of shame. Indeed, despite his own fear, he had dared to step forward to defend them. As Shun Chun pushed open the door, he found Lu Jinbai sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Shun Chen's entrance, Lu Jinbai merely nodded before returning his focus to the page. The Shun family had limited space. He and Bai had shared a room since childhood. Shun Zhu and his wife occupied the master bedroom, which had been partitioned to accommodate Shun En, while Shun Yang squeezed in with them. Lu Jinbai glanced at Shun Chun, observing him sit cross-legged on the bed, retrieving books and papers to begin transcribing under the dim light of an oil lamp, his demeanor focused and earnest. As he read, his thoughts wandered to devising ways to earn money. This method of copying books is not sustainable for Shun Chun. He should concentrate on his studies. With only 6 months remaining until the autumn examination, thus, I must quickly find ways to earn money, allowing Shun Chun to focus solely on his preparations. Little Jiu promptly agreed. Indeed, esteemed one, once financial worries are alleviated, he can immerse himself in his studies. And when 3 years have passed and he encounters the heroine again, you shall gracefully withdraw. It is settled then. Tomorrow we shall contemplate how to earn money. Lu Jinbai closed the book, yawned, and stated, "I'm tired. I shall sleep now." With that, he closed his eyes and drifted off. Little Jiu suggested, "Perhaps it's best to log off for now." Shun Shin noticed the silence beside him and turned back to find Lu Jinbai fast asleep. His gaze fell upon the book beside Lu Jinbai, which was a collection of folk travel notes he had previously transcribed. So, he enjoyed reading this? Shun Shin returned the book to the wooden box, organized the completed manuscript, and then lay down beside Lu Jinbai. Since his return, he had felt that something about Bai had changed, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Lost in thought, he too gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Shun Chun was awakened by the heat. Looking down, he found Lu Jinbai tightly clutching him, eliciting a face full of disdain. How had he never noticed before that Lu Jinbai had such poor sleeping posture? At that moment, Lu Jinbai was dreaming of gnawing on a large chicken leg. Sensing the leg might be snatched away, he instinctively hugged it tighter and bit down. With a muffled grunt, Lu Jinbai not only clung to his neck but also bit down fiercely. Chapter 79. The future Prime Minister's little attendant for amidst the pain. An indescribable sensation surged within him. He abruptly shoved Lu Jinbai away, clutching his neck as he sat up. Just as he was about to utter a few curses, he he noticed that Lu Jinbai had flipped over and resumed his slumber. Shen Shun, incensed, found his sleep eluding him and donned his outer garment before stepping outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he encountered Shun Dezhu emerging from the master bedroom. Huaiji, why are you up so early? You were up so late copying last night. Shouldn't you rest a bit more? I didn't copy for long last night, Shun Shin replied. Ah, it's your father that has burdened you, Shin Dezhu sighed. Shin Shin hurriedly supported him, saying, Father, we are family. There is no burden between us. After exchanging a few words, Shin Shin proceeded to the kitchen to assist Zhang Shi with breakfast. When Lu Jinbai awoke, the sun had fully risen. He brushed his teeth with coarse salt and heard Shun calling him for breakfast. He ambled over to the table, still bearing the remnants of sleep, appearing rather listless. Observing him, Zhang Shi wore a concerned expression. Did you not sleep well last night? Not really, he admitted. I suppose I slept too much during the day. Shin Shin thought to himself, not sleep well? He was snoring like a pig. Elder brother, your complexion doesn't seem too good either. Did you also not sleep well? Shin Yang looked up at Shin Shin. Eat, Shin Shin said, ruffling her hair. Oh, Shin Yang quickly lowered her head, sipping from her bowl of vegetable porridge. Lu Jinbai gazed at the mush in his bowl, utterly devoid of appetite, yet he forced himself to swallow it bite by bite. At that moment, Shun Shin casually spoke up, Father, I don't intend to return to the academy this time. Shen Dezhu and Zhang Shi were momentarily taken aback, but Lu Jinbai reacted urgently. How can that be? The autumn examination is in August. You can't just decide not to return. Shen Chun shot him a glance. I want to wait for 2 years until the family is more prosperous. Shen Dezhu interjected. That won't do either. You must return to the academy. You need not worry about the family. He added, and don't bring back any medicine for me. I want to take it. My frail health has led our family to this state. As he spoke, he covered his face to hold back his tears. Shen En and Shen Yang bowed their heads, the oppressive atmosphere rendering them hesitant to lift their gazes. Shun Chun clenched his fists, his tone resolute. I have made my decision. Father and mother, you will heed my words. Lu Jinbai regarded him and inquired, is it that once you resolve the financial issue, you will return to the academy? You need not concern yourself with that, Shin Shin replied. Just wait. Give me 1 day, and I will surely earn the money. With that, Lu Jinbai rose and made for the door. Shin Shun cast a glance before retracting his gaze, instructing Shun Un, follow him. Shun Un promptly nodded, elder brother. I will go right away. He hurried out, catching up with Lu Jinbai. Xiaobai, where are you going? To the town. To the town? What for? Lu Jinbai glanced back at him, to earn money. Shun Un scratched his head, trailing behind him, murmuring, Xiaobai, I can't shake the feeling that ever since you fell into the river last time, you seem different from before. Of course, try dying once and see how you feel. I took a leisurely stroll through the halls of the underworld and found clarity on certain matters. Is that true? Lu Jinbai suddenly halted, pulling Shun in closer. Is the town bustling? Is the market crowded? Shun nodded and then shook his head. The East Market has more people, but the goods there are quite expensive. I've never been there to browse. Lu Jinbai chuckled and patted his arm. Today, we shall explore. But we have no money. Wandering costs nothing. We shall merely observe and scout for opportunities. What is an opportunity? Shin inquired, utterly perplexed. You wouldn't understand even if I explained, so do not ask. The two soon arrived at the East Market, a lively street filled with various shops, tea houses, a silver store, and 2 taverns. Outside, several stalls lined the street, selling vegetables, small hairpins, and trinkets. Little one, do you know about corn? Lu Jinbai suddenly asked. Shun shook his head. What is that? Lu Jinbai smiled and patted his shoulder. You will find out shortly. His space farm was brimming with produce, and he knew that selling them would yield a handsome profit. Just yesterday, he had noticed the abundance of eggs and duck intestines at the farm. Wait here. I shall return shortly, Lu Jinbai said before turning away. Shin contemplated following, but remained obediently in place. Lu Jinbai found a secluded corner and entered the space farm with his consciousness. He had also raised a few rabbits in the breeding area, producing 100 packages of creamy candy every 3 days. He then proceeded to the warehouse, retrieving 20 ears of corn, each plump and bursting with flavor, exuding a rich sweetness. Upon his return to the East Market, he found Shun and squatting on the ground, engrossed in pulling weeds by the roadside. "Little one, come help me," Lu Jinbai called, cradling the corn in his clothes as he hurried over. Shannon looked up at the unfamiliar items, astonished. "What is this? Where did you get it?" Lu Jinbai arranged the corn neatly and casually sat beside him, beckoning him closer with a finger. "Let me share a secret." Shannon leaned in eagerly, his ear nearly touching Lu Jinbai's lips. "I once died and visited the underworld." Lu Jinbai whispered conspiratorially. "There are countless foods and items there that we have never seen. I sampled them all and even spoke with the king of hell. He said I was wrongly taken, my life not yet complete, and I deserve compensation." Shun An's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned in closer, eager for more. Lu Jinbai could not suppress a chuckle. Continuing his tale, "He told me that from now on, I would be like a koi, stumbling upon fortunes wherever I go. Just now, as I exited the East Market, I found these treasures in the grass and hurriedly gathered them." Shannon stared at the golden corn, scratching his head. "But how do we eat this?" "Just hold it and follow me." Lu Jinbai picked up several ears of corn, handing the rest to Shun En, urging him to follow. They soon arrived at a dumpling stall, where Lu Jinbai exchanged a few words with the proprietress, who smiled and invited him into the kitchen. Shannon hurried to catch up, filled with curiosity. "Xiaobai, what did you say to her? How could she possibly allow us into her kitchen?" "I casually mentioned to her that this item in hand could yield profit, and should demand increase in the future, we might consider selling it here." Lu Jinbai spoke with a nonchalant tone. "Oh, is it truly that simple?" I inquired. "What do you think? It's not difficult at all. Hurry and tend to the fire." Without delay, Shannon dashed to the stove to ignite the flames, watching as Lu Jinbai placed the yellow kernels, known as corn, into the pot and added water. Outside the kitchen, the proprietress was peering in with a smile. This young master was exceedingly exquisite. Chapter 80. The young aide of the future prime minister. Initially, she intended to refuse. How could she permit anyone to enter her kitchen so freely? Yet upon seeing the young master's countenance, the words of denial caught in her throat. After all, it was merely a matter of using the kitchen, nothing too consequential, and it would afford her the opportunity to gaze upon him a little longer. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, an enticing fragrance she had never encountered before. "Goodness, proprietress, what delectable dish is being prepared in your kitchen? It smells utterly delightful." Several patrons, currently enjoying dumplings, inquired eagerly. The proprietress, known as Yunyang, replied with a beaming smile. "A young master has borrowed my kitchen to create something rather special. I never anticipated it would smell this wonderful. I was just about to take a peek myself. Please, proprietress, you cannot indulge alone. Bring it out for us all to sample. If it's delicious, we shall buy some," they urged in unison. Yunyang nodded with a smile. "Very well, I shall inquire." With that, she swayed her hips and entered the kitchen. Upon entering, she saw Lu Jinbai lifting the golden, elongated food from a pot. "What is this delightful dish you have prepared, young master?" she inquired. Lu Jinbai replied with a smile. "This is called corn. It can be boiled, made into soup, roasted, stir-fried. There are countless ways to enjoy it." "Corn? I must admit, I have never heard of it before," Yunyang remarked, inhaling the sweet aroma. "But it smells so enticing, I'm tempted to try it." Lu Jinbai offered her a piece of corn. "Please, proprietress, do taste it and let me know how it is." Beside them, Shunan swallowed hard. He was already quite famished, and the scent of the corn only intensified his cravings. Yunyang, not one to be polite, accepted the corn and took a bite. Her expression turned to one of astonishment as she gazed at Lu Jinbai. "It's soft, sticky, and remarkably sweet. I have never encountered such a delicious food before. By the way, how much does this corn cost?" There are still a few guests outside eager to taste it. Hearing that there were patrons awaiting a sample, Shun An's eyes brightened. Lu Jinbai feigned contemplation. "I do not intend to set a high price. Each corn will be 10 won. Look how large and plump they are. One will not only satisfy hunger, but can also enhance the flavor when boiled or added to soups with ribs or chicken." Yunyang inquired with a smile. "How many do you have? How many would you like, proprietress?" "It's not for me. My sister and brother-in-law have opened a restaurant at the Eastern Market, and their business has been rather sluggish of late," Yunyang explained. I could introduce you to them. Perhaps it could lead to something fruitful. Lu Jinbai promptly handed over the remaining corn, saying, let this serve as a token of my regard for you, dear sister. I shall bring even finer offerings upon my next visit. Yunyang, elated by his gesture, found herself increasingly fond of the young gentleman. Since you have called me sister, I cannot allow you to call me so in vain. There are nearly 20 ears of corn here. I shall not take advantage of you. Allow me to give you 101 for it. You may keep the rest and accompany me to the Easter market. Without hesitation, Lu Jinbai took the corn and followed Yunyang and Shun into the market. Upon arriving at the Xianglai Tavern, Manager Li appeared somewhat reluctant after hearing Yunyang's words. Business at my tavern is already rather sluggish. How can corn be that remarkable? Do not make a mess of my kitchen. With unwavering confidence, Lu Jinbai replied, if you harbor doubts, you may borrow the kitchen. I shall first prepare a pot of pork rib soup. You may taste it before deciding on our collaboration. Yunyang chimed in, brother-in-law, let him give it a try. When my sister returns, we can enjoy the warm soup together. Manager Li waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Shannon followed Lu Jinbai to the kitchen. Are we using the cooked corn for the soup? He inquired. Certainly not. We must use it raw. Huh? But we have none left. What if Manager Li requires a large quantity? Where shall we procure it? Lu Jinbai patted his shoulder reassuringly. Who said we have none? He retrieved 2 raw ears of corn from his bundle, leaving Shun and astonished. Where did you find those? Yunyang, Manager Li, and another woman were seated in the main hall. Sister, do you smell something delightful? Yunyang asked. The aroma is truly exceptional. A blend of savory pork and a hint of sweetness, far more enticing than the usual broth, the woman expressed with surprise. No sooner had she spoken than voices from passers-by outside the tavern rang out. What is cooking at Xianglai Tavern? It smells divine. Let's go in and take a look. Seeing patrons entering, Manager Li quickly rose to greet them. Esteemed guests, what may I bring you? One of the newcomers inquired, what kind of soup are you brewing? It smells utterly tempting. I'll have a serving. Me too. The newcomers were men of some stature in town, leaning in closer to inhale the fragrant aroma. Indeed, it is delightful. Yunyang turned to Manager Li with a smile. Brother-in-law, did I not judge correctly? No. Manager Li hastily replied, turning to rush back to the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Jinbai was ladling out soup. Upon noticing Manager Li's hurried entrance, he smiled and said, Manager Li, just in time, the soup has just finished. Shunan quickly poured a small bowl and placed it before him. Thank you. Manager Li accepted it and turned to Lu Jinbai, asking, may I inquire your name, young sir? Simply call me Xiaobai. Xiaobai, after tasting the soup. Manager Li's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly asked, might I inquire how much corn you have? Will it suffice for my tavern's needs? Shunan grew anxious at this question. Where would they find such a quantity of corn? Today was merely Xiaobai's fortunate day. Such luck could not be expected daily. How much does the manager desire? Lu Jinbai countered. Every day, I require 20. If you can provide that quantity, I will pay you 10 coins for each corn cob. There may even be an increase in demand later on. I wonder if you have any reservations? Lu Jinbai shook his head, expressing no concerns, and agreed to proceed as suggested. However, he stipulated that once we enter into this partnership, he could not engage with others. Agreed. The two promptly established their collaboration, with Lu Jinbai stating that he would return shortly with the corn, promising to deliver the 20 cobs within half an hour. With that, he departed the Xianglai Tavern, accompanied by a bewildered Shunin. As night descended, Lu Jinbai hummed a tune while leading the way, with Shun and following behind, burdened by a large package and filled with questions. To this day, he remained perplexed about the origin of the 20 corn cobs. Lu Jinbai had instructed him to wait by the roadside, and soon after, he returned with an ample supply of corn. After delivering the 20 cobs to Manager Li, he indeed received 200 coins. Now, he carried 3 pounds of pork and a packet of roasted chicken, all given to him by Lu Jinbai, who claimed to have purchased them en route. However, Shunan had not witnessed Lu Jinbai making any purchases. Could it be that he had taken the opportunity while Shun and was attending to nature's call? Such swiftness seemed improbable. Upon returning home, they found Shun Shin standing outside the courtyard, not uttering a word, He turned and entered the house first. Mother! Mother! As soon as he stepped through the gate, Shen could not restrain himself from calling out. Zhang Shi emerged from the kitchen, holding a plate of wild vegetable dumplings, and wiping her hands, she inquired, "Where have you been? It is so late to return. You must be hungry. Wash your hands and come eat." "Second brother, what do you have in that bulging bundle?" Shenyang approached, curiously eyeing Shun An's package. "It's all good stuff," Shunan smiled, about to elaborate, but was urged by Zhang Shi to take a seat. The Shun family had gathered around the dining table, and Lu Jinbai deliberately chose a spot furthest from Shin Shun. The table was set with only simple wild vegetable dumplings and soup. Shin Shun glanced at Lu Jinbai, a nagging suspicion lingering that Lu Jinbai harbored some grievance against him. "You just said you weren't hungry. Did you eat outside?" Shun Deju remarked, leaning closer to Shun En and sniffing the air. "What smells so delightful? What did you bring back?" "Look, father." Shun En immediately displayed the contents of his package. 3 pounds of fresh pork, a glistening roasted chicken, and 5 golden corn cobs. Shin Shun furrowed his brow and asked in a grave tone, "Where did these come from?" Lu Jinbai cleared his throat and interjected, "These are what Xiaoan and I earned today." He then produced a pouch of coins from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, "Brother, take a look inside." Shin Shun opened the pouch and glanced inside, then pressed further. "How did you earn this?" Zhang Shi joined in, inquiring how he had accumulated so many coins. Shun En, filled with excitement, stood up and recounted the events at Xianglai Tavern, embellishing the tale. "Do you see? Lu Jinbai must be destined for great fortune after facing adversity. He is indeed our family's lucky star." Shin Shun regarded Lu Jinbai with skepticism, while the latter merely rubbed his nose. At that moment, Xiao Jiu reminded him, "My lord, the male protagonist is quite perceptive. In truth, it was merely a stroke of good fortune on my part. Lu Jinbai concocted a tale, and I happened upon an elderly couple who cultivated a patch of land, yet were unaware of its yield. Upon discovering this by chance, I decided to collaborate with them. I sold corn to the Xianglai Tavern, splitting the earnings evenly with them. To assuage any disbelief, he added, I assure you, I speak no falsehood." "Well done, my child. Pray Shindiju, keep the money for yourself. Do not shortchange your own interests." "No." Lu Jinbai immediately gestured dismissively, his gaze shifting to Shin Shun, his tone imbued with earnestness. "All I earn is for my brother. You must not forsake the imperial examination. Return to the academy tomorrow. I will manage the finances. You should focus solely on your studies." Shin Shun gazed into his sparkling eyes, a warmth swelling within him, an unfamiliar yet pleasant sensation. He swallowed hard and softly replied, Upon hearing his agreement, Lu Jinbai's face broke into a smile. Shin Shun couldn't help but look at him again, and seeing his beaming countenance, he felt the corners of his own mouth curve upward unconsciously. "All right, let us eat," Zhang Shi said while gathering the dishes. "We shall save the pork for dumplings tomorrow, and the corn will be boiled for our meal. What about the roast chicken?" Xin Yang inquired, her eyes fixated on it, swallowing hard as she spoke. Lu Jinbai chuckled at her eager expression. "We shall eat the roast chicken now. Here, Yang Yang, this drumstick is for you." He tore off a chicken leg and handed it to her, then offered another to Shun Shun. "Brother, you too should indulge." He proceeded to distribute chicken wings to Shun Deju and Zhang Shi. Shun En, watching enviously, protested, "What about me?" Lu Jinbai, smiling, tore off a piece of chicken breast for him. "Here, this is yours. You seem to have enjoyed quite a few snacks at the Xianglai Tavern today, didn't you?" I had 10 pieces." Shun En scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Were the snacks sweet? Were they as delectable as the roast chicken?" Xin Yang leaned closer to Shun En, her eyes filled with envy. Lu Jinbai ruffled her hair, grinning, "Tomorrow I will buy some for you to taste, and you will discern which is more delicious." However, Xin Yang shook her head vehemently, resolutely stating, "I will not eat. The money must be saved for my brother's examination." Shin Shun paused momentarily, softly suggesting, "Next time, when brother returns, I will buy some for you." Sensing the somber mood, Lu Jinbai took it upon himself to uplift the spirits. "Our family's future will only grow brighter and better. We shall enjoy snacks and roast chicken every day. Indeed, whatever Xiao Bai says shall be so." Shunin now held unwavering faith in him. Laughter ensued, and the atmosphere became exceedingly jubilant. Shun, glancing at the chicken leg in his bowl, noticed Lu Jinbai's bowl was empty and promptly offered his chicken leg. You should eat. Lu Jinbai, just eat it. Stop hesitating. Yet, Lu Jinbai returned the chicken leg to him, then stood and yawned. I shall retire to my room. I am utterly exhausted. Go ahead. You must be tired after running around all afternoon, Zhang Shi replied with a smile. Brother Xiao Bai, rest well. Sen Yang Chimed in obediently. Upon returning to his room, Shen Shan found Lu Jinbai leaning against the bedside, engaged in writing and drawing. Did he not claim to be tired? He approached. Lu Jinbai glanced at him and casually replied, Oh, I can't fall asleep again after lying down. What are you drawing? Shen inquired once more. Nothing. Lu Jinbai wished to limit their interaction, preferring to say as little as possible. Shen's expression darkened, just outside. He had not displayed such indifference toward Xiao Un or Yang. He refrained from asking further questions, walked to the bedside, removed his outer garment, lifted the covers, and sat down, quietly perusing a book. Observing this, Lu Jinbai hastily tidied up his belongings, lying down with his back turned to Shen, closing his eyes. Before long, Shen heard the steady rhythm of breathing behind him. He cast a glance at the crumpled paper Lu Jinbai had set aside, reached out to take it, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The characters on the paper were crooked and unsightly, the ink from the brush smeared to the point of being nearly illegible. Had he forgotten how to write altogether? It seemed he must keep him close, otherwise, after some time, he might struggle to even write his own name. The following day, when Lu Jinbai awoke, Shen was no longer in the room. He opened the door and was greeted by a wave of sweet corn aroma. In the courtyard, Shen Yang was joyfully bouncing about, and upon seeing him, immediately rushed over with delight. Lil Bai Gij, mother is cooking corn. I have something special for you. As Lu Jinbai spoke, he retrieved 2 large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and handed them to her. This candy was taken from the warehouse, where the farm's rabbits had produced 400 pieces of white rabbit milk candy, and he had casually packed 2 pieces just earlier. Xinyang curiously examined the candies. Leaning in to sniff, her eyes sparkling. It smells so good. What is it? This is called white rabbit milk candy. It is an exceptionally delicious treat. Xinyang unwrapped one and popped it in her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, So sweet, so tasty. You mustn't tell anyone outside. Lu Jinbai cautioned her. I'm not silly. Xinyang nodded vigorously. Yes, our Yang is the smartest. Lu Jinbai ruffled her hair and looked around, asking, Where is your elder brother? He took the second brother to the back mountain to gather firewood. Shun Yang answered brightly. All right, take your time eating. I shall go have a look. Lu Jinbai circled to the back and headed up the mountain, and not long after, he encountered Shun and Shunin. Shun carried a bundle of newly gathered firewood on his back, while Shun held a few slender branches in his arms. Spotting Lu Jinbai from a distance, they joyfully approached. Xiao Bai, we were just about to head back. Lu Jinbai's gaze swept over Shun as he asked, Aren't you returning to the academy? I went after breakfast, Shun replied, then turned to him. How long has it been since you practiced your calligraphy? Huh? Why do you suddenly ask this? Lu Jinbai was taken aback. It's quite unsightly, Shun bluntly stated. Lu Jinbai responded, I'm not the original owner. That brush calligraphy was never good. I've forgotten nearly all of it. I have a copybook in my room for practice. You should use it more often. But I am not preparing for the imperial examination. What is the point in practicing? Shun interjected, You are my elder brother's book boy. Your writing must be presentable. When my elder brother goes to the capital for the county examination, you will be accompanying him. Lu Jinbai laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Why will my elder brother take me along? Who says he won't? Shun gazed at him, urging him to practice his writing. Lu Jinbai was momentarily taken aback, responding after a while with a simple O. He chose to refrain from further words, believing that excessive speech often leads to misfortune, opting instead for action over talk. After breakfast, Shin prepared to return to the county town. As he was leaving, Lu Jinbai discreetly slipped him 101, instructing him to use it for ink and brushes, repeatedly reminding him not to stay up late copying books, but to focus entirely on the imperial examination. In the ensuing days, Lu Jinbai spent nearly every moment in the kitchen contemplating new creations, only venturing out each morning to deliver corn to the Xianglai Tavern. Shenyang and Shunan stood at the kitchen door, straining to peek inside. What is Brother Bai making? It smells so delicious. Senyang remarqued. I don't know. It's been several days now, Shunan replied, shaking his head. Brother Bai said that if this dish succeeds, it could earn a great deal of silver. Shun An's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Yes, I believe in Brother Bai. Just then, Lu Jinbai emerged from the kitchen, carrying a somewhat chipped coarse porcelain bowl filled with dark, mysterious contents. Inside were several pieces resembling chicken claws, the aroma of marinated delicacies wafting irresistibly towards Shun and Shenyang. It's ready. Let us take it to Mother and Father for a taste, Lu Jinbai declared, entering the inner room with the bowl, closely followed by the siblings. Zhang Shi was busy massaging Shenhu's leg joints when she noticed Lu Jinbai entering with the bowl, the enticing scent of meat catching her curiosity. Have you finished your dish? She inquired. I believe it's quite successful. Please give it a try, Lu Jinbai replied, placing the bowl before Shandiju and offering him a pair of chopsticks. Seeing several pairs of eyes fixed upon him, Shandiju chuckled. All right, let me taste it. He picked up a long piece that resembled meat, stuffing it into his mouth. The more he chewed, the more flavorful it became, with a perfect balance of savory, a hint of sweetness, and a touch of spiciness, making it an excellent accompaniment for wine. Shen En and Shun Yang swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the bowl. Lu Jinbai handed each of them a goose foot, encouraging, here, try it and see how it tastes. They began to nibble eagerly, having rarely indulged in meat during their childhood. Zhang Shi also sampled a piece of duck intestine, her face lighting up with surprise. What is this? How can it be so delicious? It doesn't even look like it was boiled. Did you just add water? Lu Jinbai chuckled. What I've been preparing these past few days is a marinating spice mix. It can be used to marinate many items, such as chicken claws, goose feet, duck intestines, duck necks, chicken hearts. There are too many to name. How does it taste? Will it sell? Shindaju nodded repeatedly. Delicious, exceptionally so. But it might not be viable in our town. Zhang Shi concurred. Indeed, there are few wealthy individuals in our town. Shun En and Shenyang, with greasy mouths, looked up at Lu Jinbai with admiration. Brother Bai, this is even better than the roast chicken we had yesterday. Surely, someone will enjoy it. Shunan exclaimed. Yes, I think it's tastier than the roast chicken. It's sweet and spicy, and after one bite, I can't help but want another. I hardly want to finish it, Shun Yang added with a cheerful grin. Lu Jinbai observed them with satisfaction. Thus, I plan to venture to the county town to test it out. Shindaju nodded. All right, let's rent a carriage. It will take but an hour for the round trip. Zhang Shi added, yes, let your father accompany us. I want to go too. Shun En and Shun Yang exclaimed in unison, raising their hands. I can take Shun En. You and father can remain at home to continue with the braising. Otherwise, if no one tends to it, what shall we do when supplies run low? Yang Yang can stay home to assist. What does that sound? Lu Jinbai inquired. Glanting at Shenyang. Shenyang obediently nodded. Machem, I will help my parents sort these things. Such a good child, Zhang Shi remarked with sudden curiosity. Where did all these come from? I see so much in the kitchen. Lu Jinbai replied with a smile. I sourced them from elsewhere. They were quite inexpensive. These are all animal entrails that no one wants, so I collected them. Shindaju remained skeptical. Which family has so many of these? Father and mother, rest assured, I have committed no wrongdoing. Zhang Shi chuckled. Little Bai and your father are merely concerned that you might spend all your money on this and save none for yourself. You are my family. We shall work together to earn money. What harm is there in spending a little? In the future, I intend to earn much silver, and then we can purchase a residence in the county town to live in. Hearing Lu Jinbai's words, Shundaju and Zhang Shi felt warmth in their hearts. This child had never before shared such heartfelt sentiments with them. They found themselves growing fond of the little Bai, even more than their own son. Shun En and Shenyang gazed with longing. Will we truly be able to live in a grand residence? The next morning, Lu Jinbai deliberately ventured out early, returning only when daylight broke, carrying a basket filled with duck intestines and goose feet. Zhang Shi and Shun Yu hurried to take the basket from him. When did you go out? It was far too early. Next time, take Shaolin with you. Lu Jinbai waved his hand. Mother, is there any water? I am parched. Chapter 83. The future Prime Minister's little bookkeeper Shenyang promptly brought over a bowl of water. Brother Bai, drink some water. Tang Yu, Yang. Lu Jinbai accepted the bowl and quickly gulped it down. Father and mother, I went to the foot of the mountain next door today to collect these. They raise a lot of ducks, which they supply to the taverns in town. I collected all these clean ones. There are not many coins. This entire basket cost only 21. Lu Jinbai had indeed visited those villages at the foot of the mountain the day before. They raised many ducks, delivering 20 each day to several roasted duck shops and taverns in town. He had collected the clean duck intestines and also retrieved several boxes from a space warehouse. Shindaju placed the basket in a corner of the courtyard and glanced inside. Why are there still some that are uncleaned? Oh, some people prefer them cleaned thoroughly, while others are unwilling to do so. It would be a great help if you and mother could clean them up. Zhang Shi responded cheerfully. What trouble could it be? Your father and I are happy to have something to do. Indeed, Shen Daju chimed in. After breakfast, Lu Jinbai set off for the town with Shunan, each carrying a basket, and then took an ox cart to the county town. They arrived before noon, and Lu Jinbai led Shun and through several bustling markets before deciding to set up their stall on North Street. They placed duck gizzards in a clay jar, and upon lifting the lid, another jar contained goose feet. Lu Jinbai first used chopsticks to extract a few duck gizzards, placing them into one bowl, and then took several goose feet, setting them in another bowl. The aroma of the braised delicacies wafted away on a gentle breeze, drawing the attention of passers-by and nearby vendors. Shaolin, you should now eat the goose feet. The more deliciously you consume them, the better, urged Lu Jinbai. Without hesitation, Shunan seized a goose foot and began to gnaw on it, exclaiming in delight, "This is utterly delicious. So spicy. Ah, so good." He devoured one and quickly reached for another, unable to stop himself. Several women with children gathered around, irresistibly drawn by the enticing fragrance. What is this? It looks like chicken feet, but it doesn't seem like any chicken I know. One woman remarked, "Hey, what's in that other bowl? It looks like meat," segmented. Noticing the increasing crowd, Lu Jinbai smiled and addressed them. "Dear uncles, aunts, and sisters, this is braised delicacy. These items are prepared through braising, offering a delectable sweet and spicy flavor. Everyone is welcome to try a sample, free of charge." Braised delicacy? What is that? I've never heard of it. What kind of meat is this? Is it edible? Lu Jinbai pointed to the goose foot Shun and was gnawing on. This is goose foot, similar to a duck but larger. And this is duck gizzard, which consists of the duck's innards, all thoroughly cleaned. It smells delightful, and tasting it reveals an even greater flavor. Isn't what's inside a duck akin to pig intestines? Inquired a middle-aged man. Quite similar, I suppose. But how can one eat that? Another questioned. Indeed, how does one consume it? Lu Jinbai chuckled and replied, I'm not here to sell for just a day. You won't know unless you try. Free samples offered. If it doesn't taste good, I won't charge you. At that moment, an elderly woman approached, holding her granddaughter's hand. I wish to sample, she said. With a beaming smile, Lu Jinbai asked, What would you like, dear lady? Let us try the goose feet. My granddaughter was just craving them, replied the grandmother. Shannon immediately handed a goose foot to the little girl. The child received it, glanced at her grandmother, and asked, Grandma, can I eat it? The elderly woman nodded. Give it a try and see if it's good. The little girl leaned down to gnaw on it, while all eyes in the crowd fixated on her, eager to catch every expression on her face. Grandma, this goose foot is so delicious, sweet and spicy. In no time, the girl finished one goose foot and looked longingly at the clay jar. Grandma, I really want more. Can we buy a few for my sister and brother to taste? The grandmother smiled and nodded. All right, then turned to Lu Jinbai. How much are these? Lu Jinbai promptly responded. Each goose foot is 5 won. How many would you like? Please give me 5, the elderly lady requested, handing over 25 copper coins. She then pointed at the duck gizzards. What about these? They're pre-cut to size. 10 pieces constitute 1 serving, priced at 21, he explained. That seems a bit steep. Ordinary meat jerky costs only 30 won per pound, she remarked. Dear lady, once you sample the braised delicacies, you will understand that I use only the finest ingredients, Lu Jinbai assured her. Lu Jinbai smiled as he explained, opening the small cloth bag within the backpack for her to see. Inside, there was not only aged marinated sauce as a base, but also an assortment of star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves. Moreover, the marinating process required a gentle simmer over low heat for 2 hours to allow the flavors to permeate, ensuring that what you would enjoy would be both tender and fragrant, devoid of any unpleasant odor. The elderly woman leaned in to take a whiff. The mingling aromas of the marinade and meat nearly made her drool. Then please prepare a portion for me, as I wish to bring it home for my husband as a side dish. Lu Jinbai promptly wrapped the duck intestines in oil paper, adding an extra spoonful of marinade. Here you go. The marinade is also delightful when mixed with rice. Do let the children savor it. The elderly woman accepted the oil paper package, nodding with a smile. Thank you very much. Several onlookers, enticed by the aroma of the marinated delicacies, quickly clamored for their own portions. Come, I would like a serving of those duck intestines. Add more marinade, please. I want a portion too. Let me have 5 goose feet to try. In no time, Lu Jinbai's stall was surrounded by eager patrons. Shunan hastily wiped the oil from his hands and stepped forward to assist, deftly packaging the requested items for the customers. As Lu Jinbai skillfully collected the copper coins while fulfilling the customers' orders, the two worked together in perfect harmony. Within half an hour, 2 jars filled to the brim were emptied. A few who had been observing for some time, having finally decided to buy a portion to taste, looked up only to find the jars empty. Disappointment etched on their faces. They gazed longingly at Lu Jinbai. Young proprietor, will you be back to sell tomorrow? One could not help but inquire. Lu Jinbai smiled and nodded. Indeed, we shall return at the same hour. Very well. We shall come early to wait, they said, reluctantly dispersing. Once the last customer departed, Shunin, gripping the hem of his garment, looked at Lu Jinbai with excitement, exclaiming, Xiaobai, you are truly remarkable. I never expected so many people would come to buy our marinated delicacies. Chapter 84. The future Prime Minister's little scholar Lu Jinbai's eyes sparkled with joy. A touch of pride gracing his lips. It's rather ordinary, really. The key lies in the excellence of our flavors. Indeed, Xiaobai, your skills are exceptional. Why didn't you do this earlier? Lu Jinbai replied nonchalantly. I was inclined before, but now I feel our family is in dire need of support. I cannot allow our household to remain impoverished. We cannot let my elder brother give up on the imperial examinations. Shun and, deeply moved, gazed at him. Xiaobai, you are so kind to your brother. You are truly good to us. From now on, you shall be my dear second brother. We are like true siblings. Enough of that. Let us quickly tidy up and make a trip to the academy to deliver some items to my brother. Huh? What are we delivering? Lu Jinbai swiftly secured the money pouch, gesturing for him to take the backpack as he stepped forward. Lu Jinbai first led Shun into the study, selecting some paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones, followed by a few poetry collections. Next, they ventured to the pastry shop, purchasing several bags of treats. After browsing for a while, they entered a clothing store, intending to pick out a few garments. However, Shunan persistently tugged at him, preventing him from purchasing any further items. Xiaobai, what are you purchasing these for? Lu Jinbai pointed at his shoes, remarking, just look at your clothes. They're dreadfully short. Shunan tugged at his sleeve and suggested softly, buying ready-made garments is not economical. How about we procure some fabric and let mother sew for us? That way, we could save a considerable amount of silver. Lu Jinbai nodded in agreement, selecting only a royal blue outer garment and 2 sets of underclothes, exchanging the rest for fabric. This particular garment was intended for his elder brother, who was studying at the academy. It would be unseemly for him to appear so shabby. Shunan eagerly concurred, yes. Indeed, it is essential to prepare these for our elder brother. The total expenditure amounted to 241, causing Shun to wince as he handed over the silver. Once their purchases were completed, the two found a secluded corner to tally the copper coins they had earned that day. Lu Jinbai counted and cheerfully announced, today we earned a total of 451. After deducting the 240 we just spent, we are left with 210 won. Shunan swallowed hard, his face alight with joy. Xiao Bai, we have made such a profit. It feels like a dream. Not only have we earned money, but we have also procured new fabric for clothes, and Xiao Bai even bought us plenty of food. He couldn't recall the last time he had donned new garments. Lu Jinbai playfully pinched his cheek and asked with a smile, "Does that hurt?" Shannon covered his face and nodded, "Yes, it does." "Then let us stop dreaming and get up. It's time to head to the academy." All right. Together, they made their way to the academy, where Shun Shan was studying. Upon arriving outside, Lu Jinbai surveyed the surroundings. The academy was modest in size, with the front courtyard serving as a study area for students and the back courtyard providing rest accommodations. This particular academy was somewhat renowned in the county, attracting many scholars. And the tuition fees were the most affordable among several local institutions, which is why Shun Shun had chosen it. Before long, numerous students emerged, and Lu Jinbai noticed that their garments were made of fine brocade or silk. Occasionally, he spotted a few in coarse fabric, who were eagerly fawning over the more affluent students. Shun had been scanning the crowd for quite a while, but had yet to catch a glimpse of Shun Shun. "Are we to wait here indefinitely?" Lu Jinbai glanced around and moved a few steps aside. "Let us wait a bit longer." Just then, they heard someone calling Shun Chen's name. A young man, clad in luxurious attire and adorned with a fine jade pendant at his waist, approached. He clearly belonged to a wealthy family. "Shin Shun, hurry up. If you're late, there won't be any spots left." I said, "I'm not going. I have something to attend to. I've invited you several times. Your refusal feels like a slight." "Then so be it," Shin Shun replied with a nonchalant tone. The young man, unfazed, nodded with a resigned expression. "Then I won't go either." Lu Jinbai pulled Shin'en over, elder brother. Shin Shin turned to look at Lu Jinbai and Shunin, slightly taken aback by their numerous packages. "What brings you here?" Shun and, brimming with excitement, cast a glance at the young man beside Shin Shun, suppressing his enthusiasm. The young man scrutinized Shun and Lu Jinbai, remarking, "I had no idea you had two younger brothers. Do you not have only one younger brother?" Just as Shun Shun was about to respond, Lu Jinbai interjected, "I am his attendant. Greetings, greetings. I hope you will take good care of my young master in the future. Here are some delicacies from Yufeng Zhai. Do give them taste. And this is my homemade duck intestine. Do sample it as well." The youth observed the few packages handed to him, then bent down to sniff the fragrant oil paper of the duck intestine. "What is that scent? It is delightful." Shin Shun accepted the bundle from Lu Jinbai and removed the backpack from Shunin, taking it upon himself. "I will take them to dine. You may return to the dormitory." The youth waved at Lu Jinbai. "I am Zhou's son." Lu Jinbai and Shun and followed Shin Shun to a noodle shop, where Shin Shun ordered 3 bowls of noodles. Both he and Shun had slices of beef in their bowls, while he opted not to add any to his own. "Did you purchase all this?" Shin nodded. "Elder brother, Xiao Bai has been experimenting with marinated delicacies these past few days. His duck intestine and goose feet are exceptionally delicious. We tried selling some this morning and made quite a few hundred coins." His excitement grew with each word. "Xiao Bai even bought you clothes and shoes. He also got you writing supplies and several books. Elder brother, Xiao Bai is truly kind to you. Do not forget his generosity." Lu Jinbai immediately nudged him with his elbow. "I am kind to everyone in our family. You're all my kin." Then, he fell silent, endeavoring to minimize his presence before Shinshan. Shinshan glanced at him, nodded, and said, "Thank you. Do not spend all your money on us. Be sure to buy yourself new clothes as well." Lu Jinbai nodded, remaining silent. "How is that duck intestine made? It smelled wonderful just now." Lu Jinbai glanced at Shunin, signaling him to respond. Shunin was engrossed in his noodles, avoiding eye contact. Shin Chen's expression darkened. It seemed Xiao Bai was reluctant to engage in conversation with him. He had sensed this since returning home last time. "Elder brother, Xiao Bai's duck intestine comes from the duck's innards, but they are all meticulously cleaned. Our parents have also been busy at home. Xiao Bai collected a lot of duck intestines this morning, and they are currently being washed." Shin Chen nodded. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy. Shunin looked up at Lu Jinbai, then at Shun Shun. At that moment, several youths clad in fine garments approached them. "Oh, who might that be?" From a distance, it seemed familiar. "I didn't expect it to be our Shin scholar." The leader of the group, Li Mingwan, who traditionally had an antagonistic relationship with Shun Shun, scrutinized him with a mocking tone. What a generous Shun scholar we have today, coming here to eat noodles. The others immediately burst into laughter. Did not Shun scholar just gnaw on buns yesterday? You and Tino, he never eats at the academy, preferring to buy buns outside. 3 buns could suffice for a day's meal. This is even less than my family's dog, Da Huang. Li Ming, when feigned curiosity, who is Da Huang? My dog, came to reply. The group erupted into hearty laughter, and Li Ming, when pretended to dismiss their remarks. How could you speak so of Shin scholar? Shun Chen's expression was indifferent, as if he had long grown accustomed to such provocations, seemingly deaf to the taunts around him. On the other hand, Shun and Lu Jinbai were livid, their faces drained of color, brimming with indignation. Get lost, Shun Chen coldly remarked, casting a fleeting glance at them. Li Mingwen's face turned a shade of iron, pointing at Shun Shun and yelling, "What are you pretending for? With your pitiful appearance? Do you really think you're worthy of studying at the academy? Can you even afford the tuition fees? Are you planning to earn a living by copying books every day? You'll end up with a broken wrist." He chuckled to himself, and the group of students who followed him joined in the mockery. With a resounding clap, Lu Jinbai slammed his chopsticks onto the table, turning to glare at Li Mingwen with piercing eyes. "You are also a student of the academy?" Li Mingwen assessed him with a scrutinizing gaze. "I am, so what? A scholar with a filthy mouth, devoid of even the most basic principles of propriety and integrity. How dare you think you belong in the academy? The institution teaches the cultivation of one's character and the management of family, not the art of slandering others. It seems the knowledge you've acquired has only served to rot in your brain. Shun Chen copies books to gather tuition, and he does so with dignity. What about you? Besides hiding behind your family's wealth and uttering base jokes, what else do you know?" Li Mingwen, seething with anger, pointed at him. "What did you say? Let us not stoop to his level. Right? He is not worth our time," chimed in a few sycophants surrounding him. Lu Jinbai surveyed Li Mingwen's entourage with a mocking tone. "And what about you? Do you think bullying the honest is a mark of prowess? Or are you simply mindless followers, regurgitating others' words? Who do you think you're to speak to us like that? Do you even know who we are? Offending us will be your demise." Lu Jinbai replied, "Shun Shun is a scholar, and you? Just a bunch of rich heirs making a ruckus here. I see you're merely envious of Shun Chun's integrity, jealous that he has achieved the status of a scholar at such a young age, while you cannot even find the entrance to the examination hall. You're only wasting your time at the academy." These words struck at Li Mingwen's vulnerabilities, as he often heard at home that he should aspire to be like Shun Chen. At a young age, Shun Chen had already excelled, and his parents were even discussing supporting Shun Chen's studies, with a condition that he marry their eldest daughter. Shun Chen, however, had not only rejected their monetary offers but also their proposal. His father boasted about him at home, which only served to irritate Li Mingwen, driving him to seek out trouble with Shun Chen. Seeing the turmoil of emotions flitting across Li Mingwen's face, Lu Jinbai continued, "If you have what it takes, go and attain the status of a scholar yourself. That would disgrace the scholarly community." The expressions of his followers were increasingly colorful. Though their families were wealthy and willing to educate them, they lacked the talent, falling far behind Shun Chen, having not even passed the elementary examinations. Now, they were particularly sensitive to any mention of academic success. Li Mingwen's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Lu Jinbai, sputtering, "You." Shun Chen slowly rose to his feet, regarding Li Mingwen and his entourage as one would a troop of clowns. Infuriated by Shun Chen's gaze, Li Mingwen spat, "All right, kid, just wait." After delivering his threat, he turned on his heel and left, with his followers hastily trailing behind him. Shun gazed at Lu Jinbai with a look of astonishment. Was this truly the little Bai he had known? The earlier retorts had been so artfully delivered that they left him feeling invigorated. As Lu Jinbai turned around, he caught sight of Shun Chen's gaze, which was tinged with complexity. Clearing his throat, he acknowledged the frustration they had caused him. Shun Chen poured him a glass of water to soothe his throat. Lu Jinbai, tilting his head back, drank it all in one swift motion. Concerned, Shun looked towards Shun Chen. "Brother, have they always bullied you like this? It's outrageous. And how can you sustain yourself on buns every day? You won't have the energy to study." Shun patted his arm reassuringly. It's fine. Let's have some noodles. Afterward, I will take you both to the ox cart. Don't return too late, otherwise it will be dark by the time you walk back to town. All right. Shen and Lu Jinbai devoured the remaining noodles. After Shin Chun settled the bill, he led them towards the ox cart. You should head back quickly. I can help out tomorrow when I have time. Lu Jinbai hastily declined. No need. Shin and I can manage. You don't have to come out. We will return after we finish selling. Shunin handed over the items Lu Jinbai had given him to Shun Shun, then climbed onto the ox cart with Lu Jinbai. Once the cart had moved a fair distance away, Shun Shun turned to leave, while Lu Jinbai and Shun disembarked from the cart. They then spoke to the elder tending to the ox cart. We have some business to attend to. Would you mind waiting a moment? That won't do. I still need to pick up more passengers, the man replied. How about this? You go fetch your people, and we shall wait for you to return. Agreed. Lu Jinbai pulled Shun and toward the county town. Little Bai, aren't we heading back? Shun asked, perplexed. First, come with me to a place. Earlier, he had inquired with Xiao Jiao at the noodle shop about the most profitable items in this dynasty. Xiao Jiao had checked and reported that flowers were highly valued. This indicated that wealthy families cherished flowers, with a single pot of exquisite blooms fetching hundreds or even thousands of taels of silver. This aligned perfectly with his expertise. His garden in the space would certainly come in handy. Shun Shun was alone at the academy, without anyone to attend to his daily needs. If he did not focus on his studies, how could he prepare for the imperial examinations? The distractions surrounding him were too chaotic. Therefore, Lu Jinbai planned to earn some silver first, rent a place in the county town, and bring the Zhang family over, allowing Shun Shun to reside there as well. At least their basic needs would be taken care of. Following Lu Jinbai, Shun arrived at a street lined with flower vendors. An entire avenue dedicated to the sale of blossoms. The variety was astounding. Lu Jinbai casually approached the stall and inquired, Good sir, what is the name of this flower? How much do you sell it for? Young master, this flower is called Starry Sky Jade Drunk, known for its striking blue blossoms. It's quite easy to care for. I can give you a discount if you wish to purchase, the vendor replied. How much silver? Lu Jinbai asked again. 50 taels, came the response. Lu Jinbai glanced at the flower, nodded, and said, I will take a look around. He proceeded to inquire at several stalls, discovering that the most expensive flower was priced at 150 taels. The flowers on this street were merely common varieties, far less appealing than those in his garden. If that was the case, the flowers from his space could potentially fetch several hundred taels. Chapter 86. The future prime minister's little scribe, upon returning to his lodging, Shun Shun was met with a cacophony of surprised voices. Zhou, you are exceedingly stingy. Just let me have another taste. I couldn't discern the flavor at all. Following this was Zhou Sun's retort, Go away. How many did you devour? There was hardly any left, and you've already had 5. Zhou, why are you being so miserly today? You're not usually like this. As Shun Chun entered the room, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of duck intestines. Zhou Sun immediately seized his arm and inquired, Where's your little scribe? He has gone back. Indeed. Li Montauk. This duck intestine was crafted by the little scribe from the Huai family. Beside them, Li Mo, who was of similar age to Shun Shun, looked at him with eager eyes. Could he perhaps prepare some for me as well? I can take care of you. Shun Shun glanced at the two and asked, Is it truly delicious? In unison, they nodded vigorously, absolutely, especially delectable. You haven't tasted it yet, have you? That is where you are mistaken. How could you not sample the creations of your own little scribe? Zhou Sun, with an expectant expression, suggested, since I am in need of a scribe as well. Why not give him to me? Shun Shen's gaze turned cool as he regarded him silently. Zhou Sun took a few steps back, jesting. I was merely making a joke, hardly amusing. Xiao Bai is not an object. Please refrain from such jests in the future. All right. I understand. Do you have any duck intestines in your package? Li Mo asked. Shun Shen walked over to his bed and sat down, declaring, That is mine. If you wish to eat, go buy some tomorrow. Huh? The little scribe will come again tomorrow? Will he set up shop? Shun Shen shook his head without answering. Li Mo and Zhou Sun watched as he unwrapped his package, revealing several bags of pastries and a package of duck intestines, as well as another bundle containing an outer garment, 2 inner garments, a pair of shoes, ink, paper, and brushes. At the bottom lay several books, and he stared at these items in slight astonishment. It was the first time someone had gifted him such things. When Lu Jinbai and Shun and returned home, night had already fallen. They placed their purchases upon the table. Zhang, upon hearing Shanan's account, beamed at Lu Jinbai. All of this is thanks to Xiaobai. Indeed, Xiaobai is clever, capable of creating such delicious fare. I shall keep the silver earned today and purchase some supplies tomorrow. Zhang smiled warmly at him. All of this is your earnings. You ought to keep it. Lu Jinbai opened his coin purse and handed over 40 coins to Zhang and Shun Dezhu, saying, "This is today's wage. What are you doing? Can we accept your wages?" "Xiaobai, we are family, all working for this household. It is only right that your father and I assist. Besides, the money you earn is spent on this family. We cannot accept your silver. Mother, if you refuse, I would feel embarrassed to have you help. In the future, everyone in this household should contribute something. These 5 coins are significant." Xinyang looked at him in delight. "Xiaobai Gij, do I have some too?" "Of course you do. You helped around the house today." "Thank you, Xiaobai Gij." Xinyang tightly clutched the 5 copper coins in her hand, a radiant smile gracing her face. She intended to save them to purchase numerous delightful treats for her family in the future. "And look at this," Lu Jinbai exclaimed, producing a packet of snacks for her. "Open it and see if the roasted chicken is as delicious as it sounds." Xinyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she glanced up at Lu Jinbai, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xiaobai. Let us enjoy it." Lu Jinbai then turned to Zhang Shi, inquiring, "Mother, how long did it take you to clean the duck intestines?" "Just half a day. This afternoon, your father and I had some free time, so I took Yang to the back mountain to forage for mushrooms. I have a profitable recipe. Would you like to give it a try? You can make it yourselves and then sell it in the county." Zhang Shi and Shun Dezhu exchanged curious glances, asking, "What recipe is that? How do you know about such things?" Lu Jinbai scratched his head, about to reply, when Shannon interjected, "I know. It's because Xiaobai has been to the king of Hell's realm. Indeed, although my stay was brief, it felt prolonged there. The food and drink available were unlike anything we have here. It is only natural that I have acquired some knowledge." Zhang Shi had previously suspected that Xiaobai was deceiving Shunin, but now realized there was truth to it. "Oh, what else did you see?" "Just some food items and other peculiar things. Perhaps I should write down the recipe for you to see if you can replicate it." Shun Dezhu eagerly nodded yes. "Let Xiaobai write it." Lu Jinbai took up a brush and began to write, while Zhang Shi scrutinized it with a frown. "Xiaobai, your handwriting is quite difficult to read." His characters were crooked and awkward, far less legible than Shannon's. Shannon burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Xiaobai, after years of not writing, how could your handwriting have deteriorated so much? This is hilarious." Lu Jinbai shot him a glare, prompting Shun to quickly cover his mouth. No more laughter. After Zhang Shi finished reading, she questioned, "This boneless chicken foot seems quite simple. But what exactly is this lemon you mentioned? I have a way to obtain it. What do you think, Mother? Can we make it?" "It's feasible, but where can we find so many chicken feet every day?" Lu Jinbai explained. "I have a breeding facility with plenty of chickens, but I can't keep taking them out. If I do it too often, they start to suspect." "Are there any large chicken farms nearby? We could place an order with them." Shun Dezhu pondered for a moment. "There are a few farms in the neighboring village that supply the county's large restaurants. Who says we need only a small amount?" Lu Jinbai interjected. "Let us negotiate with them and state that we require at least 50 chickens daily from each farm. We should aim for at least 100 or 200 chickens every day." Zhang Shi gasped. "That's an immense quantity. What if we fail?" Lu Jinbai replied confidently. "If we follow the steps I outlined, there will be no failures." Shun Dezhu nodded vigorously. "All right, let's give it a try." Shannon raised his hand. "Have you all forgotten? We don't have that much silver." Zhang Shi chuckled. "I still have some hidden away. I'll take it out tomorrow." "That's your mother's dowry," Shun Dezhu disapproved. "Let us pool what we have at home. It should suffice without touching that." Lu Jinbai looked at them and inquired, "How much silver can you gather now?" 351. "In that case, we will negotiate with one merchant tomorrow, offering a deposit of 101, and pay for the goods upon receipt. Selling the duck intestines tomorrow should alleviate our troubles." Agreed. After their discussion, Lu Jinbai returned to his room to rest. He first visited the garden in his space to admire the flowers. These blossoms were procured with gold coins. He had initially purchased 100 pots of begonia flowers for 1,000 gold coins. Taking one pot out for closer examination, he noticed the buds were on the verge of blooming. The delicate petals, tinged with pale pink and white, cradled slender yellow stamens, exuding an air of daintiness. Leaning in, he detected a subtle fragrance that lifted his spirits. They were far superior to the flowers he had observed earlier in the flower market. "My lord, the offerings from the space are truly extraordinary," Xiao Jiu remarked, chuckling merrily. "They are indeed quite beautiful. Have you gathered any information? The wealthy families in the county enjoy flowers. My lord, the affluent in the county all cherish flowers. There are hardly any wealthy households that do not indulge in this pastime. They all hold flowers in high regard." Lu Jinbai smiled. "Excellent. I shall make my living by cultivating flowers. Once Shun Shan passes the imperial examination and becomes the prime minister, I will be able to sustain myself in this era." "Quite splendid," Xiao Jiu gleefully replied. "This time, we shall not allow the male lead to stray from his path. Today, I observed that he did not exhibit any particular interest or emotions towards you." "Rest assured, my lord." Lu Jinbai chuckled softly. "It is best this way. How many wealthy families are there in the county?" "The Li family, the Zhang family, and the Mo family." "Then let us visit the Li residence tomorrow." Lu Jinbai placed the begonia flower beneath the window, basking in the moonlight, and then lay down on the bed. He yearned to earn money swiftly to change his living situation, for this bed was leaving him with aches and pains. The following day, Lu Jinbai emerged from his room, cradling a pot of begonia flowers. Shun En and Shun Zhu were tidying up in the courtyard, and upon seeing him, they froze in astonishment. Zhang Shi emerged from the kitchen, her expression one of surprise. "Where did you bring this flower from? It is so beautiful." "Senyang Rushed Ofer." Lu Jinbai smiled and asked, "Is it not more exquisite than any you have ever seen?" The flower not only showcased shades of pink, but also a deeper hue beneath, the two colors intertwining beautifully. Even the stamens exuded a fragrant aroma. After Zhang Shi expressed her admiration, she could not help but hold it close. She had once tended to flowers in her youth, yet none compared to this pot. "Xiao Bai, when did you bring this pot of flowers back?" "I had no idea." Shunin questioned, filled with curiosity. Lu Jinbai cleared his throat and began to fabricate a tale. "It is like this. After I saw that you were all asleep yesterday, I ventured out once more." Shen Dezhu immediately voiced his concern. "You went out so late? It's dangerous to be alone." "It was deep into the night." Lu Jinbai replied with a smile. "But I am perfectly fine. That does not mean you should go out alone. What if something were to happen?" Zhang Shi inquired. "Where did you go?" "To the back mountain." "What?" Zhang and Shen Dezhu were both astonished. He had ventured out to the back mountain alone in the dead of night, demonstrating remarkable audacity. "Allow me to explain," he said. "I previously spotted several clusters of wildflowers on the back mountain, which were blooming beautifully, so I transplanted them elsewhere. Occasionally, I would return to water them. Just yesterday, I remembered them and went to check, and to my delight, they had indeed blossomed. This particular cluster is the smallest. I simply found a random flower pot to bring it back." Shunin gazed at him with excitement, exclaiming, "Xiao Bai, your luck is unparalleled. How is it that you managed this? These flowers are far more beautiful than those we saw at the flower market yesterday. They must fetch a handsome price." After a moment, Shun Dazhu inquired, "Where are these flowers? Might they be discovered by others? Should we transplant them all back?" Lu Jinbai nodded and then shook his head, reassuring, "Do not worry, father. No one will discover that location. Once this pot of flowers is sold, we can transport them back under the cover of night." "Yes, indeed. Both you and mother should come and help with the transplanting. Let's hasten our breakfast. You and Xiaoan still need to head to the county town." Zhang immediately went to the kitchen to serve breakfast, which consisted of corn with pickled vegetables and porridge. Ever since Lu Jinbai had awakened from his near-drowning experience, their lives had improved. The wild vegetable dumplings and brown rice had been stored away by Lu Jinbai to prevent them from consuming such fare, and he had purchased a considerable amount of provisions. Lu Jinbai and Shun and quickly finished their meal and set off for the town, carrying with them Zhang's prepared duck intestines and goose feet. They then took an ox cart from the town to the county city. Throughout the journey, Lu Jinbai's rear end felt quite sore from the bumpy ride. Upon arrival, Lu Jinbai immediately spotted Shun, who stood tall in his simple linen attire. As soon as he noticed their approach, he hurried over to relieve them of their burdens and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Shun, taken aback, replied, "Elder brother, how did you know we were setting up a stall here?" Lu Jinbai, cradling a begonia covered with cloth, obscured its details. Shun glanced at it and inquired, "What is that?" Lu Jinbai asked him back, "Don't you have classes at the academy today? Or is there another holiday?" "Well, our teacher is ill, so we have a day off." "Oh, as long as it's not truancy," Lu Jinbai muttered softly. "What are you holding? Flowers?" Shun eagerly recounted Lu Jinbai's morning story, brimming with pride as he asked, "Isn't Xiaobai particularly impressive?" Shun turned to Lu Jinbai, who had remained silent, and nodded. "Indeed, quite impressive." Lu Jinbai placed the flowers behind the stall and then brought out the duck intestines. Shun assisted him by gradually laying out the oil paper packets. Before long, those who had missed out on the duck intestines yesterday began to arrive. "Young master, we are here. Quickly, give me an order of duck intestines. I want 2 portions." "Certainly, everyone, do not rush, one at a time. There is plenty prepared today, and all shall be served," Lu Jinbai replied with a smile. "Young master, how on earth do you prepare these duck intestines? The aroma is utterly irresistible. We could smell it from afar." Lu Jinbai chuckled and said, "This is my family's secret recipe, especially the marinade. There are many intricacies in its preparation. Even if I divulged the method to you, you would still be unable to replicate the flavor." "Ha ha ha! Why should we exert ourselves to make it ourselves?" The man waved his hand with a smile. "We will just wait to purchase yours. It's convenient and delicious." "Absolutely. Young master, do ensure you don't suddenly stop coming one day. We shall return here tomorrow in search of you. Rest assured, unless some extraordinary circumstance arises, I shall be here every day." Meanwhile, Shun turned to look at Lu Jinbai, observing the charming manner in which he conversed with the customers. For some inexplicable reason, he found his smile extraordinarily captivating and couldn't help but steal a few more glances. "Brother, why are you in a daze? Quickly, hand this customer a paper bag for the goose feet." Shun's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Shun snapped back to reality, took a piece of oil paper, wrapped 5 goose feet, and handed them over. In less than an hour, all the duck intestines and goose feet brought by Lu Jinbai were sold out. Many customers who were unable to make a purchase clamored for him to bring more the following day. "All right, I'll bring an increased supply tomorrow. Everyone do come back." The customers left with disappointment etched on their faces. Shun squeezed past Shun to get closer to Lu Jinbai. "It seems we sold even faster today than yesterday. Perhaps we should bring even more tomorrow. Do you think you can manage selling all of this by yourself?" Lu Jinbai inquired. "Huh, just me?" Shun waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, I'll think of another way." He glanced at the two and said, "I can come to help tomorrow." Lu Jinbai looked at him and shook his head. "Your studies are paramount. You need not assist with this. Shaoan, tidy this up. I'll be back shortly." Shun nodded. "Go ahead, just be careful." Lu Jinbai departed with a bouquet in hand, and Shun's expression darkened slightly. He turned to Shun and asked, "Where's he headed? Weren't you listening?" "Xiaobai has transplanted many flowers. Today he intends to try selling them for a good price." Shun immediately set down what he was holding. "You take care of things here. I'll follow him to see." Just as Lu Jinbai had taken a few steps, Shun caught up with him. "What do you plan to sell this pot of flowers? Why are you following me? You should return to the academy. I can manage on my own. You are unfamiliar with the county town. I'll accompany you," Shun replied. Lu Jinbai, wishing to avoid solitary interaction with him, fell silent. "Do you find me distasteful? Or do you harbor some grievance against me? What are you talking about? When have I ever had an issue with you?" "Young master, what are you thinking? I simply prefer not to speak much." Shun regarded him in silence. He was quite loquacious when with Shun. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Li residence, Lu Jinbai concealed himself in the shadows to observe. "Are you going to the Li residence?" "Yes. I intend to try selling this pot of flowers at the Li residence." Lu Jinbai watched as a group emerged from the Li residence, at the forefront of which was a strikingly beautiful young woman. By her attire and demeanor, she appeared to be the esteemed Miss Li Yi. Shun cast a glance at Lu Jinbai before following suit. He then stepped forward with boldness. As Lu Jinbai approached, he realized that others had already made their way to Li Yi. He hurriedly followed. Li looked at Shun with a bright smile. Scholar Shun, are you merely passing by? Shun responded with a tone that was both distant and polite. I have come today to alleviate Miss Li's troubles. Oh. Li's gaze shifted past him to Lu Jinbai, who, despite his youth, possessed a striking appearance that surpassed her own. His skin radiated a delicate, dewy quality, and when his eyes met hers, her spirits inexplicably lifted. I hear that the young lady is in search of a unique flower. I happen to have a pot that might pique her interest, Lu Jinbai said. Li glanced at the flower Lu Jinbai was holding and inquired, what kind of flower is this? I'd like to assess its variety. She did not harbor high hopes of finding something truly unique, but since Shun had introduced it, she would graciously accept it regardless of its worth. After all, it was merely a matter of a few hundred taels of silver. With a smile, Lu Jinbai removed the cloth covering the flower pot. What do you think, Miss Li? Upon catching sight of the begonia, Li's eyes lit up instantly. The petals exhibited a lovely gradient of pale to deep pink, with the center adorned in yellow, flourishing vibrantly, surrounded by numerous unopened buds, exuding vitality. What is this flower called? She asked, enchanted by its fragrance. It is known as the Lu Ying Xiang, and it releases a delightful scent when in bloom. Lu Jinbai explained. He continued, moreover, it is easy to care for. I will also provide 3 pounds of nourishing soil to ensure its health and vigor. Li, delighted at the sight of the Lu Ying Xiang, declared, I will take it. How much does it cost? Madame Li quickly prepared to pay. Lu Jinbai scratched his head, glancing at Shun, uncertain of the appropriate price. Shun returned his gaze and remarked, this flower requires considerable care. I tend to it personally every day. Furthermore, this pot is far more valuable than those at the flower market. I can discern the price at a glance. Li interjected. Would 500 taels suffice? Lu Jinbai was taken aback. 500 taels? Yes, bye-bye. Do you find this price reasonable? Shun turned to him. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lu Jinbai nodded. It is acceptable. Madame Li promptly handed over the silver note to Shun, who accepted it and then passed it to Lu Jinbai. Li inquired, did I hear you mention soil? Yes, I will deliver it tomorrow, Lu Jinbai replied. Do you also know how to care for flowers? Li asked. Lu Jinbai nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Perfect. I have several ailing plants in my courtyard. Would you be so kind as to take a look? Of course, shall I go now? Certainly. Please follow me, young sir. Li and Madame Li led the way into the Li residence. Lu Jinbai tugged at Shun to follow, whispering, do not call me bye-bye. Why not? Shun asked. I simply dislike it. Oh. Lu Jinbai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Shun acquiesce. The earlier mention of bye had startled him. Thankfully, in this world, he and Shun had minimal interactions. They exchanged little conversation, resembling strangers more than acquaintances. Shun lowered his gaze, holding onto Lu Jinbai's wrist, until, after a while, Lu Jinbai released him. He was unexpectedly filled with a hint of reluctance and melancholy. What was the matter with him? It was simply this pot of flowers. Granny Li pointed to one of the pots in Li's courtyard. The flowers were a delicate pink, blooming lightly, while several buds drooped, appearing rather lifeless. Could it be saved? Li inquired. She had consulted several gardeners and tried various methods, all to no avail. With a mindset of trying her luck, she had invited this young gentleman to take a look. Lu Jinbai nodded, indicating it was a minor issue. He quickly discerned the problem. A brief scan revealed that the soil was poor, and numerous tiny insects were devouring the roots. He crouched down to transplant the flower, meticulously cleaning the roots of all the soil. Granny Li furrowed her brow. Young master, are you sure about this? Without soil, the flower will perish shortly. Do not use this soil. Go and fetch some from Beidong Street, she instructed, glancing at Li, who nodded in agreement. Granny Li promptly sent someone to gather soil. As Shun observed Lu Jinbai's earnest examination of the roots, he found it oddly captivating. His gaze drawn to him involuntarily. Lu Jinbai felt an itch on his face and was about to wipe it when Shun swiftly intervened, gently dabbing his face with a handkerchief. The touch of his fingers against Lu Jinbai's skin was surprisingly warm. He hadn't realized before how handsome Shun was. Chapter 89. The future prime minister's young attendant Lu Jinbai pushed his hand away, saying, "I can do it myself," and wiped his face with his sleeve. Shun Shun lowered his head, looking at the dismissed hand, feeling a slight tightness in his chest. Soon after, a young servant brought half a pot of soil. Lu Jinbai produced a small vial from somewhere and added a drop of water to it, then placed the soil into the pot and transplanted the flower. The drop of water he had used was a special root-strengthening solution purchased from a space garden shop. Any flower on the brink of death would revive with just half a drop. Curiously, he asked, "What did you just drop in?" "Oh, it's my own concoction. Rest assured, it is highly beneficial for the flowers. This flower will visibly recover by tomorrow," he assured her. "Really? Miss Li, I will come to your residence tomorrow to deliver the soil for the Luing Xian. If the flower does not revive, I shall return the silver notes without a single penny less," Lu Jinbai declared, leaving Granny Li astonished at his boldness. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Li Mingwen approached with several young servants, immediately noticing Lu Jinbai and Shin Chun. He glared at the two, filled with anger. "What are you doing here?" Li Yi scolded him. "How many times have I told you to be polite when you see Scholar Shun? Why are you always helping an outsider?" "He is not even my brother-in-law, and you're favoring him," he retorted. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Li Mingwen exclaimed, clutching his head. Lu Jinbai became alert. Li Yi had feelings for Shin Shun. Families like the Li's, with their wealth and status, typically favored well-educated scholars. Perhaps Shun Shun was one of their targets. "Master, surely Shun Shun will not be favored by them. They intend to marry Li Yi to him, correct? It just so happens that the Shun family lacks the funds for the imperial examinations. Could it be that Shun Chun has already made some sort of agreement with them?" Xiao Jiao incessantly chattered in Lu Jinbai's mind. "Master, the heroine will only meet him after 3 years. You must keep a close watch on Shun Shun and prevent those people from taking him away." Lu Jinbai, with an expression of irritation, retorted, "Be quiet. Your incessant prattling is unbearable. My younger brother lacks discretion. Do not take offense, Scholar Shin. My brother is still quite young, and I shall not hold it against him." Li Mingwen's lips twitched at Shun Chen's words. He was merely a year younger. He refrained from using vulgarities. "Shin Shun, what is your meaning?" Li Mingwen asked, rolling up his sleeves. Lu Jinbai, with a smile, interjected, "Oh, so you are acquainted? Then pray tell, why did you bring so many people to insult him previously?" Li Yi, with her graceful demeanor and amiable temperament, spoke with reason. She was clearly a well-educated and sensible young lady. "How could she possibly have a brother like you? Is it that your family does not emphasize the importance of scholarly pursuits for young men? He must be taught these principles. My young master often reminds me that one must understand propriety and discern character, lest one view others through a lens tainted by prejudice. That is akin to a dog looking down on people. Even I, a mere servant, grasped this concept. How can he not comprehend it?" Lu Jinbai's remarks brought a sense of delight to Li Yi, while Li Mingwen's temper flared. What insolent brat dares to speak of upbringing? Who are you calling a dog? Li Yi seized his ear and pulled him aside. "And you dare to encircle Scholar Shin with your friends? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." "Ouch, sister. It hurts." Li Mingwen glared back at Lu Jinbai, being dragged away by Li Yi. Shun Shin gazed intently at Lu Jinbai, increasingly impressed by him. "Cool me. Let's depart swiftly." Lu Jinbai grasped his arm, leading him out. The two made their way directly to the place agreed upon with Shunin. "What is the matter between you and that Miss Li?" Shun Shin asked, casting a glance at him. "It is nothing of significance," he replied, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Old Master Li wishes to support my participation in the imperial examinations, on the condition that I marry Miss Li." Lu Jinbai, with urgency etched on his face, exclaimed, "Have you agreed?" "No, you need not acquiesce to them. I can earn enough money to support your studies. You need only be yourself." Shin Chen's gaze remained fixed on him. "Support my examinations? What are your terms?" Lu Jinbai halted, his tone serious as he met Shin Chen's eyes. "For the next 3 years, you must not engage with any women or speak of marriage." "Why?" "Simply answer whether you agree or not." Shin Chen regarded him with a somber expression before nodding in assent. "Very well." Lu Jinbai's mood lightened suddenly, and he strode ahead, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiao, did you see that? For at least the next 3 years, we need not worry about him entangling himself with other women." Xiao Jiao admired. Master is truly clever. Next, Master simply needs to earn money. Indeed, let us purchase some fine delicacies this evening to reward ourselves. No, we should first find a place to stay. Little Joe followed Dao, noting that there were several vacant houses in the county town, each with an entrance courtyard and reasonably priced. Lu Jinbai instructed, "Mark them out. I will take Shun and have a look later." "Understood," came the reply. "Big brother. Little Bai, over here." Shunin waved at them from the alley's entrance. Lu Jinbai approached, turning to Shun, "Would you prefer to return to the academy first? Shunin and I are going to procure some items." Shin nodded, "Just be careful." "I know. Let us go," Lu Jinbai said, pulling Shun and along with an empty basket as they departed. "What else are we buying?" "Wait up. I'm falling behind. Can you hurry? It's getting dark." "It's barely past noon," came the retort. Their voices gradually faded until Shun could no longer hear them. He was always the same with everyone, fond of pulling others along, yet he spoke little himself. A sense of inexplicable discontent washed over him, even towards Shunin. Lu Jinbai and Shunin emerged from the pawn shop, Lu Jinbai's mind still reeling. He had never been brought to such a grand place before. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by neat bluestone slabs, completely devoid of weeds. The courtyard was larger than his home, although strewn with fallen leaves and twigs. Bamboo lanterns hung along the corridor, and not far off stood a pavilion. Lu Jinbai turned back, noticing Shun's feet still resting at the threshold. He reached out, grasping Shun's wrist to guide him inside. This house is a single-entry style, with 3 main rooms and a small room on either side. We can each have our own space. There is also a patch of land in the back where we can grow some vegetables. Shunin, being pulled along, surveyed his surroundings intently. His own home leaked during the rain, and the grass on the roof required frequent repairs. He had never seen a house so immaculate, even to the corners, as if in a dream. The pawnshop staff had mentioned that if they decided today, they could move in tomorrow. They had also noted that the rooms required cleaning after being unoccupied for a long time. However, it was merely dust and easily manageable. Shunin bit his lip in disbelief, wincing at the pain. "Lu Jinbai, have I lost my mind? Little Bai, am I dreaming?" Lu Jinbai chuckled. "Did it hurt just now?" "Yes." "Then is this still a dream?" Shunin shook his head, grinning foolishly. "No, but the rent for such a place must be exorbitant, right? Do we have enough silver?" At that moment, the pawnshop staff approached with a smile, saying, "If you 2 young masters are interested, I can offer a discount." "How much?" Shin inquired. "Well, we charge rent annually, 366 taels for the year. I can lower it a bit for you to 360 taels. What do you think?" Lu Jinbai surveyed the surroundings and replied, "We've seen several places. This one isn't our favorite. We were told the prices could be significantly reduced." The staff chuckled. "Young master, this location is at the heart of the county town. It's south, not only close to the market, but also enjoys excellent natural lighting. I shall not engage in further debate with you. I have extended sufficient courtesy by refraining from bringing my family to negotiate on my behalf. Thus, I propose 320 taels, and I shall finalize the agreement immediately. What say you?" The pawnbroker pondered for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. "Young master, you are quite the negotiator. Very well, 320 taels it is. We shall promptly sign the rental contract. No objection será." As the contract was concluded, the house now belonged to Lu Jinbai, who, along with Shunin, set about tidying the courtyard. The yard featured a well, providing convenient access to water, and the 2 men drew water to cleanse the kitchen before collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "I cannot continue. I must rest," Shunin exclaimed, quickly kneeling beside him to massage his legs. "Xiaobai, how much silver did that flower sell for?" Lu Jinbai smiled and held up 5 fingers. 500 taels? Shunin queried in disbelief. "Indeed," Lu Jinbai affirmed. "Xiaobai, you are truly remarkable." Overcome with excitement, Shun's grip tightened, prompting Lu Jinbai to push him away. "Are you trying to crush me?" "Hee, I got carried away. So, can we move in tomorrow?" "Yes. I will discuss it with my parents tonight. We shall clear out our belongings and then relocate. Tomorrow, you must visit the academy and inform my elder brother to come directly here after class. There will be no need for lodging." Shun's face lit up with enthusiasm. "All right." Suddenly, he recalled something and urged Lu Jinbai, "We must hurry back now. What is the rush? I need to rest a bit longer. Those flowers are incredibly valuable. We must transplant them here as soon as possible. Lu Jinbai realized he had nearly forgotten this crucial task. Indeed, let us return without delay. The two hastily made their way to the ox cart. They arrived home before dusk, where Zhang Shi had prepared dinner. A platter of duck intestines, a dish of goose feet, along with corn and egg drop soup awaited them. You're back. Are you tired? Wash your hands and come to dinner, Xinyang announced, immediately bringing a basin of water to the courtyard. Second brother, Xiao Baiji, wash your hands. Well done, Yang Yang, Lu Jinbai praised, ruffling her hair. Once they had washed their hands, the family gathered to share a meal. Just as they had taken a few bites, the courtyard door swung open. Xinyang dashed outside for a moment before returning, exclaiming, "It's uncle." Shun Dezhu appeared with a grim expression, remaining stationary, while Li Dahu entered with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, are you dining?" he inquired, approaching to inspect the spread. After swallowing hard, he remarked, "Such a splendid meal." Second brother, it seems you have found a lucrative venture without including me. Your information travels fast, Lu Jinbai retorted with sarcasm. Shindahu shot him a glare. What do you mean? I am merely the servant bought by my second brother. In a grand household, even you must address me as master. Do you not understand the rules? Shunan regarded him with disdain. Uncle, the profitable business you mentioned is neither my father's nor mine. Whose is it then? It belongs to Xiaobai. He is the creator of these goods. We merely lent a helping hand and received our wages. Shun Dezhu nodded in agreement, affirming that they too relied on Xiaobai. Clear your mind of any nonsense, he admonished his younger brother. You are being foolish. Xiaobai is merely a servant. Whatever plans he concocts should be firmly under our control. How could you allow a mere servant to lead you by the nose? Zhang Shi suddenly rose, splashing water from the table towards him, and coldly declared, "Let me make it clear, Xiaobai is not a servant. He is my son, a child adopted by me and Dazhu. Dare to call him a servant again, and see what happens." Shenhu, incensed, pointed at him, struggling to find words before finally turning to Shinju. Aren't you going to intervene? What is there to manage? My daughter-in-law has the final say, Shenyang replied with a smile, playfully making a face at Shindahu. Uncle, we are about to eat. You should return if you have nothing else to do. Very well. I shall see if you truly can earn great wealth, he retorted angrily before storming out. Zhang Shi immediately grasped Lu Jinbai's hand in consolation. Xiaobai, do not heed his errant words. You are indeed a child of the Shun family. Yes, yes. You have always been my brother Xiaobai. Shunan chimed in, nodding in agreement. Yang Yang is right. You are one of us. With a beaming smile, Shin Dazhu looked at him. Xiaobai, let's disregard him. Lu Jinbai lifted his gaze to them and chuckled, saying, Let him say what he wishes. I shall not dwell on it. After all, I have always been the eldest brother's book boy, and I remember that well. What book boy? That will not be your role in the future, Zhang Shi interjected. Please, I enjoy being the eldest brother's book boy. It is a fine identity, he insisted, not wishing for any other title, as he knew he would depart in 3 years and not remain with the Shin family. Enough of that. I have an announcement to make, Shunan said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Father, mother, Yang Yang, this is a momentous occasion. What is it? What joyous news? Xiaobai urged eagerly. Clearing his throat, Lu Jinbai began, Today, I sold that pot of flowers to the Li residents for a total of 500 taels. Zhang Shi and Shun Dezhu were momentarily stunned before gazing at him in astonishment. How much? 500 taels? Xinyang covered her mouth to stifle her exclamation. Moreover, Shun and I visited some houses today and found a rather nice one, which we have decided to rent. Rent a house? Zhang Shi quickly inquired. What do we need to rent for? Do we really need that? Mother, it is like this, Lu Jinbai explained his reasoning to them. Renting will spare us the trouble of traveling back and forth to the county town, and we can better care for the eldest brother's needs. Shunan nodded in agreement. Yes, mother, the eldest brother is too frugal. Xiaobai says this would take a toll on his health. No matter how brilliant he is in the imperial examinations, he cannot endure without good health. What is the rent? Shin Dazhu asked. 320 taels for the year. I have already paid, Lu Jinbai replied. Let's tidy up this evening and move tomorrow. The duck and sausage will remain unsold for a day. You two children, why did you not consult me about the rent? Shun Daju chided. They likely charged you more because they saw how young you are. Shun Daju began to rise, suggesting, shall we speak with the moneylenders again? Lu Jinbai replied, Father, we've already paid the money. There's nothing more to discuss. Besides, we've inquired about the prices, and they're all quite similar. Shun chimed in, indeed, we've asked around. Zhang Shi held Lu Jinbai's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Xiaobai, this is your hard-earned money, and yet you still rent a place for us to live. With a smile, Lu Jinbai teased, Mother, am I not your child? Of course you are, she affirmed. Then why do we have to draw such a clear line? He questioned. Isn't it my duty to honor you both? Or are you implying that I am somehow different from Shunin? Shin Dezhu grew agitated. What difference? There is none. Your mother and I value you even more than we do that, Shinin. From now on, let us refrain from such formalities, he added, concerned about hurting the child's feelings. Zhang Shi wiped her tears and smiled. All right, I won't mention it again. Shunin interjected, doesn't that hurt his feelings too? The following morning, Lu Jinbai summoned Shunin, Zhang Shi, and Shun Yang to the mountain to transplant the flowers. He had instructed Xiao Jiu to place the flowers in a very discreet location beforehand, and then led them up the mountain. Upon arrival, Shun En and Shun Yang were captivated. Before them lay flowers more resplendent than the pink bloom Xiao Bai had previously displayed. They belonged to the same variety, but boasted different hues: white, pink, crimson, and deep purple, all strikingly beautiful. Did you transplant all these here? Lu Jinbai's lips twitched as he directed Xiao Bai to transplant a few pots. Not too many, as he had mentioned. It turned out to be around 10 pots. Yes, let us hurry and move them, he urged. Zhang Shi pushed the borrowed cart, loading all the flowers onto it and covering them with cloth. Seizing the early hour, they rushed back. Lu Jinbai and the others positioned themselves beside the cart, pushing it forward. Shinin felt a surge of excitement. 10 pots were quite a fortune. Xiaobai was indeed the family's fortune bringer. Upon their return home, Shizhu was taken aback by the sight of so many pots of flowers. The previous day, Lu Jinbai had rented 3 bullock carts, instructing them to arrive at this hour to transport everything. They loaded the carts thoroughly, ensuring everything was cleared away, even packing the braised soup into a large barrel for the journey. Nearby villagers gathered, intrigued. Li Shi and her daughter-in-law squeezed through the crowd. Sister-in-law, are you moving? Where are you taking all this? Zhang Shi replied without looking up. Didn't T Xiaobai make some money in the county recently? We rented a house there. Since my Huai Ji is studying at the academy, we thought it best for the family to be together. Though she addressed Li Shi, her words were intended for the onlookers. Really? What business is Xiaobai involved in? They exclaimed. He truly has good fortune with a scholarly son. While others struggle to pay their tuition, Xiaobai is making money. Indeed, we haven't had such luck. We should bring home a fortune bringer ourselves. The villagers chattered animatedly. My dear, look at Xiaobai. He is not so young anymore, is he? My niece is of a similar age, and she would be a perfect match for him. My granddaughter is also of comparable age to Xiaobai. Oh, how swiftly he has become the center of attention. Shunin suppressed a chuckle and exchanged a knowing glance with Xinyang, both finding the situation amusing. Zhang Shi smiled politely, remarking that Xiaobai's marriage was not an urgent matter. It depended on the compatibility between the two individuals. But we mustn't linger. We have to hurry to the county town. We shall return after some time. Li Shi watched them depart in their ox cart, her eyes filled with jealousy, turning red with envy. Zhang Shi and Shun Dezhu stood in the yard of their rented home, their faces a picture of astonishment. Is this truly where we shall reside? Zhang Shi mused. Thankfully, her family's circumstances had not been too dire before her marriage. Her father was a scholar, modest in wealth but never lacking sustenance. Shindiju took a turn around the yard before sitting down on a stone bench, clutching his chest. Why does this feel so surreal? Shinin approached with a grin. I felt the same way at first. Father, bite your own hand and see if it hurts. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Shinin replied. Father and mother, there are 3 main rooms. You and father will occupy one. The south-facing room is reserved for eldest brother for better light. Zhang Shi nodded. And there is another for you. Lu Jinbai nodded appreciatively. That sounds agreeable. I simply wish for a good night's sleep, as my back has been sore from the hard bed. Each of them would have their own room. Yang Yang, being a girl, would reside in the east room with better lighting, while Shaoan would take the west room. Shen excitedly dashed to the west room. Great. Shen Yang ran over from the west room, linking her arm with Lu Jinbai's, joyfully declaring, I now have my own room. Remember, your room must be kept tidy. Zhang Shi chimed in with a smile. Yes, yes, I will tidy it up, and I shall also take care of Brother Xiaobai's room, Shen Yang promised. Lu Jinbai clapped his hands. Then you shall begin cleaning while I make a visit to the Li residence. By the way, I have transplanted the flowers to either side of the yard, so there is no need for special watering. Zhang Shi hesitated. Is it truly enough to just bury them in the soil? Will they not perish? She knew those flowers were delicate and required care. Yet Xiaobai seemed so nonchalant about it. Is it really that simple to just transplant them and water them with? Whatever that was? Lu Jinbai waved his hand with a smile. Mother, I assure you I know how to care for flowers. You need not worry. I will leave the flowers in Yang Yang's capable hands. She will water them regularly. Beside them, Shen Yang quickly assured, Brother Xiaobai, you need not worry. I will remember. Chapter 92. The future Prime Minister's young attendant Lu Jinbai, having organized their affairs, set off towards the Li residence with a bag of soil. Upon arriving outside the Li residence, Granny Li had been waiting and immediately approached him upon his arrival. Young Master Xiaobai, you have finally come. What brings you here? Is there an issue with the Luiying fragrance? Lu Jinbai inquired. Not all. This morning, the flower in the young lady's courtyard has come to life. Not only has it revived, but it has also bloomed. Young Master Bai, you surpass the florist we have hired at our estate. The young lady had instructed me to await your arrival long ago. Lu Jinbai smiled and nodded. Then let us proceed. I have also brought the soil for the Luiying Xiang. Granny Li immediately instructed the servants to take the soil from his arms, leading him into the Li residence. They walked all the way to the pavilion in the outer courtyard, where Li Yi greeted him with a beaming smile. Young Master Bai, do you have any other flowers in your possession? Just call me Bai, he replied casually. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Bai, do you have any other flowers? Indeed, I do. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a few days, it will be my grandmother's birthday, and I was considering gifting her the Luiying Xiang as a birthday present. However, this flower may not be suitable for her. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jinbai responded, I also have a pot of Yuing Jiao, but this flower is quite different from the Luiying Xiang. Oh, how is it different? It is more challenging to care for than the Luiying Xiang. I have invested considerable effort and resources since its seedling stage. Initially, I intended to keep it for myself, but it will make a fitting gift for my grandmother. Lu Jinbai had exchanged 1,000 gold coins for a pot of peony at the space shop, a name he had whimsically chosen. Given that Li Yi sought a unique flower suitable for the elderly, this one would be perfect. With your profound knowledge of flowers, you need not worry about finding superior ones in the future. Allow me to have this pot of Yuing Jiao. I can offer a bit more silver. Lu Jinbai feigned difficulty. Gazing at her, I am not motivated by silver. I merely wish to befriend Miss Li. There are few genuine individuals like you left. I shall give you the Yuing Jiao. Li Yi beamed with joy. Rest assured, young Bai, with the protection of the Li estate in the county, no one will dare to bully Scholar Shun. Then I thank you, Miss Li. That flower, coincidentally, I brought with me today. I initially planned to visit my grandmother after leaving here. I will fetch the flower. You may take a look first. If it does not meet your expectations, feel free to refuse. Very well. Lu Jinbai turned and dashed towards the estate's entrance. Li did not have to wait long before she saw Lu Jinbai returning with a pot of flowers. The blossoms he cradled were a vibrant crimson, strikingly bright and eye-catching. Unlike the red she had seen before, these flowers were layered, their petals adorned with delicate natural folds, truly captivating. Is this the Yuing Jiao? Yes. Miss Li, what do you think? It is magnificent. I thought the Luiying Xiang was the most beautiful flower I had ever seen, but this is even more stunning. Young Bai, please give it to me. Name your price. Feel free to propose a price. Lu Jinbai replied with a smile. I will not extort you. Although acquiring this flower was not easy and it requires time to tend, we are friends now, are we not? I will offer it at a friendly price. 1,000 taels? He had spent 1,000 gold coins, and while gold was easy to earn the space, he did not wish to incur a loss. Li found the price somewhat steep, yet the flower was indeed worth it. Agreed. I will take it. Wait here. I will fetch the silver note. Li Gu, brimming with excitement, turned and left, while Lu Jinbai sat nearby, waiting. Before long, she returned with several banknotes in hand. Presenting them to him. Count them and see if they are correct, she said. Lu Jinbai casually glanced through the notes, nodding with a smile. Thank you, Miss Li. By the way, would you be interested in engaging in a little business venture? Li Gu tilted her head, curious. What kind of business? Well, I have a few varieties of luing incense at home. Surely you have some affluent friends? We could split the profits evenly. That sounds too advantageous for me. How about we adjust it to a 70-30 split instead? I do have a few gullible patrons. Let us aim for a higher price then and make a tidy profit. Agreed. Meanwhile, Shun Shun rushed out of the academy and spotted Shun and squatting a short distance away, his gaze fixed on the ants on the ground. Fresh from washing up, Shun Shun was preparing to copy his notes when Li Mu returned from outside, informing him that his brother was waiting for him at the academy's entrance. Concerned by Shun An's late visit, he hurried over, Xiao and Shun, and looked up, his face lighting up as he stood. Elder brother, what brings you here so late? Where is Xiao Bai? Come on, I'll take you to a place. Shunan pulled him along, and Shun Shun grasped his arm, urging him to clarify. Elder brother, Xiao Bai rented a single courtyard house in the county yesterday, and we moved in this morning. Xiao Bai asked me to bring you home to see our new abode. From now on, you can enjoy a warm meal after class. Shun Shun was taken aback, glancing at him. Xiao Bai used the money from selling flowers to rent a house. Yes, he said money can still be earned, but health is paramount. You should listen to him. I believe he is right. Shun Shun brushed past him, moving forward. Let us go. Shunan quickly caught up, saying, Elder brother, you have no idea how popular Xiao Bai is in our village. Once they learned he rented this house, many families began introducing their daughters and granddaughters to him. Ha ha, that cracked me up. Xiao Bai's expression was priceless. Still laughing, Shunan suddenly felt a chill creeping up the back of his neck. He scratched his head. Elder brother, are you upset? What is wrong? Shun Shun shot him a glance. You talk too much, it's noisy. Upon returning to their residence, Shun Shun looked up at the plaque that read Shin Garden. Xiao Bai insisted on hanging it, saying that no matter what, he was still a scholar and should maintain a respectable facade. Lost in thought, Shun Shun stepped inside. As he entered the courtyard, he could hear Lu Jinbai speaking with Shun Yang. Yang Yang, how can you be so clever? I think you should also pursue your studies. Who knows, you might become a female teacher someday. Huh? Can girls really teach? There is nothing insurmountable in the world, only the lack of determination. Let us strive to become accomplished women. Even if teaching ISNT in your future, understanding the world is equally important. In time, your elder brother can enlighten you, and we can include Xiao in that journey. And what about you, Brother Xiao Bai?